at the same time, I mean, there's got to be, I don't know, there's got to be
Yeah.
some way of figuring out an investment
I,
or avoiding.
I being such a downer tonight. I've been in a bad mood. Just been in
No
a bad.
worries.
It's
That's all right.
understandable,
Reality
yeah.
check's always good.
Thinking about your children and wanting a better life for them, that's totally normal. So I can understand your frustration.
Yeah, we get to bear witness to our children not having the life we had. We get to have them have a worse life than what we had.
Maybe they can find some kind of, way to approach this new world. I don't know. I mean, I see that with young people that I know that, it used to be you kind of were looking for your place to fit into society or thought, what can I contribute to society? Most young people are not really thinking that way. They're just thinking, what can I do to survive? You know what I mean? Like, it's just very different these days.
Basically, I don't know what you mean.
Well, I
Who are
mean,
you talking to? Shrub?
whatever. Go ahead and talk. I don't mean to get in your way.
Well, you know what? Maybe it's like the end of materialism, like having a house and a car and that standard of life where like the material things and that security and all that kind of property. They're definitely veering away from that, but maybe it'll be more of a spiritual presence.
Yeah,
Or
exactly. It's
that's part of
some
what
kind
Fire
of
is helping with.
confidence.
Well, I'm sure people are still going to want to buy shit, and maybe after a really big reset, where it all when it all hits the fan, and we have like a rerun of 1929 all over again.
Yeah,
and then people will go, oh wow, so that's what this does.
yeah.
It is the old school way all again, over and over.
Yeah. Well,
I'm not sure what you were saying, Ripcord, or what your point was before. You're kind of muffled a little bit for me. Yeah, I think that's part of why maybe they will tell us the Earth is flat. If they tell us the Earth is flat, people will be like, "Oh, it's a spiritual existence, and we don't need the material world." It'll be the perfect timing for it, maybe. But if there are endless resources, then that does change everything. The price of gold is all fixed. I've talked to people, silver. The market's completely. It's not about how much gold, silver or gold there is. It's about people that control the amount they say there is.
well, from what I've read, there is a finite amount of gold to the point where if you were to measure out a 75-foot cube, it would fit the entire world's gold supply. All of the gold been pulled out of the ground will fit in 75 by 75 by 75.
But do you think that the gold market's based on how much gold there actually is?
Well, I mean,
No, wait a second. What you mean by that?
gold. They got a whole lot more money floating around than gold. We went off the gold standard in the 70s, and we kept making more money. They sure as shit weren't making as much gold as they were money.
You think they're going to go
Wait a
completely
second.
digital?
Okay. I mean, I guess just because they have a huge chunk of gold in a cube shape, whatever. I mean,
I'm just saying
you're
it would fit in a 75-foot cube. I'm not saying it would ever be put in a 75-foot cube, but it would. If you had taken all the gold off everybody's hands and melted it into a big block, or stacked it into a big block, it would fit in a 75-foot cube.
yeah, I guess no, it makes sense, and so I understand you.
But I mean, people.
I just sent you a DM where that guy's talk. His name is Horizontalism Sloping. The guy that runs the hedge fund. Check your DM.
Well, that's cool. Well, he's getting
But,
going. $1 million. He's making a run.
Yeah, on that channel, on my channel, there's just conversations like this about flat Earth that would probably intrigue you if you don't know anything about the topic. I'm convinced anybody that just listens to enough of these conversations, they may get something out of it that philosophically might help, regardless of what the world's coming to.
I just kind of catch up on a few things. My wife is down at the coast and coming back tomorrow.
Nice.
Figured out-
You in California?
I'm sorry, what?
Are you in California?
No, Texas.
Oh, okay.
So he's
So
got
it's a long time to get to the coast.
so you got to run around and do the dishes and clean the house and do all the things you were supposed to have done before she got home, I assume.
Well, the good news is I just finished. But yeah, even did the gardening and
So the topic of flat Earth doesn't really. I mean, you're here, so obviously it interests you somewhat, right? But you don't. It's not like something you're interested in finding out.
harmless. I don't mind it at all. It doesn't. I'm not objecting in the least. I'm not.
Yeah, but doesn't it capture your intrigue to figure out if we're actually right or not? And don't you want to know?
I don't. I mean, I've talked to Crit and a bunch of other guys during the day, and I've shared some. I've shared some of my typical dad jokes, and
Okay.
I don't think there's anything wrong with it. It doesn't even bother me when y'all go to town on a Glober and give them the full blown, you know.
Right. I'm not asking you if it bothers you. I just that the psychology of people that kind of keep an arm's length from it, that becomes interesting to us because it's like what got us here is we were curious to find out, wait, is it actually a ball or not? Let's look into it. Like, what are the claims? What does it actually say? Does it add up scientifically? All those things are like what makes it addictive for us. So someone like yourself, who kind of listens in and keeps an arm's length and keeps the attitude that it doesn't really matter, but we make some good points. Why is it that you're not more curious to figure out if we're right or not? Maybe you will be at some point, but people dabble to start with.
You have to understand, people like me are the guys who get the big problems when things aren't going well. The managers and the C-level people, they come to guys like me, and they go.
Your regular life's too busy to worry about this kind of philosophy.
And so I'm glued together pretty darn hard. If the way I've explained it is that I'm up on a high ridge line, and if the flood comes that I'm wet, we're all dead.
Okay.
What?
You're saying that real life's too important and too overwhelming already for you to worry about whether the Earth is flat or not.
Yeah, I'm just, to me, I'm usually busy tackling big problems that are pressing and have to do with people's livelihoods and
right. And don't you think that it's interesting to think that that's part of how they designed it, so that people are way too busy with their regular lives to even worry about something that's maybe the reason they made the ball Earth is because people pondered the question of.
Don't you think it could be the exact opposite way, that people have nothing to do, have only this to bother their lives with? It's like could be worded the exact same way back at you.
Shout outs to
I'm just wondering.
Shout outs to wait. Shout outs to Earth's Awakening Discord server, the only flat Earth Discord server that's accepting alternate models and views of the flat Earth. Finding solutions for the 24-hour sun. Shout outs to Geo. Shout outs to Earth's Awakening Discord server. Thank you very much.
Shout out to the MMM since we're doing shameless plugs. I mean, Geo's is a fucking loser place. You want to go there, I guess. Go to the MMM where you find real True Globe gangsters.
What's real about the globe, though?
The fact that we're sitting
we're
here
the only
talking
ones that will
about it,
entertain
Well, we
your
sit on its
non-evidence.
Yeah, did you take a gig on Fiverr to do that?
I didn't pay him. No, I should though. If he's gonna keep doing that, I'll pay him $5 to do that every day.
Of course.
Now I'm going to get some bonus points.
Hey, I got a joke for you before I go.
Pardon
You can have it. All right. So flat earther dies, right? Flat earther dies and goes to heaven. And God says, look, spinning ball, you were wrong the whole time. The flat earther goes, oh man, this goes higher than I thought.
That's pretty fucking funny.
Well, guys, I found my ticket to Shangri-La.
Nice.
My wife's jacuzzi pillow was getting orange mold on it, and I'm going to clean it. So then when she comes home, I'll tell her it was covered in orange mold. If you don't,
Is that a way of letting us know you have a jacuzzi?
this is like a honey-do list where she didn't even ask.
Nice. All right. Take care, guys. Night.
Peace out.
Wait, will GeoServer let me like formulate hypotheses, scientific hypotheses on nouns? Let's go! Yay!
That's funny, T-Dub.
Man, y'all don't have shit on Geo's crew. This crew in here, including QE and whoever, Crit, all of them, have nothing on Geo's crew. Geo's crew
part of
knows.
our crew, dumb
Geo's crew is under the understanding that
part of our crew, okay?
Shut up, bitch.
White knight for every psycho frickin' Glober, and we weren't having it, and he decided that he was gonna leave. Okay, you don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, of course. I bet to do.
I don't have the soundboard, but if I did, I would have played that clip. Shut up, bitch.
Dude, he's like one of the dudes that's like dressed up as a hot dog in front of a hot dog place, trying to get customers.
Oh, Inside Secret.
Yeah.
Concaver. Oh, dude.
Hot dog or a sandwich. You hungry? Come in here. So, Alpha, you think that kid on X was a stooge? The last one?
Yeah, it's kind of weird.
I think he's a stooge. I don't think he was a flat earther. I think he was just plain a long LARP.
It's more of those esoteric types, dude. They're just, you could hear it in the way they argue. The kind of talking points they mention. It's like, yeah, I know what you're all about. You're not interested in like articulating points or getting the opponent to actually really figure out if they have a claim that can be substantiated. You just tell this. That's how they do it.
Yeah, but then there's the ones they pretend to be flat earthers, so they don't have the they don't have the balls to go, oh, like on a flat Earth, where's the edge? They'll do something like, I'm a flat earther, and my Glober opponents, they debate me and they ask me where's the edge, and I don't know how to answer.
Yeah.
That nonsense, dude. That's what he was doing.
Yeah, Twitter's really fallen off when it comes to that.
Dude, that's Steve shit. You shut that dude right up, man.
Yeah, because he was trying to figure out, well, it doesn't happen anywhere else. Yeah, it does. Happens over here where I'm at, and also at the equator.
I'm asking you why it happens, but why does it happen?
Yeah, exactly.
Shit, I should have asked New Perspective if he interacted with that Tyler Pilot guy. I'm pretty sure he has.
Dude, he is kind of a yellow belly, man. He didn't want to have a conversation with us.
Yeah, well, I was just hoping because he probably has a clip of it. New Perspective has the best argument for like the impossibility for landing a plane without, on a rotating ball, dude. As far as like, I mean, we all know the argument, but like, interpretation of it is freaking top. Like, there's no way out for a Glober. It's like the Black
jaws of
Swan,
steel.
right? Yeah, dude, it's like the Black Swan, right? Like, they have two paths. Both of them lead to doom. So he's got the same way. Both paths lead to doom. If they say it's kinematic and they adjust for it, they're doomed, and because they can't possibly, right? How do you adjust for the spin of the Earth, flying north south? Given that the wind goes in all sorts of directions, and you can't. It's either Velcro Earth or Velcro atmosphere or not Velcro atmosphere. Either way, they're doomed.
Yep. We got Blood Sticker that was muted. Any reason why he was muted? You probably got into it with somebody. Let me check the mod logs. Oh. I see now. I see. Isn't fresh grown flowers a globe earther?
No.
Oh, that's a different. Thinking of somebody different. But I haven't seen that name in a minute. Fresh grown flowers.
What are you doing?
Yeah, pretty good, man. How about yourself?
Same thing. Just been busy work.
Cool, cool. Also got Rebels in here. Danny Rebels. What's up, Rebels? The Duck.
Yo,
What's up, man?
not much.
You're globe earther, right?
Yeah.
Okay. We've spoken to the Duck before, right? There's a bunch of people that come with that duck or the duck or
I think so, yeah.
I'd say so. He's a member in our home server and PNR.
Oh. What? Put out your best argument, and by that I'll probably identify how your style, and I'll probably know. Oh, this I know you are now. What's the best argument you have for the Earth being a globe?
Yeah, I don't present arguments. I just just chat.
Or why do you think it's a globe?
Because I ascended once, taking some shrooms.
You ascended once, taking some shrooms.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is that repeatable? Can we do that and then have the same experience?
It varies. It's like a thought process.
So subjective.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude, that isn't going to help anything.
He's on the same thing that Inside Secret's on. The concaver. The astral
Oh, he's a
projection.
concaver?
No, he's a glober, but I'm saying that concaver Inside Secret.
No, I didn't know Inside Secrets was a concaver. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, dude, 100%, man.
Oh, I run into him. He ain't a concaver. He's LARPing.
Well, he was. Yeah, he's.
It's his way of taking the piss out of flat Earth. It's like my retarded idea is just as valid as yours, and I'm gonna act super retarded and like yo by association. He's a Glober dude.
He sounds like he's not that smart. Just by listening to him, so.
Well, I asked him questions about what's the because I'll engage with them. Like I'm not just like, oh, concave, that's dumb. Like, okay, I'll ask the same thing we ask Clovers, right? What's the evidence? He don't even know. Even defend anything. Not even even if you looked on YouTube, I would just look at the concave stuff from Lord Stephen Christ, and I'll just parrot that back. He didn't even know that. He didn't know about the freaking black sun. He didn't know about the freaking projection of the celestial sphere from the pyramids. He didn't know about their negative refraction claim. He didn't know about anything about concave Earth. He didn't know about the Koresh Society. He didn't know, he knew nothing about concave Earth, nothing.
Shoot, I don't know anything. Could you teach me?
About concave Earth?
Yeah. What is that?
Okay. Well, there's a couple versions. The main one's called cellular cosmogony. I don't know where that name comes from. But the idea is that the sky is actually a giant black, so large, right? In the inner surface of a ball. In the sky is a giant sphere itself, projected pyramids. The sun is a projection from the pyramids. Make sense so far?
What? No.
Yeah, exactly. They don't. It was put around on the internet by a guy named Lord Stephen Christ, who is now I think he died in jail, but he was a schizophrenic, an actual schizophrenic, not oh, dude's fucking thinks believes something crazy, he's schizophrenic. No, I'm talking about an actual schizophrenic, diagnosed. He had lots of followers. It was like a 6 hour long.
Okay. But besides that, how did you determine that what you said in terms of where the position of the sun is the current position that it now is. I don't know if you are sure about that. I can agree that you are not sure about that because
Who
I'm
are you
neither.
talking to, man? You talking to us?
Yes, I do.
I wasn't talking about what I believe. I was talking about what concave earthers believe.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, this is a different topic. My bad. My bad.
Yeah, he wanted me to like.
No, you don't. No, you don't have to put your mind into that. You know, it's like a usual push away that we all agree on usually, because there's no sense in logical coherence anyway.
Yeah, certainly. It's nothing. There is nothing coherent about the concave Earth nonsense, and everyone that promotes it is, just in my experience, are seriously off their rocker.
To be honest, how are they coming about this nonsensical, delusional, nonsensical, basically magical assignment? You know, it's like, what are they trying to do?
Dude, why? Dude is asking me if I had dinner with the Gober concave. I'll have dinner with my friends. It doesn't matter what the fuck they believe in. What the hell?
Exactly. Don't worry about that. I don't care.
No, dude asked me in the chat, dude, would I have dinner with a concave or like, bro, that's not a factor.
No, I'm just mocking. I'm just mocking them. You know, it's like it is what it is. It's because it's nonsensical, nonetheless.
Why are you asking? Now the dude's in chat. I don't give a goddamn about Freemasons.
You don't have to. Because I already agree what you know. Because I know you. Because I know what you believe into. You know, because between us, there's no disagreement anyway.
Ripcord, are you hammered, bro?
I'm talking.
I am. I am.
I know. So just
So
kind
someone's
of
talking to me in the text chat. That's who I'm talking to, man.
yeah. Just put yourself on mute. Record. I know when you're had a little too much. Sounds like it, bro.
Okay, I do.
All right.
Like, you're very amenable junk.
Hey.
Some not so much, right?
He was about to get kiboshed. India was like, "Oh, dude." Look at him sideways and shit.
All right.
Yeah. I like friendly drunks. I don't like nasty drunks. That probably goes for everybody.
What do you mean by nasty drunks? I'm just kidding.
I mean the ones that change, right? You know, when they turn into a different person when they drink. I don't like that. Even other person, they could actually be nice, dude. To me, it doesn't matter. The fact you like your personality changes when you drink, that tells me there's something fucking wrong with you. There shouldn't be two people living in there.
Exactly. Fuck those guys, dude.
Get recorded.
Like when I get drunk, it's like I don't turn into a different person. I just get less coordinated, right? My personality don't change. I might talk a little more because it is a social lubricant. And I'll probably go home with things that I probably shouldn't have, like, you know, coyote freaking wildebeests.
304s?
Dude, they're not even 304s. 304 would be a step up.
Damn.
We're talking, man. With a 10 at 2 and wake up with a 2 at 10.
Hey,
Jesus.
man.
Yeah, he's going hard, CB.
Chat, are we live?
Oh yeah.
We got.
And we do it live, chat. What's going on?
For you, man.
We just came from X, bro.
Oh, what?
Yeah.
I just came from 304. Sorry.
Oh, I thought you were with Boo.
I mean, I met another one tonight,
Damn,
boy.
dude, this fool.
I'm going crazy right now. It's the season of mingling. Anyway, do we got some Glovers to cook, bro?
Nah, not really.
What?
Well, we do, but they're just sitting listening.
Hey, they can't be sitting pretty in here, man. We need to cook, bro.
We got QE's sister in here.
QE's sister? Whoa.
Yeah, look at the bottom of the chat.
That's the name? QE's sister. Oh, fucking dog.
I got him.
What's going on, 304? What's going on with you?
No.
Oh, hell no.
Are you still a globetard?
Man, your sister's a globetard.
Yeah.
She is, actually. My sister is a globetard.
For
yeah,
real?
that's facts.
Golly.
I do have a sister. Don't tell QE, though.
I'm sure he knows all about her.
She's married. Thank you. Got him. Anyway. My sister did the right thing. She's smart. She's not a 304.
Oh, you need to slow down, brother, over there. You're hitting the gas pedal.
Am I? I'm a cook, bro. We got 304s in the panel?
Oh, shit.
Anyway. Dubs, stay off mute. Stop muting yourself.
Just cooking in the background, man.
Who else is here? Oh, is she cooking? Oh, yeah. Just stay in the kitchen. That's fine.
Not the kitchen, just like probably arguing with somebody.
You're arguing? Girl, you need to stop arguing.
I'm not arguing. What are you talking about?
You're arguing right now with me.
No. No, I'm not.
CB
good
forgot to turn off his charm. He still has it on right now.
Facts, bro. I got a Riz.
The charm's
I'm in permanent Riz mode.
It's just like
I'm always risen, dude. Sorry, bro.
your Riz is at 10 right now, bro.
What about Newt?
Doesn't speak up.
God damn it.
Yeah, you would have Leaf, but that guy's trying to. Did I tell you about that guy's tactics?
What do you do?
He's reading up on books on how to become a really good debater and like studying that so that he can win debates. Like he doesn't care about the topic so
What'd
much
he
as he
do?
does.
He did nothing. He talked a lot, but didn't do anything.
Yeah. Well, anyways, that way,
Mike, shut the fuck up, Mike.
He lit. We can't. Mick can't say that. Only you can.
I already did.
Oh shit.
Oh shit. Listen, we're not gonna just sit here and take that from you, Mike, bro.
Shit. Well,
He hates when people call him Mike. It's just
Is it Mike? He won't
Mick.
tell anyone what we're supposed to call him. It's Milk.
He's like, dude,
Mike,
why does everybody
Mick.
call me Mike? It says Mick, M-I-K.
No,
That's
he said the opposite. He said, "Why do you call me Mick? It's Mike." I'm like, bro.
No. It's actually Mike. But initially, when I wrote it, I had a typo, and I just said, "Fuck it, I'll keep it." It looks, it's got some flair to it, right? What pisses me off is when people read milk, MLK or MLK. Like, what the fuck? Like, come on, that's an I, bro. Like, get some glasses.
Martin Luther King, man. You're not black, bro.
Are you black, dude?
Am I black?
No, you're not a black Canadian.
No. Do I sound black?
Why you say it like that?
What is sounding black? That's
I don't know. Yeah, there's like a
Black is a
tone,
race.
you know? You got a tone, like, make
racist, dude.
it sound Hispanic, you know? Like, come on, you know?
That's
Holy
racist.
smokes.
You can tell, sort of.
Listen, I had to
Like,
change my
did you
profile
sound-
picture to a blacker
the thing is-
dude
There you go.
gotta-
Like,
Mick,
you sound white though. So
yeah, every time you finish saying something, Mick, you gotta say type shit.
Eh?
Like, every
Type
time you say
shit,
something,
yeah.
say type shit at the end of it.
Mickey, who told you that, bro?
I thought that was a Zoomer thing.
No, I was in here messing around with this guy, and we were in an argument, and he would always go, yeah, man, and type shit. And then Dubs was in here, because Dubs was like laughing about it, because she was listening to the person say type shit. And I was like getting irritated, because he was always, yeah, and type shit. I'm like,
Yeah, dude, that's so
type-
black, bro. That's some watermelon warrior shit right there, man. Type shit. Yeah,
type
man.
shit. Like, what the fuck?
I be saying that shit. I be like, man, type shit.
It's so ghetto.
Oh, see? Oh, Mick said it's ghetto.
We're not just gonna sit here and take that from you, Mike,
Yeah,
bro.
he says ghetto, bro.
I'm not calling you ghetto. I'm calling the term type shit ghetto.
Hey, Fox.
And anybody who uses it, right? Right, Mick?
Pretty much.
Okay. We're just clarifying.
Yeah. It's hood rat talk.
Hey, fuck it. My black ass are gonna say it still.
Type shit.
Type shit. Actually, it makes sense though. I don't know why it just makes sense.
It just
Type
does.
shit, it just works. It just checks out, dude.
The culture group approves, or what did you say? The culture
Yeah, as the head of the cultural development department, we approve. That's an approved term.
Development department.
Yeah, man. Listen, I got a plaque, bro. I'm putting it in the chat right now.
It sounds like for every sentence, it makes it sound like whatever you're saying is uncertain. So if you're repeating it all the time, like you got no certainty in anything you just said.
Type shit.
Oh man. There's the my certificates in the chat, guys. It's been official.
Presented to the head to cultural.
You know, it's in
smokes.
like it's like written in like old English, but you know, still works. It's a little bit not perfect English, but it'll do. That's how you know it's official.
It's not perfect English. It's not perfectly legible.
Yeah, but that's how you know it's legit.
Fuck.
We got nobody in here. Want to talk to nobody?
Who?
Nobody.
Exactly.
You got me.
Nobody. Caller. Welcome. What about JoJo?
Skedaddled. JoJo's got a really mean looking avatar, man.
Yo, no chin ass boy.
He's got that pick that, you know, the Riz pick.
Boy got no chin.
That's the pick that gets all the ladies right there.
JoJo, you're up. JoJo, you are up. Do not leave us hanging, bro. We're doing a no listening panel tonight.
Bro's got like absolutely zero chin, bro.
Dude, zero chin. That just sent me over the edge. Zero chin. JoJo, you gonna let him talk about you like that, bro?
No, it just goes like from lips to throat. Like there's no
lips to throat.
It goes straight.
God damn, that's dirty. Hey, this is a family show, bro. You can't
I'm
be
just saying what it looks like, dude. It's like it's a straight path from the lip all the way to the throat. Like there's no little curvature for the chin.
That's crazy. What about 187? Huh?
That can't actually be him, bro. No shame. No shame on display there.
Well, he's just showing off his hairdo, you know?
I mean, what is it? 2007, bro? You got parts in your hair, dude? Like, it's 2025, bro.
Did you do that yourself?
Not gonna lie, I used to do that shit when I was younger. Yeah, facts.
That right there?
Not with the, I mean, yeah, pretty much. Yeah, I would do that.
Okay.
Just without the two little dashes in the back. That's corny. That's some Kanye shit.
That what Kanye does?
That Kanye would do that. But anyway, what about 187-247-7113?
Don't call that.
Yeah, somebody call it right now.
Yeah, call me directly.
What's going on, dude? Is this your first time? No, you've been here before.
That guy sounds like a creeper. Calming.
Yeah, I have been here.
Tell us about the last conversation you had. How did that go?
Okay, let me tell you, I'm a Chinese citizen. I came here for listening American English. Just that. I don't focus on the conversation. I just hear. Just let my ears here.
Guys, let's get some W Chinaman.
Hold on. What? Are you in China right now?
Yes, I'm in China right now. I never go abroad.
I thought they don't block Discord in China.
They did. I'm using VPN. They did block.
Oh, cool. Well, welcome.
Dope,
it's a
bro.
virtual private network.
I love to hear it.
Yeah, you don't have to tell me, dude. I was a fucking network engineer starting 30 years ago. Thanks.
So what they do is they route it through like a different server.
Yeah, bro. We don't.
Yeah, thanks.
Is that Timmy tracksuit? Or tracksuit Timmy?
And then it goes in like a circle around the
Wait,
Earth.
This guy's a douchebag,
Anime,
man.
shut the fuck up for a second. We're gonna cook you in another way. So, are you been here before?
Has anyone here invented anything like ever?
Don't be all quiet now.
Have you guys ever like created anything or contributed to science?
I got children, dude. I have children.
Did you contribute to science in any way?
Your cooked ass.
Well, you guys must all be satellite engineers, or you guys have totally launched satellites.
Satellite
in space,
engineers,
right?
dude.
No, we don't.
Seriously?
We don't. We're not fiction
Are
writers.
you astronauts?
No, we're not fiction writers.
Are you anything besides retards on the internet?
Yes.
Yeah. We're cooking retards on the internet. You.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
Good
facts.
job.
Yeah.
Good job.
Yeah,
dude.
thanks.
See how good it's working?
Yeah, it's really working, dude.
It is.
It really is.
Because you didn't have a comeback for that.
Well, you said
just
it.
kinda-
You said it's working, so it must be true, right? Because you said it.
Yeah,
absolutely.
no, it's working because you have no comeback.
Yeah. And you have to think about it. Meanwhile, you're going, yeah.
So you actually haven't invented anything or contributed to science or passed high school math or anything like that, right?
We invented stuff, yeah.
Oh, yeah. So you just move the goalpost. You're not slick, dude.
Still not hearing any inventions.
Okay. Well, if I told you my invention, I would dox myself. So you're not going to hear it.
Yeah.
Dude, we've invented all kinds of stuff. But that doesn't matter.
Like what?
Fucking memes, arguments.
Oh,
what do you need? What do you need? Like technology? You need a new
Holy
iPhone?
shit.
Like what do you need from us?
We got a bunch of Isaac Newtons over here. We invented memes.
No, we don't play with dolls and we don't drink mercury.
Well, what do you want? Like a new iPhone? Like what do you want?
Dude, you're failing hard. You're failing hard, dude. You better pick it up.
That's why you keep repeating it, right?
So what else you got?
Yeah, like you're like,
Brandon,
oh my God, you're not Isaac Newton. He died from drinking mercury, dumbass. Yeah, you're right. I'm not.
Yeah, Isaac Newton was dumb for sure. You guys are way smarter.
Yeah, he was dumb. He died from drinking mercury.
Yeah,
he
was
killed
dumb,
himself.
For sure. Yeah, he was dumb.
Do smart people kill themselves?
Yeah, actually, quite frequently.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Name one person.
Yeah, usually not, you know.
Oh, hell no.
Wait.
Sometimes hyper intelligent people are more susceptible to depression and suicide.
Are you smart?
It's true.
Are you smart?
So where's that on the IQ test? You want to off yourself? That's like 100 points, right?
So I'm still not hearing anything about a scientific invention.
Yeah, I'm still not hearing anything about that.
What is
I'm
a
still not hearing
scientific
any.
invention
Shut
that don't
the
even make
hell up, bro.
sense, dude? That's a category error. What is a scientific invention?
But I'm still not hearing. Shut the hell up.
A telescope?
But I'm still not
That was
hearing.
a scientific invention.
Is it not?
What was the observed natural phenomenon?
That a bent lens, a distorted
No,
piece of
shut
glass
up, dude.
can
You don't even know what you're saying.
magnify-
Ben London.
In nature bend that way?
Is this your guy? Is this your representative of flat
No,
Earth? This
it's
guy
Ben
who's like
London.
moaning and drooling into the mic? Is this supposed to be like a
That's what you're doing, dumbass. It's
Dude, I thought they deported all you guys already.
That's you.
So once again, you go into meta because you don't have any comebacks. You come in to try to roast us, dude, and you're failing miserably. You're literally roasting yourself.
I'm not roasting
I'm
myself.
still not hearing anybody has anything invented again. Say it again, dumbass. Say it again, dumbass.
Yeah, go back.
Say it again like a dumbass. Say it.
Ese, vato.
Do you have any scientific inventions out there?
Vato.
Say it again, dumbass. But I'm still not hearing anything you guys invented.
Is that your smart voice?
That's what you sound like, dumbass. I'm still not hearing anything you guys invented.
I agree with him.
Shut your dumbass up.
Hey, dude, was the airplane a scientific invention?
No, it's more of an engineering thing.
Oh, really? What's the difference between an engineering invention and a science invention?
Sometimes not much, actually. It could be a pretty thin line.
Yeah, not much doesn't tell me what the difference is.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a big guy.
I know you guys need everything explained.
Dude, you're pathetic.
I'm still not hearing you tell me you invented anything.
Quick enough for this room, bro.
Yeah.
Go into one of the bedrooms.
Yeah.
Damn, bro.
That's definitely where I am, for sure. You got that
definitely where I am. Man.
You definitely got that right. That's a sick cell phone. Nice job. Thanks for doing my work for me.
Shut your dumb ass up.
You gonna let the flat earthers talk about you like that, dog?
Hell yeah. He's a punk bitch.
Oh shit, dude. They're talking shit.
Punk bitch. Ban Anime's a punk bitch.
Oh, you're gonna take that? Oh.
Oh yeah, he's gonna take it.
Bro.
He's gonna take it and like it. Cause he's still haven't heard you say that you invented anything.
Wait, well, what's your biggest hang up with flat earth? What's your problem with flat earth, bro?
Just like lazy argumentation, lazy science.
Like what? Give us
an
one
example.
Yeah.
I don't know, some
Name
bullshit
one.
about
I don't know.
I don't know, some bullshit. Like, what a fucking clown, bro.
Yeah, so far, right? When we bring it to a point, you even don't bother to listen. That's why we do our thing.
Use a hoe. Use a hoe.
You're saying you have lazy argumentation, then ask what it is, and then you give a lazy answer.
It's about the third time you.
Dude, Mickey on demon time tonight, boy.
Hell yeah, dude. Ban Anime's a hoe, bro.
Why
Use a hoe.
You guys are so enlightened and you know so much.
Oh, fuck yeah, dude.
Why are you so mad?
Why are you so mad? Why you guys invented? What did you invent?
You're so mad. I don't understand. You
You're
guys
so
like, have the
mad.
secrets of the fucking
Shut
universe and get
up,
your
dude.
fucking.
Hell yeah, dude. Fucking you're over here slobbering all over yourself, and we're fucking dunking on your dumb ass.
Yeah.
Cause use a hoe.
That's right. Yeah, very high effort. This is very high effort.
No, it takes no effort, dude, whatsoever. Not even a little.
I'm so Are you guys supposed to convince me the Earth is fucking
Fuck no, dude.
Hell no.
We're gonna dunk on your dumb ass. That's all we're here for to do to you.
So you're not scientists, you're athletes now. Okay, I got it.
You think you need to appeal to the future a fourth time, retard?
You're all pro athletes. My bad.
Hey, Paul, mute your shit, bro.
Wait,
we're trying to roast this guy.
That was Grizzly.
Nah, that's you.
That was Grizzly.
That's
That
you.
was Grizzly.
Shut up.
I didn't expect much from Flat Earth at 4 a.m., but this is bad, right?
Oh,
my expectations.
Fake it till you make it ain't gonna work, dude. Everybody heard your pathetic attempt to roast this. Pathetic.
It keeps failing every time.
Yeah.
Shut up.
You know a thing or two.
Dude,
You know what I can do, but
we had better crack freaking confrontations back in 7th fucking grade, man. You suck.
Use a hoe.
Bro, you literally suck at this. Not just you're failing, you suck at it.
You're not witty. You're not funny. You're just a dumbass.
You're failing to convince me of your worldview.
Yeah, we're not trying to.
That's
bitch.
what this is.
We're not trying to, bitch.
Isn't this
We're
a
not
science
trying to,
channel?
bitch.
It's in the
We don't want you on our side, dude. We don't want you on our side, man.
Oh, okay.
We're not trying to, bitch.
Hold on a second. Do you think there's scientific evidence for Earth being a globe?
I think there's a preponderance of evidence for Earth being a globe.
Scientific.
Fucking cap.
Scientific evidence.
At my level of expertise, I'm only
Level of expertise.
Zero.
Is it scientific evidence?
You're fucking eating macaroni with a spork, bitch.
I don't consider myself a
fucking beanie
scientist,
weenies
so
is what you got open next to the fucking macaroni.
Yeah, okay.
You fucking slobber, fucking monkey.
You jummy that one.
Right, so I'm not a scientist, so I can't actually, right? I can't evaluate whether something that is above my scientific comprehension is valid or not. But there is
scientific comprehension.
Well, do you have enough comprehension to figure out whether a claim is a scientific claim or not?
Depends if I have a expertise in the material.
So you need expertise to read the definition in a dictionary.
Well, I need expertise to be able to determine whether that definition is valid or not.
There you go. He needs a team of
Really?
slobber nurses to help him. Indio, that's what he says.
Maybe this is why all the Mexicans are getting deported, because they're just so fucking lazy.
Oh,
Why do they always go to racism, dude? It's
because
crazy.
he thinks it's gonna hit me right in the racism. He can't do shit.
Well, remember the guy,
You dumbass retards.
Wait, you're talking shit? You can't take shit? Oh,
Yeah, your dumbass retards don't do shit.
No, the thing is, you guys get because someone else did this thing right when they get cooked, brings up the Jews, and then another guy gets cooked, and then says the N word. Then another guy.
We're establishing whether you need expertise in order to validate a definition or not. Do you or do you not?
No, you don't. You have a dictionary.
Okay.
Fucking dumbass, dude.
So you just assume the dictionary to be true, huh?
No.
That's
The
what you just said.
dictionary.
That's what you just said.
Dictionary.
You said it's a source
dictionary defines
infallible
words
knowledge.
in English and language.
Uh-huh.
Go by them. So it is.
What is a woman?
Here we go.
All female
Here we
human.
go, dude. Yeah, well, not everyone agrees with that definition.
It doesn't
Does that
matter.
make it-
It doesn't matter if they agree. It's an agree disagree thing. It's an identity.
Okay.
So we made a word to compact an identity. The full identity, well, the abstract identity is the definition, and we compactified it by making it a word. So adult female human is the identity. It identifies a particular in the real world, and the word human is the female is the compact version of that, or woman is the compact version of that.
Yeah, ask him. What's a woman, bad enemy?
Adult female human. Adult female human is fine. That's fine.
You didn't need an expert to tell you. You didn't need an expert to tell you that. You didn't need an expert to tell you that. I'm asking you a question. Did you need an expert to tell you that?
I'm answering your question. If you'd stop spurting that answer.
Yeah, but you're not giving the answer that I'm asking for.
That is a level of expertise that I do have, so I'm able to validate that definition.
Oh, so when does it beyond your level of expertise?
Well, for example, I don't know how to edit the human genome. So if someone was talking about editing the human genome, I wouldn't really be able to, deny or authenticate their claims, right? Or
Well,
accept their
listen. The thing is, why are we even talking about this, right? You said you haven't presented any scientific evidence for a flat Earth. Then I asked you, is there any scientific evidence for the globe? And you basically backpedaled into
Well, there's observations.
Evidence. No,
There's
shut the fuck up.
observations,
Shut
there's
up.
theories,
Shut up.
there's
Let me finish.
mathematics.
Shut up. Why are you talking over me?
Don't get angry.
Shut up. You don't. I'm making a point, and you're trying to block it. So that shit ain't happening.
You can make a point.
You backpedaled that you can't evaluate scientific evidence. So why would we present
scientific evidence?
Why would we present scientific evidence of a flat Earth to a person that don't understand it?
You see,
By their own admission.
What you're doing is you're straw manning me, right? You have to attack a false representation.
Dude.
I said certain, right? I didn't say all. I said certain.
I asked
straw man me.
I asked you very specifically. Does the globe have scientific evidence?
I said yes.
No, you didn't.
Well, you didn't answer that question. No. We were talking about science, and I said there was certain scientific information that I didn't have enough expertise.
Yeah, when I
either.
asked you, does the globe have scientific evidence? That's
No,
what
you
your
didn't ask
answer
me
was.
that. You didn't ask me that.
Yes,
I'll
I
answer
did.
now. Since you're asking me now, I'll answer.
Yes, I did ask you
Well,
that.
I'm sorry. Maybe I misunderstood. Maybe I didn't hear you, or I was being
being a
obtuse,
dumbass.
right? But I'm saying
Trying to
that
recover
yes,
from cooking yourself.
there are enough observations, right? That there is a strong preponderance of evidence that even though I haven't left the Earth's surface, right, I haven't observed the
You can
Earth.
trust other people's word, right?
Okay.
Which is what you're.
Preponderance
Yeah,
of
yeah.
evidence. Preponderance of evidence does not make it scientific evidence. I asked, is there scientific evidence? That's what you asked for a flat
There
Earth.
is. There's scientific evidence for. There is.
The fuck?
There's.
No, that's a category error, dude.
I don't think so.
Yeah, it's a
it
what is
doesn't matter
question,
what you
dumbass. You're trying to ask what is the Earth. How the fuck is there scientific evidence for that? It's a geometric question.
Well, I'm able. Okay, so I can.
Okay, what, dude? You just fucking miscategorize what it is.
No.
And I'm trying to point it out to you because your dumbass is way too slow to pick up on that it's a category error.
Right, so we can have.
Right,
So there
what?
are observations. There are observations.
There's no fucking natural science.
Dude?
There's no natural science for the question of what is the Earth, dumbass.
There's no.
Yeah.
Say we have. Dude, just do it by analogy. We want to know the shape of the floor in the room I'm in. Do I call a scientist to do science?
Books.
How do we
Fucking
figure out
cook,
how do we
bro.
how do we figure out that?
Shut your bitch ass up.
Calm down.
Shut your bitch ass up. You're cooked.
I don't
You're
need
cooked.
crybabies.
You're cooked.
Crybaby on the internet.
You're fucking cooked.
Right. So do you need a scientist? How do we figure out atoms?
How do we what? How do we?
How do we figure out that atoms exist?
Shut your dumb ass up. Cause you's a hoe. So he got thoroughly cooked. He couldn't even. He couldn't even speak, dude. He was just speechless, like fucking.
Because motherfucking atoms don't determine anything.
Fucking ripcord, dude.
I mean,
Yeah, he's on a 10-second delay or something.
God damn it, ripcord. Yeah, Ban Anime was just like, you short circuited his dumbass. Every now and again, we got to put a cork on your dumbass because he's a hoe.
But so to round it off, you said, you guys ain't showing me scientific evidence of a flat Earth. No shit. It's not possible.
Not a science question, Ban Anime. You know, after all this time, you think he would have got that? He doubled down, still trying to give you some kind of evidence.
Dude, how many times today did you guys ask the question and the person was in the room when you asked the question and then they get up and then you ask it to them and they still say the same thing?
It's the same shit, dude. All over again.
What?
No. Hey, is there scientific evidence of a globe? They ask the person and they say yes. Then they get cooked. And then there's a person in the room that heard that whole interaction. Then they ask him, is there scientific evidence of the globe? And then they say yes. And then they get, dude, it would fucking happen like 5 times, man. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, Ban Anime, you ran when he asked you the question. You fucking stayed silent. So that's the whole point. That's when you ran, dumbass. You stayed fucking quiet.
But the question, but the main question is, why do they want to insist that the shape of the Earth is a scientific question? Why do they die on that fucking hill every day?
Okay,
Well,
can I
Ban
ask
Anime
you a
just
question?
said-
Can I ask you a question?
No.
You don't see atoms, right? You can't
Oh,
see.
shut up, dude. You're not going to reason with. You're not going to reason your way in
Don't
there.
get upset.
No,
Don't
no,
get upset.
no.
No,
Fuck
reason-
off, dude. No, you're not going to
is
reason.
not popular.
Red
Fuck
herring.
off. You're not going to reason with it. You're defeated. It's not a scientific question. The what is question of what is the Earth is not a science question, so you're not going to reason your way back into it. Are you an idiot? You're not going to reason your way back into it. Did you get that
just
now?
Want me to leave? If you're just gonna
No. You're not going to reason your way back into the thing that you're wrong about.
Okay.
You're wrong. You're wrong.
Ben, let me ask you: is science synonymous with truth?
No, not always.
Okay. Can we know truth without using science?
I don't know. Can we know the truth at all?
Oh my God.
Oh,
You know about certain things, right?
Yeah,
It
see
depends
there?
what. It
See
depends
there?
what. Depends what you're talking about.
Hi,
what
guys.
truth?
So that would be a yes, dumbass.
Yeah, I said it depends.
If it depends, it would be a yes, dumbass.
Jeez, you guys are fucking big, man.
You're an idiot, dude. Answer correctly, and maybe you wouldn't get fucking roasted.
No, but hold on. Just
no, but hold on. What? I'm fucking telling you. If you say it depends, then it would be a fucking yes. There is truth without using science. Dumbass.
No, don't straw man what we're saying. Okay. Okay.
So
Don't
what are
straw
you
man.
saying? So what are you saying?
Okay.
You're saying
What are you saying? I'm fucking telling you what he just told you. It's the same thing. He's gonna tell you what I've been telling you.
Science. I think we want to know how tall you are. Do we have to use science?
Well, you have to use some.
Nah,
metric,
just fucking
right?
answer,
Some-
dude.
you have to
Answer
use
the
a
question.
formal
You see, this is why you get muted. This is the reason why, because you don't answer the goddamn
like to
question
talk
he's
a lot.
asking. Shut up, dude. Answer his question straightforward.
Is the formalization of a metric science?
Go.
How do we determine?
Now, how do we? It's a yes or no, close-ended. You can do it. Come on, little Timmy. You can do it. It's a yes or no. That's all you need. Yes or no. Yes or no.
What's the question?
Easy.
Fucking hell, bro.
Oh, bro, what the heck?
No. Okay, the answer is no. Wow, that was hard.
No, it's hard for you. It's like fucking pulling teeth talking to your ass.
Because you guys are just you guys. This is
You guys, and you guys. Yeah, we're right. And you're wrong.
Listen, you guys have to stay on topic, motherfucker.
okay. So measurements exist. Now what? What's the next
You don't need fucking science for it, do you, Ben?
So
Do you need science, yes or no?
it depends.
For measurements, dumbass?
Depends on what you're.
What is it?
Oh,
depend
fucking
on?
hell, bro.
What does it depend on?
Oh, shit.
Is there a distinction between measurements and scientific measurements?
How do you measure an atom?
He's
Go
asking
ahead.
you
Since you're
fucking
smart,
questions.
tell me how you measure an atom. To go ahead.
Until
you-
this
It's not
point,
science.
Wait,
It's not
measuring
science.
an
dude.
atom is
The
just a
fuck?
point of imagination.
you
Well,
fucking
they
We
measure
don't know how a motherfucking
They
atom
measure
looks
atoms
like.
using X-ray diffraction or X-ray crystallography
Is that science or not?
neutron diffraction. That's another method.
Okay, but you can't see an atom with your naked eye. So how do you know that what you're measuring is accurate?
You tell us. I mean,
What-
you
what do
make
you
the
mean?
point.
Yeah, well, I'm saying that we have like a system, right? Obviously, I'm not like I can't build an electron microscope from scratch, but I'm not denying that they measure.
So you're
accurately.
measuring shit that you can't see? Is that your point? Your whole point?
That is my point.
When the fuck can you do that?
With an electron microscope.
Aren't you seeing it?
No, you're interpreting measurements.
Okay, so you can't see
from a
the shit,
tool-
but you're measuring
from a
an
tool.
imaginary. You're measuring an imaginary thing. Is that what you're saying?
That's not what I'm saying at all. You're
Okay, so
measuring a
are
real
you
thing,
seeing
Adam.
something
It's
or not?
real.
Are you seeing something or not?
You're interpreting data.
Are you seeing something or not?
It depends what you mean by seeing.
Using your eyeballs to
You're not
witness
seeing
something.
anything. You're not seeing anything. The electron
fuck?
microscope is magnifying something.
Dude, you're a straight up idiot, dude.
It's not magnifying anything.
It's bouncing
It's basically
electrons off of this. It's bouncing electrons off the surface, and then
You know, this bouncing electrons coming from a guy who says, "Well, I don't know how exactly it's done," and he's like, "Well, they're bouncing electrons off it."
right,
Dude,
they're bouncing electrons off
okay.
the surface, and then the sensor is like telling you where those electrons are hitting. Right? Where
yeah.
it's hitting.
So you sound like you know something about the topic.
A
So
little
are
bit.
you witnessing, looking at an atom?
This is pointless, dude. You guys answer
Fucking
my
answer the
original
question. Answer the question.
Is
Are
it
you
or not?
fucking answer the question? Are you witnessing, looking at an atom?
You're
You're trying to get you to answer the question. Are you witnessing looking at an atom?
Yeah, this mod is a fucking retard.
Yeah, answer the question.
Stupid.
Are you witnessing looking at
You're
an atom?
hopeless.
He dipped. Cooked him.
Good.
Dude, he came in, just floundered.
Cooked. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, bro. Hey, Chinaman, what do you think of that last
smoke? I was waiting to roast somebody today. Didn't get.
What about font? Colville? Font percentage?
Font percentage.
Welcome.
Uh-oh, we got Jedi in the house. Hey, I saw you trying to come in on Twitter, dude. Yeah. You kept dropping out.
Yeah, man. I appreciate you letting me join and shit, but I couldn't hear anybody. And then when I jumped up to the panel, definitely couldn't hear anybody, so I just gave up after a few times, mate. Don't know what it is.
You need to fix that shit.
Don't worry, bro. You're not missing anything.
What?
Ripcord is in his own little thing going on.
Ripcord's a couple of sheets to the wind.
You know, there's
Ripcord,
that
that's
10
cat,
second
bro.
time delay for live broadcasts so they don't catch people swearing.
Oh, am I?
You're on the 10-second time delay.
God damn. You're going to let them talk about you like that?
He'll answer in 10 seconds.
Ripcord, are you on that fucking... You on that Star?
What?
We love you, Ripcord.
What kind of Wi-Fi you got, bro?
Guy.
I'm on my motherfucking home Wi-Fi. What can I do? You know?
You got that Russian shit? Like, you need to step it up, bro.
Like a motherfucking wood modem?
You're broke. You're fucking poor.
Got that Alibaba
Exactly. Yes, I'm fucking poor, bro.
In conclusion.
All right, what about Ven? VEN, September. Welcome to the panel.
Got Ven in the chat. What's up, Ven?
Yo, what's up, guys?
Yo, man.
And we are live.
I heard that, Jedi. So, what do you you believe the Earth's a globe, Ven?
Well, I've never seen a round Earth, so.
Ooh.
Oh shit!
Nice,
okay.
Nice observation.
Well, that's a good place to start.
All right, guys, put the pitchforks away.
I'm being serious. That is a good place to start. Like saying something exists, dude. I ain't never seen that. Now, like, why should you believe it when they say it does exist? And they should have to convince you with
I'm wondering.
testable, repeatable, verifiable evidence. But that's not how they do it, right? It's definitely not how they do it.
Are you a flat earther, Indio?
Holy smokes!
Why?
Dude, look at his avatar. Click
Yeah,
on
I
his
see
name.
it.
Okay.
Are we a flat earther?
Hey, DB.
Yeah, where everybody's.
Did you click on his avatar?
Bro. Some just
of course.
believe bullshit. Yeah, I clicked
I'm putting my Roman salute up right now.
Everybody's a flat earther. Some people have been convinced that they're not a flat earther. That's it. That's the only way that happens.
Deep in the heart, what they never.
Don't believe that. Believe this. That's it.
Yeah, exactly.
He should be Ripcord's homie, though. Ven?
Why?
Because you know what, man? Children, they've tested and surveyed children. Children think the earth is flat until adults tell them it's a ball. They have to be convinced of it.
That's a great point, man. We should just ask children whenever we need to know something. Just ask a child.
This is in the peer-reviewed literature, right? No, that you're missing the point. The point is that people don't. It is completely based upon trust, right? It's based upon. I don't have any primary information about the Earth being a ball, but these other people said they know that the Earth's a ball, and I trust them. But the thing is, we've talked to those people, and then when we ask them, they also don't know the Earth is a ball, but they think there's some other people that know the Earth's a ball, and they trust those people. And then there's never an end to the chain of people. You know, like if we try to look for the person that actually does know, we can't find that person because who actually knows? So who has the primary knowledge that the Earth's a ball? Who has that knowledge?
I feel like that mask will be sliding off any moment now.
Oh yeah, I can spiral right out of here.
Mm-hmm.
So Ben, do you know who has the primary knowledge that the Earth's a ball? We know it ain't you, it ain't me, it ain't your family, your friends, or any of the people that they know. So, like, who is it? Who do we go talk to?
He's cooking something up.
So, let him get the chat GPT ready, bro.
You could just tell he wasn't fully engaged.
He's probably playing Going Postal.
Wait, who are you talking to?
Nobody.
You.
Nobody.
Oh, what'd you say? I wasn't even paying attention.
I know.
Yeah, good call, Alpha.
It's cool. I know these guys, man. They're like fucking. I see them fucking 1,000 miles away.
You gotta you before you talk to someone, you gotta like direct it. You know, you can't just like put it out in the
We were
void.
talking, and if you stop listening in the middle of the talking, that's your you problem, not a me problem.
Really? Were we talking? I don't know what we were talking about.
Yeah, we were.
What were we talking about before that? See, you don't even fucking know.
You said, should we go to trust children? About the
No, that was a joke.
Yeah, but we were talking, right?
Okay.
Yeah, we were talking.
Dude, you actually think you made a good point there with the child thing?
I responded to your statement, and you responded to my statement with, "Oh, you were talking to me." Yeah, you're an idiot.
I saw you a fucking 1,000 miles away, Vin. I spot people like you.
You dumbass. People like me who don't give a fuck.
Yep.
Yeah, if you don't give a fuck so much, you have to do this freaking nonsense.
Mm-hmm.
Listen, man, I was chatting in Discord. Okay, me and you weren't really having a meaningful conversation, right? Anyway, so
yeah, because you started ignoring me.
It's because it wasn't worth anything to me. You know, you made a stupid comment. I made a stupid comment back, so I wasn't engaged.
How did you evaluate it without listening?
I'm sorry, man. Listen, I'm so sorry.
How did you evaluate it without listening to it?
I'm sorry, bro.
He's an edgelord.
How did you evaluate it without listening to it? How did you evaluate it without listening to it? Yeah, how did you evaluate it without listening to it?
You're getting emotional, dude. Stop getting so emotional. It's not that big of a deal.
Same gimmicks.
It's not that big of a deal, bro.
The over talking, the nonsense, dude. How did you evaluate what I said as nonsense if you didn't listen to it?
No, I said what was nonsense was your comment about about children, and then I dismissed it with another stupid comment. Then I stopped listening to you. Because
what was the other stupid comment?
Well, I don't know. That's what I said. I stopped listening to you.
You didn't say anything after that. You fucking liar.
I'm talking about you. I didn't listen to you after.
But how did you evaluate it was nonsense without listening to it?
I just told you the child comment was nonsense. That's what I'm referring to.
Okay, what was the nonsense part about it?
Your idea that that children, because they're a blank slate, that we should just listen to them. They're the arbiters of truth.
Now that's
right.
That wasn't my argument.
That's pretty much what you said.
No, that wasn't my argument.
You said they're a blank slate. Pretty much, if they say it's flat, then it's flat.
No, that wasn't my argument at all.
What's the argument? What's the argument then?
Steve, were you not listening the first time either?
Let me hear it. What's the argument?
You weren't listening the first time.
I was listening.
The argument is that everybody's a flat earther until they're told the earth is globe. That was the argument.
What if a
I
child
wanted to
thought
believe
the Earth was a cube? What if the child came out of the womb, thought the Earth was a cube?
They don't.
That's irrelevant. What they think, it's irrelevant. That's not the point. The point is that the first impression based upon our sensory information is that the Earth is flat, and you have to be convinced that that sensory impression that we have, that the Earth looks flat and the Earth is not moving, it has to be told to us that that is wrong.
Yeah, but the thing is, though, you don't know that every child thinks the Earth is flat when they come out of the womb. That's the.
There's a study that was
not
made.
the argument.
You weren't listening.
Another red area has nothing to do with what I'm talking about.
And you weren't listening.
But children don't know a lot of things. Children don't know gravity exists.
It's not about accuracy. It's not about what children know or don't know. Okay.
I'm just saying it's a stupid example. You know, that's why I dismissed it.
Not listening.
Right?
You're not
understanding.
You have.
I understand what you're trying to say, but there's a lot of.
Okay, steel man my argument. Steel man my argument.
I did steel man your argument.
No, you did. Steel man my argument.
I already did.
Yeah, steel man my argument, dude.
Yeah, I already did when I said that.
You don't even understand the argument.
Your idea is that children are a blank slate, right? And
no, that wasn't my argument. I already told you it wasn't my argument.
What's the best? That's the best.
What was it?
That is the best version of your argument because your argument sucks. I'm sorry.
You asked me what was my argument, and I told you again. And then I asked you to steal me my argument, and then you went back to the same fucking thing I already said.
Because that is the strongest position of it. I'm sorry. That's my version of your argument is the strongest version of it, and it still sucks.
Shut up.
No, that wasn't my argument.
Sorry, okay, fine. I made a better argument than your already shitty argument.
No.
Yeah, I think so.
Make it won't work. Take that to a different fucking VC, dude.
Oh, are you feeling hurt?
No, I don't.
That's what he wants. He's fucking fishing. This guy's fishing.
You're just like.
You're mad over nothing though. You're mad because I wasn't like paying attention to you.
My emotional state. Nobody tried that 40 times today. None of this shit is new.
It's just a little game you guys play on here.
I'm not trying to piss anyone off. You're doing that on your own.
Right. Oh, it's him. It's him doing it. Yeah. No, it's you, dude. It's a little game you play. You try to go into these little. You go into these chats, Ven, you go into these chats and then you act like you're listening. Then you go, "Oh, I wasn't listening. What were you guys talking about?" You do it probably in every chat.
I never come on this server. It's like the first time in like a month I've been on this server. I've only been on here like one time before.
Whatever, dude.
So sorry, your psychoanalysis or whatever.
This is your archetype, bro. The type of person you are. If you were really engaged or like concerned or wanting to know more about it, you wouldn't be so dismissive and chuckling and doing all the shit that you're doing, dude.
I would be if someone did something interesting.
It was, but you didn't fucking listen, so you wouldn't know, dumbass.
Okay, what was the thing that he said that was so interesting?
Fucking hell, dude. Why do I have to repeat it if he told you like 2 to 3 fucking times?
No, you tell me because he said something so interesting. You must remember, right? What he said.
Yeah, it was. So that the children... Listen, dude. When children are born, their first impression of the world...
No, after that. No, after. He said something interesting that I wasn't paying attention to. So tell me, what was that? What did I miss out on?
You miscategorized the fucking argument, or what his statement anyway, and you made it sound like children are a blank slate. I was fucking listening to you and what he said. But fucking you miscategorized what he said in the fucking first place. Twice! God damn it. And then you want me to repeat the shit just for you? Fuck off, dude. You're not paying attention. You don't give a shit. Maybe if you put a little effort into listening to people wouldn't fucking be telling you like this.
That's the interesting thing I missed out on? Come on, that's boring as hell. Let's talk about something interesting.
Dude, what's boring as hell is that people like you think that you're slick, that you're getting away with shit, dude. Nobody gives a fuck about your type. Get the fuck out of the room, dude, if you're not going to listen. Simple as that.
The funny thing
I've been listening to interesting people. I'm sorry.
We deal with this dozens of times a day. It's boring. It's fucking boring.
It's fucking boring, dude.
We're disgusted, dude. It's not anger. It's disgust.
And disappointment, too.
Yeah.
Because you think that, people would have at least semblance of, like, just trying to be courteous or charitable or something. But no, it's every time these fucking internet dregs that come on here and act like they're fucking, oh, I don't give a fuck either way. Get the fuck out of here then, dude. Fuck, dude. That is disgust. It is. And contempt.
Oh, lots of contempt.
Hell yeah. I know we're not told to tell these people to shut the fuck up, but God damn it, sometimes they need to hear it.
Yeah, talk nice to them, man. Talk nice. That'll work.
No, I'm just saying, like,
if you talk nice to them, Alpha, really. No, that's what the freaking retards say, dude. The retard flat earthers that are new to this shit, right? You guys are mean. You just talk nice to them. You're never going to get through to them unless you talk nice to them. Nah, man.
No,
I don't need you to talk nice or anything, but don't insult. That's
why are we doing it? It's because you're fucking insulting our intelligence by saying, well, you don't have nothing good to offer anyways. Well, you know what? Fuck you.
Well, I'm just being honest.
We're over here talking, trying to, and we're being honest too. How about that?
You
honesty like you're giving us one.
No, you guys were offended. You guys were offended that I wasn't paying attention, right? So your feelings got hurt, right?
All you've demonstrated is that you're incapable of following the conversation.
Yeah, that's
incapable.
Oh, I'm very capable of following conversations.
No, you weren't, because I had to fucking tell your dumbass.
Okay. Steel man my argument.
Listen, I already did steel man your argument, bro.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't.
I did. The problem with your argument, here's the thing. The problem with your argument is it sucks. So it's like, even if I steel manned it would still suck.
Then steel man it. Let's hear it.
Yeah,
I did. I've already done it twice. I'm sorry. I'm not.
You twice got it fucking wrong, dude.
Okay, you're wrong. It wasn't about the impressionability of children.
Okay, let's just move on here because you guys obviously have nothing new.
Let's move on, sir. Let's move on.
Yeah, we're on your time, pal. Yeah.
Let's just avoid my embarrassment quickly. Okay?
So we have Easter Sunday, so we can say the Earth is an egg. Yeah, the Earth is an egg and not a flat disc because we have Easter Sunday.
This guy threw his body into the gears. He's saving Captain Save-A-Ho right here.
Or is that the deal?
You Captain Save-A-Ho, dude?
Better Veritas, better.
That's all right.
Are you
got your cape on.
from this humiliation, dude?
Yeah. He's like, I don't. He's jumping on the grenade like, no, brother, I'll save you.
So, answer. Who thinks the Earth is a flat disc?
Crickets, bro.
All the time. Every time.
Salam alaikum.
Yeah.
Who's yapping? Who is this?
It's Cancer or Cancer, whatever it is.
Who the fuck?
You show me some evidence. Show me some Earth model.
Yeah, show me some evidence. We think the Earth is a flat disc. How about that? How about
science,
that?
Science goes. Science goes by the best explanation we have.
Okay.
Hold
on. So, Cancer, you stop your yapping, dude. Okay. But you said science. You said science, right? So, do you think there's scientific evidence for the Earth being a globe?
I studied science actually, and it's not.
Do you think there's scientific evidence for Earth being a globe?
It's not as simple as that, bro.
But it's a yes or no question. Is there scientific evidence for Earth being a globe?
There's no yes or no question in the sciences, bro. There's no yes or no question.
Oh yeah, he doesn't know what
There's
science
no yes or no
is.
questions.
He just burned the whole house down, man. Fuck.
You dumbass.
So okay, when they're doing like, so say I'm a biologist, right? And I want to figure out if my marijuana plants are male or female. Is that a yes or no question?
Nope.
If my independent variable
there's no yes or no.
didn't cause it to happen, is that a yes or no question?
You already assume there is only male and female. You already have to assume that the planets tell you there's only male and female.
Excuse me?
Notions. That is what the English idealist said, Berkeley, for example. That your notions are projecting things into nature, bro. There's no yes or no.
My friend, the hypothesis, the alternate and a null. Is that a yes or no question? The hypothesis, the alternate positive result, or the null negative result? Is that a yes it did or no it didn't question?
So a hypothesis is an abductive argument.
Okay,
Isn't an argument from deductive sciences like mathematics.
Address
There he
what he
goes.
said, dude. Stop with the red herring bullshit.
The hypothesis, the prediction of the cause of the phenomena. The alternate is the yes, positive, the independent variable did cause the dependent variable, and the null hypothesis is zero. So what, just the null
You can't
hypothesis
create it
is
like that. You can say, okay, there is a yes or no answer, and that's it. You can create it like that, but that's not absolute, you know?
So absolute, I either did or I didn't cause it to happen.
What's the third option, bro?
Yeah, I like to hear
Third
it.
option, look at Brouwer. Brouwer, L.E. Brouwer from the Netherlands.
What's the third option? Did or didn't happen? What's the third option besides did or didn't?
Or intuitionists.
Intuition?
Yeah.
So we're doing that.
That's the third option?
If you go by intuition, for example, you cannot decide if the number pi actually inhibits your personal code or your biography.
Dude.
Therefore, you cannot decide it. It's undecidable.
Okay, ADHD, fucking nutball, dude. Settle down. Settle down. Settle down.
According to your argumentation,
No, settle down. No, you're all over the place, dude. You're all over the place. Focus. 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 We're on one thing right now. We're on the dichotomy. We're on the dichotomy. We're on the dichotomy. You know what a dichotomy is, right?
No, we are in China, bro. China.
Oh my
Me.
He said what?
Hey, we're on
Dude,
China.
never go full retard.
Sorry,
At
Indio.
least,
If
you go by
Moral realist, dude.
argumentation, you can say we
Mute your mic. Mute your mic, dude.
You're not able to compress the gas, for example, right?
Who's hot micing?
Okay.
These two guys are having like unintelligible like fucking words coming out.
That was crazy.
Dude, can't hear us hot micing.
And more realist
He
is
was like,
Alhamdulillah.
oh, so this is his buddy. You're his buddy, huh?
maybe.
Oh, certainly. They're both Arabic.
Habibi.
It was Chatty Cathy just a moment ago. Now he's fucking closed his mic.
They got to go to Plan B in their DMs and try to figure out how to crack this nut.
They're not gonna get this nut, dude. They're not. Pause. They're getting blue balls when they leave here. Pause.
Fucking those guys that come in here like, I don't know. I don't give a fuck about it one way or another. It doesn't matter. I still go to work.
That's fucking bullshit.
So stupid, dude.
All he was asked was,
why are you even here? Sorry, Jetty.
No, you're all right. He was only asked a simple question by India, right? Is there scientific evidence for the Earth being a globe? And from that moment onwards, he spazzed out.
He's a hot mess.
Spaz. Jeez. They left?
Those two, yeah.
What were they do? What was that? Were they purposefully yapping?
Yeah, it was a good old skit.
That was weird.
One guy came in the middle of us shellacking Ven down at the bottom. He just threw his body on that grenade. No, I'll save you, buddy. And fucking went into a death spiral. And then the other guy was just fucking nobody understood his shit.
Oh, I remember that, yeah. I'll help you avoid your embarrassment. Yeah.
Yeah.
Real quick, Scaramouche in the chat, he says, can we have a meaningful convo? What do you think, chat? Should we make a poll? Let's do a poll.
Make them fall, dude. What the fuck?
Scaramouche.
Can we have?
If you're there, open up your mic, bro. If you want to have a conversation.
Guys, make sure you cast your vote.
What's up, man? Do you think there's any scientific evidence for the Earth being a globe?
Plenty. But
Plenty?
everyone is subjective to
There's
it.
no fucking way you just said that shit.
Guys, go vote in the chat. Vote in the chat right now.
Did you just hear the part about it's a category error?
We just finished telling that other fucking clown.
The last 3 clowns.
You can't make this shit up, bro. That's all I'm saying. You cannot make this shit up. So how do you science a shape using natural science?
Alpha, hold on. Let's do this. I want to go to the last thing the other guy freaking death knelled on. Okay, so I want to know the shape of the room in my house. Do I call a scientist and he comes and does science and figures out what the shape of my floor is? Mooch, dude. We can have a meaningful conversation.
What's up?
Yeah, did you hear what I said?
I know you said you were talking to the other guy because you said Death Note.
Yeah, but did you hear what I said?
Oh God, these people.
Yeah, did you hear what I said?
No, because I thought you were talking to the other guy.
Okay, I'm talking to you. Okay, so I want to know the shape of a room in my house. Do I call a scientist to tell me?
No.
Okay, is the shape of the Earth a scientific claim?
Come on, little Timmy.
Maybe.
Maybe? He fucking said maybe. God damn.
Dude, they have this obsession with trying to attach science to everything, dude.
Wait, no, hold on. I'll defend this guy. Why wouldn't it be a scientific claim? It's a mathematical claim.
Oh my God.
Doofus. Oh, let me get some of this into you. Is math science?
Yes, it is. It is a branch.
What?
Yeah, it is.
Really? What branch of science is math?
You didn't know that?
Science.
What branch of science is math?
How do you not know this? You learned this in like 4th grade.
You're wrong.
Yeah, no, you do not learn that.
Do you know what STEM is? STEM?
Yeah, what is STEM?
Yeah. It's math, and math, or science.
Yeah, say the acronym. What does it stand for?
You didn't know that math is a branch of science?
Say STEM, Scaramouche.
Science and Mayans.
Scaramouche.
Science, technology, engineering, and mathematics.
That's not.
Wow, why are they separate? Why are they
separate? Different.
Words, man. Why are they separate words?
All right, back to Ven. So you said math is science, yeah?
Yes, that's exactly what I said. Math is science.
I mean, you would say that. Let's be honest.
Can you give us a mathematical experiment?
I don't even know what he said. He's too autistic to even hear.
Can you give us a mathematical experiment?
A mathematical experiment. Give him a mathematical experiment.
I don't even know what that means.
Give me the hypothesis.
Neither do we.
Suppose here's an experiment. We use a pocket calculator and we enter some calculations 100 times. And if it does it 100 of 100, that's the science. Look, we did a calculator.
Come on, Ven.
What? Come on, Ven, what?
What's the naturally observed phenomena for the number 2?
What's the point of this? What's your point here?
To show you that mathematics is not science, Ven. Hello. That's the point.
I feel like this argument doesn't even matter. First off,
what? You brought it up.
So now he's just trying. No, sir. No, sir. You're not walking away. You're not walking away. You're not walking away. You're going to stay right here where you're going to learn that math is not science.
I didn't say it was science.
You fucking just did.
Yes,
no, I said it was a branch. I said it was a branch.
Okay, let's ask.
It's not a branch.
A branch of what?
I just said it under science. be a branch.
No, it's not,
No.
dude.
No.
Oh my god.
Whatever.
Hey, don't whatever me. You're the one that said it. You think
I
math
wanna
is science?
Listen, I want to know something. I want to get somewhere here. So what?
No, we're still on the point that you think math is science, Ven, and you're still adamant. You have to concede and say, "Oh, I was wrong. I misspoke."
Well, I didn't say that math was science. So I'm not gonna.
Yeah, you did.
Something I didn't say. I said it was a branch. I said it was a branch.
What the fuck is the difference?
So okay, but we're not going to be.
It's like saying a square is a rectangle.
Hold on, my friend.
Right? A square is a rectangle.
No, it's not.
What the fuck?
Or no, it's like saying a rectangle is a square, rather. Because squares are technically rectangles.
Excuse me. We're not going to use the scientific method to denote a shape, are we?
Who are you talking about?
The scientific method, natural science, the science. Are we going to use science to figure out a shape? As in, can we formulate a hypothesis, a prediction into a cause of a phenomena? Can we use that method to denote a concrete noun, a shape?
It's way out of your pay grade.
I have no clue what you're trying to. What point you've been trying.
Way out of your pay grade.
I'll ask it again. Science, the scientific method. Do we use it for geometry?
I feel like this isn't even my point, though. You're not even arguing with my point.
No, we're trying to help you understand that overall issue with regards to the question: is there any scientific evidence for the Earth being a shape? People are trying to defend this.
Well, I'm saying that there's I'm saying there's mathematical evidence. That was my point of bringing up math.
Yeah. So our point is the question science that's malformed because science, the method, doesn't deal with shapes. If you want to figure out the shape of an object, you use mathematics, not science.
Right. That's like literally the first thing I said. I said the shape of the Earth is a mathematical claim, which is a branch of science. That's what I said.
Not science, then.
Listen, we can disagree on that, but what I literally said first was that it's a mathematical claim. That's literally the first thing I said. Were you guys paying attention when I said that? I mean, everyone's upset about what people are paying attention to.
You said math is science, dude. You and Scaramouche were saying math is science.
Did you not hear that I said that the size of the Earth is a mathematical claim?
Only when it was pointed out to you. Oh, you're getting upset?
That was literally the first thing I said, though.
Are you getting upset?
Hey, that was literally the first thing I said, though.
Are you upset?
I'm not upset. I just have to. I have to raise my voice. Okay, because you guys aren't getting it.
Because you're mad?
Yeah, listen, bro. You said math was a branch of science. Science is a systematic study of the natural world. Yeah, now you never said that.
No, I said I did say that.
No. You're a lot. So science is a systematic study of the
and here's the thing, we're like debating things that don't even matter. Like we're debating some semantics here.
Shut up.
Let's actually have an actual flat Earth debate. I mean, I have some actual questions here.
Yeah, no, you're not gonna run. You're not gonna run. Go ahead, Indio.
You'd rather just like go in circles.
You're not gonna run. We're staying right here, nice and comfy.
You want to just keep going in circles?
It's a systematic study of the natural world and the things in it. The mathematics is not in the natural world; it's an abstraction of the human mind.
See how comfy that is, Ben?
I wasn't paying attention.
Yes, you were.
Oh, I was not actually.
You're a petulant child, aren't you? I'm not listening.
Immature.
What's we're going in circles. What's the point
I'm not listening.
No cigarettes someday, dude. Someday.
You guys weren't listening to me either. I mean, you can play that game.
We heard you saying math is science, dumbass.
If we weren't listening to you, how are we having a semantical argument using your words? If we weren't listening, you're full of shit, dude.
Dude, you're missing my point.
And you're getting all upset. I have to speak loud because you can't hear me.
Yeah, clearly.
Look, this isn't the room for gimmicks. That's another VC. It's not this VC.
Really, all you do is gimmicks.
Can you make a mathematical shape of
you, right? Like that.
You guys want to debate the definition of a word? Like I thought this was the flat Earth debate.
Yeah, words mean things, Van. Words mean things.
Why don't you guys join the linguistics debate instead of the flat Earth?
We don't need to because there's we cover all topics here. So yeah,
And
don't worry
what
about it.
are what flat earthers are wrong with the language?
All right.
With
So,
the semantic.
we've already proved to Ven that math is not science. He's nice and cozy now. He understands. He's not going to double down and agree that it is.
Shape
So.
of the Earth is not a gift.
Well, I didn't say math is science. I never said that.
Oh,
well, now that's a straw man. Hey, how about you steal man? Hey, how about you steal man? My
You did say that. You did say that.
I said math is a branch of science. I said that like 2 different times.
Correct. Which was also incorrect. You're bragging about being incorrect.
So if that's incorrect, why say then I said math is science then?
Because you did say it at the beginning, but then you changed it.
I didn't say that though.
Yeah, I heard you, bro. You said it.
You're a lying piece of shit. Do you want me to pull the clip and then
let's rewind the VOD here.
Hey, if I go pull the clip, then you get banned for tonight, yeah?
Pull the clip.
Nah, fucking, we'll leave him here, dude. I just want to prove him wrong.
Pull the clip.
Rub his nose in it like a fucking dog that pees in a carpet.
He said math is science. Straight the fuck up.
Straight the fuck up.
Post the clip.
You just wait. You just wait. You just wait. We're gonna post it for you. Oh, don't you worry, man. That's why we record this shit.
All right, good.
I heard you, bro, and you said it straight up. And the other guy, Scaramucci, was also advocating for that. Yeah, it is science. Wrong. It is the best part, dude. It's the best.
I don't know what the other guy said, right? I've said, but for me, I never said math is science.
Well, we're gonna find out, will we?
Hasn't YouTube banned your first channel?
We're not worried about that. We're just worried about bringing this evidence to you guys.
Cool.
Wait a second, I'll defend this guy.
Yeah, that's what he said.
The first channel the first channel has all the videos on it hidden. It's not banned.
I bet you guys hate that it's being recorded, huh? Because we get to play back shit that you guys said that you say that you didn't say.
I'm still waiting on the clip.
Ooh.
I don't know. I haven't heard the clip
Relax,
yet.
homie. Relax. He's got to search for it.
Oh, you listen to his braggadocio and watch how he mea culpa.
My what? Listen
Let's
to
see.
my what?
It's gonna be great.
Braggadocio. I haven't seen the clip yet, but when you hear the clip, then you're gonna be like, "That wasn't really me."
That wasn't. I didn't do that. That wasn't me. I don't know what you're talking about.
I don't know. It's been like a few minutes.
Real.
You're gonna eat a big ass bowl of crow, bro. Seriously.
What do I get if you're wrong?
Fucking,
do you get banned? Do you get banned?
What do I get?
Would you ban yourself here from this channel if I'm wrong or if I'm right?
Ban myself, dude. You are so confident thinking that you're right, dude. Every interaction is being recorded.
Let's make it fair. Let's make it fair. You know?
Yeah.
If I'm getting kicked, if I'm wrong, you should get kicked.
This isn't a democracy, Ven. That's not what happens here.
Oh,
It's not a democracy.
You're not confident then.
It's not a democracy.
That's interesting.
You don't throw your weight around here. You're a guest here.
You sounded so confident just a second ago.
No, it's not about you. It's not about you making terms in this room. You don't make terms in this room. That's not what you do. You're a guest here.
Okay. Hey, you're all bark. That's fine, man. That's all. That's fine.
I'm fucking childish bullshit that you're. Well, you gotta do it too. Fuck that, dude.
Whatever.
You're coming into this room.
Hey, you don't want to back it up? That's fine, bro.
For the measurement geometry, for the experiment science.
It's been like at least 5 minutes now. I still haven't seen this clip.
Did you hear?
Split some more, bro.
Hey, I tried to screen record, but it said I couldn't screen record for whatever fucking reason. I don't know why. But it's 10 minutes behind, 10 minutes and maybe 20 seconds by now. And you ask him, you go, wait, Indio, let me get some of this. And you go, is math science? And he goes, yeah. And then he goes, it's a branch of it. But he said, yeah. And then he goes,
he agreed to it.
And then you ask him, what branch of that is? And he will not fucking tell you what branch.
So I never said that math is science. Right.
Yes, you did, dumbass. You agreed to it.
I didn't.
You said yes.
Oh my god, you're gonna have to get the clip.
I don't know who. who I talked to? What
dumbass?
You're talking to him, dude. You're talking to Alpha, dude, and he asked you straight up. He said, Liz, bro, just listen. He goes, "Is math science?" You said yes, and
You
then
agreed.
you followed up with, "Yeah, you agreed." So if I said, "Is fucking that a tree?" and you go, "Yes," but then you say something like you agreed to that, bro. Like you already
can't come back from that.
I'll need to see the exact clip. But the thing is, though, if I agreed and then clarified right after, that's not me saying math is science.
Bullshit.
If I clarified that sentence saying math is a branch of science.
Indio, there it is. Exactly what you said he was going to do.
I posted it, dude. You said word for word, math is science. And then Alpha said,
Hold on. Cut up.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, I said it's a mathematical claim.
Yeah, keep going.
You said it.
I didn't.
Yeah, no, I didn't. Nothing. There's fucking recordings right there. Read them and weep, bitch. You fucking agreed.
I don't hear me saying math is science in this clip.
You fucking agreed, dude.
Just like I said.
Yeah, you guys need to shut up.
He
I can't
fucking
even
agreed, bro. Like, how is he gonna get out of this shit? He fucking agreed. There you go, bitch. There your dumbass goes. Now what? You heard yourself say it.
I just played it. I didn't agree to anything. I just said it is a branch of science. I didn't even say yes. I didn't even say yes.
Fucking bullshit.
You guys are lying out of your asses. I just watched the clip.
Dude, you said he asked you, "Is math science?"
And then I said it is a branch of science. I didn't say yes.
That's Glober for you.
Hold on.
This is how we know you're a Glober, bro. Because you're a bullshit.
Can you name other branches of the science?
The word "yes" is not uttered in that clip.
Yeah, what is that?
You guys are either willfully ignorant or stupid.
Dude, word for word, it's a math is fucking science. That's what you said.
Word for word, I didn't say that. I said it's a branch of science in the clip.
Dude, hey, check this out. Indio, he's on. Like, check it out.
At what second in this clip did I say math is science?
Dude, shut the fuck up, you fucking idiot. Swear to God, sometimes I wish I could just fucking mute people. So check it out. When he says that we are willfully ignorant because he says, I don't hear me saying yes to Alpha asking him, yet he has a recording in his fucking hand. Globers like this are the kind that even when you show them the fucking truth, they are like, I don't see it. And it's in your fucking hand, bro. You're a fucking piece of shit, Glober, bro.
He's just lying. He knows he's lying.
Yeah, he says that. I keep hearing the clip over and over again. He keeps saying yes after I keep asking him. Is math science? Yes.
He said it before that. There was over talking, but he said math is fucking science right at the beginning.
Yeah, he did say that. That's why Miggy said, hold on, let me get some. And then he asked him again, like to clarify, is math science? And he's all, yes. Idiot.
And qualifying it as a branch of science would still make it science.
I just said it's a branch. You guys kept saying that. I said math is science.
But even if you qualify
you guys are so confident that I said math is science. And we played the clip, and I didn't say that.
You did. It's right at the beginning, dude. Right at the beginning.
You're cooked, man.
Turn on closed captions on.
Yeah, okay. At the beginning, I say it's a mathematical claim. That's the only thing I said at the beginning of this clip.
Let's just tell him. Hold on, I'm gonna play it through. I'm gonna play it through my speaker, bro, so everybody can hear that this dude's a liar. Okay.
Let me get some of this into you. Math science. Scientific. It's a mathematical claim. Let me.
It's coming in a little garbled.
Yeah, it broke up like right when he said it.
Yeah.
Because I didn't say
it. Well, you did. It was actually clarified. The question was, is math science? And the first thing you said is yes.
Yes.
Then you said, well, it's a branch of science. And you said, so it's a branch of science, so yes.
Let me get some of this into you. Is math science? Yes. It is a branch. Really, what branch of science is math? You didn't know that? Science. What?
I heard the lies.
There it is.
Yeah, so I was saying it was a branch of science. It's still not a win for you guys.
Are you still trying to? Are you?
Oh my god!
I'm so sorry, guys.
You're a gaslighting piece of shit, bro. I bet you if your chick walked in and your dick was in another fucking chick, and you're like, I'm not cheating. Like, you're a fucking idiot, bro.
Hey, mic check.
Thanks for the glaze, bro. I got 2 chicks in your fantasy.
Hey, Ben. Just understand we're very specific about the terms we use here, and science would refer to the scientific method, which does not involve the quantification of shape. Okay? Understand?
Oh, my server muted now?
You've never been... What?
Someone's server muted me.
Yeah, I server muted you, so it won't take to talk. So Cyclone can talk, man.
Did you hear what I just said, Ben?
Nope.
I knew it. I fucking knew he was going to do that.
I knew it too.
All right.
No.
Okay, you listening? Are you listening?
Your mic actually sucks, though, so...
Yeah, I know. But
not really my
okay.
fault.
That's okay. You can still hear it, right?
Barely. Go ahead, man.
Clean your ears out. So we're very specific about the terms we're using in here, and science would refer to the scientific method, which does not involve the quantification of shape. You understand?
The what? It doesn't involve the what?
The quantification of shape.
The quantification of what?
Shape. Shape.
You're saying fate?
A geometric object.
Shape, dude. S-H-A-P-E.
A shape. You understand?
Yeah, no, I understand what you guys are saying, yes. I understand your point.
Fine. Okay, so let's move on. So we won't be using scientific methods to understand the shape of something. All right. So about the Earth. You got something for it? You think it's a globe? Or not?
Would you say?
The Earth. Do you think it's a globe or not?
Well, I mean, logically, it seems like a globe, yeah.
Okay. How does it seem like a globe?
Well, okay, let me ask you this. You think it's flat, right?
Well, that's what we observe it to be, measure it to be, and practically use it to be.
So, in your flat Earth map,
no,
like,
I'm talking about a map.
How
outside? You know the ground outside, or just in general where you live? That's what we're talking about, not a map.
You're not talking about like the whole Earth, though. I'm talking about like I'm talking about the Earth. Like I just want to know like the positioning of the continent. How are the continents like positioned and stuff? Like how in your if you could make a map, is what I'm saying.
No, you can't. You can't go and map the whole Earth. I don't know what kind of resources you have, but no, that's not something we can do.
If that's not something we can do, then how do we travel? How do planes fly and ships?
Well, you can walk around a building without having a map of the building, can't you?
Right, but the thing is, we can't see another continent by eyesight, so we need maps and stuff.
No, we don't need to. We don't need to. That's not our argument. Our argument isn't this is the whole layout of the Earth. The argument is there's no curvature of the Earth. There's no motion of the Earth, so it's flat and motionless.
But what I'm saying is, though, if the Earth is flat, right, we're obviously able to navigate it because we're able to get around, right? So there must be a map out there that makes sense. At least some rough estimations of what it looks like, at least, right?
But we don't use the ground to navigate.
Right, but I'm just wondering, like, do you guys have like a picture or something of what this this map might look like?
We don't use the ground to navigate. We use the stars and the sun.
Yeah, okay. And you can use whatever map you like. They're all flat.
Okay, but like I just want to know the positioning like of the continents and stuff. Like,
Well, regardless of whether we presented you with what you're asking for, how are you going to be able to verify that as reality? We're going to present you something, and then you're just going to say, nah, yeah? And it's not anything you can verify in reality.
Well, the thing is, though,
you want like a top-down view of the full surface, seeing all of the land masses at once and seeing how they're arranged. That's not possible. You can't get that view.
We can't ever know that. Like,
well, you can't go to a place or an altitude where you could observe that. No.
Okay, but the thing is, though, like, you know, if you're able to navigate, right, and if you're sailing the world just like they did 1,000 years ago, right? They still made maps without going up and they still made maps and stuff. Like, you guys must be able to produce some kind of a map.
Yeah, they can navigate. They're using the stars and they're treating the Earth as a flat, motionless plane.
Okay, so is there a north, a south, a west, and east in your eyes? Does that exist?
Yeah, we have cardinal direction, like a compass.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
you're thinking already. You're kind of thinking about this in the wrong way, right? So and it's because that's how you've been taught to think about the Earth in like a conceptual God's eye view from space or someplace that you can never actually go. That's the wrong way to think about the Earth. What we're talking about is how we experience, observe, measure, and use the Earth in a practical sense, the surface. Right? So you can think about the conceptual layout as a whole later on, but for now, try to think strictly about the physical nature of the surface of the Earth. That's what we're talking about.
Okay, here's where I'm going with this, and okay, I can't even post a picture. But if you pull up a flat Earth map, right, what we think of what a flat Earth would look like.
There is no flat Earth map. No, there's no. The term flat Earth map is like a nonsense term. Like, all the maps are flat. They're all of Earth, so you could call them all flat Earth maps. But there's not one that, like, flat Earthers are saying, hey, this is the true layout of the Earth. But
the Earth, nonetheless, the Earth is laid out in a way. Okay, there is a concrete way, a static way that the Earth is formed, right? The continents aren't shifting, like, in a meaningful way, at least, right? They're not moving,
sure.
Right? So
yeah, I know that's what you're saying. You want to know how they're all laid out. Well, I'm not making that claim. None of us here are making a claim as to exactly how they're all laid out in relation to each other.
But here's the problem with, like, you know, if there was a flat Earth, right, and you know you have the continents positioned the way they are, right? Naturally, right? I'm guessing you guys believe in, like, the ice wall and stuff too, right?
No. Don't assume anything about our beliefs.
Okay, whatever. That's not whatever. It's not even really okay. It's fine. Let's just say, like, the further south, I guess, you would go, right? The longer it would take to travel from one continent to another. You know what I mean? I can't. I wish I could post a picture here to describe it better. But the problem is with shipping and plane travel and stuff. There's plenty of ships that travel from the South America to, say, Africa or Australia, right? Those trips would cost way more in gas and you know, fuel costs and stuff if it was a flat Earth, right? It wouldn't make any sense.
No, they're already treating it as flat.
Okay, hold on, Wolfgang, or Psycho, let me say something real quick. So the problem you're making is you're thinking of an AE map in the way people think an AE map works.
What's an AE map?
Azimuthal equidistant projection. So it's what you think is the flat Earth map. That's the flat Earth map you've probably seen on the internet all over the place. The Gleason's map. That is a projection of the celestial sphere onto a azimuthal grid, right? Like basically a polar coordinate system. You don't measure distances point to point on that type of map. You measure distances from the center to two locations, and then you do a calculation that will tell you the distance between those 2 points. The distances aren't farther between the points than what they would be on the globe. They're identical. So if that map is wrong, the globe is wrong.
No, they would be because now you're spreading it out on a flat plane.
No, you're measuring distances wrong on that map. You're using a point-to-point distance measurement. It's not how it's done.
Are you saying the continents are a different shape than what we actually think?
No,
what are you saying?
A map is a representation of reality. It's not reality. It's a representation. And that particular representation has a particular method of measuring distances. You think it's point to point, but that's not how it is.
Yeah, I'm having trouble understanding your point here.
Ben, think about it, right?
So you think if you draw a line between New York and frickin' UK, you just measure the length of that line and that tells you the distance. That's not how it works in an AE map. You would measure the distance from the North Pole to New York. You would measure the distance from the North Pole to the UK. And then you would do a calculation to figure out the distance between those 2 points. This is actually the same way they do it in the globe. They don't actually measure the distance.
I know, but measuring...
They take the radius, and they do the Haversine formula calculation, and they calculate a distance. They don't actually know the distance.
What I'm saying is, measurements aside, like, I don't even need that for my argument. What I'm saying is that, if... where the globe is, if you look at the standard map, or I don't know what you guys would call it.
All of your maps, though, say that the land masses are different sizes.
Yeah. Wait. What do you?
Yeah,
what?
Ben. See, again, you're missing the point here because think about it. Regardless of what the shape of the continents are and their distances to each other, you would have to agree that if there's no curvature between them or on them, then it can't be a globe. Yeah.
What I'm saying is...
No. Answer that, Ben.
I don't even... That's not what I'm saying. I don't even know...
I know it's not what you're saying. This is because you're not understanding the whole issue here. Regardless of how the continents are laid out and what their distances are, if there's no curvature on them or between them, it cannot be a globe. Agree or disagree?
Repeat that? If there's no
curvature between them or on them of the surface, then it cannot be a globe, like they've told us. Agree or disagree?
Yeah, if there's no curvature, then yeah, it's not a globe, sure.
Right, so this is the point. There is no curvature, therefore, regardless of what the continent's layout, shape, and distances are, it is not a globe, it is flat.
Right. Okay, yeah.
Right, that's the point you need to address. That's the point you need to address.
Assuming it's not a globe and it's flat, right? The only logical way it makes sense, or semi-logical way it makes sense, if it's like a disc shape, right? And all the continents are circled around the North Pole, right?
No.
Then how else would they be laid out for it to make sense?
I'm not making a claim about their layout. I've already told you. That's not our point.
I know because I know you're not going to because there's no way else to explain it. No one could
I can't explain it to you already. You didn't understand the explanation then.
How are the continents laid out? How are they laid out that travel makes sense?
That's not latitude and longitude lines are not on the ground. They are in the sky. They've taken these grid lines that are in the sky and they've projected them onto the ground. Now you can project that grid onto anything. Right? I'll give you an example.
Yeah, no, I agree. Yeah.
Then, if you want to find latitude and longitude, right, and you can't see the sky, how would you do it? Just do it using just the Earth, nothing else. You can't look at the sky. Find your latitude and longitude using just the Earth itself.
I don't know. I'd have to.
Yeah,
if I can't use the sky, I don't know. I'd have to walk around a bit.
That's because it's not a map of the ground; it's a map of the sky.
But that's not my argument. The thing is, what I'm trying to say is
all maps are maps of the sky. Maps of the sky, dude.
My
the layout of the continents.
Can I finish? Can I make my point, or are you going to keep yapping?
We already know your point, Ben. We already
You're
know
not
your
listening,
point.
dude.
My
Your
point is,
if we don't give you a layout of the continent, then Earth must be a globe for some reason.
no, that's not what I'm. My overarching point is that there's no logical way it would make sense because with ship travel and air travel, right?
No, I've already explained that to you.
Hold on. Let me finish. Let me just finish. Let me just finish. Let me just finish.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Go on,
At the southern points of all the continents, right, on a flat Earth scale, those points will now be a lot further apart than the northern points of continents.
You literally ignored what I said. You just went right back to on a flat Earth. It's not a map of the Earth, dude. It's a map of the sky.
Yeah, he doesn't understand that. He doesn't understand how latitude and longitude are derived. It's a pointless endeavor unless we're going to take the time to really explain all that to him, which is pointless because all he's trying to do here is do some kind of, oh, well, if you can't show me the continent, then ships and that are going upside down around a ball of water.
I wish I could post some pictures and make it simple.
Ben, all the planes.
You don't even understand your own argument.
Yeah, Ben, all the planes and all the ships are traveling over a flat. So it doesn't matter what the distances are. It's flat. Could you respond to that point?
No, it does matter what the distances are because now fuel's costing.
If it's flat for 100 miles or flat for 1,000 miles, it's still flat. Doesn't matter.
Okay. Yeah, sure.
Right. So all right. Okay. So it can't be a ball then, since there's no curvature over any distance. You understand?
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, there is curvature.
Okay.
Right, but I'm not making an argument that depends on curvature.
We're getting somewhere. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. So who measured that curvature?
Right, you're trying to string me into your other talking point, but that's not.
This is the whole point.
That doesn't have anything to do with my point. With my argument that I'm making.
Your point is non sequitur to the point.
No, you're making a non sequitur, right? Because mine was the original premise. Now you're trying to change it.
Speaking to the nature of the Earth. Yours is some bullshit about I'm imagining water and ships going around curved ball water. That's your shit. Unless you show me a map,
okay.
Blah blah blah.
No. What I'm saying is, okay, if there's a flat Earth, right? The Earth would be a disc.
Not if. Okay, if. Okay, let's start with that. If it's flat. Okay, so observation and measurement. That's what we're going to be using to decide whether it's flat or not. So what observations or measurements of the Earth, not a map or a concept, what observations or measurements do you have of the Earth being anything but flat?
I don't need to. I don't.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Because the premise is if it's flat or if it's curved. That's what you need to adjudicate at the very beginning.
I'm just making a logical argument. You guys can't even.
It's not about logic. It's not about logic.
It's not logical.
You guys don't even have any idea of where the contents are laid out. You guys have no idea.
Why are you, Ben? You're just being disingenuous now and emotional. You're not dealing with the crux of the issue. So you're not an honest interlocutor here. Why are you doing?
I already know where you're going with this argument.
Yeah.
The problem is that's not my argument.
You already know. So you already know that you can't provide any evidence for any physical curvature of the surface of the Earth, right?
Well, the thing is, I'm not a scientist. I'm just providing some logical arguments why the flat Earth doesn't make sense.
If you provide any evidence for any curvature of the surface of the Earth, then we can dismiss any notion you might put forward about it being any kind of curved shape like a ball. So that's
okay, we'll just move on to another argument. How do you explain all the astronauts? How do you explain SpaceX and Blue Origin and all these people going up to space?
Don't need to. I mean, it's Hollywood, special effects, but we don't need to explain it. We just have to point out again that there's no curvature. So what else?
Like, are all these people all bought in on this conspiracy? Like,
no, I'm not saying who's believing or who knows what or who's lying. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying the surface is flat. So when they show us a picture of a curved surface, as in a ball, yeah, obviously that's just a cartoon.
But there's plenty of people who go up into space and observe the Earth, and they all say it's round.
Oh, really? Well, there's plenty of people who say they've seen Bigfoot, the Loch Ness Monster, and aliens. You believe them too?
Are you denying that people have gone up to space now?
No. Yes. Well, yeah, because space as a medium cannot exist. So yeah, that can't be true.
Okay, so where do these spaceships go? Where do these shuttles go?
Yeah. What you mean like the rocket launches?
Yeah. Where these
Well,
rockets go?
you see them take a parabolic arc, which is like a golf ball when it's driven down the golf course, right? It goes up, levels out, then comes back down. That's what we observe the rockets to do. Yeah.
But you know why that is though, right? Because the Earth is spinning.
Yeah. Because they say, oh, it's curving round the ball of water that it's going over. No, water doesn't.
It looks like it's going sideways because we're spinning.
Yeah. It looks like it's going sideways, and then it looks like it's coming back down to Earth. But trust us, guys, that's just because it's looping around a giant ball. So you don't actually have any evidence for that. All you observe is that it goes up and it comes back down, like everything else that you send up.
Right, but the problem with your theory is though that if it did go sideways, if it did go sideways, it would have to land somewhere on Earth, though, right?
Yeah, it goes out over the ocean and then it comes back down.
And no one's found the ship landing somewhere else on Earth.
That's not true. That's not true at all.
You can find pictures readily available of rockets being pulled out of the ocean.
After they have gone to space, maybe.
Oh, after they've gone to space? Are you sure about that?
But no one's. The thing is, my point is, what I'm saying, no one's observed a space shuttle launching, right, and then just still within our atmosphere landing somewhere else. No one's seen that.
A rocket going up and then spinning round a ball Earth, then.
We did that the other day with Kate Carey.
Can you show me the video of someone seeing this spaceship fly up, stay within the atmosphere and land somewhere else?
Can you show me the video of it going up and then going all the way around a ball and then out into space? That's observed by a person on Earth that you've observed.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking you for.
No, because it's your claim that it's going and looping around a ball. We're just seeing it going up and coming back down to the surface. So
yeah, it basically disappears. Yeah, it goes up to space. We can't even observe it anymore.
Oh, it goes up to space. Ben, Jesus Christ, you're just gonna fall for every piece of fucking propaganda they send your way.
You're falling for their propaganda, man. You are.
What are you talking about?
You think they're
you're literally watching videos from the government.
The problem is, with your thing, is you must believe in a grand conspiracy with all these people being in on it.
No, it's not true.
Hey, Ben, your problem is you must believe in a grand conspiracy about the Earth conspiring to seem a certain way, but in actuality, it's totally different. It observed flat. It measured flat. It's used flat. There's no motion measured. You go to the beach, the horizon is flat and non-geometric. But you have some grand conspiracy theory that the Earth is conspiring to trick you and look like something that it isn't. You're a real conspiracy.
No, I'm not doing that. You're the one doing that.
Yes, you are, Ben, because you know that the Earth observes.
No, I don't believe in a conspiracy. I believe that that they're telling the truth.
Horizon. You believe the flat horizon is a conspiracy.
What I'm saying is you think it's a conspiracy. You can't turn it on.
No, because I believe in it. I think what you see is what you get.
So you must believe in a grand conspiracy. We're going to Mars soon, right? Like, how are you going to explain that when people go to Mars?
Ben, what are you?
That's going to be crazy.
To Mars? Hey Ben, when are you going to Mars? When are you going?
What I'm saying is humans are going to be going to Mars soon.
By we, you mean not you. Some random you don't know because the government told you. Bob fucking Wellington.
They're humans too. They're humans too, man.
Bro, how'd you know that, Ben? Have you watched the TV?
Will every single person need to go to space to prove that the Earth is round?
Oh, well then, how would you know?
That's the thing. I mean, how do you know? You just how do we know anything?
I'm not believing it. You are. You're the believer.
Okay, so you're ambivalent on the thing. You're not one way or the other.
No, it's not that I'm ambivalent. I already know the Earth is observed, measured, and practically used as flat, and that space, as they tell us, is a violation of natural law. I already know that shit. You're the one that's believing the fantasy story on TV that you were taught as a child.
Didn't a bunch of flat earthers do a bunch of experiments and then they proved themselves wrong?
Yeah. We measured the Earth to be flat. Yeah, I know, it's mental, isn't it? You go, Jesus Christ, Ben. Just pretend you're not a total NPC drone for 5 seconds. And just
listen,
I don't think you realize.
I'm not an NPC. Do you see my profile picture, dude? I'm not an NPC.
All right. Okay. If you're not an NPC, great. Well, stop just regurgitating stories you were told as a child through the government education system.
What I'm just saying is this a little far-fetched even for me.
why do you have to keep?
Observable reality is far-fetched.
You're literally checking every box in order.
Yeah.
Yes, so Ben, observable reality, you think that's far-fetched?
Listen, I understand it looks that way, yeah. Listen,
Okay,
if I didn't know anything, yeah, it would seem flat to me. You know,
Okay, but
observe.
what do you know?
observe-
Right, okay, so there's a good start. Sorry, India.
What do you know?
No, I was just going to say, he said, if I didn't know anything, so what do you know?
Yep.
I mean, list
How do you
every,
know the
every
Earth is
single
ball?
thing I know. What I'm saying is that if I could have...
No, hold on. How do you know the Earth's a globe? Not how you think somebody else knows. How do you know?
Well, I have to trust people. I have to put my faith in people because no one could witness everything, right?
Okay, there you go, Van. There you go, Van. Now we're getting somewhere. So you understand that it's just a belief you have, not science, not empiricism, not experience, not reality. A belief.
Right. Right. I guess if you put it that way, yeah, a lot more things are belief than what we.
If you put it as it actually is, that's the situation. So in reality, what you experience, what all of us experience, is a flat, motionless Earth. Okay, we can at least start there. Yeah, that's where we'll start. Now, some people have come along and said, "Hey, it seems this way, but it's actually something else." Now, that's a positive claim that requires proving. Yeah. So now we need to go through the evidence that they've presented and see, is this verifiable? Does this make sense? Etc. So we start with the flat Earth. How did they disprove it? So I go to the beach. It's flat and motionless. I see all that. How do you debunk that? We're both at the beach. We're standing at the beach. I'm like, hey, Ben, look, the horizon's flat and the ground doesn't seem to be spinning at thousands of miles an hour. So I'm going to assume that's just flat and motionless. That's just what it is. How do you prove to me otherwise? We're standing at the beach.
Well, you know, I can't prove it's round just by standing at the beach, but I could say,
how are you gonna prove it?
I could disprove those example or whatever those.
So you can disprove the horizon that I'm observing as flat and the motionless surface.
Well, what you said is you said it didn't feel like we're spinning at a high rate. I mean, it's like being in the car, right? Like we understand physics and stuff. Like if you
so
put
you're
something
gonna
on
say
something
it
moving.
might seem motionless. Okay, so you're gonna say it might seem motionless, but it's actually moving. And I'm gonna say, okay, Ben, well that's a cool positive claim. How are you gonna prove that it's actually moving? Then what are you gonna do?
Well, I could do an experiment. I could put an object on a car and we could watch it not slide off, right? The object wouldn't slide.
Now we're talking. So we go from the beach and we go to your car and we put our bucket and spade on the roof of your car and you drive off. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, it could be anything. It could be.
So you drive off, and then the bucket and spade fall off the car, and then you get out and you say to me, "See, Cyclone, the Earth is spinning." Is that right?
Right. Well, I would say, hold on. I would say that I mentioned that example to counter your point, to counter your.
Well, that didn't counter anything. That just you got in a car and you drove. That didn't counter anything I said.
Well, I'm proving that the theory holds up, is what I'm saying.
No, that doesn't tell us anything about the ground spinning, Ben. I'm just going to be like, Ben, you've just driven your car. The ground's still not moving.
I'm saying that the theory holds up, is what I'm saying.
The theory holds up of you driving your car.
By the experiment I did, right? By the experiment we're doing.
Ben. You just put your bucket and spade on the roof and drove.
No, that was an experiment, right?
Oh, what was the hypothesis?
The hypothesis is that things move, right? Will move at the same speed as the object that they're on, or inside, or whatever, right? Like we
right.
Won't. Just like
solid hypothesis.
If you're on a bus, okay. If you're driving, you're inside a bus, right? And if you jump in the
bus.
If you jump in the bus, right? Do you fly all the way to the back of the bus, or do you stay where you are?
No, I'm just in my seat then. What does that tell me?
No, I'm saying if you get up and jump on the bus, right? You're not going to fly back. You're going to stay where you are, right? That's the experiment, right? Same version. Same example.
Right. Okay.
Why are you inside the bus?
I mean, I don't know. I feel we should switch gears here.
Sorry, Jedi's trying to get in.
Why are you inside the bus? Why are you talking about stuff inside the car? Cyclone's example was the bucket and spade are on top of the car. Are you assuming that you're inside a contained system? You're standing on the surface of the earth.
Yeah, even if we were on top, right? Yeah, like, you know, you ever seen movies where the guys are jumping on trains and stuff?
Right, but your bucket and spade went flying off the back.
Wait, what's that? You saying
bucket and spade on your car.
You said the bucket, what?
You don't need to tie things down to the roof of your car to keep them on the roof of your car. Are you stupid?
Yeah. Yeah, no, I just couldn't hear him. I'm just asking him to clarify, man.
Yeah, I said your bucket and spade went flying off the car when you moved it.
Yeah, I still can't hear you. My bucket and what?
The thing you put on the car and then drove off, that went flying off the car when you drove off, when you moved.
I'm saying it doesn't fly. Well, like, it depends on,
it
like...
does. Well, yeah, it does. It goes flying off the back of the car.
What I'm saying is, though, like, things can fly off. I wish I had the better...
All right, so I'm like, Ben, the ground's still not moving. Your bucket and spade's gone flying down the road. Now what?
You know, I'm countering. I'm just countering your point. That was it.
I've not really made a point.
Sorry, you're supposed to be coming up with a reason why the Earth is actually in motion when we experience it to be stationary.
Right. Let me understand. Let's switch gears.
Hold on.
Okay.
For fuck's sake. Good. So you've put us in cars for some reason, trying to say that things will work. At the end of the day, we don't fall off of things, right? We don't come flying off of cars. If we're on the roof of something that's moving, we don't go flying off the top of it, right?
Right.
Don't experience any motion to the earth, do we? You're trying to give us reasons why we wouldn't experience that motion to the earth.
Yeah.
You're demonstrating it to be true. But you haven't demonstrated it to be true.
Okay, wait, so do you guys deny that, you know, like, do you think we would go flying off the roof of the train or whatever?
Yeah, because when I put things on the roof of my car, I have to fucking secure them to the roof of my car. Because if I don't secure them to the roof of my car and I go 70 miles an hour down the motorway, they're going to come flying fucking off.
Well, that's because of wind resistance, though. That's a different thing.
Bro, it doesn't matter anyway, because what you're describing you could be, like, is something going to go flying off your car if it's not moving? So in either instance that you're describing, thing moving, thing on the roof not flying off. Car not moving, thing on the roof not flying off. So how do you know it's in motion then? This is what you're being asked.
What I'm saying is we take on, like, the motion or speed or whatever of the thing that we're on, right?
How do you know it's in motion?
Well, that's the theory. I'm just saying. I'm just countering what he was saying.
No, but it's not countering what I'm saying, because we have physical experience and reality, and you're saying I have a theory that it could be in motion, but we can't tell.
Yeah, I got another example. If you put a canoe, you know, let's say you're putting a canoe on your car, right? You're going camping, whatever, right? And, you know,
it doesn't matter if you change the object.
Hold on. No. I got an example here. Let's say you suddenly stop, right? And it's not strapped properly, right? What happens to that canoe? It goes flying. It goes flying forward, right? Why would it go flying forward if it didn't accumulate or whatever, or share that speed of the car?
It needs to be secured in the first instance, because if it wasn't secured, when you accelerated, it would have gone flying off the fucking back.
When you accelerate, but the thing is, if you stay the same speed, it wouldn't. It would stay still. That's the difference.
Hold on. When you go round a roundabout or perform a circle, like the Earth is supposed to be experiencing rotation, also its orbit around the sun is a circular path. They're not the same as straight motions. So when you change direction in your fucking car, the thing's going to come flying off.
Right. Luckily for us, we're not changing. We're always staying on the same path.
Constantly rotating. You try and attach something to something that's constantly rotating.
Okay, but the thing is, we're rotating it in the same way. You can do this. You can do this. There's other experiments you can do.
Ben, it's not rotating though. It's not rotating. That's what I'm waiting for. Remember, I'm still like, Ben, where's your fucking evidence? I'm waiting. You've just like driven about in your car and dropped a load of your shit off on all over the road. Like, we're not getting to any ground motion here. Do you understand?
No. I think we should switch gears here because you guys aren't understanding basic physics here.
Okay, so
you're projecting, dude. So an object on a curvilinear path is accelerating. It's an acceleration. If you're on
an object on an object on what?
A curvilinear path, right? So if you're on the surface of a rotating body, you're on a curved path.
We're going the same speed though. We're not accelerating. We're not going any faster.
You're going the same. Listen, you're going the same angular speed, but the direction of motion is constantly changing, right? Because you're rotating, so you are accelerating into a new direction. So
but it's going the same way as it was before. It's not changing a new direction.
Yes, it is. It's going 3 different rotations.
So after 24 hours...
It's following the same pattern, though.
After 24 hours, how'd you end up going in the opposite direction if you didn't accelerate?
The thing is, if the Earth did rotate suddenly a different direction, yeah, we would feel that. We would, yeah.
So after 12 hours, you're going in the opposite direction, right?
What? After 12, okay.
If the Earth is rotating at one rotation every 24 hours, after 12 hours, you're going in the opposite direction, right?
If it suddenly made a stop, like if it suddenly jerked the other way, yeah, it would.
No.
What are you saying?
No, not suddenly. After 12 hours, you're going the opposite way.
The Earth doesn't go the opposite way.
No, you on the rotating surface. Fuck's sake, dude. At one point, you're going in one direction. 12 hours later, when you've completed half of the fucking circle, you're going in the opposite direction to when you first started.
If I'm going around on a circle or a ball, you're saying? If I,
yeah,
I don't know what the point is here. What
on a rotating?
In order to change direction, you have to have an acceleration.
The Earth isn't changing direction though. Is my point? It's saying it's always been following the same path, the same pattern.
Yeah,
all the rotations have been always the same.
But you were on the surface of the Earth, right?
Okay.
You're just begging the question, Ben. All that it's rotating this way. Ben, you haven't shown us that it's rotating in any way whatsoever.
All I'm saying is the theory holds up to the physics that we have, right? To our understanding of physics.
Your imagination does not hold up. That's not what we're looking for.
I'm sorry to say that most people disagree with you.
No, it doesn't matter what most people disagree with or agree with. That's not what's in question. We're not appealing to consensus here. We're looking for some empirical evidence. You said the ground is moving. I'm not experiencing any.
I don't need empirical evidence. Your proposition doesn't hold any logical sense.
Well, I'm not even making a proposition. This is just base reality.
I'm going to
argue with base reality.
Bring up. Let's talk about gravity for a second.
Shut up for a minute, bro. We don't want excuses why you don't experience it moving. We don't want excuses why you don't experience it. We want the evidence that it's happening.
Yeah, exactly. And if you can't provide that, just say so, and we'll just move on with no motion and go to the next point.
The thing is, I can bring up, recordings of people in space and stuff like that. We can see it moving. You guys got to deny all that. I already know you guys got to deny it. So it's like, what's the point?
We could bring up recordings of unicorns and Bigfoot and Loch Ness. Will you deny it?
But those are obviously doctored, right?
Oh, they're obviously doctored.
No. Not proof, dude. The picture.
I could bring up undoctored footage, right, of space, and you guys would deny it, though.
How do you know it's not doctored?
Yeah, how would you know?
How do you know? How would you? No, you'd have to. No. You would have to prove it is doctored.
Oh, really?
Okay.
Yeah. The burden of proof is on you on that point.
Oh yeah, okay. So all photographs.
I can't prove something's not doctored.
Yeah, so all photographs are real.
Exactly.
Well, they can't all be fake, right?
I'm not saying every photograph of space is real. What I'm saying is there's a lot of that
Santa
are.
Claus. So Santa Claus, there's lots of photos of Santa. They can't all be fake, right?
Yeah, that's not my point. Good job though.
Yeah, no, that is your job.
Are you willing to concede?
It's the same form of the argument. Hold on, dude.
What my point is that I already know you guys are already going to deny all the evidence, all the photos, the videos of space, right? Listen, I'm the main character here. You listen to me, okay? I'm the guy you're arguing with. You listen to me, okay? I'm like 3v1ing here.
No, we're not arguing with you, Ben.
The form of your argument. The form of your argument is the same as me saying we know Santa is real because we have lots of pictures of Santa and they can't all be fake. That's the same form of your
That's
argument.
not the argument I said. This is my argument. Hold on, this is my argument.
It's the same form.
All right, good job. Okay, my argument is, right, can I talk? Can I talk?
Yeah, acknowledge what I said.
Hey, bro, can I talk?
Yeah, after you acknowledge what I said.
You know, I heard what you said. Yeah, can I talk now?
Yeah, what I say.
Yeah, you gave some straw man position of what I said.
No, it's the same form of the argument.
No, it's not. It's not though. Well, I'm going to explain that. I'm going to explain if you let me talk.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So what I'm actually saying is that even if I did bring up evidence of photos and videos, right?
You're not addressing what I said.
Hold on. You guys are just hold on. You don't know what I'm gonna say, okay? Because you won't let me talk because you're scared.
You already said you can't verify those images to be real.
Hold on. Let me talk, right?
So it's a moot point.
You guys are gonna just deny it, which is fine, right? Hold on. Let me finish. Let me finish. Why are these guys so scared of me talking? Why are they so scared of me talking?
Because you're talking about us. You're trying to deflect from the issue by saying you guys are going to do this, or you guys are going to. That's not Address the issue. Address the issue, dude. Stop talking about us. Address the issue.
Yeah,
you're trying to turn the topic into about us.
Yeah, Ben. Yeah, I'm just putting you on mute there because you're getting really emotional, which is why you're like trying to overtalk Indio when he's explaining it to you, and why you're refusing to acknowledge what he said, which is correct. The form of your argument is the same as what he described. Like, if you're just going to try and bulldoze through us and be like, ignore what we say and say, I'm arguing, listen to me. No, you're here and we're trying to educate you, but you're being very annoying about it. So if you could just be less emotional and actually listen to what Indio's saying and respond to it, then we can get to your point.
Yeah, I was actually responding to you, right? You were we were having a conversation. He butted in, right? Then he got asked mad and muted me.
It's not a one-on-one conversation all the time, Ben. Listen, I'm happy.
Yeah, I get that. I wanted to respond to you. So he's making you relevant points, so I'm not going to respond to him.
No, he's not making a relevant point. But okay, we can draw a line under this anyway, because you said that you couldn't verify any of those images or videos to be real, which is correct.
No. I said, hold on. I said you guys can, right?
No. It's not our claim. It's your claim. We don't have to verify your bullshit photos and images that you're trying to claim are real. So if you want to present an image, Van, we'll just draw a line under it with this. If you want to present your image and you want to say this is real and this is how I verified it, do it. That'll give us a good laugh. If you're not going to do that, then we're just going to dismiss any unverifiable bullshit cartoon that you've been shown, because we already know they're bullshit. But if you can't verify it, then what's the point anyway?
But the thing is, the burden of proof is on you, though.
No. You're the one presenting it as real. So that would be on you to prove that it's real, okay?
But you have to disprove it's not real.
No. That's a burden of proof.
How can I prove something is real, though? Like,
okay, if you can't prove that the image that you're looking at is real, well, then you cannot use it to claim this is real, can you, Van?
Hold on, okay. If you take a picture of like a bird, right, and send it to me, like, how would you go around and say? How would you prove that it's real?
Say, I took this in this place, and you could travel to this location, and you could say, hey, can I see those birds? Can I take photos of those birds? And hey, you could go and verify that those are real. Can you do that with space? No, you cannot. So
So your point is you have to physically be there.
verifiability, then.
Everyone has to go to space, right, and verify.
Then, are you at least willing to concede that maybe there are some photos that NASA has that are not real? Are you willing to concede that?
He's already said that.
I understand. I understand that there's digitally altered photos out there, and that aren't real.
That NASA is using, that NASA themselves are using. Do you think there's some at least?
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I already know.
So
That's why I didn't even want to get into this.
And Ben, you also understand that images and videos can be created essentially showing anything at this point in our technology. They could show anything they want to show, and it wouldn't necessarily have to be real. You understand that? Okay, so then we're not going to accept unverifiable images and videos as proof of reality, are we?
From people that even you admit have fake images.
But the thing is, though, I'm not saying that they're all fake. I'm saying that there are a lot that aren't fake.
You wouldn't know the difference either way.
Hold on, this is the problem, Ben. You can't even evaluate them, right? So the example you used of a bird, I've seen a bird. If you show me something that's a picture of a bird, at least I can evaluate that and that looks like a bird I've seen or similar to birds I've seen. You can't evaluate images of things claimed to be taken from space because you've never had that point of view from which to even evaluate it. You can't even, like I said, you can't even evaluate it at all.
Listen. That was my whole point, right? I was saying I can't prove. Hold on, can I finish? Okay, my whole point was I can't prove that something is real. Like if we look at the footage, remember when Elon Musk, flew his Tesla up into space, and there's footage of that. Hold on, there's that video attached to his Tesla. You can see the Earth and you can see space, right? Is that can you disprove that?
How do you know that's what the Earth looks like? How do you know that's what the Earth looks like?
And this goes back to
how do you know that's?
I forget the other guy's name.
What I'm saying, that's what the Earth looks like.
I'm going to get to that. Wait, who's the other guy that was talking? I forget his name.
Yeah, I'm going to make sure you get to it. You're not going to do another fucking thing until you.
No, I'm responding to your point, but the other guy mentioned when I asked him how you would verify if something is real, he said you'd have to, it's a place you can go to, so you have to be able to go there, right? I can't go to space right now.
No, right? You said that. He didn't say that.
No, he said that.
You have to go there.
No. I asked him about the bird, right? He said he could prove.
How do I know you've got an image of a bird and it's real? And I said, well, you can go and check it yourself. You can go and take the image of the bird yourself, right? Fine. Right. You cannot do that with Earth. It's from space, yeah? So we don't just accept unverifiable images as proof of reality. You saying, oh, well, some of them are fake, but some of them are real. You've got no idea that any of them are real. You've already conceded that you can't verify.
Listen. I'm agreeing with you. In your perspective, I'm agreeing that.
Right.
In your perspective, you would have to go to space. Everyone would have to literally go to space to prove that space exists.
I know it's a revelation because in school they taught us that we can just look at these cartoons in the textbook and accept it as reality. But in reality, the case is that that's not the case, and we are under no obligation to accept unverifiable claims in the form of images and videos. No one is under that obligation, not you, not me, not anyone here, right? So we're going to proceed on that basis, okay? So we're not going to use unverifiable claims and images and videos to evidence what the surface is that we're on. We're already on the surface. We don't need to use unverifiable shit. Let's just use observation, measurement, practical usage, right? That's a good way to adjudicate this question. So without using cartoons and images, what would your evidence be for the ball, the spinning ball?
Well, I gave you my evidence, but the problem is, you
didn't give us any evidence yet. You haven't given us any evidence.
Well, I highlighted the Tesla space footage.
No. We just said we're not using.
I know, but that's my evidence, and I already outlined.
Okay,
let's get past this.
You agreed that was just a belief. So what you're saying is you don't have any actual evidence. You just have a belief in these claims that have been presented.
Well, a lot of things become beliefs. There's a lot of things.
So you got a belief. Well, we're not doing
have you ever been to Egypt? Have you ever been to Egypt?
No, I've not been to Egypt, but I know
So
plenty
how
of
would
people
you?
who have.
But you've never been there. They could be lying to
No,
you.
I've
You
not
never
been to
know.
Egypt. Yeah, but that's
So you never,
buy a plane ticket.
you never know. The pyramids might not exist,
It's not
right?
the same thing, Ben. It's not the same thing.
It
you
is.
Go and verify that. It's not. You could go and buy a plane ticket today to Egypt. You cannot go and buy a ticket today and see the Earth as a ball from space. You fool. Come on.
I mean, if I had enough money, I could go to space.
No,
You could go to space if you had enough
If I
money.
had $1 billion, if the Earth was a globe, if space was real, if I could travel into it, then the Earth could be a ball. Therefore,
If you had the resources, you could go to space. Sure.
Oh, if Earth was a ball, and if we could travel to space and see it as a ball, then it would be a ball. Therefore, the Earth is a ball. No, Ben, listen to yourself. So try again.
My point is that a lot of things just become beliefs, right? If we just say we have to literally be
well,
there.
you've got a belief. Okay, well, as long as you recognize that the globe in space is just a belief you have based on images and claims you've been given, that's fine. You're entitled to your belief. Believe whatever the fuck you want. You want to believe in fairies and Santa and the globe, whatever. That's up to you. We don't hold that belief. Okay.
Yeah,
so
that's great. I never brought this up. Like I'm just.
We're interested. We're interested in what is provable, what is real, not belief.
All right.
Okay. So what is real for the globe? What is not just belief?
Let me ask you a question, right? Because I'm.
Okay. So
you guys had your turn. I just want to switch gears here. I just want to switch gears and shake this conversation up a little bit.
Before we switch gears,
every time you get tough, you want to switch gears, bro.
Because you say, okay, what I have is just belief. I don't have empirical evidence, so let's switch gears.
Well, I already said. Listen, I'm not a scientist. People have told me, that the Earth is round.
All right,
and
okay, fine.
people I trust, right? So
fine. So
I said that like an hour ago. But okay.
You trust.
I just want to know how you explain gravity or your version, like how would things fall and
just use your trust. It's all based on trust. That's how gravity works. Your worldview is trust.
Someone want to go through this with him? Someone go through gravity.
Yeah, I enjoy jumping into someone else's worldview and really going inside that and troubleshooting why they would ask a question and why they can't use their own answer. Just trust it. That's it. Go with that. It's all about trust. Gravity only works because of trust. Someone told you, and that's it.
All right.
Let me
get a serious answer?
Let me try and get a right. So Ben, here's what help you out. Let's help you out. So Ben, when you say the word gravity, it's quite a broad term. A lot of people have a lot of different ideas about what that means. So try and be hyper specific about what you're referring to. Think about when you say gravity, what are you experiencing in reality that you're actually referring to here?
Okay, all right, I'll get hyper specific. Okay, let's say you're holding a ball, right? And you let go of that ball. Why does that ball fall in your worldview? Why does it drop to the ground?
You let it go.
Question.
Yeah, you did that. You picked a ball was sitting there all by itself, doing nothing at all. You walked over to it, picked it up, and then let it go. It fell right.
So why does it drop to the ground though?
You picked it up and then you let it go.
But you're not throwing it though. Okay, that's not.
What if you didn't let it go? What happens?
How about this?
It obviously falls.
Let's apply the scientific method to this.
Why does an apple fall from a tree?
Okay, stop, dude. Let's apply the scientific method to this. We want to figure out the cause of your falling ball. What caused it to fall? What experiment could we do to figure that out?
I don't know. I'm asking you. I'm wondering why does it fall in your model?
Gravity isn't our shit, dude. That's your shit.
Yeah, no. Now, how do you explain if gravity's not real? How do you explain it then? I'm just
curious.
What
do you mean? So gravity's the effect, or is it the cause?
Gravity's an effect. Falling would, I guess, or wait.
What would be the cause of the falling? Gravity.
Or yeah, sure, yeah. It would be It'd be both. Yeah.
Okay, gravity causes gravity.
Ball, what is that? Is that also gravity?
What's that?
Is the falling also gravity?
It falling is the action. It's being caused by the gravity.
Okay,
that's my estimation.
How was that determined experimentally?
I don't know. I'm just asking questions.
So, and I'm giving you answers. It wasn't.
So
nobody knows the cause. Nobody knows why things fall. Nobody.
Oh, okay.
That experiment can't. Well, that's why I did it this way, right? I asked you what was the experiment to demonstrate that no experiment exists which can determine the cause of a falling object. That experiment can't be done because we don't have a viable independent variable.
So it seems like in the flat Earth worldview, like you guys just don't know a lot of things.
No, it's not my worldview. They admit this in mainstream science. It's just not what they teach in school.
But you don't know how things fall. You don't know where things are.
No,
okay.
No, nobody knows. I didn't say I don't know. I said nobody knows.
Yeah, nobody knows in the flat Earth.
They admit this. No, nobody knows in your world, in your paradigm. Okay. I can listen. I can post the video or audio right now from 3 PhDs in physics admitting that no one knows why things fall.
It just seems awfully convenient, if instead of having an explanation, you say I don't know or no one knows.
Admitting mainstream physics admits they don't know.
No, mainstream physics they believe in gravity.
Want me to post the audio? 3 physics PhDs admitting they don't know.
Sure, you can find some people who don't. Or are you saying that they don't believe in gravity, or what are you saying? What's the claim here?
Nobody knows the cause of a falling object. No one knows what causes that because we know from the scientific method what we have to do experimentally to determine the cause of an effect. That experiment, as far as the falling object goes, can't be done. Why? Because we don't have a viable independent variable. If you say, hey, it's mass attracts mass, if you push a bus and a bowling ball off a cliff, they fall at the same rate and hit the ground at the same time. So that can't be the cause because it didn't alter the effect. Right? So we know how to do cause and effect experiments. They all fail when it comes to a falling object.
Yeah, and for Jay Reezy's comment, the apple is grown on the branch of the tree. Some apples get too heavy and they overcome the stem and it falls. Some apples don't. I mean, you could be able to look. This is what it's breathtaking. These guys come in here and think they're smart and they know something. Just go to an apple orchard. Not every apple falls from the tree. People who farm apples go in there and pick the ones that didn't fall. So is that gravity on, gravity off, gravity on, gravity off, gravity on? Some apples have gravity on, other apples have gravity off, or the most simplest explanation, some apples didn't get the same amount of light, food, energy, they didn't get as big, and they didn't overcome the strength of the stem they were on.
So you think like a leaf blowing in the wind is gravity on, gravity off?
No, that's your worldview.
Hey, come on. We're speaking to a new guy here. You've had your year of trying to prove the globe, and you haven't managed, Duncan, so let you go.
So
I mean, I'll go back on mute. I was just being directly addressed.
Can we let me just finish this shit, right? So
yeah.
Okay, so objects fall, therefore globe. That is irrational. Okay.
I'm just poking holes in your theory. And then you guys keep saying, I don't know.
There's no
I don't know how this goes.
Nobody. I didn't say you're going to strongly me for the 4th time. Nobody knows.
Oh, we know though.
No. Okay. How do you know? Give me the experiment.
We know that gravity exists.
Yeah, but Ben, this is where you're getting
things fall. Yeah, we know things fall.
Yeah, the effect. We see things fall, but there's a difference between observing the effect of things that are more dense than the medium that they're in going to the ground versus a grand theory as to what's causing that directionality, right? There's different things at play there, and you're confusing the two. We're not denying that objects, if they're heavier than the medium that they're in, they're going to fall, right? That's not what's in contention. That's why it's called a theory, the theory of gravity. There's many different theories because no one actually knows. They're on video. You've got Neil deGrasse Tyson, Michio Kaku, etc., saying that just because you weren't told this at school doesn't mean it's not the case. This is the thing. You're going by like high school level, maybe early college level understanding of this stuff, right? So you need to be...
Even on NASA's website, one of the questions for children is, what is gravity? And the answer is, we don't know. It's not me that says it. It's them.
But I just wanted to know your guys' explanation for things falling.
Right. Flat Earth doesn't need any explanation for that because we don't think we live upside down and have antipodal people.
Yeah. The only reason you need some kind of pulling into the center force or non-force in your worldview is because you're told that you're on the exterior of a spinning object, which logically you'd go flying off of. So they have to come up with a theory as to how you're pulled into it and stuff. That's the only reasoning between this ball idea and the notion that things are linked to the ground. If we're just back on the beach and I'm saying, come on, Ben, I'm still waiting for this proof of a spinning ball, and you say, well, hey, look, I drop a rock and it goes down. That doesn't tell us that we're on a spinning ball. As far as we can tell, that object is falling to the flat, motionless surface. Right? So us saying we don't know the cause of the directionality is just honest, and you should be appreciative of that.
Yeah, no, I get it. It's honest. It's also very convenient. You know,
it's not about
don't have
convenience.
explanations.
It's not about convenience, Ben. Again, it's not about convenience. This is like your emotional attachment to the globe coming into play, and it's natural. I'm not making fun of you, but you need to.
Dude, I would love if it was a flat Earth. I'd actually rather a flat Earth than a globe.
Right. Well, luckily
it's not like an emotional attachment.
Well, luckily for you, Ben, that's exactly what it is. So, happy days, right?
Thank you, man.
Well done. Welcome to the club. Like,
no, sick it would be if there was an ice wall and then there was like a land beyond that.
Well, I'm not making any claims about that. We're just talking about the surface that measures.
I know, but if there was, that'd be sick.
So, like, if we measure our table to be flat, that's what it is. Yeah, it doesn't matter if we float little balloons over the table, still flat. It doesn't matter if we drop an object on the table, it's still flat. You get it?
Mm-hmm. So we must be able, though, let's switch gears again. We must be able to go to the edge of whatever that looks like, right?
Well,
somehow.
Well, good luck. We must be able to. Why must we be able to? I mean, how far have you traveled?
Well, I haven't personally traveled very far. I've only traveled across the ocean.
Do you think there'd be any impediments, any blockages in your path if you were just to travel wherever you want to go on this earth?
There must be a billionaire who's able to just like say, "F it, I'm gonna just
must be.
sail out." And
you think if he's got enough money, he's gonna overcome international law and the practical difficulties of just traveling in harsh continents and conditions?
You know, when I'm super rich, me and you will set sail. We'll go out.
All right, Ben. Well, when you do that, when you find the edge of reality, you let us know.
Yep.
Until then, it's still flat. Doesn't even matter if you do find an edge of reality. It's still flat.
But what do you think the edge looks like?
How would I know? I'm not even claiming an edge. Well, let me tell you this, Ben. I'll throw you a.
You guys don't have any theories or anything?
It's not right. So it's not an object floating in space, right? It's not a shape in space, whatever it is, right? We're not making a claim as to the totality of the system that we're in, okay? But what does seem to be the case is that it's a closed system, right? We're contained. Yeah.
Well, in the spirit of speculation Sunday, can you speculate, Cyclone, on what the edge looks like?
No, not really. Although I would say since we're contained, I could speculate that eventually you would find a point where that container would be evident. Where that would be, how far away it is, how high up it is, I don't know. But I would speculate that since it's contained, since we have gas pressure, and that requires containment, we breathe gas pressure, so it must be pressing against something, then there would logically be a finite limit to the system. What that limit looks like, we cannot say. We don't know if anyone's ever observed it.
How about this? Let's flip it. How about you? Can you speculate where the edge of the universe is? Or the edge of the galaxy? Or where's the edge of the solar system? Where's the geometric edge of your Baltard?
I can speculate.
Yeah, okay, so let's start number one. Where is the hypothetical geometric edge of your Baltard?
Ball.
Yeah, the
I
leading
thought
edge.
the first was the universe.
No, let's start small and then go big. On the Earth, there'd be a physical geometric edge that would be blocking your view, the leading edge of your Baltard. Where would that be?
Oh, like what would be blocking my view?
Leading edge.
Yeah, like the curve.
The farthest,
that you
the thing
can't
that would be
see on.
blocking the farthest thing I could see would probably be the clouds in the sky.
Okay, so the edge of your Baltard is clouds.
Well, yeah, because if I can see the sun, I'm like literally seeing 93 million miles away.
No,
So
Ben, you're getting confused. So we're talking about the horizon, yeah? You know, they tell us that boats are going over the horizon as a curve of water. Right,
okay,
so that's what you're talking about. So that curve point where you would no longer be able to see beyond and things would start disappearing bottom up. So if you go on Google and you type in distance to horizon calculator, can you do that? So go on to that.
I can't do it right now, but I know what you're talking
so you
about.
can do that. Right, so you put that in, say 6 foot, and it'll say about 3 miles. 2.5, 3 miles. Okay. So there you go. That's the theoretical edge of your ball. Yeah? But then we go to the beach. But then we go to the beach. But then we go to the beach and we watch a boat sail out and it goes to 10 miles, 15 miles, 20 miles. And it hasn't reached the horizon yet. So it's so that curve isn't there.
Where are you standing on the beach?
Just at the edge of the water.
During high tide?
Whichever, yeah.
Okay, so you had the waves coming in. You're at the ocean. So chances are you're probably going to be standing at like above zero elevation with your 6 feet. So you're probably standing around like you probably have like a 16, 17 foot observer height. So how far would you be able to see with the 17-foot observer height?
Well,
in your Earth calculator.
I
think it'd probably be about like, it'd probably be about 15, 20 miles, right?
Right, okay. And then in that case, we see 50, 60,
From 15 feet, it's 6 miles.
From 15 feet, it's 6 miles?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so let's say we go to that height, and then we see the horizon at 20 miles. What does that mean?
Well, we do know about, refraction. I know you guys hate that word, but, I mean, it is a thing.
Oh, okay. So what do you mean by that? So wait, before we get into that, so the mass of the globe is telling us that it should be at 6 miles. We're seeing it at 20 miles. Why is that? What does that mean? Where's that curve?
Okay, so it's Speculation Sunday. What if the Earth just has an actually much bigger radius? Speculation Sunday. Would that explain why we see further?
Well, then the government has lied to you on a massive scale.
Yep, absolutely.
And it's lying to all the children in schools.
Yep, Speculation Sunday.
In the media. So why are the government
And the
lying?
sun is no longer 93 million miles away.
Yeah, everything about the distances of the sun, moon, and the stars is wrong. So everything they've taught us is wrong in that case. So why are they lying?
I don't know. But let's speculate that the Earth actually has a. Yeah, let's just speculate that the Earth. Yeah, let's just speculate that the Earth has a much bigger radius. Could that explain everything for you guys?
Wait, is it fucking Duncan again?
Yeah.
Oh, for fuck.
How much bigger?
Yeah, it's let's say it has like a million miles. Yeah, like a million mile radius.
No.
So like
Where
1 degree.
Where did Ben go? We were speaking to Ben.
Hang on.
No, Duncan, you've had your year.
It's just
your year of doing
Sunday.
this. You haven't got anywhere. We're speaking to new people right now. When all of the new people decide, I can't argue a globe. I'll just leave. Well, then we can get back to the usual globe bluffers like you and whoever else said. So
yeah, by all means, if you guys want to talk to someone else, fine.
Yeah, we're talking to Ben. You're all good, Duncan. It's all good. When did Ben stop talking and we started speaking to some other guy?
When there was he raised a speculation.
I don't even remember what the last thing I said was.
Yeah, Ven, you're talking about gravity causes gravity, and if it doesn't do something, that's not the cause, so that's also gravity.
Nah. We were talking. We were talking to Ben about the geometric horizon just there. Were we not? Was he not doing any of that?
No, he asked a question. He goes, I'm sick of asking questions about the globe. That's just a belief for me. You're like, okay, let me ask you, flat earthers, some question. If I pick a ball up, did I pick a ball up or did gravity pick that ball up? And he said, you did.
All right, nah, but that's going to take.
Yeah, man, that's exactly what I said, bro.
Oh, Ben, did you hear the conversation we were just having about the horizon there in the distance?
No, not really.
All right, well, basically your globe model, the one you were given as a child, claims that it's a set geometric horizon, a certain distance away from you, depending on what your observer height is above the surface. But when we go and check this, it's not the case. So where it's a 6-foot observer height, it's supposed to be 2.5, 3 miles away. We go and check, it's 10 miles away, 15 miles away, 20 miles away, which completely debunks the globe models. It changes everything about the distances to the sun, moon, stars, the land masses, everything. So why is that the case? Why is the horizon not where it's supposed to be if it's the geometric curve of this ball Earth?
So, listen, if that was true, if your flat Earth model, I guess, is true, then if we were at a high point and we take a really powerful telescope, we could see anywhere on Earth then. Right.
Well, no, there's still going to be limits to how far you can see through the air, because air is a medium that over a distance is going to block your sight, essentially.
Sure, but we should be able to see. We should be able to see pretty far.
A long way. Yeah, we can see far. We can see a lot further than the globe model says we should be able to see.
Really?
Put it that way. Yeah. That's the whole point. That's why people are here. And this is something that you can test yourself. And actually, this is what we recommend you do. We're not saying believe us. Don't believe what anyone's saying. Go and test it for yourself. Understand the globe geometry based on the curvature. Go to Google, type in curve calculator, play about with the numbers so you understand it, and then go and test that in reality. You can go and do long-distance observations, and you'll see bodies of water are not curving. They're not terminating at a horizon point where the globe model says it should. It's just carrying on flat water.
Did you do this?
Like everyone in this chat has done this. Yeah. Most people here have done this. That's why we're here.
What do you recommend to use? Like a telescope or like binoculars?
Any optic, well, yeah, telescope, binoculars, a camera with a high-powered lens. Go to a large body of water, a lake, a shoreline. Have a reference distance so that you know how far you're looking across, whether that's the other side of a lake or some distance down the shoreline or a boat going out to sea, just some known distance marker. And just start testing it. Take observations. And it's going to change day to day because the conditions are going to change. So you'll want to repeat it and just see what you can see. And what we're finding is the geometry of the surface is not conforming to this globe model that they're telling us about. It's just flat.
Just a quick question, Cyclone. Which map can he use to verify the distance?
I'm not making a claim about a map. Well, you just use Google Maps or whatever. That's fine.
So that's trustworthy.
You can go on Google Maps and take their little distance measuring tool, or you can use like some of the marine tracking websites that tell
Trustworthy is stupid. It's not a metric.
The boats are going out.
Yeah, that's my. Hold on. Trustworthy is not a metric people use for maps. Is it good for practical purposes? That's the metric.
Yeah, and for practical purposes, yeah, we can use Google Maps to figure out distances.
I mean, to a degree, right? So say I go. Well, accurate to what degree? At what point do I say, "Fuck, this map was inaccurate"? Like, say I'm going New York to LA and I'm driving. Like, if I arrive 5 hours later than I thought, do I fucking call the USGS and say, "Fuck, dude, the map's not accurate"? Like, when do I report it that the map is fucked up? You don't, right? So this thing about accuracy is nonsense. It's good enough for practical purposes. That's all it needs to be.
So you ask what we would recommend. That's what we recommend. Go out into reality and start testing the curvature claimed by the globe idea. And you'll find that it doesn't exist.
All right. Sure.
Okay? And then when we find that, you have to come to the choice. You say, okay, well, there's no curvature here, so either the Earth is not a ball, as I've been told, or something else is happening. It's just what I observe it to be. What are you going to do? What's your options at that point?
All right, man. Next time I get the chance, I'll run that test.
Yeah, and so one more thing. So if you're going to track boats, there's a website called marinetraffic.com, which will give you the position of the boat, and from that position, you can figure out how far away it is from you. Right. So then,
can I ask you guys a question? Just one more question.
That boat is 30 miles away. I shouldn't see it. Right. So it's useful.
If Ben comes back in here and he says, "Hey, I went to the ocean and I watched this boat and it disappeared bottom up," what would you guys say?
I'd say bullshit.
Okay.
Because I live by the ocean. Listen, bro, I live a mile from the ocean and I've never seen that. Never, not once.
So even if he does all these
observations on the internet, dude, that's how you know about it. You saw a couple on the internet, right? But why isn't there tens of thousands of videos of ships disappearing bottom up? Tens of thousands.
Because people don't care.
Because people don't really care. It's an optical effect that's rarely seen.
Right. Well, either way, just so we don't let Duncan do his sneaky little attempt at trying to make it look like we just don't consider people's observations and evidence, we would say, okay, show us what you observed, and then we'd say, okay, what's the distance, what's your observer height, and we'd go through it just like anything else. And what we'd find, just like you know, is that the horizon will not be in the geometric position that's claimed under the globe idea. So that's what.
Well, I appreciate Cyclone that you would do that, but the other guy literally just said, "No, that's it." He would just call it bullshit.
Well,
I appreciate your honesty.
Hey, that's fine. That's his prerogative. That's what he wants to do. That's fine.
Because I'd say,
either way,
let's see the picture, and then he'd show me the picture, and there'd be an inferior mirage at the horizon, and I'd go, "You didn't see a ship disappearing over the curve." So if you look at any of the videos of, if you look at any video of a ship disappearing so-called bottom up, you will see an inferior mirage on the horizon every time. Every time.
Okay, so I just don't think it's very encouraging for you guys to tell people, hey, do these observations. And if they were to come back in here and report their observations, if they would see certain things, you would just say bullshit. I just don't think that's a very encouraging thing. Hang on, let me just ask Ben. Let me just ask Ben. What do you think, Ben? Are you like, do you think you should go through with these observations, spend your time, and come back in here and tell them?
No? Well, if I have the chance, I would just do it to humor them. But I don't think there's any convincing these guys.
This dude is an anti-flat earther. So what he's trying to do is do FUD. It's a thing they used to do back in business called fear, uncertainty, and doubt. That's what he's trying to do to you right now.
Yeah, he's very pathetically trying to make you not understand where you live because for some reason it upsets him. But either way,
it's also ironically called triangulation.
You're not doing anything. You're not doing anything to humor us. We already know this. We're helping you out. If you don't want to do it, don't do it. If you're only going to do it to quote unquote humor us, don't do it. This is for your benefit. If you want to understand reality and where you live, if you don't want to understand it, don't do it. It doesn't make any difference to us. We've already done this. We already know the situation. Only you don't. So it's for your benefit, not to humor us. Yeah,
I appreciate your motivations, but I'm just saying, in my perspective, I already believe that the Earth is round, so it would be me humoring you guys, right?
Yeah, no, yeah.
Ben, let me just apologize. Hang on, let me just apologize to Ben for scaring him into not doing the observations. I'm sorry, bro.
That's
okay. That's okay. You didn't scare me, bro.
I want to say
it wasn't scaring so much as shaming.
Belief is the enemy of knowledge.
Yeah, you want to just be a believer, that's fine. But we're talking about reality and what is. So that's the difference.
Listen, if I scared you away from a trip to the beach one day, I'm really sorry.
Ben thinks that is impossible for things to appear to disappear bottom up on a flat surface. Don't you, Ben?
I think it's impossible.
Flat earther, dude. You think it's impossible?
Do I think what's impossible for things to disappear bottom up?
Appear to disappear bottom up on a flat surface.
On a flat surface?
Yeah, on a flat surface.
Would things just? I mean, eventually, sure, they would appear that way, but like at much larger distances. Then.
Duncan, why the fuck are you still talking? He was talking to Van.
Well,
No,
I mean, he is asking me. So, for example, like you ever see the picture of like telephone towers or whatever, where the bottoms appear to be getting like lower and lower and lower, right? You know what I'm talking about? You know,
Yeah, but
you notice how the
bottom.
Well, yeah, but like you know how the bottoms of the telephones appear to be getting higher and higher and higher. So, like, if the world was flat, the ocean would do that. It'd be like the bottom of the telephones, where the ocean would just appear to get higher and higher and higher, and then the top would like eventually just blend into it. But that's not what we see. We see a crisp like horizon.
Everything you said is
a
just
sharp
wrong, dude.
image. So
Literally everything you said is wrong. Everything you said is wrong, dude. Because we can demonstrate everything you said on known flat surfaces.
Can you?
With
Yeah, go
well-defined
ahead.
horizon. What was that?
Go ahead, demonstrate it.
Oh, okay, hold on. I'm gonna post a few videos in the chat. So just to give you the headway, this is a 1,000-foot lake. The camera height is 1.5 inches off the surface of the water. Okay, so how far away is the horizon from a 1.5 inch camera height?
I'm imagining that there's giant effects of refraction if you're 1.5 inches.
Oh, so not Earth curve, right? So not Earth curve.
Oh yeah, there's multiple
surface without Earth curve.
Yeah,
on
there's
a flat surface without Earth curve.
Well, no, there's multiple things that affect like how we sit.
So
I mean, that's just obvious.
So, okay, but how far is the horizon away from a 1.5 inch camera height?
I don't know all the atmosphere. I don't know all the atmosphere conditions to give you a accurate
the geometric
answer to that
horizon
question.
is supposed to be 2,400 feet away.
Yeah, cool. That's with zero atmospheric.
So there should be no. So there's the horizon can appear closer.
Closer, further away, probably at that low to the ground. Like who knows? Like.
So
who knows? That doesn't sound very academic. Doesn't sound very mathematical.
Because I don't know.
This is exposing him so bad.
Yeah, it's honest to say when you don't know the conditions that the camera was in. I don't know the.
You're gonna have the conditions. You're gonna have temperature measurements. You're gonna have everything, dude.
Yeah, but like I'm walking my dog right now, so I'm not.
So should there be
these calculations?
Well, you asked me to show it, dude. You asked me to show it, didn't you? You asked me to show it, right?
Well, like I was saying, like
But
for
now you're
example,
walking your dog.
I was saying, like for example, like
just wasting your time.
when I was
so through this a million times.
I know, dude.
Like I can explain. Was I wrong about was I wrong about the photograph with the telephone poles that the bottoms of the telephone?
Yeah, you're absolutely wrong. So things converge to the eye level, dude.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
Things below your eye level, they ramp up, and things above your eye level, they converge down. They converge to the center of your vision. That's not what you said. You said they would get higher and higher, which is nonsense.
Well, like I said, they would appear to get higher.
Yeah, no, they wouldn't get higher.
I said they would appear like they get higher and higher.
No, they wouldn't. They would converge.
They would appear.
They don't appear to get higher, dude.
And so in the photograph with the telephone poles, the bottoms of the telephone poles
so the thing about the horizon is objects maintain their proportionality relative to the horizon. So if you have, say, you see a person, right, and you see them cut off, one third of their body is above the horizon, and 2/3 of their body is below the horizon. As they move toward the horizon, that proportion will stay the same no matter what. Yeah, that's right, dude. It's not going to appear higher. You're full of shit. You don't know how perspective works. You don't know how vision works. You don't know how anything fucking works. You're a globe zealot. You're a fucking psycho. Okay? So, you take a big...
I'm the one that sounds like a psycho.
Okay. So, how is there a horizon on 1,000? So, how is there a horizon on 1,000-foot lake when the geometric horizon is only 2,400 feet away?
On a lake? Well, considering a lake is... Yeah, a lake isn't at zero elevation, so I mean, of course you're going to get.
What does elevation got to do with anything?
Exactly. It has to do with everything.
Okay, tell us how.
Well, like, because like you can have like, say you're at like a 500-foot lake elevation and you're looking at something like at a city that's at 300 feet elevation, they're already 200 feet below you. So that's what I'm talking about.
We're looking across the 1,000-foot lake, dude.
You're looking across the 1,000-foot lake. All right.
The surface of a 1,000-foot lake.
Uh-huh.
Man, you're so desperate.
Okay. So there should be no horizon at all.
Okay.
Right? Because the horizon will see 2,400 feet away. If the lake's 1,000 feet long, there should be no horizon at all.
Okay.
Right?
I don't know. I'm just trusting you when you say
You don't know.
I don't know. I don't know why I'm trusting you, but I'm deciding to just go with your thing so you can get to the end of your point. So yeah, okay. So it's only supposed to be whatever.
But your backpedal even before I start.
I'm not gonna look this shit up, man. I don't know what to tell you, bro. You're saying it's supposed to be this. I'm trusting you that if I were to put this into the Earth curve calculator, that's what I would get. Unless you're just telling me I'm actually lying to you right now.
Okay, 2,000.
I don't think you're lying. I just think you're retarded.
Come on, Duncan, your dog must be so sick of listening to you spiral about flat Earth by now. Come on, give him a break.
He's having a good old time.
Listen. You already conceded right at the beginning. You already conceded right at the beginning. Indio said, "Is it impossible that things would appear to disappear bottom up on a flat surface?" He said, "No, not impossible. Things could appear to disappear bottom up on a flat surface." So, in answer to your question, what would we do when the guy comes in and says, "I saw a boat appear to disappear bottom up"? We'll say, "Okay, welcome to flat Earth." Now,
well, the other person would say bullshit. So, I mean, I don't know if you want to go with that.
Yeah, all right, dude. Enjoy your walk. Get that dog some exercise. Is Ben still here? Was he still listening?
Yeah, I was listening. He brought up a good point, actually, I think. I never even really thought about that.
What point are you talking about?
About like the horizon, how it would kind of go on further and further if it was flat, to our eyes.
Yeah, that's a very easy way to test this whole claim about a globe is the geometric horizon distance. Now, what the globe believers are going to tell you is, it just moves around all the time because of refraction. So they're basically conceding that the horizon is not the geometric physical.
Kind of cut out there, but I'm kind of tired, so I'm not really in the mood for debating.
Well, just only finish what you said. The fact that the horizon moves around means that the horizon is apparent, right? So if the horizon's apparent, all claims about ships going over the edge of the Earth, around the curve, sun setting behind the Earth, because all those observations are demarked by the horizon. So if the horizon itself is just an apparent location and not the geometric edge of a ball, it can't possibly be evidence of the geometric ball.
Did we unmute the flat earthers or silly guy?
No, we're gonna watch this all.
No, we can get to that. The whole thing here is that you thought this was a debate. You would need a claim to debate something. You don't have a claim right now. What you have is a belief system that is so counterintuitive to everything that you know. You have to throw away all of that and then just say, I trust somebody else instead of your own senses.
Trust Hitler.
In Hitler we trust.
So you're inside.
Make sure to keep these guys away from a Scientology center. I'm worried for them.
Well, you have to be worried for them. I mean, they're going to do what they're going to do, regardless of your feelings about it one way or the other. There just isn't. So save your worry for something that matters.
Fair point.
So these guys are so entwined in this belief system that now they're invoking World War II to tip their hat to Operation Paperclip. It really shows you how enshrined they are. To them, they hear a flat earther. They don't like what the flat earther says, not because we're talking about the Earth, because they think we're ripping the Apollo program, which was their vindication of their worldview. All their war criminals brought over here that supposedly brought America to the moon. You tell them, yeah, they're just a bunch of fakers, and they get pissed.
Hey. We had some of our own criminals work on that too, man. We had Jack Parsons.
Yeah, Jack Parsons.
Yeah, Jack Parsons. We had some Western occultism in there too. Don't forget that.
Yeah, it's like powers combined: Western occultism and National Socialism. Mission to the moon.
Oh yeah. Most people don't understand the pharmaceutical industry and NASA are both descendants of NASA programs.
Hold on. Nothing medical. Nothing.
Yeah, my bad. My bad. But yeah, paperclip definitely runs deep.
So you hear them, and they start saying, like 88 and, all these things in Hong Kong. You know what they're really about. They're upset that somebody tells you can't go to the moon. No problem, dude. Go to the moon. Just go live your life. If I'm over here telling you can't go to the moon, just go do it. Prove me wrong. Let's see it. Send me a postcard. Put up your Mickey D's and your Wendy's and, like Amazon delivery service, all of it. Go do it. Go have fun.
Yep. Let us know how your Total Recall colony goes.
So just because I said you can't do it shouldn't stop you from doing it. You do you. Go do it.
Yeah, Jack Parsons. No, he's still here. So Jack Parsons, he launched rockets because he was an occultist that practiced sex magic. Everything was like revolved around sex, and he thought launching rockets was like sperm inseminating space.
Exactly. Check out the link between Parsons, Aleister Crowley, and L. Ron Hubbard of Scientology. That's why I mentioned Scientology earlier.
Yeah, they were all a bunch of crackpots.
Not to mention NASA and the space agencies being laden with occult symbolism like serpents and wizardry and Dungeons and Dragons bullshit. Like, come on.
Yeah, and then there's the Freemasonry and the frickin' secret handshake and like all the bunch of fucking pictures of them fucking guys doing like these weird fucking hand symbols. There's like three of them doing like a weird hand symbol where they connected their pinkies over a pyramid.
Yeah, they're all doing the devil horns and connected them.
Aleister Crowley famously said that Jack Parsons was the fruit of his bowels. And that's a quote, a direct quote from.
He was a shit son like Bono from that South Park episode.
Man, I always get a phone call when I'm mid-tirade. What did I miss?
Talking about the esoteric underpinnings of NASA.
I kind of filled out the Horizon thing for you. So, and he's like, he's kind of tired. He's been at this a little while.
Yeah, no doubt.
The maths aren't mathing for him.
That's all right. Not mathing for the globe either.
Dude doesn't know what he did when he said, well, the horizon can be too close, too. Well, oh, really?
Yeah.
The horizon can be too close.
The magic of atmosphere can do anything.
Well, the consequences of the horizon being too closer, ships over the horizon, right? Now it's too close. Now it's too far. Where the ship appears to disappear could be fucking anywhere. Could be fucking a mile away from you. It could be 2 miles away from you. It could be 10 miles away from you. It could just be anywhere.
Yeah, they might as well have not gone to the trouble of figuring out or pretending to figure out a radius of this ball. They should have just been like, it's a ball of some size. Who knows? Changes all the time. And they'd have been like, cool.
Oh, God. Can you imagine the propaganda that they'd be... If that's what they settled on, a freaking variable ball, they have some crazy esoteric nonsense to go along with it.
Listen, guys, because of quantum physics, we live in a simulation. So it's a ball, but it's an ever-expanding and shrinking ball, okay?
Yeah, that is what they have, isn't it? The very ball.
The very ball.
Whoever the fuck they want it to be. That should have been what they went with.
The very ball.
Man. Got any other new people in? Who's Cancer? What's up, Cancer? Anubis? Who else don't I recognize? Scaramouche? You guys all flat earthers by now? Are you listening? No further questions? Okay, good. Welcome. Snacks are in the back.
Yeah, grab your popcorn and get ready for Speculation Sunday, baby.
I've been out of the country for the last week, so I've been missing out on all my flirting. I hear Katy Perry went to space. That's exciting. Blowbirds, are you excited that Katy Perry went to space?
And what were her words? When I came back, I just felt so connected to love.
Oh, connected to love. That's it. There you go. Not science.
They always try to use this idea of we're just a cosmic accident as a pretense for why we should love each other and come together under some sort of authoritarian control mechanism. It's cute.
Mm-hmm. Connected to love. That is sickening.
Yeah. What propaganda.
Oh, man.
Reminds me of the hippie chick in Mars Attacks when the aliens are coming down. It's like, oh, we love the aliens. Please come on, come down.
Yeah, they're all waiting with their signs like, welcome, guys, blasted with a laser.
Back. Baby.
Oh, man, that film was great.
For sure.
So no Globers in, clapping to Katy Perry. She went to space and she liked it, no doubt, in some of the headlines.
Katy Perry's old news. They should have shot JoJo Siwa up there.
Yeah. Of all the people, let's get some interesting characters at least. Oh, well. Guess not. Katy Perry. Like, the Globers must be hating it at this point. They're like, come on, we really need evidence to come through. They must be cooking up something good. Oh, for fuck's sake, it's Katy Perry in space. They're going to laugh at us even more. Damn it, NASA. Come on, do something.
They're really trying to milk the celebrity worship mechanism as much as possible.
Yeah, which everyone's like surely already sick of by now. Like, now is the worst time to be employed.
Yeah, now's the worst. Yeah, now's the worst time to try to appeal to Hollywood help in any endeavor.
Exactly. It's too funny. They're so off the mark. Just trolling them again is amazing.
Is that Jerezy hot miking? Do you get this mute timeout and then look at that background noise?
In the back.
Hello. Is nobody talking?
No, no one's talking right now. What's up?
Why not? Why not?
I don't know. You could run a poll, like go person by person.
I don't know. Like, you know, the last time the last time I joined this server, like there are a lot of people, but none of them are talking. Like, it's the same now.
Well, we have a live stream. You can just go back and listen to it, and you can see when the talking happened. Yeah, there's two. I think.
Oh.
Hey,
So instead of just using your individual anecdotal observations, you could like test it. You could test your ideas here, like in real time.
Well, I'm currently available for the next. Okay, gone. Amazing.
Yeah, he's just got one of those things where they flat earthers are always AFK.
Yeah, they
He'll
don't
come
want us
in
to
here.
be talking.
Yeah, he'll come in here again next time. I've been in here 3 other times and no one's talking.
Someone ping him in the chat. Say what's his point.
No point. Yeah, literally no point.
Yeah. Well. What's up, Paul Smith?
Grizzly. It's Grizzly, yeah.
I don't know. What's up?
The fuck do you want, bro?
Oh, Grizzly, yeah. Yeah, you know I called you out in the Christian channel. You were in the wrong channel.
I don't talk to cult members, bro. So you fuck off, dude.
Yeah, you want to do that? You DM him or something. I'm sure he'll just ignore you. You want to talk about the Earth? Do you hear talk about the Earth, or no?
I'm here to talk about the Earth.
Okay, great. You got any evidence for the Earth being a ball, or?
Oh wait, so I believe the Earth's flat.
Oh, do you? What makes you believe that?
Well, it's just obvious what I see.
Okay.
When I look around, it's flat. I can't see no. I can't see no globe.
But it's just such a big ball. It looks flat.
Yeah, it looks flat, and that's my evidence to prove that.
You guys don't believe stuff like satellite pictures?
Huh?
Satellite pictures of
You don't
what?
believe stuff like satellite pictures of Earth?
No.
Of Earth as a ball.
And if you were to go in like kind of high altitude plane, like a plane that goes in extremely high altitude,
We've all
and you
seen the videos of the rocket ships.
No, I'm saying you specifically. If you were, as a person, go on like a high altitude plane, and you'd see like the curvature of the Earth with your own eyes, not through a camera. Would you wait a second? Would you? What?
What altitude are you talking?
I don't know. Let's say you go 6 kilometers.
Yeah, that's not high enough.
That is high enough, actually. That is high enough. Let me see. Let me check that out. Let me just a second. Let me just check this out.
That's 6,000 meters, dude, man. What are you talking about?
Yeah,
but none of us have actually gone 6,000 meters up.
I know. But I'm saying if you were to go,
bro, there are mountains taller than that, bro.
Hold on, just a second.
So I'm sorry.
Yeah. You can't.
Right, I should have said. Here's the thing. I should have said. Here's the thing. Let me make it more because I think 6,000 is a little too much. It's a little way too much. Let's say 40 kilometers, right, above sea level, right? Let's say 40 kilometers. I think there are like air balloons that can go that hot air balloons that can go that high. So obviously we need like an oxygen mask and whatnot. So if you were to go on that hot air balloon, you yourself, the guy Paul Smith, and you were to see like the curvature of the Earth, would you say, yeah, I believe it's a ball now?
No, but that's just perspective.
I understand. Okay, so you're saying even your own eyes, you wouldn't trust
We don't know who this Paul Smith guy is. Does anyone know who this Paul Smith guy is?
Wait, I'm just asking. Yeah, I know.
Right,
but I'm asking Paul Smith himself. Because Paul Smith believes it's flat.
Because he's a new guy too. He's a new guy too. So if there's no other
it's okay. But hold on. I can't ask him questions.
No, because if you want to do that, you could jump into a private call. Because he's not a flat earther as far as I know.
Okay. Are you a flat earther?
Wait there. You guys are talking about yours truly, Paul Smith, like he's not even here.
Hold on. I'm sorry, Paul. I didn't mean to speak to you.
I appreciate the apology.
Like that.
That's all right.
So Cyclone, are you are you a flat earther yourself?
Well, if you a flat earther is someone who doesn't believe in the globe and understands that the Earth is observed, measured, and practically used as a flat surface, essentially, yes.
Okay, great. So the same scenario I'm asking you here. Like if you go on a hot air balloon on top, like 40 kilometers above sea level, and you do see the curvature of the Earth. Yeah, let me continue though. Would you say, yeah, I do believe it's a ball now?
Well, whatever altitude you're going to, no curvature is evident unless you're looking through a lens that curves.
I'm just saying, like if you were to go, here's what I said to you. But here's what I said.
If I was to hypothetically go up, if you're asking me if you were to travel up some altitude and get a view of Earth that shows it to be a ball, would I believe it was a ball? I wouldn't have.
Do you see the curvature? Yeah.
A ball. I would have observed that it was a ball. if I would
I know,
observe
but
it to be a ball.
but you can listen. Observing doesn't mean believing, though. Because I asked Paul, and he said I wouldn't believe that. He said he would even that he would see.
I'm seeing it with my own eyes. It's not a question of belief.
Okay.
I would know it.
Wait, hold on a second. Cyclops. Wait, just a second, please, everybody, just a second, please, just a second.
Grizzly,
So, Cyclops, I understand what you're telling me, right? You yourself, as a person, you believe what your eyes can see, but some people can say to you that, okay, I don't believe necessarily everything that my eyes see, no problem. But you specifically, your answer would be that if you do go up 40 kilometers in the air and you do see the curvature of the Earth, right, through your eyes, not through a lens or through a camera or whatever, you would believe, or not just that you would believe, you would know that it's rounded, not actually flat. Now let me ask you another question. Wait.
Then I would
But now let me ask you another question. Hold on a second. Let me ask you another question.
No. I'm going to respond. Problem is, there is no observation like that. There is no curvature.
Sure. But just a second. I understand what you're just going to say to me, right? But I want to ask you another question now. Just a second. I want to ask you another question that's very related.
First. Wait, Tamsin, if you walked 400 meters into a forest and saw a unicorn, would you believe? Would you know that unicorns exist?
Would I believe? I don't know. It depends. Am I on my right mind, or am I like on drugs or whatever?
No, you're on the right mind. You're seeing it, no lens.
Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, if I go on the forest and I see like a horse that has like a horn that's coming.
I said a unicorn.
Yeah, what's a unicorn? What is a unicorn?
Oh, what's a globe?
It's a horse. No, but that's the thing. A unicorn is a horse with a horn in the middle of its head. That's it.
And what's a globe?
Yeah, so
it's a fucking ball.
Unicorn. Okay, so you see the unicorn, so you know that there's unicorns, yeah?
No, if I see, that's what I'm saying to you. I said if I walk into a forest and I'm in my like full mental space, and like I'm not on drugs or anything, and I look upon a creature that looks like a horse. Hold on. That looks like a horse that has wings and that has a horn in the middle, then I would believe my eyes that I am seeing that thing, right?
Yes. Okay. Now, is that a good argument for unicorns existing? To say if you
it would be this. Is it a good argument for other people to believe your testimony? That's what you're asking.
No. I mean in the abstract right now. So we're saying if you saw a unicorn and you knew, you're in your right mind, so you would know there's unicorns. Then you would know that there's unicorns. Therefore,
I would know. What do you mean? I would know there are unicorns. I would just know. Just a second.
Therefore, no. I'm finishing the argument. Therefore, we can say unicorns are real.
You're not gonna allow me to reply or not?
No, because you haven't even let me finish what I'm asking you.
Okay, finish what you're asking me. I'm gonna reply afterwards.
So we're saying if you saw a unicorn in reality, you would know unicorns are real. Is that a good argument for us saying, therefore, unicorns are real right now?
Sure. Yeah, based on my observations or based on testimony, because that's what I'm asking you right now.
Based on you saying if you saw it, then you would know it. Is that?
I didn't. Hold on a second. That's not my argument, though. I'm not telling you that it's real because there's a hypothetical that you could see it. That's not my argument.
Okay, good, because that wouldn't be the case.
Sure. Yeah, because what the fuck? Hold on. What fucking person would give you that argument to begin with? Like tells you, something exists because it's possible that it exists. No. Here's what I asked you. Here's what I was going to ask you. I was going to ask you something like this. I pushed the scenario first, where if you were to go outside and go in a hot air balloon 40 kilometers above sea level, and you do see the curvature of the Earth, you would believe that. So that's one thing, no problem. I'm not saying it's real because of that. I'm just saying, I'm just looking what you would do in that hypothetical. Then afterwards, I would ask you, which is the question. Wait, Paul, please. Now I'm asking you, would you, hold on, shut the fuck up for a sec. Would you say people can be justifiably correct in their belief if they were to trust your testimony about seeing the globe?
No.
So you're saying nobody should trust anybody's testimony concerning anything they see?
No, they shouldn't. If I said to you, the Earth is a spinning ball of water and gas in a vacuum, I saw it, trust me, bro, I would not recommend that you just believe that, no.
Right, no problem. But do you believe yourself that your testimony should never be trustworthy whatsoever upon anything whatsoever?
I'm not telling anyone to trust my testimony.
I'm not asking you. I'm just asking you in a general sense about the human testimony. Do you believe human testimony shouldn't be trustworthy about anything?
I wouldn't expect someone to change their belief or take a belief about the nature of reality based just on my testimony, no.
But if they know that you have the capacity to go upstairs, I mean, up 40 kilometers, as in they do see. Hold on a second. But Cyclone, but hold on a second. But hold on a second, Cyclone. Rationally speaking, if they do see you going up with the hot air balloon 40 kilometers in the air, they didn't go with you, but they do see you going up, right? And you come down, and you say it's rounded. Hold on a second. And you say it's rounded. Rationally speaking, right? They could believe that either you are right, as in telling the truth, or you're just wrong, you're lying. But here, they would come to their head and they would say, okay, what justifiable reasons would he have to lie for me about the roundness of the earth? What reasons could he come to me and tell us? What could he benefit from that, right? Because rationally speaking, you wouldn't just lie for no reason whatsoever, right?
If they can't think of a reason, then I must be telling the truth, right?
No, it's not that you must be. It's that it's rational to assume you're telling the truth.
So they're still not.
No, Cyclone, are you listening to the words I'm using? Because I'm using particular words specifically.
You're trying to intellectually justify your appeal to authority fallacy. That's what you're trying to do.
Appeal to authority is going to be considered a fallacy only in certain contexts. You know that, right?
Because you can't find the reason why they would lie.
Because if we're talking, hold on, just a second. Because wait a second, please, wait. Because if we're talking about a subject, let's say we're talking about human anatomy, right? And both of us are inexperienced about human anatomy. But then I bring you an authority on it, like a doctor who is experienced about it. And I say, look, this doctor says something that supports my opinion. In logic, this is a reasonable use of authority.
But that doctor could be wrong or lying still.
Yeah, he could be, but that's the point. He could be wrong. Hold on a second. That's the point. He could be wrong. Hold on a second, please.
No.
Cyclone, hold on a second. He could be right. He could be wrong. Nobody's denying that. But the fact is, he is more likely to be right than you are. Why?
No,
why is that? Wait a second. Why is it the case? Wait. Why is it the case? Hold on a second. Why is it the case? Just why are you interrupting me? Let me answer the question. Ask the question.
Fucking annoying, dude. Because you're.
Why is it the case that a doctor? Wait. Why is it the case that a doctor?
No, just being a pain in the arse now.
He just wants to appeal to authority, just blunt.
You're just trying to pathetically justify why it's okay for him to believe in NASA, even if it's wrong. We're not interested in your belief in NASA, even if it's wrong. So, could you get some evidence for the Earth being a ball?
Can you not mute me when I'm asking you a question? That's intellectually dishonest.
Well, if you're going to talk through people and not let them actually,
you're talking through me. You interrupted me. It's not me.
And you interrupted me.
No. I was telling you, why is it the case that a doctor who is experienced on anatomy would be as equally as possible to be wrong as you, who know nothing about anatomy?
So why does that justify? Why does this idea about a doctor justify your belief in a spinning ball of water and gas in a vacuum Earth?
If it increases the likelihood of it being true, then your belief is more justifiable. Yes.
No, someone telling you something doesn't increase.
That's a straw man. It isn't just anybody telling me something.
No,
that's a straw man.
Geometry is not adjudicated by what someone thinks or says.
That's not about geometry. Geometry doesn't tell us about anything. Geometry doesn't tell us about reality.
Geometry, the shape of the Earth. Yeah,
geometry doesn't tell you anything about reality. Hold on. Geometry doesn't tell you anything about reality, just like the laws of logic. It can only tell you what could be possible and what couldn't be possible. That's it. It doesn't tell you about what exists and what doesn't exist. It just tells you what can be possible and what cannot be possible. That's anything with the rules of inference, like laws of logic. This applies universally. And the point that I'm making to you is very basic here. If you go to a doctor, right, and if you go to a mechanic, asking them for the same exact thing, so let's say you are having a cough, right? You have a cough or you have a pain, a heartache in your heart, a heartache, right? And you go to a doctor and you ask him, hey, what's the reason? A cardiologist, and you ask him, what's the reason for this? And then you go to a mechanic and you ask him, what's the reason for this? Are you going to tell me that you would believe that both of them have equal amount of chances to be right and both of them have equal amount of chances to be wrong? If you believe that seriously, then you're mentally retarded, with all due respect. Because again, you're alone in that belief. Only you believe who is experienced. Hold on, that a doctor who is experienced in a certain.
Shut up, man.
Wait. Hold on a second. Give me your justification for what you just said.
Just because lots of people.
Wait. You seem to speak on the sidelines. You seem to speak like a coward in the sidelines without any actual way to confront your opponent. Go ahead. Reply to what I just said. A doctor and a mechanic are being asked about a question concerning a person's heart. Go ahead, tell me that. Go ahead, tell me why is the doctor and the mechanic have equal amounts of being right or wrong? Oh, that's your point? Hold on, that's your refutation, that I'm an idiot. Ad hominem, okay, great, so another logical fallacy, great. So your logical fallacy is even worse than mine, assuming that I'm taking one to begin with. Since everybody is silent here and has no response to what I'm saying, I can only assume every single one of you here who is incapable of actually replying to what I just said.
Yeah, a heart surgeon touches the heart, a mechanic touches the engine. You are talking about people looking in the sky and telling stories.
No, that's not what I said. That's a straw man. That's a straw man. Sorry, but that's a straw man,
bro.
That's a straw man. That's a straw man, and that's an ad hominem. Listen, I can be listen. I can be quite literally right. Hit with I don't know, like trisomy 21.
You just got time zoned.
Just a dumbass, man. Appeals to authority and consensus just like over and over and over again and thinks he's smart. We're an idiot, man.
Yeah, they're making it sound more and more like a religion every day. My priests, how dare you challenge them? These are experts.
Well, there's obviously more chance and more probability that he's right because he's educated and you're not. Well, obviously more chance.
The time zone, can you get it together? It's this pompous nonsense that you're just going on and on about is what got everyone in this outer space fairy tale lost. Just try to keep it together, time zone.
Just talks so much and says so little. That fool.
Yeah, exactly.
The best you could do is just mute an insult, but nobody here gave me any intellectual chance for what I just said.
I can ban you.
Yeah, but that just shows that you're weak. You cannot actually refute anything I just said. Can you refute it? Refute anything I just said. Be a man with balls and refute anything I just said. You're not a man if you cannot refute it. Go ahead. You cannot refute anything I just said. You're a faggot. Go ahead.
My God. Oh, the hard T. You just earned it, Matt. Why don't you go
so
back
you're a
and
faggot.
listen
So
to
you couldn't even refute anything I said. So you're a faggot. That's it. Mute me or ban me.
It is what it is, man. People are retards, man.
Geez, we want to have the discussion, but the way that guy's carrying on, give me a break.
But by the way, when I asked him about the unicorn, what he should have said is, no, Grizzly, if I see a unicorn in the forest, I'll have to ask some PhD scientists to confirm it for me, and then I'll believe it, because I on my own can't do that, because there's no scientists around to confirm it, to increase the probability that I'm right. He should have said all that, but he didn't. Funny enough.
I muted you, fresh grown flowers, if you're around, since you were hot micing earlier.
Sorry about that.
Maybe you can do better than that last guy. Uncle Charlie's here at the bottom.
It's still flat. Ain't nothing about it.
physical. Absolutely, they look like physical objects. It's hot. How can something non-physical be hot? Describe the hotness of something that isn't there. It's got to be a physical object.
You've got a misunderstanding there. The heat that you experience would be the interaction that the light from the sun has with the air that you live within.
What?
Yeah,
what? I stand in the air. All of it's by the air, but I only get burnt where I'm in the sun. And if I'm out of the air and in a car, I still get burnt by the sun. That's ridiculous. Are you saying the sun's not hot? Are people here really? Come on.
I don't know what it is. I'm not claiming to know what it is.
Some flat earthers stand up now and say the sun is clearly hot, guys. You are losing your minds. Please, another flat earther here, listen to flat earthers saying maybe the sun is not hot.
No one's saying that but you.
You have. Two people have said it.
Stop strawmanning. That's nobody said that.
Okay, now thank you. Okay,
we also can't confirm. What was said was that we can't confirm what the sun is, and a bit like a magnifying glass, you can get focal points of heat. That exists.
Come from a place. Right.
So your claim that only physical objects can create heat isn't true.
Well, no, that's not true. What are you refocusing? You're refocusing light, sure. So that hot spot could appear in the wrong spot. No argument there. In fact, some of my arguments rest upon that being the case. So fine. It could be slightly in the wrong spot, or if in the case of a magnifying glass, wildly in the wrong spot. But it's still emanating from a physical source. Is it not true or false?
Have you
ever seen heat?
If it's hot? Did you say, hey, sun, how do you feel? Do you feel hot?
Describe how you detect anything's hotness. Tell me about something else you know is hot. Tell me how you know it's hot.
Because of an interaction. So there'll be an interaction.
With your oven when it's hot? No, I can feel heat comes from that direction. It radiates. I can feel when my oven's hot.
There's an interaction taking place, right?
It radiates. At the speed of light, it radiates.
Yeah.
You can detect it with a gun from across the room, right? There are thermal cameras. We know what heat is. How can you tell if something's hot? Because you don't just put your hand on hot things, do you?
No one's talking about hot. No one's talking about hot.
What? We're talking about the sun and whether it's a physical object. If it's hot, it's physical. And people, as a result, it's in 2025. Can somebody stand up and say the sun's clearly hot?
Someone stand up and tell me what the sun's made of.
It's made of hot.
What
Whatever
material?
it is, probably physically matter.
Made of hot.
What material?
Yeah, really excited particles. Really excited particles. A roiling, bubbling mass of all sorts of very heavy compounds. Probably a roiling mass because it is even the most dense of things must definitionally, if you just understand even the briefest bit about the physics, must be a roiling mess of bubbles. So
is that right?
It must be
what
physical.
Medium? Is that right? What medium is the sun in?
Well, I mean, what does it look like?
I mean, I'm asking you, what medium? What fucking medium is the sun in?
Yeah, what it looks like, a lot of nothing. A lot of nothing. Most of it.
You're saying a bunch of horse shit. Now back to
Is that
Earth
not what it looks like?
Back to Earth curve.
I'm asking direct questions and I'm answering yours. Can you answer some of mine? Does it look like a physical object? Would you agree that all other hot objects are physical? It behaves a lot like a hot, round, spherical physical object.
Like what? A light bulb?
Sure, exactly like a light bulb. Would you agree the sun behaves like the physical, roughly spherical object that is a light bulb? Yes
is it material like a light bulb?
Does it behave like it is material? I'm asking about its behavior, not its surface.
Okay, I'm saying to you, you have no fucking idea, do you?
It's probably, well, I do. I think it's probably physical because everything that's been hot is physical.
A bunch of fucking guesses, son. Okay,
now something not physical be hot?
Put your boots back on the ground. And let's get back to this Earth curve. Who gives a shit what you think about the sun?
You're running.
Whether you think
we can hear you running from whether something non-physical can be hot.
Of something, whether you think it's excited gases, whether you think it's a solar flame, whatever you think it is. Who gives a shit? Eggs. What
radiating infrared heat.
Because there's nothing that you can say that's going to tilt any heads here about the sun.
Well,
now let's get
clear
back.
That you're running.
Let's get back to the Earth curve. Let's get back
to
your...
from this. Sure, okay. We can run from whether the sun's hot. We can put it this down as the day that no flat earther wanted to defend the idea that the sun clearly is hot.
What is your deal with the sun being hot?
I died.
Yeah, who gives a crap if you think the sun is hot?
Distance.
Yeah,
because if it's a physical object, then it has a location, correct?
Is it a physical object? Are you sure it's the sun?
Listen,
a physical object?
Listen to the wording.
Sure? Do physical objects need?
No, I'm not.
Do physical objects need mediums? You have no idea.
Roto, are you asking him about the sun? Because that would mean that you care what he thinks about the sun is, what the sun is. So are you?
I could give a crap less about the sun, other than his goofball answers. Okay, on these little quips. I'm saying let's get back to the boots on the ground, where the rubber meets the road, and talk about Earth curve or not.
Sure. We're talking about whether the Rayleigh criterion has the radius of the Earth built into it, such that the vanishing point dictated by the Rayleigh criterion is in fact the 3959 that have been hiding from us. And so far we've proven that no, it isn't.
Can you let me answer that question for you?
Sure.
Okay, good. It's nothing to do with it. And by the way, the 1.22 does rely on the metric system, because wavelength is in metrics. It's nanometers. Okay, so you're multiplying 1.22 by the wavelength, which is in nanometers.
It's a non-dimensional value.
You divide
that. It's a non-dimensional value. It's a non-dimensional value.
You divide that by the diameter, also in meters.
It's a non-dimensional value.
It doesn't matter. What if you change it to feet?
It's not metric. It's not imperial. It's neither.
Tell me when wavelength is in feet.
Oh my God. That's the wavelength, not the value that you use to determine the wavelength. You use
Where do
that
you
value
think the 1.22 comes from?
With the wavelength
if it's got nothing
and
to
the
do
diameter
with
of the aperture.
It relies on it being in meters.
The 1.22 is not a dimensional value. It is not in meters.
From that.
It is not in feet. It is not in kelvins. It is not anything like that. It's just a number.
It relies on the rest of it being in metric. Do you understand?
No, the rest of it relies on it. The rest of it relies. No, bro. The rest of it relies on it. You can.
It would not be 1.22 if it was in feet.
You can use whatever metric after that value that you like.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes, you idiot.
Yeah, I'm the physicist, not you.
You're an idiot. All the citations go directly against what you just said, Phil.
Yeah. I'm a physicist.
That's why, when I hear a physicist make so many mistakes, every time I talk to you, you make a whole bunch of mistakes that go against your own citations right from the mainstream. Right? That's what keeps me in this, because you make so many stupid mistakes.
If I wanted to determine the Rayleigh criteria, I would have to multiply 1.22 by the wavelength in meters, and divide it by the diameter, by the aperture diameter in meters as well. Do you understand?
Yeah, you can do it that way if you want. That does not mean that
that's how it's done.
1.22 is in metric value.
That's how it's done. Do you understand?
Yeah, and you can convert that, right?
So tell me how that what the hell has that got to do with the radius of the Earth?
Oh my God! Did you join
and if it was related to the radius of the Earth, are you trying to suggest that it doesn't work on flat Earth then?
Who asks a question and doesn't stop fucking talking.
Does it not work on flat Earth then?
What the fuck are you talking about?
Well, you said it's the radius of the Earth. You said it comes from the radius of the Earth. So does the Rayleigh criteria not work on flat Earth then?
Who the fuck said this, and I want names, said this came from the radius of the Earth?
You think it came from the radius of the Earth? So therefore the radius of the Earth... So what the hell has that got to do with flat Earth if it came from the radius of the Earth?
The fuck? I want names. Who said this?
Nobody said.
Nobody said that here today. I don't know where he's got that from.
A movie and he's trying to guess what's going on.
Guys, listen. Vision is not bound to the horizon. If you are on the ground and two objects go straight up in the air, let's say a plane and a bumblebee, All right. For whatever reason, both of these things are flying away from you in the same vector, whatever angle. Okay. You're going to see one longer than the other, aren't you? This is the angle that the criteria is talking about.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Actually,
Are you going to be able to see
two things that are?
Okay, so the plane,
two things that are side by side. The
plane.
Can you have a look in your DM? I've actually posted a picture there for you.
Okay, but check it out. There's a plane at 10,000 feet and a bumblebee at 10,000 feet, and you're on the ground. Okay, you'll be able to see one, and you won't be able to see the other. This is because of the angular resolution. Has nothing to do with the horizon. Although everything disappears at the vanishing point of the horizon. But the eye and perspective, this is what's happening anywhere you look. Anything far away will shrink as it moves away in the distance. Apparently.
Except the ship will be gone. Long before it shrinks, it will disappear bottom up.
The plane doesn't disappear bottom up, does it? But it will disappear, won't it?
The plane is small. You're not going to see a plane. You're going to need a very powerful telescope to even see the plane at the horizon.
Well, the point is that everything shrinks in the distance to the human eye perspective. Whether it's the human eye, the camera eye, or how big the aperture is. Do
you want me to post you a picture that proves that you're wrong?
Well, the only thing is that what we're talking about here, which keeps getting sidestepped, is this an Earth curve obstruction to vision?
Of course, and I can prove it.
So you're saying that the ship goes over the Earth curve?
Absolutely.
And that's the vanishing point.
That's the point at which you can't see it because the Earth curve is blocking it.
Okay. See, audience, this is old school argument here. Completely incorrect. And this is back to what Eggs was talking about earlier. But we get sidestepped on other things like whether the sun has heat or not. Yeah. No, you can't prove any. No, you can't prove. No, you can't. Okay. And there's no one here will be convinced of anything you have to say because you're about 10 years behind.
Eggs, if you've got the ability to put it in the put that picture of the ship in the chat because I can't.
Okay, so I just put
it in one.
So for you, bud, whoever's talking there, 1,000 miles straight steel level pipe. Does it curve for you?
Oh, let's not start talking about fucking pipe.
No, the pipe scares you, doesn't it? Because
it's off fucking point.
No, it's completely on point because you're not understanding what level and horizontal means.
Seriously, Roto, dude, do us a favour. Let's not start talking about pipe again. Let's talk about what we're talking about so we can get Phil up to speed because he's obviously lost. DJ.
Okay, Phil, so I just posted something in the side chat, right? So you claimed that you would see a boat start to disappear bottom up well before its angular size would start to reduce below 0.02 degrees, so you couldn't resolve it anymore, right? So I just showed you in the side chat at 49 after the hour, a giant boat, right? Clearly when the cameraman is zoomed out, you cannot see the boat, right? When he's zoomed in, you see the entire boat. As it zooms out, the angular size reduces to the point where you can't see it. You yourself admit that you could never see a boat start to disappear over the horizon with the naked eye. Right, I got a screenshot of you saying that.
I've told you what's happened over there. That's not gone over the horizon. It's just got smaller, that's all. So that your eye can't see it. But if you get a telescope, you will be able to see it.
Right, but you just contradicted it.
But no telescope will see this. You see this picture that Eggs... You see this. You see the picture that Eggs just posted there that I put that I gave to him. That boat over there.
Yeah, we're discussing my photo at the moment, and we're talking about that one, and then we can talk about your one, right? So what you claimed
was mine now. I told you what about yours. It gets smaller and smaller because all you're doing is you're using a lens that you can't. That has not gone over the horizon.
In here and try to think you're running the show, right? You're in our channel, right? We're talking about the photo at 49 after the hour.
Have a look at my photo, please.
No,
Also, Phil, can you stop shouting? Phil, stop shouting. I'm working in the background. Yeah,
Right.
we're trying to work in the background. Stop shouting.
Yeah, you're a grown man, a professor,
Have a
right?
look
Have
at
some
my photo.
class and relax, right? Firstly, we're
I
going to
am
look at
relaxed,
my
thank you.
photo, and we're going to finish discussing this one, and then we're going to go over your photo. Okay, so this is a video. Okay, right? So when he's zoomed out, the angular size of the giant ship is too small to resolve, right? You said
Of
that
course.
can never happen. You said it will
No
start
problem.
to
No, I didn't say that didn't happen.
You just
I
said
wouldn't
that.
I wouldn't say that.
You said a ship will start to disappear bottom up before the angular size reduces too small for the eye to resolve. You said that. It's recorded.
I'm talking
right?
about if you've got that at the maximum that you can see it in a telescope. I'm not talking about your eye.
Okay, so if someone's standing on the shoreline, right, this ship is unresolvable because it's too small, like, to see, right? Because of the angular size of the ship.
Totally. Agree with that.
Right, so it didn't disappear over the horizon. Okay, so you're only talking about when it's zoomed in.
Yeah, correct.
Okay, so all right, let's talk about your photo now. All right, so okay, so what's the observer height? Like, what's the weather conditions that, like, it looks extremely choppy? Like, it looks like there's big
That's not choppy. That ship's 250 feet high. That the waves are not 200 feet. Okay.
Okay, so what's the observer height?
About 6 feet.
How do you know that? What evidence
That's what
do
I
you
got
get?
from the data for this.
Okay, where's the data?
I don't have the data here.
Okay, where can I find the data?
Have
Where
a
did
look
you
for
find
it. See if you can spot this image because it actually comes from a video.
Oh, okay, so you don't have anything to go
There's
along with
actually
this.
another one. So Eggs, do you
Video.
want to post the last one too, please? I gave him 3.
Okay, so here we have extremely hazy conditions, right? So it's extremely blurry. We have clearly it's extremely choppy, right? We don't know the size of the
Christ, you seriously are pulling it, grasp me.
Hey, don't interrupt.
If you can't see that, that's the horizon.
Yeah, okay, so ocean swells can cause a horizon, right? So when you zoomed out, right?
Ocean swell. How big would the ocean swell be for that ship
Why
to
are
be?
you not
so
able
that the
to have
only thing you can see
conversation?
is the stack.
Do you do this when you're teaching your students as well? You just talk over them as soon as they're trying to say something?
No.
Why are you doing that with me? Anyway,
You're not listening to what I'm saying. That's why.
I'm asking you obvious, like, okay, so ocean swells can easily block the bottom of a large boat. Okay, so I was asking you if you had any data on the ocean swells, right?
You know why I'm stopping you? Because you're talking rubbish. There's no ocean swell that's more than 250 feet next to a boat, and that boat survives. Do you understand?
Okay, so you don't
Shut
understand.
up, you dumb black nigger.
Oh my god.
Yeah, okay. I'll just mute that.
That's seriously clutching at straws if you don't think that that's the horizon.
You don't seem to understand that an ocean, like an object in the foreground, can block something large in the background. You
Yes, I
think
can.
that the ocean swell has to be 250 feet high to block
There's
something
no
that
ocean swells here.
This
is perfectly nice and flat water.
It doesn't look like nice and flat water. You know which one is nice and flat water? The one that I presented. That's nice flat
It's the
water.
same. It's the
No,
same.
it's not. It's absolutely. See, you're being intellectually dishonest right now.
No, it's
right?
not. You can search for the video yourself. You're the one who's being intellectually honest. You can see the wavelet. Wavelets don't happen on swells like this, okay?
You're not honest. You're not even presenting a video. You're presenting a high zoom that's extremely fuzzy with obvious waves, right? Everyone
I
here
presented what I could, okay?
Well, it's not. You didn't present anything. You asked Eggshells to pull it up, right? And he's pulled up a still
Yeah, because
shot.
I couldn't. I don't have the facility to. I don't have the. I can't post anything on here.
Oh, okay. So you don't have anything to even back your claim up. Eggshells, post the blurry picture of the high zoomed in image. You can't even see the whole boat in.
Listen,
the huge wave in front of it.
You can accept my image or not. That's up to you. As far as I'm concerned, I've proved to you that you're wrong.
What did you what's so wrong about? You've proved that you're intellectually dishonest and that you don't have any variables.
Sure, go ahead. Cry. That's the boat going over the horizon. That's bottom up first. There's without any question. And if you look, it's gone a bit further along. And by the way, it hasn't shrunk much at all before it's gone over the horizon.
So you haven't validated different types of mirage effects that are defined to cause this exact thing, right? Or you haven't validated that there's not large ocean swells, right? So you would have to have those you would have to be able to validate those things if you want to make a claim like that, because those things can easily explain what we're seeing here.
Yeah,
right.
Looks like a huge wave to me.
Yeah, it looks like a huge wave to anyone that looks at it that's honest.
If I show you the video that this goes with and I prove to you that it's not swells, will you agree the Earth is not flat?
I'd like to see. No.
Just tell me yes or no, because otherwise you're wasting my time.
No, and I can explain why if you'd like.
Please.
Okay, so you would have to tell me what the actual swell was for that day, right? Show me the weather report that says what the ocean swell was. Then you would have to validate the observer height. Then you would have to validate the conditions in the air, right? The temperature gradients in the air, because this could also be textbook definition sinking, right? That's exactly what sinking happens when you have that particular mirage present, right? So you would have to validate that those things aren't the cause of being here, or a combination of those things, because they perfectly explain what we're seeing here. Right, time-lapse footage shows that. Right, sometimes it looks like a big boat is hidden, half of the boat's hidden behind the horizon. A few hours later, when the weather conditions change, you can see the entire boat again because you don't have that sinking effect.
And if I give you all the stuff you want, will you say the Earth is not flat?
Yes.
Great. That's enough.
Okay. Right. So I'd love to see those things. And I will admit,
you'll get them. Don't worry.
I don't think so. What you're going to tell me the vertical temperature gradient between point A and point B? Are you that was measured in this?
I'll show you that it won't make a difference. That's what I'll be able to show you. Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead. How long?
I'll show you that it won't make a difference. Yeah, I'll show you that. I'll show you the limitations of the temperature gradient and what that does. So I'll show you a graph of how the temperature gradient reacts to the changing to the amount that we can see or can't see.
Okay.
Okay, that I can easily do. So I don't have to give you the exact amount for that day. I can show you the limitations.
Okay, so what I can show you is a time lapse of a giant boat, right? That's anchored out at sea, and in the morning, you can't see the entire bottom of the boat, right? It looks like it's obstructed behind the horizon, right? And then a few hours later, you can see the entire boat again, right? This is like a giant ship as well. Doesn't get any bigger than that. Right,
Love
so
to
you
see
can
that.
see.
Good. Happy to see anything you've got.
All right. Everything, like if I make a claim, I can back it up. Unlike you. So how long do I have to wait for this information so I can go back to the globe that you said that you were going to provide?
I don't know, but this is just one of many things, by the way.
All right, so let's go over something that I have here. All right, do you know what sinking is?
Yes, I do, and it doesn't happen like that over water.
Oh, okay, so let's go over the definition of sinking, right? So we've got the American Meteorological Society, right? Sinking. Okay, so it's a mirage in which the image...
I don't need to read it, I already know what it is, okay?
Okay, so this is an important part in it, right? So
I already know what it is, you don't have to teach me this.
Okay, so you said it can't happen over water, right?
Okay, all right.
Okay, in the definition here, right, in this citation from the American Meteorological Society, right, it says, because the displacement increases with distance, a horizontal surface, such as that of a body of water, appears to bend downward, and one's perception of that being on top of an inverted bowl. Right, okay, so it talks about a body of water in the very, definition there.
The only time that you get sinking is when the temperature gradient is hotter below and lower as it goes up. Okay.
Correct. So that would be earlier in the morning or during the night, right? So, for example,
mostly in the morning. It's the other way around. It's colder at the surface.
No, in the morning. No. Okay. So this is what would happen, right? Let's say for example, you have 30-degree day. Okay, and you have 20-degree water in a particular location, right? This is a hypothetical. Okay, overnight, the temperature of the air goes down to, say, 15 degrees, right? In the morning, it's still very cool, right? The temperature of the air is cool, but the water is still 20 degrees, right? So you'll have a gradual difference, right? You'll have a gradual shift between the warmer, like the water's warmer than the air. Okay, so it's going to create a layer of warmer air, and then it's going to gradually cool down as you go up, right? So that's why in the morning you're likely to get this sinking effect, right? Well, let me finish. Almost done, right? Okay. So in the morning you're looking at this boat, right, and you've got sinking taking place. Okay, as the day heats up, the air temperature is now back to 30 degrees again, right? So now the layer of air just above the water is now cooler. Right, but the air above it's hotter, right? So you've got the inversion, an inverted temperature gradient, different than what you had in the morning, right? So now, later in the day, the ship doesn't appear like it's sinking behind the horizon anymore. Now you can see the whole ship again, right? And I've got a demonstration of a time lapse of that happening with the giant ship.
Right, now can I speak?
Yes.
Are you suggesting that the gradient limitation, in other words, the temperature variation, will cause that ship that you're looking over there to sink, if you like, 250 feet? Is that what you're suggesting?
It's not sinking.
Are you suggesting that the effect of sinking between would be 250 feet?
I don't know where you're getting the 250 feet from.
The size of the boat. What do you think?
Okay, the entire boat's not hidden though.
Have a look where the only thing you can see is the stack.
Oh, you're talking about your image, right? But you've got to factor in the giant ocean swells, right?
There's no giant ocean swells. Those people there would be in serious trouble if that was giant ocean swells, and they're not.
Big ocean swell. No. Okay, so the person is. Have you ever been out boating, right? I've got a tiny boat, right?
Many times, probably more than you.
Okay, so, all right. Well, okay, very good, man. Okay, so I've got a little boat. I would take it out in the ocean all the time. You get giant ocean swells. It's not dangerous if you're out on a clear day with giant ocean swells. You just go over the top of them. Right, so I don't know. Are you saying that
not when people on the shoreline you've never been in 250 feet swells? Okay, don't bullshit me.
Don't need that, right? You know the picture that some flat earthers used as a terrible argument, where it's a guy walking away on a football field, right? And you see him start to bottom up. Why do you think that the football field is just slightly curved, and because the camera's close to the ground, right? The small curve in the foreground is blocking most of the guy. As he walks away, you can only see his head.
As he gets further.
There's something small in the foreground, right, can block something large in the background, right? So if you said the observer height's only 6 foot, right? We haven't confirmed that, but that's what you said, right? You've got an 8-foot ocean swell or something like that. Right, you're assuming he's holding the camera with his hands, which I'm sure he's got a tripod, which isn't at his eye height because tripods aren't usually that tall. So it's probably at something like 4 foot, right? Okay, anyway, something small in the foreground can easily block something large in the background, right? And then if you add in these particular weather conditions, which we were just going over, right, it could easily account for this. Right, but what I'm trying to show you is actual time-lapse footage where it looks in the morning like the ship is half hidden behind the horizon, and then later in the day you can see the whole ship again, just because you've had a shift in weather conditions. You're saying
I'm happy to look at you. I'm happy to look at what you have.
Okay, here we go. I'll post some screenshots out of it.
DM me, okay? Because I've got to go.
Well, we've already been over this in DMs. This was for the audience.
No, for me, DM me so that I can have a look at what you've got. Then I'll do the same for you, okay?
Okay, so you don't want to go over it now.
I've got to go.
All right.
But yeah, put it in there.
All right, I'm going to put it in the side chat anyway.
Would that
DJ, I love how it's not refraction in one case and it's curvature in his case. But when we have the Chicago skyline, it's visible. That's totally a refracted image, right? Am I right, guys?
It's within that scope, yes.
Yeah, so it's pick and choose refraction when it's most convenient for the globe.
All right, so that's earlier in the day, right? And that's just the very top cabin area of a giant ship. Okay, here's a slightly more zoomed out view of it. Okay, 9:30 a.m. Right, and as the day goes on, I think this is about 3 or 4 hours later, right, when the air temperature's warmed up a lot more, and you don't have that sinking effect taking place anymore. You can see the entire ship. In fact, you can see a bit of compression.
This is bullshit.
Oh, it's bullshit. Right,
this is different ship too.
Okay, so I'm going to post the video now to assist this. So, what are you saying? It's fake?
I don't know. Go and post the video, then I'll make up my mind.
Okay, so what if it's not fake, Phil? Then what? Would that be a problem? Because we can replicate this on a smaller scale, right? I can show you a replication of this exact thing taking place.
No, I want to see it now. I want to see it. I want to see the way it is. Okay. I'm happy to look at your image. Go and send it to me. I'll have time to look at it carefully.
In the side chat, and the video that goes along with them are in the side chat.
Where's the video?
It's in the side chat.
Hey, DJ, I'm so glad you saved that, dude, because I had deleted from my phone by accident. I'm so glad you grabbed it.
I can see 3 photographs.
There's a video at the end.
Look, I mean, it's in the side chat, Phil. I mean, 8 minutes after the hour.
Okay.
This is the part where it just destroys his world right now, and he can't accept it to be true. He just can't.
Don't be stupid. The Earth's not flat, you dipstick.
Hey, Phil, just watch the video and get wrecked.
Well, I'm not using this to prove a flat Earth, or claiming that this is evidence of a flat Earth, right? This is just to
you know that it's not flat. Don't be stupid.
This is me just saying maybe when you're claiming a geometric horizon because a boat appears to be obstructed bottom up, it's not the best argument if you haven't accounted for the conditions that could explain why that would happen.
Dude, what was his name?
So here we go. Okay, so we have, what is sinking, right? A refraction effect in which an object normally visible on the geographical horizon apparently sinks beneath it, right? And it's caused by how we went over before, when you have a layer of warmer air closer to the surface and a layer of cooler air above it. Now, you've previously said that it can't happen over water, but in the definition, it literally talks about over bodies of water.
Well,
and obviously,
I would say that's misspoken. I would say that you probably could happen over water. If the temperature over the water was higher than the temperature above it, then it would happen.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
But it wouldn't be 250 feet.
No, it's not 250 feet. Okay, so another side effect of sinking is the horizon will appear much, much closer than what it would normally appear in the absence of the mirage. This isn't like flat Earth arguments, by the way. This is just, I looked into it.
You just claimed that this proves you're flat Earth.
No, I just claimed that this isn't evidence for a flat, this isn't me trying to prove a flat Earth, and this is me just questioning.
So what is it that you have to prove a flat Earth then?
Long distance observations that are impossible on a globe, right? There's none of these atmospheric conditions. Like what? Oh, there's countless amounts of them. Would you like to go over some? I thought you had to go.
Chicago skyline. What about that one? This Chicago skyline's claimed to be a refracted mirage.
Let me, because it is a mirage. Everybody knows that.
Oh my God.
Okay.
Yeah. Now let me explain.
Yeah, just because you say so, huh?
You know, because I want to talk to an Aussie, right? I'll tell you why. Because I live below the Tropic of Capricorn. Okay.
Yeah, we don't believe Earth is a pizza. This is not an AE map Earth defending server.
Really?
So, really? Yeah, we don't defend the AE map as flat Earth.
Let's try that out.
Wrong saloon.
You want to answer a few questions about that? And so I can show you that you do.
Questions. Any verifiable evidence that the sun encircles Polaris on its trip about the equator?
Does it?
I'm asking you.
Well, does celestial navigation work on flat Earth?
Of course it does.
Right.
Jean St. Pierre actually completed the $10,000 challenge that McTood presented.
Hang on. Just be careful. If I stand on any continent in the northern hemisphere, can I see Polaris?
No.
No?
No, because sometimes weather conditions will be present. Right? Sometimes you can't due to weather.
No, I'm talking about
sometimes you can't do the time of day, Phil. Like time of day.
Come on.
Can't see it during the daytime, Phil.
Quit the semantics. I'm talking about at nighttime.
Okay.
Dude, there's times when I can't see the moon.
So if the conditions are right for me to see the stars, would I see Polaris from the northern hemisphere? Would I be able to use it to do celestial navigation?
Yeah, what's wrong with that?
What do you mean by no?
That's all I want to hear.
All right, cool. Cool. Guess what? There's also the South Celestial Pole.
Does that give you your latitude?
You can also use the South Celestial Pole on flat Earth, Phil. Did you know that? They measured Antarctica flat when they went down there to the 24-hour Antarctic sun.
We'll get there.
You know how they measured it flat, Phil? Let me tell you. They figured out their latitude by taking elevation angles to the zenith and the low point of the sun throughout the day, and they determined the sun was at the Tropic of Capricorn. Use flat Earth elevation angles to confirm their southern latitude position. Back to you, Phil.
Yeah, sure. Good. Okay, good. Well, let's just finish confirming what you think about the flat Earth. Okay. So you agree that I would be able to get my latitude by looking at the north at Polaris
when it's visible to you, yeah.
When it's visible, of course. Good. So you agree that, and you agree that places on Earth, if I go anywhere and find and I get my GPS, my longitude and latitude coordinates, they'll be right.
Yeah, I have no problem using the celestial sphere coordinate system for flat Earth.
No, I'm talking about on the Earth.
No. Those are from the sky, Phil. Latitude and longitude are from the sky. The proof is in celestial navigation that you're trying to school me on in the first place. You know how I know they're only derived from the sky? Because if you had no other landmarks visible and present to you, you only have the stars to obtain latitude and longitude.
No, that's nonsense. I have a GPS.
Oh, really, Phil? Well, guess what? We're going to stay on this point until you provide evidence that latitude. No, Phil, we're staying on this point because it's a point of contention. You're not going to proceed with your bullshit until you can prove your premise. Latitude and longitude is not dependent on the sky.
We just wait. So you
no. We're staying here. I need you to demonstrate that latitude and longitude is not derived from the sky.
So you agree that
you're over talking me, Phil? Phil, we're staying on this point. Will you do this?
We are on point. We're discussing your version of flat Earth. Remember?
No, we're not. We're discussing right now what navigation is.
I am.
Basic astronomical observation. So,
do you agree that latitudes are concentric circles around Polaris? Do you agree with that?
In the sky, up to the point in the sky.
Not quite, no.
Latitudes in the sky.
Not quite. So it's not actually Polaris that the circles of equal altitude represented by a ground position are taken from. Polaris is a circumpolar star. It also rotates. It's off the central point of rotation by about a degree. So it also circles around a point in the sky called a celestial pole, which is represented as a ground position on the floor. That the circles of equal altitude, we call them latitude, are drawn around. Yeah.
Granted, yes.
Is it the same distance?
Point. Thank you.
Is 45 degrees latitude, the same distance from the North Pole anywhere you go.
Yeah, it's a circle of equal altitude.
You agree with that? Terrific.
Yeah,
Is 60 degrees the same everywhere you go?
It's a circle.
Sounds good to me.
Is 0 degrees the equator the same distance to the North Pole everywhere you go?
Not really. Well, I'll tell you why.
No?
You can't see Polaris on the horizon directly.
Forget about Polaris. I'm just talking
No,
about
but
whether
that's
it's
how
the
you're
same distance
determining
or
your
not.
latitude, Phil. It's based off Polaris.
No,
Now you're telling me,
just
how do you
answer
get,
the question.
okay, how do you get the equator without Polaris?
It's not that hard. Just tell me.
Okay, let's forget about Polaris. Now tell me, how do you prove you're at 0 degrees?
Just tell me whether you agree with it or not. You're allowed to say you don't.
Well, I'm not so sure I agree. Why should I agree?
Do you agree that the distance from the equator to the North Pole is the same everywhere?
Phil, it's difficult below 15 degrees, especially when we're trying to measure something that we can't see at 0 degrees. So extrapolate it out based upon everything else that we've done so far. So working our way down from 90 at our zenith down to 0 at a distance along the horizon, a distance of 5,400 nautical miles if we're to multiply 90 by 60.
Do you think
you need to triangulate some different stars at that extremely low latitude?
Let's try it differently. Do you think that the distance from 80 to from 10 degrees from 10 degrees to 0 is the same distance all around?
Depends how you're measuring that distance, because I'll tell you why. And these nautical almanacs I have, corrections below 10 degrees are freaking extreme and subject to major uncertainties for the reasons also Jedi pointed out to you earlier. So there's some uncertainty there around the equator.
Do you think that it's that it's 69 degrees or thereabouts, 69 miles per degree of latitude?
Yeah.
Do you agree with that?
Yeah, 69 or 60 nautical miles. Yeah.
Okay, good.
So giving you a distance.
If I'm 10 degrees, wait. If I'm in Africa and I'm 10 degrees above the equator, would you agree that would be 690 miles?
Sounds about right.
Right. Okay. And if I was in South America and at the equator, it would be 690 miles to 10 between the 10 degrees and the equator.
Yeah, you're measuring.
Would that also be 10 degrees?
If you're measuring the same angle, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So they're almost on the opposite sides of each other. You know that. If I was in Singapore, if I was around Singapore, you know, at where the equator is, and 10 degrees above the equator, that would also be 690 miles, wouldn't it?
You're asking us to say yes to the same thing.
I would presume you would. Now, if I was 10 degrees below the equator, would that also be 69 miles all around?
Around what?
All around your flat Earth, of course. What do you
Not
think?
around Polaris.
Around what? Now we've gone beyond the equator, beyond 0 degrees, so we're not referencing Polaris.
Let's take it. We'll start again. From the equator, south, 10 degrees latitude. Would that be 69 degrees in Africa?
Yep, same system.
Would it be 10 degrees in South America?
Same system.
Okay. Would it be 10 degrees in Asia?
Same system.
Yep,
Right.
you're switching origin coordinates.
We're getting there. We're getting there.
Yeah, you know, I was ahead of Phil. I was ahead of you like 10 minutes ago. Jeez Louise, that's painful.
We're up to 20 now. We're up to 20 now. Between 10 and 20 in Africa. Would that be 690 miles?
From where?
From 10 degrees south to 20 degrees south, would that be 690 miles?
Yes.
Of course it would. And then so on and so on and so on. We could keep going, can't we? Till we get to 90, couldn't we?
Where's 90?
Yeah, how many flat Earth elevation angles do you need for a ball, dude?
That's after 80. We get the next 10 degrees. The next 690 miles is the next 690 miles is 90 after 80.
Why don't we pause here and count how many flat Earth elevation angles Professor Phil has needed so far for his globe?
It doesn't matter. Just look, don't try to run away from this, okay?
I'm not running away. I'm engaging it head on. I went there already with my 2 questions earlier. Okay? You're just taking a more painful process through your own self-defeat.
Now, is there something wrong with longitudes? Do you agree with that? Because I mean, you agree with.
What do you want me to say about longitudes, Phil? I have no claims to make about longitudes.
You don't make claims. You said
I have none to make right now. What do you want me to claim? You want me to claim something? What do you want me to claim?
Yes. You already did. You said celestial navigation works.
Yeah, it does. It does. What do you want me to claim about it, though?
So then
that's what I want to know, because I'm going to tell you longitudes are connecting points in the sky, not on the ground.
Oh, no, they're on the ground.
No, they're definitely not, because you can only get longitude by looking at the sky, Phil. I don't triple longitude on the ground when I'm walking.
You can take your GPS in your hand.
No, this isn't about GPS. This is about celestial navigation, dipshit.
Can you just
talking CellNav?
Can you just try to listen?
If you're out at sea and you have no visible landmarks, you have to derive longitude from luminaries. There's no other way to do it.
Yes, yes, there is. Of course, there is.
No, you can't do it. You can't get your longitude without clocks and without a visible sky out at sea. You're stuck.
You don't think that you could travel across the United States?
I think you can, and you use CellNav the entire way. You have to use something derived from how you view the stars, like latitude and longitude exist in the sky.
When you take your GPS in your hand and you're in New York,
we're talking CellNav. We can do GPS later, Phil. You're gish galloping to another claim. GPS was also derived from the sky too, but
you go across to Washington State. You go across to the West Coast, and you got your GPS in your hand, right? Does the longitude change?
Sorry, what were you saying? I got GPS and I'm driving what, along a meridian or against it?
You're driving along. You're driving along the east-west.
Okay, so I'm going west, but I'm crossing longitudinal points in the sky. So what?
Does the longitude change?
Yeah, I'm crossing longitudinal points in the sky. Yep.
You're crossing longitudinal points on the ground. You got your GPS in your hand.
No, they're from the sky, Phil. You wouldn't know they're on the ground. You wouldn't know they're on the ground if you didn't get them from the sky first. So they come from the sky, Phil.
You could be driving, and it's in your car, right?
You don't look on the ground to get your longitude, Phil.
Right. So you agree that along the Earth, at this point on the Earth, it's one longitude, and further along, it's another one, right?
It's a flat Earth distance. Yeah, you're using flat Earth angle measurements to derive the distances.
Now that we've got a pretty good picture, can you tell me how your flat Earth is different to the one we've just described?
What the hell are you talking about? What flat Earth did you just describe? I just told you how it was measured. I just told you how it was measured with the angles to stars.
So how is your version of flat Earth different to the AE map?
The AE map is a globe projection has been flattened out.
I'm just asking you. Tell me how it's.
I don't claim the AE map, dude.
Of course, yes, you do. Because you.
No, I don't claim the AE map.
We went through the whole thing.
No, that's not the AE map. That's a spherical coordinate sky grid, dude. That's called the celestial sphere models, what we went through. We went through the celestial sphere, not a terrestrial globe or a pizza.
No, we went through the whole thing. All right, let's try.
Yeah, we didn't end up with an AE map, and we didn't end up with a globe, so...
Does the sun travel around... does the sun track around Capricorn on the 21st of December?
Of course, the final experiment proved this. I was there like 20 minutes ago in our conversation that you rudely cut me off about. The final experimenters went to Antarctica and confirmed that they were at like 79 degrees south latitude by taking flat Earth elevation angles to the sun throughout the day. They measured the high point, the low point. They had their prime meridian. They knew exactly where they were. They measured Earth flat across Antarctica, Phil.
So the Tropic of so the sun travels tracks around the Tropic of Capricorn. You agree with that, do you?
Oh my goodness me!
You can
Why?
say yes or no.
Of course I do. I mean, is that not already implied over the course of our whole discussion? Like, I even just told you. I even told you that they confirmed it and how they did it.
I live below the Tropic of Capricorn.
Good for you. So do plenty of Australians that I talk to.
Yeah,
here.
yeah, of course.
And you talk to as well. Right? So that makes
I
you
live
special,
south.
buddy.
I should say I live south of the Tropic of Capricorn.
Great. We got a flat earther who lives in Hobart.
Oh well, that's fantastic. That's even much further south than. Well, not a lot further south than me, but yeah, further south. Okay, that's good. If the sun is traveling around the Tropic of Capricorn, I should need to look north to see it, shouldn't I? Always.
Well, it depends how close to
If I was in Australia, I would look north to see it.
No, that's
if
a straw
I was in
man.
South America, below it, I would
No, it doesn't always go north. That's a pizza map Earth fallacy. Earth isn't a pizza map, dude.
We just agreed the Tropic of Capricorn is a perfect concentric circle around flat Earth.
Sorry, what do you mean?
Not around Polaris.
Yeah.
Tropic of Capricorn does not encircle Polaris. Neither does the equator by anyone's proof of measurement.
Does it encircle the North Pole?
No. For the fifth time, dude, no. Like, how many different ways do I have to answer this question for you? Like, I even did before you asked the question, I answered it.
Is it off center?
No. How many times does he have to fucking tell you, but you don't want to walk down the path?
He didn't say anything. He just
What do you mean by off center? That's stupid. I mean, sounds like a no to me.
No, I want to know what you think it is.
Off center.
Right, to point this out
you don't think that you don't think you don't agree with you don't agree.
Your
with
straw man attempts suck, Phil.
Phil,
I got better from high school kids.
You don't agree that the Tropic of the Tropic of Capricorn goes around the North Pole? You don't agree with that?
No, I don't think the Tropic of Capricorn. Why would I think the Tropic of Capricorn goes around the North Pole? That's stupid. Nobody's ever observed that.
Do you think that we'll try. It's 23.4 degrees south of the equator. Do you agree with that?
No matter how many different ways you ask me the same question, the answer is still no. The Tropic of Capricorn is not observed and is not cataloged to be a concentric circle around the North Celestial Pole.
How do you measure the 23.4 degrees south of the equator?
Right.
Because you can't see
using the North Pole.
Anymore, so what's the
You're using a different point of origin, aren't you, Phil? Like I said 2 times earlier.
If I go to Northern Australia and stand at 23.4 degrees, the sun will be exactly above my head on the 21st of December.
Fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
I've been on the same for the Tropic of Cancer. So what?
The same thing will happen if I'm in South America. The same thing will happen if I'm in Asia. Exactly the same thing.
Yeah.
Because
and you know where you are due to your latitude to the South Celestial Pole.
You agreed the sun tracks the Tropic of Capricorn, right?
Yeah, and you know your position with respect to the South Celestial Pole, not the North.
And does the sun go around the North Pole on flat Earth?
He's not listening.
I know.
Hold on. What
go ahead, Jedi.
What time of year?
Around the Tropic of Capricorn, 21st of December.
Yeah, so during the summer.
Yeah.
Northern summer or southern summer? Southern summer. What does the sun do in the southern summer? What is the south?
South of the equator.
Yeah, what is the south? What is the north?
North of the equator.
No, what is the north? How do I know when I'm at north? A position of what?
The position above the equator. That's north.
A position above the equator.
Yes.
That's very ambiguous. Right. What is north, and how do I know when I've got there?
Well, a number of ways. You could use your GPS. You could observe the sun or a star. Or stars. You could use a sextant to work out where you are.
A sextant. What would you measure? What would you reference for north?
A multitude of different stars, if you want to.
What would these stars be doing? What would reference north? Because these stars are moving.
Yeah, of course, of course they are. You'd want to reference you'd be referencing the nautical almanac, wouldn't you, to know where the GP of the particular star is?
What is north?
I told you we're northern. Are you seriously asking me that question because you don't know?
No, I do know. You appeared not to know. We're talking about what north is. As in, what is north, and how do I know?
We're trying to establish what your version of flat Earth looks like. Okay.
Yeah. So what's north?
North is any position north of the equator. In between the equator and the North Pole.
Okay. North Pole. What's the North Pole?
That will be the GP of Polaris.
The GP of the center of the axis of rotation. That Polaris is also a circumpolar star.
I'm thinking about yes.
That's what.
Of course.
Yeah. So that's what north is. I go back to asking this question. What's south? I'll put the pole in there. You seem to get it when you.
Okay. Well, south is obviously if we're talking about if you're talking about the Earth, about the globe Earth.
No, just talking about what south is.
Yeah. So south is the antipole to that.
Yeah, we don't have to chuck in the global assumption. Everything we're doing here is measuring the angles to things in the sky. Specifically at this moment, two celestial poles, pointing out to you that there are two of them, one north, one south. We haven't got any
with that, do you?
Well, this is what we're measuring. Remember the elevation angles to figure out our latitude, depending on which one we're going to be referencing, north or south of the equator.
So this one that you said. The pole was in the south. Where is it? Opposite what continent?
The center of rotation of the southern celestial pole, just like the northern one is. It's a geographical position.
You mean the stars in your flat Earth system don't go around the North Pole? Don't go around the Polaris?
The stars?
Yeah.
What stars? Which ones specifically? The ones that we see rotate around. The one that we see rotate.
Or do the stars rotate?
Yeah, the ones that we see rotate around them. Yeah.
Do the stars rotate, or does the Earth rotate?
No, the stars move. This is what we measure.
The stars do. Okay, all right.
This is what we measure. Remember where we get time from.
Okay. Right. So when you're looking at the stars, so if the stars they're all rotating around a central point or not?
A singular. What?
Do the stars rotate around a single central point or not?
No, we've been at pains to explain to you that there are two. So what do you mean a single? There's more than one. There are two celestial poles. One we call north, one we call south.
Are you saying there's two rotations? There's two points of rotation of the stars. Is that what you're saying?
What are circumpolar stars? I've explained this to you already. So you're asking for clarity on something.
Yeah, I know what they are on a globe Earth. I'm trying to establish what they are on flat Earth.
Not on a globe Earth. In the sky.
Yeah, if I look south, I could all the stars go around in a circle.
Yes.
If I look towards the south, from any continent, by the way, the same stars go around in a circle.
If I look in the same direction towards the centre,
not even different ones, the same ones.
Yeah, that's awesome.
So on flat Earth, if I'm in Cape Town, or I'm in Hobart. Am I looking in the same direction at this South Celestial Pole that you speak of?
What do you mean in the same direction? Well, when you look at the same thing?
But we're looking at the same stars.
Are you looking
from the same from different continents?
Is that up? You're looking upwards, or are you looking where you think you're looking?
Well, obviously you're looking towards the horizon. Yeah.
That's not. What direction is that? Is that up?
Towards the horizon. So depends on where you are. But if you south around Hobart, you'd be looking pretty. How far would you be to the horizon? Be, I don't know, 20. I don't know, probably about 30 degrees off the horizon. I don't know. I'll have to work it out.
You need a flat Earth for that.
Really?
Yeah. How do you can you get an angle from a curved surface?
Why would I need a curved surface?
Well, because that's when
you think I don't know how to. You think if I'm standing on a hill, have I got a curved surface?
If you think so, yeah. If you're standing on a hill,
then can't I get a horizontal attitude from if I'm standing on a hill? You think I can't hold a spirit level horizontally if I'm standing on a hill?
If you think,
what the hell's the surface got to? What's the hell's the surface underneath under my feet got to do with anything?
That's the angle you're talking about.
I'm talking about, and that's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about me holding a spirit level while I'm standing on a hill. What's the ground got to do with whether or not I'm holding it horizontally or not?
Because you'll be level with the world around you. That level.
That's what you think. I'm sure you'd like to think that.
No, that's what the fuck.
I know you'd like to think that. I'm standing on a hill.
That's the definition of it. You're getting a horizontal, which will be parallel to the plane of the horizon.
No, it's not. That's what you think.
What do you mean? No, it's not.
No, it's not. It's definitely not.
I'll go and get your citations.
Definitely won't be.
No worries.
Definitely won't be.
Okay.
That's what you think. I know you love to think that.
Oh, dear.
I want to know what your flat Earth looks like. What does it look like?
Flat. It looks flat.
Level.
It's flat.
So what does level mean?
I'm still curious about. I'm still curious about this South Celestial Pole that you agree to.
What do you mean agree to?
Well, you said that there's a South Celestial Pole. I want to know where it is.
We spent ages explaining it to you.
No, you didn't.
Yes, we did. What are you talking about?
Where is it?
Was talking about 10 minutes when you kept interrupting him.
Yeah, it's in the sky, dude. It's up.
The South Celestial Pole is in the sky.
It's an imaginary point in the sky.
The clue is in the word celestial.
What about the part that's on the ground? You know,
there's no part on the ground. It's all sky. That's all of it. The whole thing.
That point, the point where everything rotates around, which is Sigma Octantis. Where's the GP on that on the Earth?
You want to look that up again.
Where's the GP on the Earth?
There is the South Celestial Pole. It's an imaginary point where everything rotates around.
No, there's actually a star there.
There's no star there.
No,
yes, there is.
Degrees off the sun.
If you keep your aperture open long enough, you'll catch the light from that star.
Right, it's got a 5.5 magnitude. I'm aware.
Yeah.
Can you see that?
It's 7 degrees. Phil, just it's 7 degrees off the centre of rotation. Like I pointed out earlier, Polaris is 1 degree off the centre of rotation.
Okay.
So Sigma Octantis, a not visible star. We don't use it for any type of navigation because we can't fucking see it. It's 7 degrees. When we can see it with special optic, circumpolar.
All right. The Southern Cross. Can you see that from Africa?
You can see it from southern Chile and Tasmania at the same time.
Yeah, at the same time. How do you do that on flat Earth?
Well, you get two people to go outside at around May, I think.
Yeah, how would they both see them at the same time?
Well, the guy in Chile looks straight up, and the guy in Tasmania looks straight across.
They're both looking south, weren't they, to see this, right?
Right, because south is the GP of this southern celestial pole of rotation in the sky.
For the night when they observe it, it will go from east to west across our sky when they look south. So the circumpolar stars, but the constellation will rotate around an unseen center of rotation.
I'm afraid you're wrong. They see them at exactly the same instant.
That's what circumpolar stars are.
They see them at the same instant because it's dark in one continent and still dark in the other.
That's nice.
So, do you require parallel light rays for your globe Earth celestial navigation?
How do you construct any kind of sketch that matches what you're talking about?
Well, I tell you what, we don't begin with parallel light rays in outer space. That's just globe Earth space magic that's unverified. That you require to reify a curving surface below your feet that nobody can seem to measure.
That's so easy to prove.
Oh, really? Because you know what you also need for that to be true? You need the surface of that light, the surface normal, must be perpendicular to all those parallel rays. And the star must be basically infinitely far and effectively a flat surface relative to the teeny tiny ball Earth. That's what you require as an assumption that you can't prove.
You know, when you're standing at the tip of South America at midnight and you look directly south, you can see the sun.
Cool. So what?
How's that happen when the sun's supposed to be going around Capricorn, north of you?
Well, how do you suppose it's a globe when you use a flat Earth elevation angle to confirm your position to the stars?
I'm talking about seeing the sun at the horizon. So you're standing. You're in South America. You're in South America, and looking south, you can see the sun.
Yeah, the sun's setting, right? Maybe it's getting ready for a new day.
So you can see the sun at midnight.
Yeah, it's great. We already addressed the final experiment a few minutes ago 2 times.
I'm not talking about the fire. I'm
saying let's go further south, baby. Let's go all the way. Stand underneath where the south celestial pole would be, but it's 24 hours a day time.
I've got some more news for you.
We can draw. Get this, Phil. We can draw a line of equal altitude, circle of equal altitude around us, and it's flat from the south pole.
I've got some more news for you.
Yeah, what's that?
When you're standing and you see the sun at the horizon, and it's midnight, it's dark all around you. It's midnight, but right over there at the horizon, you can see the sun.
Oh, so is that like what, nautical or astronomical twilight?
You know where the sun actually is at that time? It's over. It's over Australia.
Yeah, isn't that cool? Tropic of Capricorn's awesome. It's a big fat circle around the south celestial pole of rotation in the sky. Yeah.
Yeah, right.
I know it is. I mean, I mentioned, the flat Earth experimenters confirm this.
Piece of work. Fair income. You don't really understand this, do you?
Oh, I do. That is what's called a circle of equal altitude around a huge
totally
point.
Escaped you, hasn't it?
No, it has not.
It has.
You have to assume for your globe to work, you have to assume light rays are all parallel from a flat surface that nobody can actually see or test in the sky.
You
prove a curving surface below your feet that nobody can also see or measure or test in reality. That's a big problem for me.
Get it. I know you don't get it, but I bet the Aussies get it.
Really? Let's see who's here. Which one of our Aussie friends is willing? T-Dub. Hey, T-Dub, you around?
I bet they get it.
I'm here, but but Phil, you live in Australia, and it goes around. Yeah, so we see it going around the southern point, the sun, right? Not northern. It's not going around the northern point.
Southwest. So I should be looking. I should be looking north to see the sun, but I see it southwest.
So it rises.
Okay.
So it rises
I see it
southeast,
southwest, and rising southeast. Yeah.
Yeah, and then it goes up to the north. So it's going around a point in the south, not the north.
I shouldn't see it at all if I'm facing anywhere south.
What?
You get that?
Oh, it's going. I'll tell you. How does that mean it's going north then?
I'll tell you what I think you understand. When you're in South America, because it's far enough south, and it's midnight. You get this? Midnight. You can see the sun at the horizon south, directly south. Directly south. And guess where the sun is at that exact time?
It's like you don't understand what happens throughout the summer and the
try to tell me.
Summer and winter.
I want the Aussies to tell me this. When you're looking, it's midnight in South America. You look directly south. You see the sun. Where exactly is the sun? Come on, Aussies, tell me. Let's go.
Not on the ball.
You know the sun is directly over Australia and the Tropic of Capricorn, don't you? That means you have to go all the way around, over Antarctica to the other side where Australia is.
So no refraction.
How good is that? 100% proof Earth is a globe. 100% proof.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
You can stand inside.
There's nobody with half a brain can't work that out.
Half a brain. Everything we've measured is an elevation angle to the sun, based on elevation angles to other central.
Your little Nathan Oakley rhetoric catechism, I call it. Nathan Oakley catechism is nonsense.
Phil, will you just keep whining for a long time?
It doesn't compare with what I just told you.
Will you just keep whining for a long time?
What the measurements?
Guy who put the sun in the sky.
I don't care about what
you all.
Dr. Phil.
Listen to you all. How many of you are pretending that you don't understand it?
Dr. Phil, I don't understand.
We do understand it.
I don't even care about the sun and what the sun is doing.
Of course you don't.
Yeah, because I care about one single thing, my claim, which is not flat sun, not flat moon, not flat Mars, not flat planet, but flat Earth. The surface
I'm sure,
and
of course you want to believe that.
So if you assume
it's
happening in the sky, that's you, that's on you. You have to just validate your assumptions in reality and go and touch the sun.
Just prove to you you're wrong.
There above of Antarctica.
You haven't proven that the sun is flat, Phil, because you need a flat sun for parallel light rays to emanate perpendicular to the surface normal. You haven't proven that.
I've just proved to you.
You did not. You haven't assumed it.
No.
When you're standing in South America, and you see the sun at the horizon at midnight.
How does that prove the light rays are parallel from the sun?
I'm not talking about that.
Well, I am, because this is important for your entire globe to exist. It's the linchpin. This is the linchpin for your globe, Phil. This is what's holding it all together for you.
Try to face
the parallel light ray assumption, the same folly that Eratosthenes made.
Try to face the facts.
The facts are you have not established the parallel light rays to assume them.
Looking south at midnight, you see the sun.
You're seeing a point source, not an infinitely flat surface of light.
And you know the sun is over Australia at that time.
Yes, you know. I have no problem with that.
Antarctica.
I have no problem with that. Antarctica's an island on flat Earth, Phil.
Only happen on a globe.
No, that's affirming the consequent. You need the parallel light rays.
You don't need
parallel light rays. You need to prove that to me. Because we don't have curvature measurements of the surface.
You don't need
light rays are parallel instead.
I can prove to you that the light rays are parallel, but that's a different thing. Okay?
No, this is your linchpin. This is the linchpin of your whole globe. Prove it.
Yeah, go ahead. We are not doing anything now till the moment that you proved your claim. You said that you can prove parallel light rays. Go ahead.
Sure. Go ahead. No problems at all.
And make sure we point out our assumptions.
Okay. How far do you think the sun is?
Don't ask me. Prove parallel light rays.
I don't care how far you think the sun is.
Any road.
Dr. Phil. Do you understand the sentence prove or the word proving? You don't need to talk even. You don't need even to talk. You can just prove it.
All right, so here's what I'm going to tell you, Phil. Thanks, Cross. Nobody can triangulate the height of the sun. Can you triangulate the height of the sun on a globe? You will say no, because the light rays are all parallel to each other.
Of course.
The surface that's basically infinitely large and flat and distant. So you make it unfalsifiable.
They're very, very close.
Yeah, and flat Earth, right? We don't claim to triangulate the sun either, because you open celestial almanacs, right? Nautical almanacs, celestial nav manuals, and they say we're just using angles on the ground. We're not triangulating the height of the luminaries.
You can't.
Absolutely correct. And all instances, globe or flat, you cannot triangulate the distance to the sun.
Why not?
I don't know.
Why not?
I don't know. I don't make claims I don't know anything about. Now you do. You say it's this gigantic ball of plasma 93 million miles away with a surface so large that it's basically flat and shooting out parallel light rays. And I kind of need proof of that. So we're back to that proof, Phil.
Saying you don't know.
I need proof.
Dr. Phil, do I have to wait for a long time? Because I did wait for a long time. I did wait 34 years, and no one is showing me the proof for the parallel rays. Can you show that, please?
Yeah, sure. Okay. All right. I'll explain to you how to do it, okay?
No, I don't need stories. Can you show? Can you demonstrate? Can you validate?
Sure. You need to do this for yourself.
Yeah,
otherwise you won't believe me.
You could just listen to his answer without, you have to just nope it before he even gets a chance to say. I talked to Phil this morning. He said he was willing and able to stay inside the globe worldview and take full questions on the globe. So this is kind of what he said he was going to do to begin with. He did kind of melt down over flat Earth at first, but now I think we're moving in the right direction.
Oh, okay. Good. I misunderstood him. He told me earlier that he will prove the parallel rays. Now he will just tell me some stories about some parallel rays in his mind.
No, I want you to go and do it. I don't want to do it. I already know it's parallel rays. But
you know it's parallel rays because Earth is curved, and you know Earth is curved because of parallel rays. Awesome.
I want to help you.
Go ahead. Just go ahead. To meet the parallel rays.
All right. Okay. Find yourself a very straight road. Okay, find a very straight road going north-south. Okay, and you'll notice, and get a friend on either side of this straight road. Make it 10 miles at least. Okay, that would be a reasonable thing. Now, get your friend and you at the same time to measure the angle. If this has got to be a straight road north-south, okay, to measure the angle, you can hold a stick in the ground or whatever it is, doesn't matter, and measure the angle that the road makes with the shadow, and you'll find that they're parallel.
They are not
even that far apart.
All right, hold on, Necros. Hold on. If I'm taking my latitude position to a star, or even using the sun to get my latitude position, I don't have parallel angles to that star or to the sun. Navigation only works because the rays are not parallel. Back to you, Phil.
No. Just have a look at the shadows on the ground, okay? Have a look at the shadow. I'm not talking about the length of the shadows. You'd be right if you're talking about the length of the shadows. Talking about I'm talking about the direction of the shadows. Okay, you'll notice that they parallel. You can try it out yourself if you like.
They're not. They can't be parallel. They can't be parallel because you and I could be at completely different longitudinal positions.
On
flat Earth, baby, on flat Earth, right? And our shadow lengths are going to be different. One's going to be straight down below my feet. The other's going to be, maybe 45 degrees off of me.
The sun is a very, very long way away.
We have a means to prove that the rays of light are not parallel, and that's by elevation angles that are different.
You're talking.
Wait, are we doing this on the equinox on a road that's like east-west? Perfectly.
North-south.
Phil, there's my proof that we don't have parallel rays is elevation angles to the sun, moon, and stars for navigation.
No, we do have parallel rays. The rays are practically parallel. Not quite.
Practically parallel, but they're not when we actually have 0 to 180 degrees field of view. for each observer in independent locations where they measure elevation angles that are not parallel to one another to the same star at the same time. This is a big problem. It's another contradiction with the globe.
It's a problem for you.
No, it's one of many globe contradictions. I don't have a problem with this.
How high is the sun?
I already told you, we don't calculate or triangulate its position, globe or flat.
How can you not
do it either? How high is the sun, Phil? Why don't you triangulate it for me on a globe?
I don't need to.
I know. I don't need to get it tied either on flat Earth.
Radar measures the sun.
Radar. Okay, radar. Guess what? You're using elevation angles with radar too, aren't you? It's not parallel.
No, radar. That's nonsense. That's nonsense.
Yeah, right. If I have two radar stations that are like 3,000 miles apart, they're not going to have the same angle to the sun, are they, Phil? It's not parallel. It's diverging.
I'm talking about pointing the radar at the sun.
Yeah, and I'm talking having two radar stations pointed at the sun. They're not going to be parallel to each other, are they, Phil? Those two radar stations have to have different angles to the sun for it to work, don't they, Phil?
What are you talking about?
I'm telling you that you don't have parallel light rays, whether to or from the sun.
We can tell the distance to the sun using radar. You didn't know that?
Yeah, I know the claim, and I know it's a load of BS, Phil.
I'm sure you do.
Yeah, it's such BS.
Bless your little heart.
Why don't you post your results?
You really want to believe that, don't you?
Post your results.
Bless your heart.
Post the result.
We measure the distance to the sun with radar these days. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. So we know the distance.
Back to those parallel rays, Phil. Do you use parallel rays?
Cool story.
Kepler's laws work, you know.
Oh yeah, it's just a coordinate system. Kepler's laws. We all know that. You know, they have to upload Kepler's orbital elements to the satellites to tell them where they are because they don't know.
Satellites, and of course they are there too.
Yeah. You got elevation angles to those. You got altitude azimuth angles.
You and your little Oakley catechism, please. How about those satellites you can see in single file, right?
Yeah, how about that? Those are cool.
Traveling at more than 10 times faster than any fighter jet.
Yeah. Yeah, how do you account for the lack of rotational vector in any of these overhead assets, Phil? You have not been able, and no one's ever been able to produce the rotation vector for accounting for the orientation of the satellite as it makes every pass over the Earth.
You must.
So you got low Earth orbital satellites, right? They do these periods every 90 minutes. They have to do 360-degree rotation to maintain down. I would love for you to post verifiable pitch data of the satellites so that we can examine it.
Pitch data for satellites?
Of satellites, yeah. Pitch data of satellites. I want to see those somersaults, man. Show me those satellites doing somersaults every time they orbit a globe. Because if those things are orbiting a globe, they're going to be producing pitch data, right? These revolutions around the gimbal.
Why should they? I didn't get it. Why should they do a somersault?
Oh, they have to orient down if Earth is a globe, right?
Down?
Otherwise, you have a Skylab problem, Phil. You know all about aerospace. You know the Skylab issue, right?
Sure
the gyro broke and it almost cooked the astronaut inside. Cool story. So yeah, you got to have to make sure that you have a way to account for your pitch so that you're always orbiting and rotating such that you're like tidally locked.
Telling me what those things are. Those you didn't tell those things that are moving 10 times.
I don't know what they are. It's not my claim. It's not my claim.
I can tell you how they got there.
Okay, can you show me the pitch data?
What do you mean the pitch data?
Have you been listening the past 5 minutes?
They maintain a perfect orbital radius. You know that, don't you?
They maintain perfect down. Well, what happens when they don't work? Do they have any way to make sure that the gyro is constantly correcting properly to count for down?
What gyro?
Oh, you mean there's no like flywheel or anything, whether it's magnetic or otherwise, that are in these satellites to ensure proper orientation? They don't have cameras looking at the horizon. They don't have cameras looking at the stars to make sure that they're oriented down. You just think they launch them up and off they go. Don't need to reorient their down.
I know perfectly what they do. I know perfectly what they do.
Now, why don't you get us the pitch data?
What pitch data?
Showing the satellites are doing somersaults with every orbital period, like I've said for the past 5 minutes.
You don't know what you're talking about.
I do know what I'm talking about. You know, satellites have to maintain down with respect to globe Earth, right?
What are you talking about?
They'd have to rotate.
Satellites have to rotate.
Why should they rotate?
Are you a fake space engineer, Phil? We get so many of them in here all the time. We bust them wide open.
You're speaking to one. You don't. What are you talking about?
Wait, Jedi will explain.
Who said the satellites have to rotate?
Oh, you do.
No, they don't. I've got a satellite. My TV relies on satellite.
So ISS and satellites are not always facing the Earth, but they are rotating and spinning around themselves. That's what you are saying?
No, they're not. They're facing the Earth all the time.
Oh my God! Are they facing Earth all the time or spinning around?
Course.
Guys, you know how many gyros is claimed to be on the ISS, Phil, in order to maintain down?
The ISS doesn't maintain. The ISS faces one direction. That's towards the Earth.
Thank you.
Okay, well, if it doesn't rotate, then welcome to Flat Earth, Phil. Chips in the back, grab some salsa, pretty girls, got great music too.
What, you think the ISS travels around Flat Earth, do you?
I don't know what the ISS is, dude, but I'll tell you what, I know nobody's presented rotation data, pitch data from these overhead assets.
You can track the ISS, you know that, don't you?
I know that nobody's been able to track the rotation vector, Phil.
Oh, yes, they have.
No, well, presented. I would love to see it. We've been asking for pitch data for airplanes, boats, satellites, balloons, whatever you got. Anything that'll show that Earth is geometrically a ball for these things to rotate around.
There's plenty of satellite telemetry, you know.
Well, great. I looked. We all looked. Can't find any. Maybe you can help. Maybe you can find some public pitch data from a weather satellite or something.
You understand?
Send it over for us to evaluate.
You understand that the satellite has to maintain a very, very strict orbital range?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Do you understand that?
Yeah. Show me the pitch data then, Phil, to make sure that it's not off kilter. Very important, especially for high gain directional antennas, especially for satellite to satellite comms links, because satellites have to change their orientation with respect to each other when they're in these big, long trains. They sometimes use pinpoint laser range finding accuracy, point to point from satellites. All those satellites need to rotate in unison if Earth is a globe and rotate in a certain way so that the lasers can actually communicate back and forth with those satellites.
I don't know what's going on in that head of yours, but you're wrong.
No, I'm not. That's how they maintain their distance, right? In your world, how else do you think they maintain a train configuration? How else do you think they maintain a train configuration? They don't do any adjustments at all? Come on, Phil. I think we read enough into what you think satellites are to be able to speak to these like gentlemen.
You're kind of thinking someone would assume that you might even think the Earth was flat.
Oh, geez. Heaven forbid. Haven't seen any indication that it's a globe yet, especially from satellites.
I agree.
Haven't seen any globe data from satellites, dude.
Oh, there's plenty of telemetry data from satellites.
Oh, yeah, it doesn't have the rotation vector in it. Oops.
No, it tells you what the range is from the Earth.
I know, that's not what I'm asking for. I'm asking for the rotation, for the pitch over time, how it has to reorient itself with respect to ground.
Don't you understand? It doesn't rotate.
Don't you understand?
If they don't rotate, then some of them don't. Well, all of them don't have a fixed view of the Earth.
Rubbish.
Like one side facing the Earth constantly.
You check it out. 5 minutes past the hour, Professor Phil. Imagine those airplanes are satellites instead.
Who's that Aussie who said that nonsense?
Just teed up. Hey, I'm talking to you, Professor Phil. 5 minutes past the hour. Do you see those airplanes? They all have to rotate to maintain down with respect to the ball, just like your satellites. I'm looking for that rotation data.
God.
Oh, I know it doesn't exist. Oh shit.
What,
do man, crap. Yes, for the rotation vector, guys. Crap.
The next time you hold a beach ball in your hand. Okay.
Just imagine
pass your palm over the beach, over the ball, and see if the back of your hand ends up being, if at some stage the back of your hand faces the ball.
Yeah, I'm rotating my hand. I have to rotate my hand, right? Just like my satellite has to rotate with respect to down. Just like the airplanes have to rotate properly with the globe.
Always facing the ball. The satellite's always facing the ball. It's the same direction.
Okay, guess what? You're exposed. You never worked in aerospace a day in your life, Phil.
Do they just sit in space? Do they just sit in fixed space while the Earth rotates?
Yeah.
That's the ECI frame. Let's not get ahead of Professor Phil.
And that's how we have sun synchronous satellites.
Yeah,
because we rely on the Earth to rotate.
You still have a rotational vector underneath the satellite. Like you still have to account for the Earth rotation. Either way, Phil, there's a rotation, no matter which reference frame you want to use.
The rotation.
They have to follow the Earth. They can't sit in fixed space while the Earth rotates and orbits.
You just went so badly to say the satellites don't have to do any effort to rotate, just perfectly
No, they
maintain
don't.
down.
They don't.
Shoot,
They
man. Wouldn't that be
don't.
great?
Nature takes
What
care of
happened
it.
to Skylab, Phil?
What about it? It's decommissioned.
What was the big calamity with Skylab? What do all the kids learn in schools about that failure? A gyro broke. A gyro that they needed in order to adjust the rotation of Skylab so that its heat shield would be aimed at the sun and the astronauts wouldn't get cooked. The gyro broke without a means to actively adapt to changing down on Earth. The astronauts were exposed from the soft underbelly of Skylab to the sun because Skylab failed to continue its rotation with its orbit. That's the story. So how did they know they failed? Well, they had telemetry data, right?
Hang on a second.
I want to see that rotation vector. That's all I'm asking for. Doesn't exist. In fact, it has to be added in. Like this is a funny thing. Like there's a quaternion that is added in to satellite telemetry data to account for the rotation of the Earth mathematically afterwards. And it's based off of a reference ellipsoid and reference geoid. So if Earth was really a globe, why would you need that reference ellipsoid and geoid in the first instance? I mean, shouldn't this thing just be measuring it as it goes? It doesn't measure crap. The satellite is told where it is with respect to independent locations on the ground. And the coordinate reference system they're using is spherical for convention, but the Earth is flat.
What's going on? Oh, that's my fault. Okay.
You're hot micing, Phil.
That's okay. Anyway, it's getting late. I've got to go. It's 1 o'clock in the morning. More than 1 o'clock in the morning. It's been fun talking to you guys. Thank you very much for listening.
Yeah, it was fun, Phil. Thanks for suffering through my anger.
It's okay. No hard feelings at all, all right?
Nothing personal.
I quite like talking to you.
It's good verbal sparring, man. I enjoy it too. We're grown men. Yeah. We'll go grab a beer later.
It's all good. Yeah, I would have a beer with you any day of the week. Okay. In fact,
sounds good.
Send me a DM, and when I'm in the United States next time, we'll catch up.
All right.
All right. It's fun talking to you guys. Thanks very much for the chat. Okay. Hopefully I can join again sometime.
Good show. Jolly good.
And I'm actually interested in that film there that was sent by DJ. So I've got to have a good look at that. Okay. So I promise to look at that. Okay.
Excellent. All right. To be continued. Right. Have a good night.
Yeah, to be continued. Thanks very much. And Crit, thanks very much for inviting me here. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Catch you later.
See ya.
Okay.
Good sport. Glad we got educate you on the fighter.
Should we do a hot wash? What could we have done better?
All right. DJ the Glober Whisperer.
Yeah, he's all nice. I pop in. I'm sorry for steamrolling. I had a lot of fun though.
That was awesome.
Oh, I did like that. Yeah, I was about to tell you, Gigi, that was nice convo with the guy and good explanations.
Like that.
Muffled but audible.
Oh, these are new headphones. That's really whack. I don't like Bluetooths, man. They just don't work, man. I don't
know.
So Jedi are definitely not better than my other headphones, right?
Yeah, I'm having to decipher what you're saying.
Let me see if I come back.
Oh, Omnivore is here. The guy who put an independent variable in his hypothesis, and his experiment, he tests a completely different independent variable and say, "Ooh, look! Hey, Omnivore, could you test your independent variable? Yet or no?"
Hi, Necros. If you want me to, I'll explain it to you. But
no.
I don't think you're in a place where you're going to get it.
No need for any explanation. You can just tell me yes or no if you tested your independent variable, which is gravity.
No. Gravity is the name for the phenomenon.
Oh.
We're testing the attractive force.
Gravity is the name for distance. That's what you are telling me.
No. If I'm testing how magnetism attraction works, then I can have two magnets that I'm bringing closer together and further apart, and I can test the attraction they create, right? I'm testing the attractive phenomenon.
No, wrong. It's wrong. You manipulate the magnetism in the magnet.
So, do I have to manipulate the amount of magnetic field that the magnet is putting out?
Exactly, that analogy with the magnet. You don't take two magnets and manipulate the distance and tell me, look, gravity.
I'm not saying. I'm explaining to you that the same test is an analogy. Okay, that's kind of. You may need to look that up. So if you look up analogy, it's saying that this is like something else. Okay, it's not saying this is exactly something else.
So to manipulate, find the cause of the effect for magnetism, for electrostatics, for gravity, you do the same test. You manipulate one single independent variable for all things, which is distance. And you can claim whatever you want. You just manipulate distance between two objects, and you can claim magnetism. You can claim electrostatics. You can claim a rubber band. If I take a rubber band now, and I stretch that rubber band, and I manipulate the distance between each end of the rubber band, and I make it near your face, and I just release one part of that rubber band, and it will hit your face so hard, and I can claim, oh, look, I manipulated the independent variable, which is distance. That proves gravity. That's nonsense.
Okay, so I like I said, I'm clear that you don't understand what's going on there.
The day when you will be able to validate gravity and manipulate the independent variable that you put in your hypothesis, which is gravity.
No, the independent variable is not gravity. That's not how variables work.
Oh, the independent variable is not gravity. So it's not the cause, because the cause of the effect would have to be the independent variable. So the cause...
No, it doesn't.
But distance. So no gravity. It's just distance.
So that's a misunderstanding of the scientific method.
So if I take something, if for the observation, remember the first step, the observation, the apple fall. So that's distance. The apple fall because of distance.
Like I said, you have a misunderstanding of the scientific method. You just have to have the independent variable and the dependent variable have to have a cause and effect relationship, meaning, and what that means is if I change one, it changes the other in some defined way. So if magnetism is a force, and I change and I have two magnets, if I change the distance and the force decreases by the inverse square, that is a cause and effect relationship where I am testing how that force works.
No, you are testing the thing that you will have to test the thing that you put in your hypothesis. So in the independent variable in your hypothesis will have to be the cause of the effect. So when you
doesn't
hypothesis, you will have
can you show me a site for that?
Verify if the effect will change on. Like I said, now for me personally, now if I do like you, I'm not wrong. I take two magnets and I manipulate the independent variable that have to be gravity, because you said that the distance is gravity. That's what you said. So if I take two magnets and I just manipulate the distance between those two magnets, I have to say like you, because it's the same independent variable. How can I define that thing is magnetism, that the other thing is gravity, the other thing is the invisible, infinitely small unicorn?
Okay, well, like I said, it's you may not understand what I'm talking about, but look, we probably don't need to do it here. We can do it somewhere else. I don't think this is going to be very fruitful.
So I will use the same exact steps that you use. You remember them, and I will just instead of putting the gravity as the cause, I will say the invisible, infinitely small unicorn, and I will do the same thing with the Cavendish, and I will manipulate the distance, and I can also say that proves the unicorn being the thing that attracts those balls. You won't be able to say anything. You won't be even able to say that it is pseudoscience, because it's the method that you are going with.
Inside of a pancake. Is that red one hot micing?
What about it? I'm trying to get in here, but Necros keeps talking over me.
Okay, go ahead.
I didn't hear you at all.
That's okay. I just wanted him to realize that he wants to take it somewhere else. We want you to explain everything in here for us live on YouTube, so we have it forever to shove in your face.
Mic drop.
Was that to me?
Obviously.
I didn't know. So what I'm trying to explain is that for a experiment, you do typically have an independent and a dependent variable and control variables. However, the independent variable just has to have a cause and effect relationship with the dependent variable. That's the only...
Stop right there. You said typically. Give me the non-typical times your experiment doesn't need any of that.
So there's observational astronomy or cosmology.
No, that's looking in the sky.
You asked for an example, and I'm giving you an example.
That's looking up, dude.
Well, I mean, you can say that, but it's not actually, that's not actually how the people doing the science think about it, so it's fine.
You don't look up?
So if I'm looking at gravitational lensing, for example, I'm not manipulating a variable. I'm seeing where the light comes from when I'm in one location, and seeing how the light is altered from the celestial object is altered from another location.
Well, you can't be in two locations at the same time, so...
Correct. That's correct. I cannot be.
It's just imagination, then.
Well, okay. I don't think so, because what you have to do in order for it to be scientific is you have to make a falsifiable prediction.
So, the independent variable definition.
So, for example, predicting that I would see a 24-hour sun in Antarctica is a falsifiable prediction, right?
No, that's not a scientific prediction. It's not a hypothesis. It's special. Are you going to forecast how your presumed cause affects your dependent variable, the phenomena in question? So in natural science, you're asking what caused it to happen.
Correct.
Can you show me a site for that?
Definition from Scriber. The independent variable is the cause point. Its value is independent of other variables in your study. The dependent variable is the effect. Its value is dependent on changes in the independent variable. Your independent variable must be the cause. If you are studying something, for example, you are doing the observation for that apple falling, and you want to see the cause of that falling apple. The cause, you have to put it in your hypothesis. The cause is the independent variable. You can say the number of times that you want. It doesn't matter for me. It's like my kid saying every time. So, in the hypothesis, the independent variable which have to be will have to be the cause. So, if you see an apple falling, your hypothesis will have to be like, for example, like me, the apple fall because of density and buoyancy. For example, for me, you can say the apple fall because of mass attracting mass or the wrapping of space-time. During the experimentation, you will have to manipulate the independent variable, which is the cause. I can't just do me and you and the other guy talking about the space and time, do the same exact thing, manipulate distance, and every one of us say, oh, look, I validated my cause. It's density, and you will scream the same thing. No, you will have to determine which one of us is correct. We will have to manipulate the independent variable, which is the cause of the effect that we talked about in our hypothesis. So you will have to manipulate gravity. I will have to manipulate the density of the objects or the medium. Your friend will have to manipulate the space and time and wrap it more to see if the object will fall more and curve more and do something. And
Necros, I'd like to expand on what you're saying.
Go ahead.
So we often hear claims like, I don't know, manipulating the distance between two objects is a test for gravity as the independent variable. Right? People say that they manipulate the distance between two objects. That's a test for gravity as an independent variable. The problem is that's false. It's like saying that manipulating the amount of time that you give to boil water is a test for heat as the independent variable. So in both of these situations, whether we're talking about distance or the amount of time given, and in many similar situations like it, what we're dealing with isn't a test for the independent variable at all. It's called a modulating factor, and in experimental design, it's also called a moderator variable. So a modulating factor or moderator is a variable that influences the effect of another variable on a dependent variable without directly affecting the independent variable itself. So a modulating factor is something that's altering the strength or direction or even the presence of a relationship between the independent and the dependent variables. If you want to know more about what the moderating variable is, you can Google it, just moderating variable or moderator factor, or you can look up statistical moderation.
Or you can just look in the side chat.
You went and got a diagram on checking blood pressure for medications, which that somehow proves globe.
Yeah, and this method...
No, it doesn't prove globe. It shows how dependent and independent variables work.
Yeah, exactly. It doesn't prove globe. It's just make...
and it's not a graphic. It's a whole article you can look at.
It does just help us determine which one is science and which one is pseudoscience, like the thing that you were trying to talk about since the other day, aka gravity. Now, it's still categorized as pseudoscience. It doesn't follow the scientific method, And another thing, you don't understand what is the scientific method. You don't understand the steps of the scientific method. And now you're showcasing that you don't understand even what is the independent variable. That's why Globers accept pseudoscience blindly, because they don't understand what is the scientific method. They are always confused. They just bring to them some claims being attributed to science, but it's not part of science at all. It's just pseudoscience, pure pseudoscience. A claim that doesn't follow the scientific method at all, like your gravity, Einsteinian and Newtonian one. Gas pressure without a container, that's another one.
So, do you have a citation for your understanding of the scientific method?
Yeah, it's just been posted, like I said, up and down the side chat for the last 5 to 10 minutes with regards to what a hypothesis is, what dependent and independent variables are, stating that the independent variable must be manipulated by the investigator and it is the presumed cause and the change in the dependent variable. Yeah.
And so it causes the change in the dependent variable. It does it say it has to be the cause of the phenomena?
What, the independent variable?
Has to be the cause of the phenomena.
Yeah, it's the prediction of cause. Hypothesis is what causes this to happen. Yeah. So what causes is the independent variable. Your prediction of what causes the dependent variable is the what happened. So you vary and manipulate your presumed cause in the experiment. Remember, do experiments where we do stuff. We vary and manipulate the presumed cause to see if it causes something to happen or not.
Okay, so
is it really happening?
I don't see that in any of the citations that were posted.
In your entire life.
Can you show me in there where it says that the independent variable has to be the cause of the phenomena? Because it doesn't.
Do you want me to read through them all?
Well, I'm looking at what you posted. It doesn't say it has to be the cause of the phenomena. It just is a cause change in the dependent variable. Just posting something to chat doesn't make it say what you want it to say.
This isn't ChatGPT. These are university citations.
I didn't think it was ChatGPT. It just doesn't say what Jedi thinks it says.
Okay, so right at the top, I go from this, from Florida State University. Independent variable, the variable that is stable and unaffected by the other variables you are trying to measure. It refers to the condition of the experiment that is systematically manipulated by the investigator. It is the presumed cause.
The presumed cause of what?
The phenomena. Causes are called independent variables.
No,
if
they're not.
Variable truly causes a second, this is at 18 minutes past the hour, maybe then scroll up far enough. Like I said, I've been doing this for the last 10, 15 minutes.
Oh, well, yeah, you've been posting a bunch of stuff, but you didn't tag me.
Causes are called independent variable. That's what they are. They're causes. They're the presumed causes of the phenomena. If one variable truly causes a second, so there you go, there's that word again, causes, it is the independent variable.
Yeah.
No, that is not true. I see. Okay, I see your post. I see your citation. However, that you're misunderstanding it. The cause is the cause of the.
Do this one again. I'll do this one again from Florence.
Okay, well,
the variable
I'll explain it when you're done.
By the other variables that you are trying to measure, it refers to the condition of the experiment that is systematically manipulated by the investigator. It's the presumed cause. The independent variable is the presumed cause.
It's like he didn't hear you the first 6 times.
Furthermore, there should be no other independent variable besides one independent variable for running your tests in order to determine the presumed cause. The whole point of having an IV and DV is so that you can create a deductive syllogism out of it. Your IV is like your P and your DV is like your Q. If P, then Q. If IV, then DV. And then you go on with the modus tollens or modus ponens to prove it.
Yeah, it's so simple. Independent variable is the cause of the dependent variable.
Yeah, if P, then Q.
Independent variable is the cause of the dependent variable in your hypothesis, and you must test that thing in your experimentation. Those same independent and dependent variables. You manipulate the independent variable to see if the effect on the dependent variable vary or not. If it doesn't vary, it means that your independent variable is just false. Go and make a new hypothesis.
So I looked at his quote, Jedi's thing. It's the one that. Just a minute. Just calm down. Okay, so I'll post the picture in there. So, like I said, he's just misunderstanding the paper, which is, understandable because I don't think he's ever actually taken a science class. So,
fuck off.
Jedi, come on now.
That was super rude, dude.
Trying to achieve.
People have been very, very not rude to me. So
you know what? On before 33 minutes past the hour, your image says everything Jedi tried to explain to you. Where's the reputation?
I'm gonna explain it to you. I know. I understand. I see where his misunderstanding is.
So where is it?
Okay. Recall that causes are independent variables. So Jedi's like, that must be the cause of the phenomenon. Okay.
The presumed cause.
One second. If one variable truly causes...
you're already wrong. It's a presumed cause. So why should I give you a second when you're wrong? It's a presumed cause. Well, it's a prediction.
Okay. If you don't want me to explain what he's wrong about...
I do want you to explain. You're just wrong at this juncture, and I'm correcting you. Now you may continue.
I'm not.
Yeah, you are. It's a presumed cause that you're testing. You haven't determined it's a cause yet.
Independent variables are often called explanatory variables or predictors. So in the case
predictors.
yes.
That's convenient.
That's it. Well, that's really important. Yeah, predictions are important. So what happens if I predict I'm going to see a 24-hour sun and I see a 24-hour sun?
No. This is where you're off the rails again. We're talking about causes and effects.
I'm explaining. So
you are not causing. Listen, you are not causing the sun to do anything.
Right.
No matter where you go, you're not causing the sun to do anything.
Okay, let me know when. I want to respond to that.
Okay, do you agree with that point? Well, before you continue, I need you to either agree or.
I'm not causing the sun to do anything. I'm not causing the sun to do anything. Right.
You are not causing, so you're not the independent variable.
So, do you understand what a prediction is
I do, but this isn't a scientific prediction. Is what you're proposing is not a scientific prediction. Okay, That's a big difference.
You're okay, so you're interrupting me. I don't know. Is that
you're trying to say I don't understand the difference. I'm telling you that I not only do, and I'm telling you how, and I'm justifying it.
Okay, so you're not. You're just cutting me off every time I try to say something, which I understand.
Because I'm stopping you at every critical juncture that you're wrong and correcting you so that you may continue. So continue.
If I did that to you, you'd be at QE, yelling all the time.
All right, go ahead. Do it to me right now. Where am I wrong?
Okay, so you're wrong. I'm going to explain. So the two variables may be associated, but we cannot designate cause and effect. These are symmetric relationships. In asymmetric relationships, we can designate cause and effect. So what this means, that this is a part that I don't think Jedi read. is that we're talking about the changes just between the two variables, that changing one variable causes a change in the other variable.
Thank you.
And this is super important.
When's that happen?
The hypothesis that you have, the hypothesis has to make a falsifiable prediction.
Yeah,
okay, so
partially
Jedi. Just have like another 30 seconds.
What does it predict?
What?
What does it predict?
It depends on your hypothesis. So it predicts
the natural occurring phenomenon is the answer, Omnivore.
No.
Yeah.
Hypothesis is a very.
It predicts a change in the dependent variable.
Yeah.
That's all.
The DV is a naturally occurring phenomenon.
No. Yes. The DV is whatever variable you're testing.
No, the independent variable is the one that you presume is going to be causing the dependent variable when you manipulate it in the experiment.
So, what you are observing is the change. So, like I said, your own citations explain this pretty clearly, but they're using technical language.
You're 100% correct. It explains it very clearly. So let's try to play the game again. Give me the hypothesis with an independent variable and a dependent variable. So
I think we don't need to go back that far.
In all those,
listen, he just has a contentious point about what the dependent variable is and how it's defined for a scientific test, for creating a scientific hypothesis and scientific experiment.
I can agree with what he said, because
we need to be razor sharp, Necros, on this point. He said that he disagreed that a dependent variable has to be anything related to a naturally occurring phenomenon necessarily, right? You think it could be that and other things.
So it is so
correct.
When you
so this is where we make a very clear line of demarcation between science and pseudoscience. I don't have the problem that Karl Popper has.
Right.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So this is a point of contention. Is what we think we're doing. Is it really science? Are we really doing natural philosophy? Are we doing something more like engineering problems when it comes to mechanical things? Are we just doing observations and discoveries, which are not necessarily scientific? They could be part of something that's scientific, but they themselves alone are not. So, I mean, where you could go from here with this is to suggest that, well, you flat earthers just have a very narrowly defined view of what science is, in which case we would say, yeah, it has to be, and it always used to be. It's only within this sphere of postmodern relativism that everybody decided that everything wanted to be as cool as science and get all the cool funding from institutions and the government. So everything is called science now. People turn it into a freaking verb, for crying out loud, over things that don't have anything to do with scientific testing.
Okay. So, first off, I agree that your take on science is incorrect, but I want to point out that everybody who's posting citations, so clearly you believe that the citations back up your take on science, right? You believe that. But this is because they do not. And this is because what they're talking about is the cause and effect relationship between the two variables. So you have decided, and this is not part of any formal science ever, that the independent variable must be the ultimate cause of the phenomenon. That's your...
Yeah, that's what you're getting at. That's the whole point. That's what you're getting at.
Yes, that's your contention.
The variable is. It says the independent variable is the presumed cause. That when you vary and manipulate your presumed cause, it either will or won't cause a change in the dependent variable. Yeah, that's what we're saying.
Yes.
You don't cause the sun to do anything by moving to different places or waiting certain amounts of time. You don't cause anything. You don't cause the shape of the Earth.
I'm aware that so the sun's
so
not
a scientific test. It could be a test, just not a scientific one.
So okay. I don't want to interrupt you. I don't know how to talk at all without if you cut in on me, So
got to keep these trolls on a leash.
Okay. All right. Well,
you made a hypothesis with the sun in it for some fucking reason.
So that's really important. Yeah. So I know you don't get that. Yeah, I know you don't understand why I'm saying that. I want to try to explain that. So
I can explain it for you.
The example
so badly to be science, and it's not.
Can you steel man what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, I can actually, and I'll even include the parts you don't want anybody to talk about. Is first for Earth to be a globe.
I don't think you can steel man.
Yeah, I'm poisoning the well. So for Earth to be a globe, I'm going to have to assume, if I'm using the stars to determine the shape of the Earth, including the sun and the moon and the time of day and all that, I have to assume that these light sources are casting off parallel rays to a curved surface.
I'm not saying any of this.
I know you're not. I'm telling the audience. I'm saying the part that you won't say out loud.
So you're okay. Well, when I asked you to steel man it, that was like an actual request to see if you understood. Just a minute, Sporadic. To see if you understood my position.
I do understand, and this is actually getting to the linchpin of your position. Is exactly this. This is the linchpin to your entire worldview, and I'm pulling it out in front of you. The assumption of parallel rays from a flat surface in the sky, like a star or a sun. The parallel rays being perpendicular to a surface normal of near infinite distance effectively, and so far away and so big that nobody can triangulate its height, globe or flat. That's your assumption. For all of this to work. Now you could say, well, we can prove that we have parallel rays with curvature, and we can tell that Earth is curving from parallel rays, and you can chase your own tail on the circular logic. We can do that here. We did that with the last guy, actually an hour ago. Or we can try something else. It's your call.
So the reason why I brought up seeing the sun is not because of anything he just said.
Because you made a prediction.
It's because it is a prediction that could either be falsified or validated.
Not by using a scientific method.
It's really important to science. So
no, we've just gone through this.
Okay. So what you've done is avoided the point.
What have you varied and manipulated? Was it any presumed cause in your hypothesis you made on your prediction of the 24-hour sun?
So the hypothesis is that the sun is 93 million miles away, blah, 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 the Earth is tilted, therefore within...
Statement. Well, we've told you what a hypothesis is. It's a special type of prediction that forecasts how the independent variable will cause a change in the dependent variable.
Right.
So it's not. So the hypothesis isn't the distance to the sun.
So it is. So
it's a
number of things.
Dependent variable.
So Jedi. Okay, well, let me know when. I mean, I know if I try to explain myself, I will get muted again.
The distance to the sun, the dependent or independent variable.
Again,
cause or effect. A cause or effect.
Again, omnivore distance. So distance is the independent variable for gravity. Distance is the independent variable for the movement of the sun. Now, if I ask you about refraction, I guess you will say the distance is the independent variable. What the heck are you talking about, brother? So the independent variable in your word doesn't change at all. So you do the same exact test every time, and you claim whatever you want.
He's just being weird. He doesn't understand what's going on.
So
I asked him for hypothesis, and he said the distance to the sun, 93 million miles, blah 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 blah.
He said for magnetism, for tests of magnetism. I can
explain it if you let me.
Just wait, omnivore. I don't need your explanation. Jedi earlier, he said the test for magnetism is the distance. The independent variable is the distance. You just vary the distance between two magnets, and you just throw an assumption there. Magnetism or electrostatic. He said you just manipulate the distance. The same independent variable. For gravity, he said you just manipulate the distance, the independent variable. Now you're asking him about the things on the sky. He's just saying again, distance? Are your science just distance? Don't you think about what you are saying, Omnivore? Can your brain try to reason the shit that you are saying? Every claim you can make, you just have to manipulate the distance. And you can
and it's causing distance. It's causing distance. Cause and effect. IV, DV, P and Q. It's absurd, Omnivore. It's absurd.
All right. So the hypothesis is writ large the heliocentric model.
Well, look, it's like we have to try and fucking hold your hands when we walk through this. The hypothesis,
I can't explain to you yet. Okay.
The hypothesis is like for the 50th time will be a prediction of how the independent variable will cause a change in the dependent variable.
Yes.
Not the hypothesis is the heliocentric model.
Not true. Okay, so I can't explain it to you, but I kind of would need to speak. So I don't know if that's going to work here.
It's just every time you open your mouth, you don't give us what we want.
Every time I open my mouth, I'm explaining my position to you.
Which is just wrong.
No, it's not. It's completely consistent. Let me.
Twice I've asked you for a hypothesis. This time you said the heliocentric model.
Let me.
That's not a prediction.
Yeah, you're not. I know you're not letting me talk. Maybe I can type it out. I'll probably get that. That might work better. So the hypothesis. So the phenomenon, the observed phenomenon is everything we observe about when the sun rises and sets and where it is. Okay, so we observe that this thing is going on. Where there's a bunch of stuff, in the sky that we see the sunrise and set, etc. So that we observe that. And then we formulate a hypothesis that the heliocentric model works, in some specific fashion. Then, that's our hypothesis, yeah. Then we have a testable, just a minute, I'm almost there, man, I'm almost there.
Sorry.
Then we have a testable hypothesis. Oh, okay.
In your hypothesis, it will contain two variables, the independent and dependent variable.
I'm going to get there. I promise. I'll get there.
Shush. If you promise you'll get there, no, that's all you need to do with your hypothesis, is give us, if this independent variable, then that dependent variable. In all your bollocks, can you tell me what were the dependent and independent variables? What were they?
Yes. The independent variable is my latitude. The dependent variable is how much, when the sun sets.
What was the observation again?
Sunsets.
Yep.
And latitude.
It turns out that is a falsifiable prediction, and it is one that, if you believe the AE map, and that the sun is going around in a circle in the AE
Why
map,
are you bringing back
which is because I'm explaining the distinction. All right,
Why?
Because I think it will help you understand the distinction.
Why? When no one's brought the AE map to anybody's attention here, why have you decided to try and smuggle it in for some reason?
I'm not.
This raw man.
So it turns out that there was at least one person on that trip who thought that the world was.
Speak to them then.
You're in the wrong saloon, pal. We have nothing to do with those idiots.
Who thought that it was the AE map. And
yeah, we thought he was dumb too, Omnivore. Welcome to the club.
Yeah, it's like he isn't listening to anything you guys are saying. Anything, not one word.
We tried to warn him for years about this.
Still trying to explain my position.
Yeah, Omnivore, you're strawmanning us. We've explained to Jaron and others for years that the AE map is a globe. It's a globe map that is splayed out with a non-uniform scale that most flat earthers and even globers forget exists.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, so you don't need to tell us about believing in an AE map. Like, nobody in here is going to claim that the sun encircles Polaris at the Tropic of Capricorn. I don't think any of us will go with that.
I am not claiming you believe in the AE map. However, I think we all know that one person on that trip definitely did.
Can't speak to them then.
This is you know who I'm talking about, though.
We know. We tried to explain this to him. You know, that he's using the AE map wrong. He believes in a misuse of an AE map, more precisely put.
Sure, that's fine. Well, the AE map is based on the globe, so there is no world map that I'm aware of that you could use as a flat Earth map.
Well, because most world maps are made with the spherical coordinate reference grid, latitude and longitude, which is derived from the sky, like we told the last guy an hour ago.
Okay, but I have a question about that. So the reason, we can talk about that if you want to, but the reason why I'm using this as an example is not to say you believe in the AE map. That's another misapprehension on your part. What I'm using it to do is call out the distinction between having I have two hypotheses. One that Jaron held, and one that whoever Dave McKeegan held. Okay,
they weren't in opposition the entire time.
What?
Yeah, like the AE map that Jaron held was his own subjectivized misinterpretation. The AE map is not in opposition to Dave McKeegan's world.
I agree. Jaron's understanding of it was in opposition. I'm using this as an example. I'm not using it to say you believe in the AE map. We can talk about that in a minute, because I'm very curious to know how you would explain a map.
I'm not going to give you any God's eye view of the world. So
I know you're not, but I want to talk about ground position of celestial objects on
Omnivore. It's you, guys. Omnivore. It's you, the globers, the guys who believe in the AE map. It's made by you, meaning that your globe failed. If your map doesn't work, it means that your globe just failed miserably. It's your map. So when you are doing that shit in Antarctica and doing elevation angle measurement and trying to argue about the AE map, you are arguing against your globe. You are saying and telling everyone that your globe failed miserably. You can use Mercator. No, it doesn't work either. So your globe failed. It's your projections. It's not ours. And the sunset, even if you don't change your independent variable, if I sit in my place and don't move, so without changing that thing, the sunset means that, okay, it's not the cause of the effect that you were talking about. So it's not just when you change that thing that you are calling independent variable, the distance or the latitude, it will see the sunset. You can see the sunset without changing your latitude. So that was already in your observation. So if you couldn't just understand that without changing the latitude, the sun sets, it was your observation first place. So why would be the change of the latitude is the cause of the effect that we see, the sunset? No, that's stupid.
Okay, so I think that Sporadic has got it. There were two models for people who went on the trip, for two people who went on the trip, and the two models made different predictions. assume that everybody here listening thought, yes, there will be a 24-hour sun, or maybe there will be a 24-hour sun in Antarctica, right?
Yeah, the two models being like, Dave McKeegan's idea of the world and Jaron's idea of the world.
Yes,
Dave McKeegan's idea is shared by more people.
Correct. And it is also the one that panned out, right? It's the one that we had the evidence that
for the reason that Jaron said it wouldn't be visible.
Right.
Right.
There were quite a few people. There were quite a few people who said there wouldn't be a 24-hour sun in the South, right?
There were, TikTok flurfs who never thought about this beyond a meme.
The guy with the app, right? That guy?
Yeah, him too. Yeah, he used to send people to us to collect their Bitcoin, or try to, but then he stopped because we had a falling out.
Yeah, I'm just saying that there's it turns out there were quite a few big names who said it wouldn't happen. But
what
it's okay.
Collect Bitcoin.
What app are you talking about? The one made by the Glober that shows that there is a 24-hour sun? Which one are you talking about? Because there is that famous one. I don't remember his name. Sporadic. Do you remember the name of that guy who made that AE projection with the dome above and the grid of vision? The dome created by the grid of vision of
Walter Bislin. Yeah, Walter Bislin, the Glober.
Walter Bislin, the Glober. So why you Globers never looked at Walter Bislin model and see that model is depicting a 24-hour sun? That was from your side. It didn't say, it's impossible on a flat Earth, because
I'm familiar with that model. I'm very familiar with it.
Oh, nice. So why were you saying that people had to say that the 24-hour sun must be impossible on a flat?
He doesn't know what he's saying.
I mean, Walter Bislin took an AE map globe and then put a globe in the AE map.
He also assumes that everybody's individual field of vision is created bespoke by the universe. So, like, God is manipulating how the light turns, something. I mean, he didn't say what's manipulating it. He just reverse engineered.
I know that's flat Earth space magic, and you know what? I hope that we can get that granted to us if we grant special and general relativity to you.
Guess what? Omnivore. Guess what? I will just have to say distance, independent variable, distance. I just change the distance, and we'll change everything in the sky. Remember?
I mean, that's kind of the point, right? I mean, if we get granted, like Minkowski space-time mathematics that Einstein took for relativity, then we can come up with all kinds of explanations too. We can have general and special relativity on flat Earth, and we can answer basically anything the same exact way. It's just a coordinate transform.
Actually, so that's an interesting statement, I think. So with general relativity and special relativity, there are testable predictions that are made. Now, you don't have to believe that they're right. I'm not asking you to believe in GR and SR. All I'm saying is,
for the sake of the discussion, right?
For the sake of the discussion, they do make testable predictions, like time dilation, for example. So now, I'm not saying you should believe in time dilation or anything like that. I'm just saying that according to the math, an atomic clock at a higher altitude will run faster than an atomic clock at a lower altitude. That's a testable prediction. Like you could do that, and you could find out if it checks out or not.
You have to remove the barometric pressure to test that.
Okay. Why do you think the barometric pressure is impacting the oscillations of the cesium atom?
Do what I said, and let's find out.
Well, when they took the atomic clock in the airplane and tested it with speed instead of altitude specifically, or when they had two atomic clocks a few meters above each other, do you think the barometric pressure was substantially different?
Yeah, it is when I use my barometers.
Are you talking Hefel Keating?
Is that to me?
Yeah, I mean there's a lot we can get into with regards to relativity and stuff. I mean,
all I'm saying is it makes a testable prediction. What testable prediction
on your globe?
What testable prediction would we do for Bislin? If we could do a testable prediction for Bislin, I think you know, I think we'd be talking. Sporadic.
Excuse do you have why the shadow is occurring from top down in this Selenian eclipse?
I don't understand what the issue here is. This happens.
The issue is, I already explained, it's very simple. The sun and the moon are above the horizon. The sun and the moon are both above the horizon. At the same time, you're standing on the ground, which is below your feet. The shadow is occurring not from bottom up as it should be. If the sun and the earth were in synchro, were lined up, it would be from bottom up, not top down.
No, I think you're misunderstanding how light refracts.
Okay, show me.
Also, you're also under this assumption that the Earth and the Sun are somehow the same size. They're not.
Okay, fucking show me in the chat right now how
the size of the Sun compared to the Earth.
No, why the shadow is going from top down on the moon.
It just all it matters is the angle in which the light is hitting the Earth.
Okay, so both the sun and the moon, once again, are above the horizon. The shadow should be from bottom up, not top down.
That's because the occultation of the moon is not a shadow.
It's just a cope because even the experts in the field in astronomy, shut the fuck up. Hold on. Even your experts in astronomy say this is an impossible situation. So you're claiming that you know better than them. So why don't you put it in the chat how your refraction is causing the shadow to go from top down? Go. Let's see it.
It's the same as if it would be bottom up. I don't
really? So put it in the chat. We want to see it.
What do you want me to put in the chat? I don't understand. Do you want me to show you a bottom up eclipse?
You said you have an eclipse. Let me speak. You said you have an explanation for why the occlusion of the moon is happening top down with both the sun and the moon above the horizon. So I want to see your explanation in the chat.
I already told you. I don't even need to post it.
I don't need to be told. I want to see it. You said you have an explanation. Let's see it. What are you basing that? What are you basing that statement on? That you have a reason?
Just how light works. It's just how light works.
Okay, how light works. Don't just try to tell me. Put it in the chat. You have a diagram or something how light works. So you're claiming you know how light works. I'm asking you to validate your claim.
Okay, you can easily just Google it. Like I don't know.
Validate your claim. No, you do it. You're the one making the claim.
Actually, you're the one who's making the claim here, not me.
No, I'm not. I'm not making any claims.
It kind of sounds like you're making the claim that the Earth is flat.
What claim did I make? What claim did I make?
Is the Earth flat?
What claim did I make about the moon?
All right, so the Earth's not flat. I'm glad we agree.
What claim did I make about this Selenian eclipse? Dumb shit.
You're claiming that. Okay, first off, let's not start insulting.
Rambo, you need to answer this question. I will because you're lying.
I'm lying?
Yes, you said you have a reason how light works that causes this occlusion from the top down of a Selenian eclipse, and you have a baseless claim, and you keep claiming it over and over again, but you're not putting evidence of your claim to back it up. So claims I'm still talking. Claims without proof can be dismissed. Good. That solves that problem. You have a baseless claim, and that's it. So
I do not have a baseless claim.
Yes,
you can easily cast the shadow from the top down if you just go top down.
Show me in the chat. Show me in the chat.
What do you mean show you in the chat? Like you literally posted a picture of it already.
Listen, you're saying you know how light works, so you have something in the hopper. I want to know what it is you have in the hopper.
Literally, the evidence that you posted is right there. Like,
that the shadows occurring from top down with the sun and the moon above the horizon, and that's not explainable on a globe. So you said you have a reason.
Explainable?
You said you have a reason on your globe how light works. So whatever information you're using for that claim, in other words, you're saying how light works is the reason why this is happening. I want to know what information you're basing that claim on. That light is working this way or that way. I want to see it in a diagram or documentation, citation from some expert. Put it in the chat. What are you basing that statement on? How light works is why this is happening.
Sunny is 100% correct, and that's the reason why you call it Selenian eclipse, and this second name is the impossible eclipse. Because for you, it's impossible to explain how it works. It's called like that, the impossible eclipse, because it's literally impossible.
Yeah, I already explained that to him. So the experts call it the impossible eclipse, but you, Rambo, Jesus, you think you have the reason. So we want to know what your reason is, because that's not what the experts are saying. The experts are not saying they have a reason.
Yes, it is. Okay.
Okay, fucking put it in the chat, dumb shit. You fucking imbecile. Put it in the chat.
Man.
Yeah,
quite rude.
You're a lying piece of shit. Put it in the chat, liar.
I mean, I've already explained it to you.
Put it in the chat, liar.
It's just light bending. That's it. It's
put
just
it in
refraction
the
of
fucking
light.
chat. Light bending. Now you're making another claim. Put it in the fucking chat right now.
It's just how light works.
I want to see where you're getting your information from. Put it in the chat or shut the fuck up and stay on mute. Next.
I loved hearing him try to put it into his own words what he just Googled. Thank you for exposing that guy. It's not the first time he's been in here.
Tired of these lying Glober religious zealots.
He's not even lying. He's trying to make an excuse, and that excuse is completely nonsensical and stupid.
I'm not making any excuse.
Just stop. I'm talking. So we are not talking about the light. We are talking about the shadow, the absence of the fucking light on the surface of the moon.
You don't know how shadows work. Okay.
That shadow is covering the moon from up to down. So it's completely upside down shadow.
Yeah, and you know what? He is lying because he keeps claiming that he has a reason why this is happening, but he hasn't provided any validation for his positive claim of such. None. He's provided nothing. Just talking. Oh, how light works. Okay, we want to fucking see it specifically, exactly how light is doing this.
Yeah, you can go recreate it. It's not that hard.
Fucking do it then. Let me see the demonstration. Where is it?
No one can.
All you gotta do is
I haven't seen it. Put it in the chat.
Google.
We're gonna go through this again. You're gonna be fucking muted.
So Rambo, it's not in Google. You can't do it. We can't do it. No one can do it. You can't replicate it. You are just dreaming. And you are repeating the same sentence. Hey, you can find it. You can do it. No, it's not. You can't find it. Yep. You can't show it. No one can find it. No one can repeat that shit. So shut up.
Yeah.
Stop dreaming.
Really, that's dishonest. So it's dishonest for him to keep making the claim. So don't try to give him an out by saying he's not lying. He is lying, and he's still holding whatever information he thinks he has to himself. So he's making claims, and he can't back it up. And he keeps making the claim saying that he does have a reason, and he can't provide the validation. I want verification of your claim. So just stay on mute.
Yes, that's cognitive. That's cognitive dissonance. The guy is challenged now. He just have to ramble.
I'm not rambling. I've maintained the same position. You guys are the ones who are rambling.
Yeah, you're still rambling.
Are you claiming you can recreate the Selenilian eclipse?
That's like his third claim, yeah.
And he claimed also that it was recreated, and you can find it on Google.
Yeah, you can find models of it. It's not that like complicated.
Okay, put the fucking model in the chat right now. I want to see it right this minute, or I'm going to have one of the mods
asking for it.
mute your dumb ass.
They're not asking for an animated
Musbrain,
model.
shut up. Shut the fuck up. Period. You're either going to provide the information right now, Rambo, or I'll have somebody mute your ass. You won't be allowed to speak here because you're dishonest piece of shit. A Glober zealot. That's it, man.
I think you're the one who's going to get muted when they hear this audio recording.
No, I don't think so. I've been here for fucking 8 years. Shut the fuck up.
That's sad.
Shut up, dumb shit. You're just an idiot Glober with another Glober that's just claiming. See? Told you.
I think by model he just means like a a drawing of it.
Okay, are you going to step up to the bat for this guy?
I think that's what when you're asking.
Okay, good.
For like
you think so too? So you provide the model then. Now you're on. Now the spotlight's on you. You want a white knight for this idiot? Show me the model. Put it in the chat right now, or you'll be fucking muted too.
I wasn't white knighting.
Yeah, you are. Yes, you are. Now you're being dishonest. You're defending his idiotic claim of a model of this. I want to see it right now, Mushkane. Put it in the chat.
Well, I was trying to get out from him, like, are you saying by model, does he mean just like
I want you to rescind. I want you to rescind your statement then right now that you don't have a model. Concede that you don't have the model.
Yeah, I don't have a model. I never said I had a model.
Okay, good. Then stop saying it. Or you're going to be held to task. Now, if someone were to come on here and they prefaced their statements or their claims with, this is only speculation. It's Speculation Sunday, and I'm going to speculate. I'm not saying this is exactly how something works. I'm just speculating how I think something might work. That's a speculation, and I don't have anything to back up my speculation. That's all I'm doing is making a speculation. So if someone were to preface their statement with that, that's fine. But if someone starts saying they know how something works and they keep making a positive claim after positive claim and keep repeating the positive claim, I keep asking for verification or validation and they can't provide it, they're going to end up just like Rambo. So keep that in mind. Anybody else here? I saw Surfside come in. Anybody else here? Anybody that's a Glober? You have proof of your globe, or are you going to make a speculation on your globe?
I can make a speculation.
Okay.
Well, seeing as we now have evidence that there is, in fact, a 24-hour sun south of the Tropic of Capricorn, This excludes any flat geometry.
Okay, now it's a speculation. So do you have anything that you can provide that explains how the lights in the sky have anything to do with the surface or the ground you stand on? Go ahead.
You want evidence that the sun is in fact 24 and doesn't
Okay, so the sun is rotating above the surface, verified by elevation angles. It doesn't matter if it's doing fucking loop-de-loos. Doesn't change the surface condition. So you're making a speculation. So it's either a baseless claim or only a speculation. You're just imagining how something is, or you're going to explain to us how whatever the sun, the moon, or the planets are doing above us, how that has anything to do with the surface. So walk us through logically. What is the first step in that? Step one is what?
Well, first steps would just be observations.
Okay, the first step in logically linking or connecting what the lights in the sky are doing to the ground or the earth that we stand on. So you haven't told me. So just the observation. So how do you logically connect it? Okay, so you see this happening. So the next step is what? How do you connect the lights in the sky to what the earth's condition is, the surface?
By using spatial geometry.
Okay, walk us through that. How does that work? What's the first step?
Well, first step would be observation. Second step
No,
would
you already said that. So spatial geometry, a spatial relationship. So how are you linking the two? I'm still waiting. So if you're using spatial geometry, how are you using it, and what is the first step? Okay, good speculation. Next. Yeah, you have nothing to back your claim. It's funny, I know. So why don't you give that some thought? And then when you are able to link a couple of sentences in a row together that make sense, make a logical syllogism of how the lights in the sky have something to do with the surface. So you might start with your own room. If you have lights in the ceiling and you have a floor that you're standing on that's flat with a bunch of corners that are 90-degree angles.
Yeah.
Explain how the lights in the sky, lights in your ceiling, can tell you anything about the floor that you're standing on.
Well, I mean, without the light, you would not be able to observe the floor, correct?
Okay, but you're still not connecting what the light in the ceiling has to do with the floor. Are you able to tell?
It sounds to me like you're making the point that, yeah, the light has no physical, it's not altering the floor or anything like that. It's not like it's correlated in that way.
Yeah, but you're saying it has something to do with telling you what the condition of the floor is. So I want to know how the light in the ceiling is telling you or notifying you in some way what the condition of the floor is. Is the light in the ceiling telling you how many square feet are on the floor?
No, that would just be a measurement, so...
Yeah, are you able to tell from the ceiling light what the measurement of the floor is? Like if you're putting in flooring, would you measure the ceiling light?
Well, obviously not.
Okay, thank you. That debunks your linking the ceiling light to the floor, just like trying to link the sun to the earth or the surface. They don't have a connection. So it doesn't, it really literally does not matter what the lights in the sky are doing. I keep saying this. They could be doing loop-de-loos, corkscrews, flipping around upside down. They could be going back and forth, up and down, back and forth, zigzag, horizontal, diagonal. It doesn't matter what they're doing up there. It's not telling you anything about the floor. And if you still think that's the case, I want you to go to the hardware store and ask them to help you measure your ceiling lamp so you can put flooring in.
I mean, I get what you're saying, because a measurement, so I might not be able to articulate to you exactly how the sky correlates with the ground, but
yeah, you can't tell me in any way.
Yeah.
So don't make shit up. So no, you can't tell me in any way how they're logically linked. And they would probably be calling the psych emergency response team if you went to the hardware store and asked them that. They would say, this guy's on meth or something. He's psychotic. He's asking us to measure the ceiling light so he can put in a rug or put in carpet on his floor. He's crazy. They literally would make you leave the store. Like, I'm sorry, sir. We're not we're not like psychiatric nurses here in the hardware store. We can call somebody to help you, and maybe they could take you away and put you in a padded room for a little while until you settle down. That's exactly what that is. That's exactly what you're saying is, I'm psychotic, and I think the lights in the sky have something to do with the earth we stand on. It's unbelievable that people walking around parading as adults that seemingly are educated, meaning they can kind of speak pretty well, but they can't make a logical sequence of events as far as the lights in the sky and the sea and the floor. They can't connect it, but they keep making this claim about the bullshit final not experiment.
You can connect it, but you can always just say, well, our measurement of flatness trumps your observations in the sky, because the observations in the sky match up with a globe. But if you're saying, well, it doesn't measure that way, that means, well, there must be some other explanation. That's what you're saying.
So you're saying they match up. You're saying they match up to a globe. So walk me through that sequence of events logically.
The traversing of the sun across our sky and how it's seen from various locations.
Thank you. The sun is moving across the sky. Very good. Next. Anything else?
Yeah, well, these observations line up with us being on a surface that is a sphere.
No, they line up with elevation angles from the horizontal plane. That's how we tell where the sun is. How do you think we tell where the sun is? Do you think we tell where the sun is using a curved adjacent? Do you know what a triangle is?
Yes.
Yeah. And does a triangle have a curved adjacent? The adjacent would be the part of the triangle that is next to the 90-degree right angle.
That's true, but to get an elevation angle, you don't need this. You don't need a reference to the surface.
Oh, you don't? So how do you get it then?
You drop a plumb bob, take the horizontal from there, then take your declination angle.
A horizontal from a plumb bob?
Yes.
What is the plumb bob designating?
The plumb bob is designating the vector of perfectly
vertical. Yeah, and so what is 90 degrees or perpendicular to vertical?
That's exactly what you're going to use, the horizontal.
Yeah, it matches the horizon. Thank you very much. That's how we use the horizon, as the horizontal plane. If you were navigating using elevation angles with right triangles, and the surface was actually curved underneath it, in other words, every 100 miles, and it's incrementally larger as you go further. So like if it was 200 miles, it'd be quite a bit further. But even just first 100 miles, 6,668 feet of vertical drop. So you're navigating using elevation angles, and the adjacent is the horizon. If your surface was actually curved at that rate, you would be off location. You would run into the fucking rocks. You would miss the island that you're trying to head towards. But these navigators with sextants and elevation angles find these islands. Do you know how small an island, let's say even 100 miles long, is at 1,000 miles away? Do you know how small that island is? Angularly speaking, do a ratio real quick. 100 miles compared to 1,000 miles. And put it in degrees. So, like, you're looking at such a narrow angle of a degree for that island, let alone most of the islands that people are headed towards are maybe tens of miles across. If you're off 20 miles, you would miss your island. So navigators aren't using a curved ball. They would be lost at sea. And actually, that's exactly what they were when they were trying to navigate, thinking they were on a ball. Lost at sea, run into the rocks all the time. Thousands and thousands of shipwrecks. That's how they figured out the elevation angles and put them in the nautical almanacs. They're printed in ink. That's how static they are as far as like the locations of those ground positions to the minute or second of time. That's why you have to have an accurate timepiece when you're navigating. But you wouldn't know about that.
I know all about that.
You do know about that?
Yeah.
Have you navigated yourself out at sea?
No, I just know about it because of pendulums.
You know about navigating because of pendulum?
Yeah.
That's ridiculous.
No, it's not. That's how they kept accurate time.
Okay,
Pendulums.
who's using a pendulum while navigating?
That's how they did it in the day. They came up with pendulums. They needed a way to keep time.
Yeah, that's only the timepiece, bro. Yeah. Has nothing to do with the surface. It has to do with like how far you've traveled based on your speed and the time you've traveled.
It does have to do with the surface because that's how they were positioning themselves where they were by using keeping time because then they could keep time.
Yeah, on the horizontal plane. Yeah, thank you. I know. Not on a ball, on a horizontal plane. The distance that you're traveling is linear, not curvilinear. Otherwise, they would have stated curvilinear. So miles, nautical miles, are all linear measurements.
Yeah, I mean, there's no reason to think of the Earth as a ball. I mean, you can.
Holy shit!
I mean, there's absolutely no reason to.
So the curvature is just meaningless, then, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's not going to affect you at all. There's no reason to. I mean, it doesn't affect you.
So nearly 7,000 feet of vertical drop every 100 miles doesn't matter, huh?
Not for your purposes.
Really? So you're navigating for a line that is horizontal, and if you put a straight edge on a ball, can you see how those are different positions?
Yeah, but when you're navigating, you're not using, you're not getting your elevation angles from 1,000 miles out. You're doing that, as far as your resolving limits are.
How do you know that?
Because you can't see
you're not getting an elevation angle to a ground position that's 1,000 miles out. You don't know that. You've never done this.
You can't see that far.
Doesn't matter if you see that far. You know in the nautical almanac where the GP of the star is based on the angle of elevation from the horizontal plane. You're not going to get that ground position if you're on a curved surface, because a triangle has to have 180 degrees, right?
Yeah, and you don't need sight of the surface. You don't need reference to the surface to do that.
Exactly, because you're on a horizontal plane, you know where the ground position is as you're traveling in linear measurements of distance. You know how far you are from the ground position based on your elevation angle to the luminary, which has the same ground position every year at that second. It's over the same exact spot. In other words, the zenith of the star is directly, that position directly below the star is the same ground position every year to the second. And that's what they print in the nautical almanacs, the ground positions. So you're
because
wrong.
they know exactly where the stars are, and they know exactly how they move. That's how we know that we have two celestial poles.
So I want you to chart that out for me in 4 different vectors of motion and explain to me how the star is in the same ground position every year to the second on a ball that's spinning, that's orbiting and rotating around a galaxy. You explain to me how you have the same ground position.
Well, it's not doing that independently. Everything's moving together.
Okay, so it's all moving, so you would never have the same ground position. Thank you very much. Yeah, you just admitted it just now, that you would not have the same ground position. They would be different ground positions every hour or every several hours, let alone every year. Those ground positions would be hundreds, if not thousands of miles different than the previous year. So once again, lost at sea, run into the rocks. That's what Globers are going to be doing if they're out there navigating and they think they're on a ball. Good luck. I'd like to see you navigating with a plumb bob out at sea. Go ahead. That's great. I want to see my nautical plumb bob and pendulum navigation kit, along with the curved navigational table and a globe.
They literally, astrolabes have plumb bobs built into them.
Yeah. Yeah.
Anything else you want to see, Sonny?
That's about it. Dashed his globe to into the ground, so it's pretty much over. No proof of the globe. No proof of navigation on the globe. Only horizontal, linear measurements of distance and elevation angles from the horizontal. Who was that anyway that said anything else you want to say, Sonny? Who was that?
So you agree, Sonny, that we can circumnavigate the North Pole, right? About the North Pole.
You mean traveling on a flat plane that we're using a compass, and as we travel, let's say we're going east or west?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And so as you're traveling east to west, do you perceive yourself to be going in a circle, or do you perceive yourself to be moving in a straight line?
You perceive yourself as following the compass.
Yeah, and do you perceive yourself as going in a straight line or going in a circle?
Okay, how would you do that if you're constantly adjusting to the compass heading? How would you know?
By using your senses. I'm saying when you're traveling in an eastward or a westward.
You already told me you've never been navigating out at sea, so you're speculating again.
Well, yeah, I'm asking you a question. If you're traveling eastwardly or westwardly and you're circumnavigating, do you perceive yourself to be traveling in a circle, or do you perceive yourself to be going in a straight line?
You're trying to go in as straight a line as possible to get to your next location. But as you're traveling, what you actually see is you see your compass. It's not like when you're holding a course out at sea and you're in the ocean, every time a wave hits, it knocks you slightly off course, one way or another, depending on which direction. The winds are also pushing you, whether you have sails up or not. So you have the waves pushing you. They could be crossways or diagonally to your line of travel. The winds could be the opposite direction, so they're pushing you in the opposite direction. So what you're doing is you're constantly adjusting the helm of the boat to stay on course. It just doesn't stay right. Like if you're going 270 degrees west, it doesn't stay on 270 like constantly. It's constantly moving as you're traveling because you're being buffeted by waves and wind and currents. So you have to make constant adjustments. So you would not sense that.
Yep.
All you would see is differences in your travel on your compass, which the compass can only work on a flat plane as well.
This is funny, Sonny, because you're using my own argument against me. Like, you argue against this point when I bring it up with the helicopter. I'm like, the helicopter's constantly adjusting. It's not in the inertial frame. And you're like, no, it's still. But now you're using the same argument, but in reverse.
Yeah.
It's constantly adjusting.
Yeah, because you're talking apples and oranges. One's above the surface of the earth in the air, and the other's on the ocean, on the wave, with the waves. Two different things.
Yeah, but similar.
No, they're not similar at all. You could tell with a helicopter or a drone that you're in the same position. There's no acceleration. You're statically in the air.
No, I didn't take your key. I gave it back to you.
So the ground is not moving.
I made a key in the car.
Helicopter.
Before we got in the car.
If you're saying the ground is moving underneath the helicopter, then why isn't the ground moving underneath hummingbirds or small insects or birds?
Well, I never said that. That's okay. Yeah, because this is a misunderstanding that I constantly hear in here. When we say that the Earth is moving under the pendulum, that's you have the wrong idea in your head.
I'm not talking about a pendulum. Did I mention a pendulum? I said drones, hummingbirds, birds, or insects. And you went to pendulums. The pendulum is attached to the same thing that you're saying it's moving under it.
Exactly.
Yeah, so not a point.
It is a point.
The pendulum is attached to the ground.
Yes.
Yeah, so it's not separate from the ground and a different reference point.
Exactly.
So you can't tell with a pendulum. Anyway, I wasn't even talking about pendulums. They're a non-proof of anything other than a contraption.
Well, see, when you're talking about like the hummingbird or a helicopter or a drone or something, yes, it's left the surface. The pendulum is still attached to the surface.
Yeah, I'm not talking about pendulum. So I want to know when a hummingbird lifts off from the ground, how he's adjusting his speed, because as he would leave the surface, that means an increase in speed. He would have to keep a certain speed to maintain his position. As the diameter of a circle increases, that would mean it's moving faster.
Yes.
Yeah. So you're saying the atmos connected to the Earth. So if that's true, then anything leaving the surface would have an increase in speed going up in elevation or altitude, and a decrease in speed going down from altitude to the surface. So aircraft would have to be increasing and decreasing their speed as they went higher and lower, and they're not doing that. We have the flight data and the pitch data to prove that.
Well, the circumference is 25,000 miles, so an extra.
Yeah, so 1,000 miles at the surface. So how is the hummingbird or the butterfly maintaining their position, yet they're still traveling at 1,000 miles and increasing speed, let's say at 1,038 miles at the surface when they go up, then, you know, increasing their speed as they go up. So like 10 feet would be a higher speed to maintain their position, and 20 feet or 100 feet would be a higher speed to maintain the position.
Yeah, but you're talking about a difference from 25,000 miles.
Hummingbirds aren't doing that. Okay, tell me how a hummingbird is adjusting its speed to maintain its position on a spinning globe.
Okay, well, it wouldn't have to, because 25,000 miles, 10 feet, there's no difference there. So it wouldn't be like you're going faster.
So 3 or 4 miles an hour wouldn't matter? So they'd be 3 or 4 miles off position, and that's okay.
It wouldn't even be a fraction of a percent of that. 10 feet to 25,000 miles?
Tell me how much then. You're the one that's the glober. Tell me how much.
It would be a fraction of a percent.
Okay, tell me what fraction it is, and we'll change that. We'll turn that into feet.
That's negligible.
No, it isn't, because the Earth's spinning at 1,038 miles an hour at the surface. So I want to know, when you increase in elevation, how that is changing.
Yeah, but an increase of 10 feet from 25,000 miles is negligible, is what I'm saying.
Okay, how about 30,000 feet?
Still negligible. From 25,000 miles?
Okay, you telling me negligible, so you're just speculating again. Okay, I get it. So why is it that the globe and all of its trappings end up at the very end of it, when we're trying to get to a resolution of how these things are happening, it just goes to imagination again?
Well,
so all you have back in your claim is imagination. I just guess it's doing this. I just guess it's negligible, but I can't tell you exactly how many feet off position. You're the glober. You should be that. You should be the expert in the field as far as what your globe is doing. But no globers have this information.
Well, Sonny, you just said you're correct that as the circle circumference enlarges, the speed increases. But if your circumference is 25,000 miles, then an increase in a couple thousand feet isn't going to do anything.
Bullshit! It's 1,000 miles per hour. That's what you're missing.
No, I'm not missing
how fast they're saying it's supposed to be spinning.
Well, that's not how fast it's spinning.
So that means the hummingbird could be like 3 or 4 blocks off in a couple of minutes.
Well, it's not the rate of
percentage. Yeah. So 3 or 4 blocks.
That's linear speed.
So the hummingbird's way off on the other side of town now. Even if it was off a quarter mile an hour, the hummingbird could not maintain its position.
Yeah, it's nowhere near that.
I want you to tell me how or what the hummingbird is using in its brain or its whatever mechanism. Where's that information? How is the hummingbird staying stationary?
It's not sensitive enough to measure a difference that small.
Yeah, that's a bunch of bullshit, man.
Yeah, apparently it's so not small that Neil deGrasse Tyson claims that a football game outcome is determined by it.
Exactly.
Yeah, well, just because somebody says some bullshit.
Spins under footballs, not under hummingbirds, drones, helicopters, hot air balloons.
Yeah, doesn't make any sense.
No, it's not that it's spinning under that. There's a conservation of angular momentum. You know that if you're driving a car.
I want to see that in the chat. Exactly. And I want to know at every elevation how that's affecting it. Go ahead. Put it in the chat, Mushkane.
Or just a single interview of any fucking punter ever mentioning that he's always taking in account the spin of the earth when he's kicking his 40-yard field goals.
Yeah, so you're saying angular momentum is being conserved. So I want to know exactly where's the model for that. Put that in the chat, Mushkane. Let's see it.
Yeah,
I want to see feet. I want to see feet, yards, miles, and seconds.
And he also just argued for no Coriolis effect.
Yep. Said is negligible. Yeah, so no Coriolis. Thanks. Exactly. I mean, like, you guys talk out of both sides of your mouth at the same time. It's doing this, but it's not affecting anything. Oh, you're going higher in the air and that you're not spinning faster. But like the Earth is supposed to be spinning and the Atmo is supposed to be spinning with it. So that means, how could anything travel that way?
Sonny, that's like me saying, okay, you know that heat rises when you jump up in the air. Did your head get hotter? Oh, didn't? I guess heat must not rise.
Holy shit. You just jumped from one topic to another. Totally off topic. Not related.
That's what you're saying? Like, if the hummingbird goes up in elevation, it must be going faster.
You're saying now that heat, you go up in height, that the heat, the temperature change. Was I talking about temperature change?
Yeah, you're saying the circle enlarges, you go faster. You go up in elevation, it gets hotter, right?
I didn't mention temperature at all. I mentioned distance.
Yeah.
Speed and distance at elevation. You're missing the fucking point.
As you raise in elevation, it gets hotter. As you raise in circumference, you go faster.
How does that have to do with your position?
Because if you go up in elevation, you don't feel like you're getting hotter, do you?
Shut the fuck up. Is temperature telling you where your position is?
You see the analogy. Just because you increase in elevation doesn't mean you're going to notice an increase in speed. Just because you increase in elevation doesn't mean you're going to notice an increase in heat.
Good fucking deflection from the topic I was bringing up. Yeah, not related. Why do you keep saying it? It's not related. Are you slow or something?
You get the analogy, Sonny.
What's wrong with you, Mushkane? I was talking about position and speed, and you went to temperature. Do you not see the difference? That's just like the light on your ceiling telling you what the floor is. Just like it. No, shut up for a second. You're an idiot. So, explain to me now logically how temperature has to do with your location. Go ahead, do it.
Okay.
I want to see it. Type it out. I don't want to hear your fucking blowhole. Type it out in the chat. How does temperature have to do with your position and elevation? I want all those speed, position, and elevation included in your temperature. Numpty dipshit.
Well,
Put it in the chat. Type it out. I don't want to hear you. Type it out.
As you raise in temperature, things move faster.
Shut the fuck up and type it. I want to see it in print.
I'm not typing.
I want to see you put it in print right here in the chat. Type it out.
We're in VC. It's perfectly analogous.
Okay, good. Put it in the chat then. Type it out. Stop talking and type it out. Put your logical syllogism of how temperature has to do with your position. Make sure you include elevation and location and speed. Increase in speed at altitude. So put that in there with your temperature change.
Nice straw man. Nice straw man, honey.
No, you're the one that's strawman, and I want to see the logical syllogism. Type it out in the chat or shut the fuck up. Stay on mute.
If my grandma had wheels, she would have been a bike. I mean, come on.
Happy Easter. Rich, did you prove your claim yet?
The Earth is flat. The Earth is flat. The Earth is flat.
Get this script kitty out of here.
Ah. I'm studying PJPT though.
Nah, we gotta get this script kitty out of here.
No. I know.
Go on get. Go on get.
I'm not a comp kid.
Get out. Go on get. Get.
Wow.
Go on get now.
Wow.
I don't believe everything NASA says, and I got a lot of qualms with deGrasse Tyson. But also, let's not throw the baby out with the bathwater.
With what? What do you mean?
I mean, just because this is a problem. A lot of women I see that they have this. Just because somebody's burned you or something's happened, somebody's lied to you. A lot of times when you find out that this has happened, then you just throw everything away. You know, it's like it shakes your whole worldview up, and you just like, oh well, you know, I can't trust anything now.
No, I don't. I mean, if you're insinuating that that's what we have done, then that's incorrect.
I wouldn't go so far to say that.
Some
like
people,
everybody,
though, bro. No, I get you. Like, some people have done that. Some people take it way too far. Right, this topic attracts some like hardcore conspiracy theorist type people, right? Where they think freaking everything is faked and right, everything's a conspiracy, and they take it like way too far, right? That we have a bunch of people like that, but the Globe site has people like that too, right? But yeah, we definitely do as well.
Yeah, it's actually like a manipulation tactic. I think like sometimes you might do something in front of somebody that like contradicts what you said previously, and you do it on purpose because you want to shake that person's reality. You want to have them be like very unsure about what's going on. So it could be a tactic even. Like sometimes I think that when I'm watching the NASA blooper reels or things that just seem on their face ridiculous, it's like maybe, you know, that mean I'm almost sure that they're doing that on purpose.
Yeah, some of it's so ridiculous. It's like, how could they have possibly let that slip? What's the deal here? Yeah. I don't know. Some people say, oh, it's revelation of the method, right? They're rubbing it in people's faces, right? They have to tell you what they're doing, right? And they'll show you in subtle ways. But if you're too stupid to pick up on it, then that's on you. We told you. We didn't lie. And that's kind of what some people think's going on, but...
Yeah, actually, that's kind of the best explanation I've heard, because that really does make sense. Because it would make sense that things are based on consent, because then it kind of absolves the person doing it. It's like, well, you had every option and opportunity to not go along with this. We didn't force your hand. So that would kind of make sense that they're going to reveal what they're doing.
Yeah. It almost seems to me, right, just speculating that they use some of this space news that comes out through NASA as like a gauge, like a test to see what kind of grip they have on humanity as a whole, right? Like, what can we tell them, right? Let's tell them that, you know, some crazy shit, right? And see if anyone pushes back, right? And they're like, okay, right, we can tell them that it rains sideways glass rain on exoplanet, blah, blah, blah. And tell them that, there's hairy black holes in space that explain the Hawking paradox, or blah, blah, blah. Like all those kind of things, right? It's like, there's no pushback. Okay, we can tell these people anything at this point.
I have a question. What do you think all these people do then, if they're just lying? Like, what do they do?
Who's lying? That's what I always ask people. And when people say all these people are lying, like, who's lying? I don't think these people are lying. They think the Earth's a globe. Most people think the Earth's a globe.
You say NASA just tells people whatever, like they just tell these people things. What do you think, like, in reality, if these things were real, it would take a bunch of people to do a bunch of calculations, it would take a bunch of physics, all of that. So you're saying they don't actually do any of that. What do you think they're doing with their time?
Who, in particular?
People that work at NASA.
And all of the other
I mean,
companies attached, like millions of people.
Yeah,
across the
like
world.
which branch of which company are we talking about? Right?
All of
Let's
them.
get specific.
They all lead
they're
to the
all
same thing.
like they're
Now,
all
what do you think they're doing?
compartmentalized, right?
So they're playing
Who?
shadow boxing games and compartmentalize.
Who are you talking about, right? Because these companies are like.
Do you think Neil deGrasse Tyson does astrophysics?
He's trying to get you to narrow it so you can attack. But no, the millions of people work in the space industry, are they all playing compartmentalized shadow boxing games and too stupid to realize it? The most intelligent people on Earth.
You think the people? Okay, so have you evaluated? You think Don Pettit's one of the most intelligent people on
See
Earth?
how you're singling out? No, the people with advanced degrees who spend years and
because
years.
what you're doing is a blanket statement fallacy.
No, I said millions. It's not blanket. It's general.
No, you're blanketing all of them into one, right?
Wait,
when they all
you
have
tried to do that. You're saying they're all doing something, so I'm holding you to your word,
Stop talking
dickhead.
over me when I'm mid-sentence.
Try not to be a
dumbass.
snake.
Just go on mute.
Idiot.
Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, shut up, Glover. Yeah, religious Glover.
Talk over me.
You know, he doesn't know anything about how government operations work, how military compartmentalization, how contractors that are working for NASA. He doesn't have any idea what they're doing. And so one thing he doesn't understand is that governments spend money up to a certain limit so they can get the same amount the next year. They have to spend the money. So there you go. $200 toilets, $1,000 like wrenches, like.
Just to be clear, I'm not asking about the money. Like people like get degrees in these things, but you don't actually think they get degrees in it. What do you think they're doing instead?
Who are you talking about?
So people have degrees in astrophysics. Would you agree or no?
Yes.
Yeah. So what does that mean?
Do you think they actually do astrophysics or no?
Why don't you tell us what astrophysics is?
It's study of the stars.
No, that's astronomy.
Yeah. So astrophysics is a branch of astronomy.
Okay, great. Do you think it's scientific?
That's not what I asked. You think they're not doing that? What do you think they're doing instead?
No,
for 4
I don't
years?
care what they're doing in their theoretics. I want to ask you.
Yeah, what do you think
are they
they're
doing
doing?
science?
That's what I think they're doing. What do you think they're doing?
You think they're doing science?
I just said that's what I think they're doing. What do you think they're doing?
Okay, name one valid hypothesis or experiment in astrophysics.
There are a lot. I was just curious what you think they're doing if you don't think they're doing science.
Well, they're not doing science.
Yeah, what do you think they're doing?
They're doing theoretics.
Like what?
Like what? Like they're guessing at things based on things that were made as assumptions, their imaginations. We've spoken to people like that in here, PhDs in astrophysics. They don't know any more about the globe than you do, which is nothing.
So you think they're trying to do science?
No, you don't know what science is. You have less than a 5th grade knowledge of science, and I can prove it.
I'm just asking, what do you think these people are doing for 4
You think they're
years?
doing science. I want to test your knowledge of science.
No, you made a claim. You think these people are just faking and lying, I guess. What are they doing for 4 plus years?
Astrophysicists are lying. They believe the same thing you do.
I know, but I don't spend 4 plus years on my study of the globe and space.
Yeah, neither do they.
Exactly. So what are they doing for those extra 4 years?
Yeah, they're looking up at the sky and they're guessing at what's going on out there.
4 years?
For 4 years, for 10 years, for 20 or 30 or 50 years, it doesn't fucking matter. They're doing the same thing. They're not.
What are they doing?
They don't have an expertise in the globe or what the globe is. They're looking up at the sky.
Yeah, you're saying, but I want like something that would take 4 years to complete.
Dude, to get those degrees, right? They
You
just
don't
have
think
to
they're
parrot.
real?
They have to parrot the mainstream textbooks to get those degrees, right? They're not testing if the Earth's a globe or anything like that, right? They're doing theoretical physics, right? Like Michio Kaku says, nobody that I'm aware of in my field uses the so-called scientific method, right? And he said they're off by this ridiculous number, right? That you can't even comprehend. It's got that many zeros on the end of it, right? He says it's just like guesswork, right? So it's just like, Sorry?
Are they trying to do science? Is what you're saying?
Yeah, they've got like a framework that they use, that's passed down from, generation of doing this particular thing, right? Based off a theoretical model of what the Earth is and what the universe is, right? And they're professionals at parroting that bullshit, right? And talking about that bullshit, right? But once you look into the core fundamentals that are required, right? The core values that are all necessary to have any of that exist, right? Such as the Earth being a globe, right? That's where they fall short. None of them have actually checked any of that, right? It's all just theoretical, mathematical models, right?
Yeah,
it's not actual reality. It's textbook definition pseudoscience. It's literally, right, textbook definition pseudoscience what they're doing.
It would be pretty impressive if they got a degree by, like Harvard or something like that, and they studied for 8 years, and it was entirely pseudoscience the whole way. But I was just curious, how long have you been doing this for, DJ? Like thinking the Earth was flat?
About since 2016, 2017.
Yeah. So what would that be? About 8 years, almost, right?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah. And what have you come across that you think is more explanatory and more accurate than what people have been studying for their entire lives, that multiple other people corroborate?
Yeah. So things that can be empirically validated here on Earth, right? Practical demonstrations, long distance observations, laser tests, right? And actually pushing the mainstream, right, when they make claims for actual empirical evidence of those claims, right? Because a lot of guesswork is done, a lot of assumptions are made, and then mathematics is sort of done after those assumptions have been made, right? So we're testing the core variables in their mathematics, right? Like the R value that's in all their math, right? The radius value of the Earth. So if we can go out and there has to be a certain amount of curvature over a certain distance in reality, and it just isn't there, right? We retest over and over and over again in all sorts of different ways, and we can't find this curvature that should be there, right? We start looking, it's like, okay, what's going on, guys, right? Who throughout all of history actually went out and measured this and validated this Earth curvature, right? And all you find throughout all of history is more assumptions and calculations based off those assumptions, not actual empirical evidence.
That do you think a calculation can agree with an incorrect assumption?
Well, if you say that the Earth is a globe with a radius of 3,959 miles, right? That means that there has to be a certain amount of curvature over water, right? So if you go out and test a huge body of water for that curvature and there's no curvature there, right? Where do you go from there?
Well, you can use a lot of other things as well. That's not the only way to see if there's curvature to the Earth.
Okay, so that's what we're doing, right? So we're asking people like you that come in, what are you aware of that did validate that the curvature is there?
Oh, the stars. I use the stars.
Okay, so what's a star?
The lights in the sky at night.
Okay, so what is it specifically besides... we agree on that. Okay, so we're in agreement that a star is a light in the sky at night.
Yeah.
Okay, now what?
So if you take a time-lapse video of those, they actually move around a specific point, and they'll move around, like, it will move clockwise if you're in the southern hemisphere and counterclockwise if you're in the northern hemisphere. This is just not possible on a flat surface, any flat surface.
How is... Okay, you don't even...
It is a wraparound.
Percentage, not now with the wraparound, bro.
It's the only thing that makes sense.
Percentage, yes, you can raise the wraparound when this conversation's done and we go into another speculation. Check or hold?
Yeah, that's what I did. Yeah.
Yeah, so you're just making assumptions, right? Once again, that's what I was talking about. Assumptions about how the sky and the ground are related, right? You don't even know what you're looking at in the sky or how it works. You're having to make assumptions on how it works because of what you're being told.
What assumption did I just make?
You're assuming that the Earth has to be a globe because you see something moving in the sky.
I didn't say that. I said that's not possible for it to happen on a flat surface. That's all I said.
Yes, you're assuming it only works on a globe.
I didn't say that. I said it's impossible on a flat surface.
Except it's not. You're just assuming that.
Okay, well, I can prove it's impossible on a flat surface.
Good luck.
Go ahead.
Sure. So you can both model this, or you can just do this in your living room.
Excuse me. You need to prove it's not you need to prove it's not flat on the surface before you can prove that it's not flat on the surface.
Okay, that sentence made sense. So there's two ways you could do this. You can model it. One way that there's like a 3D flat Earth model. I don't have the link with me, but it's actually like a pretty good way of disproving it. But we'll do it the easier way. Do any of you guys have like watches or like a fan above your head in your house?
Nope.
Okay. Do you guys know what a planetarium looks like?
Yep.
Yeah.
Nope.
Mm-hmm.
You guys don't know what a planetarium looks like?
Yeah, I know what it looks like. Yeah, what now?
Okay. Yeah, so like in a planetarium, we agreed that all the stars are projected over your head, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yep, and they're like outside of your field of view. So at no point ever could you see all stars at once, only if you turn, then you could see all stars, right?
Sure.
Yeah, and we agree that they can turn the projection over your head, or they can keep the projection still over your head, and you yourself can spin as well, right? So it could be one of those two things that will cause apparent movement, right? But in either of those examples, there's only one location of apparent movement, and that apparent movement always only goes in one direction, either clockwise or counterclockwise. You'll never have 2 points of counter.
Yeah, but we don't live in a planetarium.
Well, I'm just saying the planetarium has a flat surface, right?
I'd like to ask.
Non-analogous, right?
I asked if there's a flat surface on a planetarium, like the ground's flat on a planetarium.
Yeah, but we don't live in a planetarium.
That's not what I asked. I asked if the ground is. I asked if the ground was flat on a planetarium, right?
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I guess so, roughly.
Yeah. And is there any way that you can make the projection on the planetarium?
This is a false dichotomy.
Is there any
false analogy? It's a false analogy.
Is there any way you can make the projection?
False analogy, bro.
Is there any way that you can make the projection?
That's like me saying, okay, here's a ball, here's a basketball. Let's put water on it. How come the water's not sticking? Therefore, the globe is debunked.
I thought I was going to finish. I thought I could finish.
Why is there 10 people jumping in?
Yeah, I wanted to finish the thing. Okay, is there any way that you could? Is there any way?
Shut your Dorito shoot, Linda. Shut the fuck up.
Oh, I was
trying to ask you something.
I was having a conversation with DJ.
I make the horizon curve? Yes or no?
I was having a conversation with DJ. Okay, cool.
I don't know why 10 people have to jump in.
I was just asking, is there any way that you can make the lights in the sky on the planetarium go in 2 opposite directions without seeing both of them at once?
I don't think that the lights in a planetarium have any relation to the lights that we see in reality in the sky, right? Because we can validate exactly what the lights in a planetarium are, right, and how they move, but we can't do that with what we're seeing in reality in the sky. So it's a false analogy. It's fallacious logic.
I didn't ask that. I asked, is there any way that you can make the lights in the planetarium move in 2 different directions without seeing both points at once?
Probably, but it would require some special effects or to use some kind of projection or so. I don't know, dude, right? It's not analogous to what reality is, because we don't know what's going on in the sky in reality. Yeah, it's not analogous.
I never said it was, but
those are physical lights in the sky, right? That are fixed, right? They're like little bulbs, right? And they're moving around mechanically and whatnot, right? So that's not analogous, right, to what we're seeing in the sky.
Yeah, but I didn't ask. I just asked if you're in a planetarium.
In the sky.
I didn't ask that though. I asked if you're in a planetarium, is there any way to get the stars to move around 2 different points without seeing both points in the sky?
Yeah, I'm sure there's probably some way to do that, but I'm not aware of it, right? But the whole thing's not analogous.
Do you know someone who is aware of it? Like,
no, is there anyone that's figured that out? I don't care about planetariums, right? Look, this is the thing. Okay, so I said, right, we can go and test the actual Earth, right? And you said that there's different ways to do that, and you said by looking at the sky, and making a bunch of assumptions about the sky is what I said you have to do. Okay, okay? So what are the stars and how do they move?
It's not important. It's just that we know that they move and we can see their
apparent motion. You don't know what's going on.
You don't need to.
Know what they
apparent motion requires some truths for things to appear to move. The apparent motion of the stars.
Huh? What are they?
They're lights in the sky.
What lights of what?
The stars?
Yeah, what are they? Where are they?
Above our head?
Yeah, so just lights in the sky. You don't know what they are. You don't know anything about them. You just see some lights in the sky. That's it.
Yeah,
that's what stars
that's all you need.
Lights in the sky.
Yeah, it's actually really simple. We figured out this like thousands of years ago. It's not that hard. Like, if there's apparent motion, there are some truths about how motion works. Either the thing that you're looking at, I don't know why they move. How do they move? But they do move.
How do they move? Okay, so
I don't know how they move.
What medium are they in? What are they made of?
You don't need to know those things. Doesn't make a difference.
I don't know anything about what you're talking about.
All you need to know is that there's apparent motion.
I'm talking about testing the Earth for curvature, drop over distance, and you're telling me about there's some lights in the sky. You don't know where they are. You don't know what they are. You don't know what they're made of. You don't know how it works at all.
I do know how they work. I know that they move.
Somehow that makes the Earth a globe. How does it make the Earth a globe?
I didn't say that it made the Earth a globe. I just said it's impossible on a flat surface.
Well, that's what we're talking about. How is it impossible on a flat surface?
So I'll explain to you. When apparent motion occurs, there's either two things that's one of two things, right? So either the thing that you're looking at is moving or you're moving, right? So one of these two things has to be the case, right? And we know that if you're the thing that's moving, you're going to see one point that's still, and then everything is going to circle around that point, right? Because that's the axis of rotation. We know how axes of rotation work, right? Or do you want me to explain that?
I know how that works.
Oh, okay, great. So, like, if you have an axis of rotation, that means the point right above that axis is going to be still, and then everything else is going to move around it, right? What part did you not understand of what I just said?
I said,
Oh, okay. I thought you said, yeah. So if you're moving, right? If you stand at the axis of rotation, one point will be still, and then everything around that will be moving in a direction. And then we can measure, or we can describe this motion as either clockwise or counterclockwise, moving in the directions of a clock's hand or moving the other way, anti-direction of a clock's hand, right? Counterclockwise. Now we know that if you go on the other side of something, if you look at a clock facing front, looking at the face, the hands will go counterclockwise. If you have a clear clock and you flip it, now the hands will go counterclockwise. However, there's nowhere you could put a clock and face it so that the hands will go counterclockwise. If you're looking head on at something, you will never, ever, ever be able to have the clock go counterclockwise. The hands will always go clockwise if you're facing it. So if you're on a flat plane, you have to be looking at the face of the clock above you, right? There's no way to flip. You can't go on the other side of a flat Earth, right? So that's why.
How does that disprove a flat Earth, though? Explain to me why that can't happen above a flat Earth when you don't even know what the lights in the sky are or how it works at all.
So the reason that can't happen is because we do see the motion in the sky go counterclockwise.
You don't. There could be factors that you are completely beyond.
What factors do you think it is?
Mental. I don't know. We don't know. No one has any idea about how the sky works, including you.
I mean, you could think that. That's fine, but I'm just saying that this apparent motion is just the simplest. It's the best explanation, simplest explanation. Occam's razor.
Well, explanations, right, don't mean shit, do they? Right. The fact that there's no curvature when we actually test the Earth, right, means it can't be a ball. Right? You're talking about shit that you have no idea about. You have no idea where they are, what they are, how they work, what you're even looking at. Are they physical? Are they non-physical? You don't even know any of that. Right? Well, I'm talking about actually testing the Earth here, on Earth where we are, where people can go and repeat the same tests over and over and over and over again, right? And can't find any curvature, and you can't prove that there's any curvature here on Earth. Right, and you're comparing that to looking at the sky, right? That's why there's so many flat earthers popping up, right? Because you don't have any empirical evidence that the Earth is actually curving.
Sure, maybe you misunderstand. If you look at a clock, is there any way to face the front of a clock to make the hands go counterclockwise?
The hands will always be moving the same way.
It's another false analogy, bro.
If you're facing a clock, right? Is there any way to make the hands go counterclockwise?
The percentage you can take.
Yeah, so you're admitting you agree that these are like that. The first one with the planetarium was not analogous. So my question to you is, what's the point of hold up? What's the point of bringing it up? You said it was not analogous. You agreed.
Someone, you're super echoing, by the way. Someone else, another flat earther, said that the way the stars work is like a planetarium. So I thought that you could understand that.
I disagree with that. I don't think it's analogous. So,
well, you can ask them. but that's fine. But I was just asking, is there any way that you could face a clock head on and make the hands go counterclockwise?
You're talking about something you can validate, right? What the clock hands are, they're physical objects, right? You can validate what's going on with the clock. You're saying the sky is a clock?
No, I'm asking if
you don't know how it works.
It's another false analogy, just like the planetarium. I don't understand what's the point of bringing it up. Like, sure, okay, the planetarium, you could say, hold up. The planetarium, you could say someone else brought it up, a flat earther brought it up or whatever. But this one, you're bringing it up. So, again, if it's not analogous, why are you bringing it up?
Because I thought you guys maybe didn't understand
going on, bro.
We understand, but it doesn't make sense. Just because, like for the planetarium, just because the ground or the floor is flat, and the lights above or whatever, you can't say that's the same as being on the Earth. Just like I could say, like, here's a ball, a basketball. Just because the surface is curved doesn't mean that water's going to stick to it, just like you believe it does to the globe. They're not analogous.
You said you didn't understand a part. What part didn't you understand?
There are aspects of the planetarium that are non-analogous, right, to how we view the celestial bodies in the sky, right? Because of the scale, right? Because of unknown factors, right?
Scale's the big one.
There's so many things. It's just a false analogy. It's not something that we're claiming that the stars in the sky, like that we're like in like a big planetarium. No one is saying that.
I thought you guys said you didn't understand why I was bringing up the clock. What part about the clock thing didn't you understand?
We didn't say we don't understand. We said it's not analogous.
Percentage.
I didn't say it was analogous.
Yeah, I said I don't understand why you're bringing it up when you know it's not analogous.
Percentage. Okay. Hold off. Okay. Check or hold. Okay. Bring up your speculation after we're done with this speculation.
So the reason I brought up the planetarium...
Hold up. I'm not bringing up any speculation. What speculation am I bringing?
Yeah, he didn't bring one up just then, but percentage, you got some crazy, like, echoing. We can hear everything doubled through your...
Yeah, that's only when people, like, overtalk me because I got my speakers on, but yeah.
Okay, anyway, so I told you I brought up the planetarium because that's how a flat earther explained the stars in the sky. I mean, I can get rid of the planetarium.
Nobody here is telling you that.
I know. That's why I brought up the clock.
No, he's talking about me. I did not. Nope, you misunderstood me. I brought that up. I think I brought that up to you about 3 or 4 days ago, something like that. I had said, you told me it wasn't possible. It was impossible to demonstrate star rotations over a flat surface. And I had said to you, how do you explain a planetarium? That would be you to say, hey, here's a planetarium. Because a planetarium is a way scientists use a flat surface with a dome ceiling to express how the stars look. And this planetarium is also used to use celestial navigation, all kinds of scientific observations. So you would have to say why a planetarium works and the contradiction, how it doesn't work at the same time. Or you could say the planetarium people are in on it. They know the Earth is flat. They just are in on it.
Wait, I don't even know why those would be a dichotomy. The first thing is, obviously,
because you had said it can't be modeled. It literally cannot. There's no way to model the sky on a flat Earth. I said, is the planetarium floor flat? You're like, yes. Yeah. Is the ceiling domed? You said yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Is it possible to model this?
Wait, but it doesn't match what we see in the real world.
Dude, you're okay.
Obviously.
See what you're yes. This should stay logically consistent. No one slapped a flat Earth sticker on the planetarium. That is a globe Earth model presented flat.
Obviously it's not.
Okay, so it has to be
the stars in the planetarium don't match.
Yes, it does match. It's perfect match. That's why they do it that way.
No, it doesn't.
The only thing the planetarium does, you're sitting in the planetarium, the scientist is projecting the dome ceiling.
Yeah.
You just take the ceiling off, and there's a sky. The reason why they do it that way is they're able to move you around the Earth to see different parts of different skies. Instead of you physically moving there, they can move the sky to you.
Wait, but why do they have to change the projection?
To move the sky to you, rather than you to the sky. Okay, they move the projection so you go to where the sky is now, or the sky goes to you.
Okay,
that's how that works. That's how they do celestial navigation in the planetarium. Yeah. Is they'll have the students say, okay, take your observations, check, plot your course, check, set your heading, check, set your speed, check. What should the sky look like when you get there? Check. Who was right? Who was right?
We both agree, though. The reason they have to change a projection above your head, because the only way to make the stars change in the real world is you literally have to move on the Earth.
You have to move, yeah. So the planetarium,
doesn't
work. The planetarium moves the stars to you rather than you moving to the stars.
Yeah, and that's not how it works in the real world.
That is how it works in the real world. You can switch it.
But it's not,
bring the sky to you rather than you go to the sky.
Yeah, that's not how it works in the real world.
That is how it works. That is exactly how it works.
But it's not.
So they're able to do celestial navigation inside a flat Earth model because that's exactly how that works.
What? What are you talking about? When you move on the planet, the stars change, right?
Okay, yeah, when you move the stars...
Yeah, but when you're in a planetarium, you don't have to move the stars change.
Let's dumb it down. We're going to dumb it down for you. I'm sitting in my computer room right now. I look at my ceiling. I'm like, okay, I see my ceiling. I like, okay, sure, I want to move to my kitchen. I'm like, from there, I have to go this direction. And if I look at the ceiling the whole time, the whole ceiling will be moving to eventually get to my kitchen.
No, the ceiling isn't moving. You're moving.
No. Okay, as I'm moving, the ceiling is changing. Yeah,
the ceiling's changing, but you're the one moving. The ceiling isn't the one moving.
Or you could say, I could move, if I could project the kitchen ceiling above me, you could do it the same way.
But
you could move the sky, or you could move the person. Either way, you get a different view. So the goal now is to say, why is a planetarium working and not working?
No, when you say working, I don't even know what you mean by that. What happens?
Okay. Are they in on it? Are they? Let's speculate.
I don't know what that means.
Are they in on it? Are they?
I'm saying a planetarium.
Hold on. Let's speculate. Let's speculate now.
Why would I speculate?
Are they in on it?
I don't know what you mean by that. What I'm saying is we agree. For apparent motion to occur, either the thing you're looking at has to move, or you have to move, right?
No, you could.
Well, you just said that with your. You just said that with your.
No, I said the speculation is they would have to be in on it.
No, you explained that if you're sitting in your computer room right now, you can look at the ceiling.
Not me. I tried to dumb it down and it failed, so ignore that analogy. It didn't work. I thought it was going to land. I thought that was going to be an absolute bullseye, but it didn't. It missed. Okay, because you got some willful ignorance going on here. So ignore that last analogy because it's good. You just could get more confused by it.
Sure.
What the question you have to ask now is: are the planetarium directors are they in on it? Or they're not in on it. That's a question.
I don't know what you mean by that.
Okay. Do they know that the Earth is a globe, but they're using a planetarium to confuse you? Or do they know the Earth is a flat and they're using the planetarium as because you're confused by a planetarium. You're very confused by this.
I think you're confused by a planetarium.
Okay, you can think that all you want, and that and 25 cents will get you a cup of coffee. Because all I said was,
where do you get coffee for 25 cents? Damn.
Yeah, that's old school. So when you had asked the question, can you model the stars in the flat baseline? I said, they did this. It's called
a planetarium. They don't match observation.
Then you got to tell them they're in on it. Go tell them they're wrong.
It's not meant to match observation.
Okay, then go tell them they're wrong. Go there and say, hey.
They know that.
No,
that's why it's a projection.
So they're in on it. So, now we're back that they're in on it.
In on what?
They're in on that they know the planetarium doesn't work. They're just presenting it as fake news. It's fake.
What's the fake news?
Is it fake or is it not fake?
What do you mean? What are you saying? What do you mean fake?
If they go, how about this? You go to a planetarium and they project the sky right above your head. Is it fake or real?
Obviously, it's not real. It's a projection.
Then if they remove a giant with those robots that turn into bulldozers and shit, what are they called? Like octagons?
Transformers?
There we go, Transformers. What if a giant transformer just knocks the roof off? Is it real or fake now?
That the stars are real, yes, if you're looking at the sky. Yeah.
So all they do with a planetarium is they project what the sky would look like at position X, Y, or Z. Check or hold.
Yeah.
Okay, so the planetarium people are definitely not in on it then, right?
What do you mean in on it?
Do they know this model works or it doesn't work?
What do you mean works? Everyone
is it a working model? Is a planetarium a working model or it's a broken model? It doesn't work.
Observation, it's not a working model to observation.
Okay, you need to go tell them that. You got to tell them, hey, you guys need to destroy these planetariums. They're fake news. They don't work.
Projection. Everyone knows when you walk into a planetarium, it's a projection.
Yeah, so is it working? It's a model. It's a model.
What do you mean working?
It's a working model. It's a projected sky on the dome. It's a model. It's not actual reality. This is a model.
Yes.
It's a model, right?
Actual reality.
It's a planetarium a model or reality?
It's not reality.
It's a model, right?
It's a remake, yeah. You can say
it's a model. Okay, it's a model.
Yeah.
So is this a working model or a broken model?
I don't know what you mean by working or broken. The projections exist.
Okay, look, Crit's trying to say, is it an accurate representation?
No, obviously not.
Okay, tell them that it's broken then.
It's a projection. They know it's not supposed to be exactly the same as the sky.
Don't tell them. You need to notify all the users or the operators of the planetariums that they're doing it wrong and it's a false model, that it doesn't work.
Wait, what wrong?
You're saying it's not right. You said it's not an accurate representation.
It's a projection, obviously.
So is it an
how
accurate
are you not getting this?
of the sky or not?
What?
How do you not get that question?
You guys want to say it's working and not working. It's a projection of the sky.
No. Sonny, was that Sonny? Yeah, Sonny, ask him the question again. I want to see if he understands the question.
Is it an accurate representation of the sky?
Obviously not. That's why it's shrunk down.
Okay,
obviously.
tell them it's wrong then. Why aren't you
notifying that? It's a projection.
So it's not an accurate representation. So what Crit was saying, how they use it as a model and navigation and all that stuff, that's all wrong?
I don't even know if that's the case if they do that. I'm not going to take your word at that. If you could show me they do that, that's fine.
That's common here. You don't know what you're talking about. Good job.
I agree that is common here. Sure, you could say that. That's fine.
Yeah, Globers don't know what they're talking about. They're just making shit up, just like
sure.
Well, I think the problem was a couple days ago he came in here and his claim was if Globetard, flat Earth can't be modeled. And I'm like, okay, by a flat. So if a flat is a floor flat, he's like, yeah, a floor can be flat. Is a planetarium in a building? He's like, yep, a planetarium's a building. Are the stars modeled on a flat floor building? He's like, yes. And he's like, oh, wait,
but not to observation.
No. Oh, yeah.
I just said that like 30 times. It doesn't match observation.
Then you got to tell them. Go tell them.
They know that.
No, they don't. They think it's a perfect... It's a perfect representation of the sky.
Who says that?
The planetarium directors. They use it for
what that says that.
Okay, use it for training.
You're making a claim. So you're making a claim you're making a claim that it's not an accurate. So explain to us now.
Obviously not. It's a projection.
I wasn't done yet. So explain to us how, if it's not an accurate representation, tell us in which way is it not accurate right now. Go ahead.
The scale, first off, is the big one. Obviously, can we agree on that?
So if it's to scale, it's a different scale. Of course, we know this. So
that's not accurate.
In what way besides scale is it not an accurate representation?
I would just they don't project all of the same stars. There are definitely stars you'd be able to see in the night sky.
So
would be able to see in the planetarium.
Are the directions in the planetarium accurate?
No, because it's a different scale. So obviously the angles are going to be different.
Oh, because scale is going to make a difference in a 360 degree circumference. So they can't replicate like north, south, east, and west?
Not to the same as observation. It's not accurate.
Oh, really? So how is it not accurate?
I just said because the scale is off.
The scale would only make it shorter. Scale would only make it shorter or longer. So you got something else?
What? Obviously, the scale will make it shorter.
It's not changing the direction, bro.
It would change the angles.
It wouldn't change the direction or the angles.
Well, it would, though.
No, it wouldn't.
Okay.
If it's a representation and it's a smaller scale, which of course we know it's a smaller scale, that's obvious. So thanks for that, Captain Obvious. It doesn't change the representation because they're matching what they're showing in the planetarium to reality. I don't understand what you don't get about that.
I don't understand what you don't get about it, but that's fine. We cannot understand.
You haven't told us in which way it's not an accurate representation.
I literally said the scale, and then you're like, well, no, it's not the scale.
That doesn't change the directions.
Well, it does, but okay.
Okay, so how is it changing the directions?
Because the angles would be different.
Okay, and which way would the direction angles be different? Because the scale is changed.
The space between each individual star, that angle would be different.
You said the directions changed.
So when you're in a 360-degree dome, you use angles for directions. I don't know what you want me to tell you.
Yeah. You got one direction would be north, and then 90 degrees from that would be east. 90 degrees from that would be south. 90 degrees from that would be west, and then 90 degrees more. So how is that not the same?
Just said the reason it wouldn't be the same is because when there's an entire the real celestial sphere over you, right? You would have, well, you could say greater angles, but the angles would be more. Would you say specific? I'll say specific. They'd be more accurate, or they'd be more specific, and therefore you could be able to tell, oh, this star is this amount of degrees. But when you shrink it down, human eyes can't perceive that amount of tiny difference when things are so close together. So it's going to be a general scale. The angles will have to be, you would have to round lower, I guess you would say.
Okay, so your elevation angles are what you're talking about. They're not changing the direction angles.
No, the direction angles would be different. They would be.
How would they be different? So tell me how north and east would be not 90 degrees from each other in a planetarium.
No, you could use the North Star to be at 0 degrees, right? And then you could say, oh, another star. You could say like Capricorn or whatever. I don't know, whatever the stars would be. That would actually, whatever. That's. But you could say it's like 90 degrees, right? But in real life, it might be like 93.2 degrees off the North Star.
Yeah, no, it wouldn't.
Well, it could be, so that's why
you can go in a planetarium with a compass, and you can point, the thing north, and 90 degrees from that would be east. 180 degrees from that would be west. It's not changing the directions. Scale it up or down. It's like now put it in a football stadium, and let's say you have a circular stadium. The directions aren't changing because you scaled it up or down. You're mistaken. So,
no, but if you were to shrink them that close together, you would be able to see the stars. Human eyes can't perceive that that small of an angle.
Matter. So,
it does matter.
On a scaled up or down version, we just realized that the actual positions of the directions, east, north, south, east, west, are not going to be changing from 90 degrees or 180. They're still going to be the same. Now, the question to you is, can they replicate the same elevation angles on the ceiling of the planetarium as is shown in nature?
You wouldn't say they're shown in nature. You figure out those, for starters. The second thing is, that has nothing to do with the point I was making. The point I was making is the celestial sphere goes in a clockwise or counterclockwise direction. This isn't possible on a flat surface, which is why you can't project it on a planetarium.
Okay, so you keep saying this, so I'm gonna drill down to this point here.
Yeah.
So are you saying that the stars in the south are moving a different direction than the north?
If you define it as clockwise and counterclockwise.
Okay, so is your Earth swiveled in the middle then?
What?
You're saying the stars are moving a different direction.
If you define it as clockwise and counterclockwise.
Are they not moving east to west?
I said if you define it as clockwise or counterclockwise.
Are they moving east to west?
I don't use east to west to describe rotational bodies. Why would you do that?
You're talking about subjective direction. That's not.
No, I'm talking about rotational bodies.
Okay, so is the south sky moving in a different direction than the north?
If you use clockwise or counterclockwise.
So you're saying they're moving in different directions then, right?
If you use clockwise and counterclockwise, as you do for rotational bodies.
Does that depend on which direction you're facing?
What? If you're facing forward,
does it depend on which way you're facing? It's very simple.
What's the it? What do you mean?
Does the counterclockwise or clockwise directions depend on which direction you're facing?
No.
Oh, so okay. So let's see. Let's find out. So let's say I'm facing north.
You're facing the face of the clock. The hands of the clock will always go clockwise.
So the stars, I'm looking north. I'm in the northern part of the flat plane. So I'm looking up, I'm looking towards the North Star, and the stars are moving
counterclockwise,
over my right shoulder to my left shoulder. Right?
Yeah, counterclockwise.
Now, if I just back up and not turn around, I'm backing up.
Still go counterclockwise.
And I'm still facing north. Are the stars still going from my right shoulder to my left shoulder?
They're still going counterclockwise.
So there you go. They're moving in the same direction. So stop fucking saying that the stars are moving different directions. Now, if I turn around,
go to the southern hemisphere, then they go clockwise.
If I turn around and I'm looking south, yeah, they're going from my left shoulder to my right shoulder.
If you turn around, they're still going counterclockwise.
Yeah, depending on which way I'm facing.
No, if you...
Oh, no. So you're telling me once again that the Earth is swiveled in the middle and you're seeing them
I don't know what you mean by that. The stars move in a clockwise or counterclockwise rotation.
You have spatial awareness difficulties. You don't know.
I think you don't know how a clock works.
No, you don't know what subjective directions are. So if I'm on one side of the road and the cars are moving left to right, then I go on the other side of the road. They're moving right to left, right?
Here, I'll give you so much money if you figure out a way to make a clock go counterclockwise on a ceiling.
If I'm on the side of the road and the cars are moving from left to right, then I go on the other side. They're moving right to left, correct?
Aren't rotational bodies? What points are they rotating around?
It's a directional subjectivity.
Not of rotational bodies.
I'm on the side of the road.
Yep.
Focus. So I'm on the side of the road and the traffic's moving from left to right. And then I go to the other side of the road and now they're going from right to left, correct?
That's not a rotational body, so I don't know why you're talking about
it. Doesn't matter. It's directionality.
It does matter, though.
No, you just have spatial awareness difficulties.
If it doesn't matter, let's use rotational bodies.
You can't understand.
So it does matter?
Subjective directions. You don't understand.
I think you don't understand how clocks work.
Okay, so if I have a clock and it has a clear face.
Yep.
Right?
Careful now, because you said you go on the other side of it. Careful.
Hold on.
Say it.
Hold on. I'm looking at a clock, right?
Yeah.
And
you're looking at the face of the clock.
Shut the fuck up. I'm talking. So you have a clock and it has a clear face, but I'm looking at the front of the clock. It's going clockwise. Now, if I turn the clock around, which direction is it going?
Well, the clock is technically still going clockwise, but you see it going counterclockwise.
There you go. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
I rest my case.
Yeah. So how do you get on the other side of a flat Earth to make the stars go?
You fucking turned it around. So
you turn around the flat Earth.
You turned yourself around, and now you're looking south, so they look like they're going clockwise.
So when you turn around on the flat Earth, you face the opposite side of the flat Earth?
Okay, so listen very carefully.
What's the opposite direction of down on the Earth?
Are all the stars moving east to west, or are you disputing that?
I don't use east to west to describe rotational bodies.
Okay, well, do it now. So are they moving east to west or not?
I'm going to use clockwise or counterclockwise.
So they're not moving east to west, and you don't understand.
I don't just use east to west to describe rotational bodies.
You don't understand what's happening when you turn around and face south or face north. You don't understand that.
Do you use east to west to describe the motion of a clock?
Yeah, that's not the sky.
Do you use east to west to describe the rotation of a clock?
Nervous laughter isn't proof of your globe. So
get him with a false analogy, man.
Turn around. That's changing the directionality. You don't get it.
Is there a reason you don't use east and west to describe the motion of a clock?
The audience on YouTube, they understand now perfectly that you don't fucking understand turning around like seeing something move in the sky clockwise, and you turn around and now it's moving counterclockwise. You don't fucking even understand that.
Do you have a watch on?
You don't even understand it.
Do you have a watch on?
If I had a watch on, you wouldn't understand it.
Okay, can you take a watch, put it in, or just take your phone and put it in front of your face with a stopwatch running?
Okay,
turn around and see if the stopwatch starts going counterclockwise.
If I had a watch on, it had a clear face. I'm first looking at it clockwise.
Yeah,
what if I
hold
turned
it in front of your face?
Now it's moving counterclockwise.
No,
because I turned it around.
No, you turn around.
Shit.
You turn around and face the face of the clock.
You're retarded.
Do you think when you turn around looking at the sky, you stop seeing the sky?
You're fucking retarded, bro.
Yeah, when you turn around...
You're an idiot. You don't understand. You don't have any spatial awareness.
If you look at the sky and turn around, do you see the other side of the sky?
Are they going the same direction or not?
You don't use east and west to describe rotational bodies.
I don't care. Are they going the same direction or not?
If you use counterclockwise and clockwise, no.
Okay, so your Earth is swiveled in the middle. Thank you very much.
I don't know what that means, but okay.
Yeah,
I want you to take.
I want you to take. Know what it means. Just
I want you to take a clock.
You're an idiot. Got anything else? Yeah, that didn't fucking work. You got no proof of what you're saying.
I want you to take your watch, look at your watch, turn around while still facing your watch.
Turn it around, and now it's moving.
No, why don't you turn around with the watch in front of your face?
Clockwise and counterclockwise. Yeah.
So you're gonna take a watch, look at it, turn around, go in 360 degrees, right, or 180 degrees, or 90 degrees. You can go any angle you want, face any way you want, and see if the hands start to go counterclockwise.
The sky isn't the same as a clock, bro.
Yeah. So I asked you to do the thing with the watch. Will you do that thing with the watch?
Yeah, with a clear face. I get it. You turn the clock around. The watch.
No, have a watch. Have it on your wrist.
Now it's going clockwise. Counterclockwise.
Have a watch. Look at your wrist, right? And then just keep looking at the face of that watch, and then go 360 degrees, 180 degrees, 90 degrees, whatever you want to do. See if the hands of the watch start going counterclockwise while you're still facing it.
We're not talking about a watch.
Is the sky a watch?
Dude,
is the sky a clock?
The sky's not a fucking watch. Right? Look, dude, it's just you're going on and on about the same thing. It's not analogous to the sky. It's just getting annoying at this point. I'm going to unmute you in a second, dude. Right? Just try to move the conversation forward or something.
Wait, just one last question. Like literally the last one. I was curious. Can you look at the sky, right? Last one. And can you move across the surface of the Earth and the stars start to go counterclockwise?
Yeah, when you turn around, end of the subject, period. That's it.
Yeah, so unlike a watch, you can face a thing the entire time.
Hold on, Linda. Hold on. I got a question for you now that you've done asking all your questions. When you look
I
at
didn't
the
get an answer
stars,
to my question.
when you look at the stars, Linda, can you see the curve of the Earth?
When you look at the stars, can you see the curve of the Earth? Depends which stars you're looking at.
You're fucking bent, man.
Put him on mute. He's another religious zealot glober. Shut the fuck up. We don't want to hear any more of your fucking watch scenario.
Also, I know why you don't. I know why you don't.
Shut the fuck up. Shut up.
I'm wondering how would you...
Shut
Rebel, you can't talk to me until you pass third grade.
Yeah,
Learn basic biology, Rebel.
Our Rebel Andres, are you going up to bat for 2 Akna?
Yeah, he knows me.
Rebel Andre, let's let him get a word in. Right?
I'm talking to Rebel Andres now. Yeah. Rebel Andres, are you white knighting for 2 Akna?
Yeah,
quite the opposite. I just want to ask him one question.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah. So,
Rebel, are you gonna pass third grade biology, or
how would you describe
2 Akna? Shut the fuck up! You're gonna be muted. You keep interrupting people.
Of the sky, if clocks didn't exist, how would you describe the rotational direction of the sky?
Good question.
I describe it. I would say positive or negative.
Crickets, you're cooked. You're cooked. Thank you.
It's positive or negative. You can do this on a unit circle. That's a really great gotcha, but it's a thing.
Shut the fuck up.
Positive and negative, that has nothing to do with how things rotate. What the fuck are you talking about?
Well, it does. I guess you just never learned about unit circles.
Wow, imagine that. Yeah, you just got exposed.
You never learned about unit circles?
Dude, yeah, you wanted to harp down on using clockwise and counterclockwise so much instead of using east and west.
Have you never learned about the quadrants of a unit circle?
How would you describe the rotational direction of the sky if clocks didn't exist? There was radio silence from you, and you had to think about it, and you just made some shit up. You went, oh, positive, negative. That has nothing to do about rotation, dummy. That's about electrical charges. So thank you. You're cooked.
Yeah, Tuakna's been exposed. He's done. Cooked goose.
Yeah, he's kind of spazzing out at this stage, so.
Yeah, it's like Flatman asked him the question, does looking at the stars motion? Well, that's for one thing. We know they're in motion, not the Earth. So there's one thing. Thank you very much for that recognition. But do the stars tell you that? Can you see Earth curvature by looking up at the sky? That's what I want to know. That's been the theme all morning has been they look up at the lights in the sky and they see a curved Earth. How do they do that? How? So we heard enough out of Tuakna. Any other Glober got any explanation for how you look up at the lights in the sky and see Earth curvature? I want to know. Nothing but non sequiturs, imagination, false, baseless claims, like absolutely false claims, like objectively false, like things that we all experience, making claims against what we all experience, like ridiculous. Can't tell the difference, can't admit to east and west motion, have to keep going to clockwise, counterclockwise, and can't admit that you turned around. Like, what the fuck? What do you think about that, Flatsy? Flatsy might be in the kitchen. Make us all a sandwich.
How are you doing, Sonny? Good to hear from you.
I'm doing good, man. It's been a good morning on here. Kind of lively for a Sunday. Thanks to DJ holding it down. Like, appreciate it. Like, I know I get kind of boisterous, and I try to give people a chance, but when I'm on a roll, I try to like stick them to their claims, without it being detracted. But it's a good crew we got here this morning. It's great. It just goes to show you, like, I'm sorry, go ahead, DJ.
Oh, I was just gonna say it's crazy how what that stemmed from. You know what that was that he presented, right? I was talking about drop over distance and long distance observation, and he said, "Oh yeah, that's one way to prove there's no curvature, but I have a different way to prove there is curvature: the stars." Right, and then he started talking about planetariums, and that was his way of validating drop over distance. By talking about the stars. Yeah. He also admitted he has no idea what the stars are, what medium they're in, what size they are, how they work. He just said we see some lights in the sky, and that proves drop over distance.
I really would like to know. Like, this happens a lot here. But I was going to say, this part about the crew here. It just goes to show, even with a skeleton crew here, with just a few of us, one single flat earther who knows his stuff and stands firmly on the ground can just debunk these fools. I mean, all you got to do is let them open their mouths. They're bound to make some sort of claim, which they do, and usually it's 3 or 4 claims in a sentence or a paragraph of dialogue with them. They don't even understand that they're stepping into a big old chasm here, and they're going to have to own up to what they're talking about. Hold their feet to the fire.
It's good hearing you flat smack this morning, and soon I'll be going to see some family of mine in Muscle Shoals. So,
right on.
It's a good day.
Muscle Shoals that got the swampers. Ooh, ooh, ooh.
Yeah, I'm gonna be there today with my family because they all live out that way. So,
Muscle Shoals is in Alabama, right? Or is it in Mississippi?
Sweet home Alabama.
Yeah, right. Duh, I even had the song.
In Muscle Shoals, they love the governor. Ooh, ooh. I think that's what he says. I don't know that song that well.
They say they love the government? That's terrible.
No, governor.
Okay. It's not that much better.
It's just a song, dude.
Okay, time for just a 10-second musical interlude. Don't mute me, you guys. It's ridiculous. There we go.
There you go. That was perfect.
Very nice, Sonny.
Very nice.
Yeah, I'm taking my guitar to my family's today because my brother's there. He has never met my son, So my son's going to be meeting his uncle for the first time because he's been in Alaska. So it's going to be great. It's going to be a good day.
Cool. How's the weather down there right now?
Weather's beautiful.
Clear skies, huh? Must be nice.
It is. It's nice.
Yeah, it's nice here today too. It's been the last couple of days have been really great.
Isn't it usually always really nice out that way?
Well, where I live, we have the most like 68 to 72 degrees year round. Like it's always like, I would say 85% of the time it's between 68 and 72 degrees. Yeah, it's like perfect weather. Right in this little corner right here, it's perfect weather.
Can I say something to you, Sonny? Hello?
It's here in Alabama that Dean Odle wants to run for governor. He already did run for governor 1 year.
I'm sorry, I just missed that last point. What did you say, Flatsy?
Said here in Alabama is where Dean Odle was trying to run for governor.
Oh.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, Yapendos.
Morning, mate. How's it going?
Nothing. I haven't been in here.
What's up, Pads?
Yo, DJ. I'm on my phone, so I'm trying to stay a bit quiet. I hope the sound's not too bad.
You okay, man? You didn't get injured when you came off your bike?
Oh, yeah, honestly, my ribs are fucked. Both of my wrists are pretty much gone. Just murdering, swollen as hell. Both of my knees are just bleeding their ass off. But yeah, it was pretty chill, to be fair, mate. I rolled more than anything, so it weren't too bad.
Yeah.
Just one big impact, and then obviously just roll.
Oh my god, man.
Yeah. I've got like an American chopper style bike, and I've got chrome over the tyre, and I think the chrome just fell onto the front of the tyre. And as you can see in the pictures, it just shredded like the entire centre, like all the way around the tyre. It just shredded it, bro. And eventually it just went bang. It was smoking its ass off. I'd travelled about 100 metres, 150 metres, just smoking, bro. I was in the fast lane going about 70 miles an hour. Fucking wild. But I survived. But what's the topic anyway? With it being Speculation Sunday, mate? Anything special?
Did you say you put a picture of a shredded tire in the chat?
Oh, yeah. You might have to scroll up a little bit. Here, I'll post it again. But yeah, that was it there. It's definitely not got air pressure in it, I can tell you that.
Wow, it was like whatever it was dropped right down. Oh, I see.
Yeah, exactly.
So like a screw, like just dug down into the middle of the tire. That's wild, man.
Yeah, it's fucked that. I've never seen that before, bro.
That could have like just think if that had stopped the front tire, you would have been freaking thrown off, man.
Yep. Luckily, that's what my brother was saying. If I was going slower, it could have stopped the tire. Because I was going 70 miles an hour, it just couldn't stop it, obviously. It was too quick. And then I've slowed down to about 40 miles an hour, and then it just threw me off of the bike. So obviously, it dug into the front of it and just threw me off it at about 35, 40 miles an hour, man. It was fucking wild. I got so lucky. But hey, it's Easter. Let's go. Oh, DJ, have you been looking at the Katy Perry thing anymore, bro? Have you seen any more footage?
Not really, man. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm at the point where like the footage just looks completely fake to me, right? I don't know if it's fake or not. It looks that way to me. It seems to look that way to like literally most people, that for anti-flat earthers. And then there's some, why did they like fake some footage? I mean, it's just the whole thing's ridiculous. The way they're acting up in the capsule, so weird. But if it did happen, I mean, even if it did happen, it's just like a glorified vomit comet at the end of the day. I mean,
yeah, really, nothing. Yeah, really.
Yeah. Not even going high enough to apparently see the curve, according to a lot of Globus, right? Like Matthew, the math professor that comes in here, he said you wouldn't even be able to see the curve from 1.3 million feet high, ISS height, right? And this only goes up to what, 350,000 feet. So that's nothing.
Yeah. But bullshit, you know. Just all like venture capitalist shit, bro, trying to get like investment and funding and it's just the corporate side of it, sort of marketing and advertising.
Exactly. Yep. That's just a big money-making exercise.
The whole thing about calling them astronauts as well is just, I mean, even if you don't believe in astronauts, that just dilutes the term even more. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, what the fuck?
Yeah. See, the thing is, like, even a trained astronaut, apparently, right, on one of the other Blue Origin flights, she said that she was disappointed that she didn't get to see the curvature of the Earth because apparently they didn't go high enough. And then you've got Mr. deGrasse, Neil deGrasse Tyson saying, it's not space, it's deceptive, it's marketing, it's bullshit, that's not really space. You wouldn't see a curve from that height. Did the math, blah, blah, blah.
Mate, that guy's a flat earther, just his secret, Neil deGrasse Tyson. I'm convinced.
The globe side will throw anyone, not the globe side, but the anti-flat Earth side, right? They'll throw any scientist under the bus instantly that says anything that goes along with their anti-flat Earth arguments.
Yeah.
Michio Kaku or Neil deGrasse Tyson, any of these guys, Richard Feynman, they'll be like, oh, he's an idiot. But he's an idiot. Why? Blah, blah, blah.
He's always been an idiot.
Yeah. Why would you listen to him? He's just an actor.
He's the one that
we kind of agree.
Yeah. Scientific.
He's got all the degrees. Yeah, in one sentence, they'll appeal to all of these, they'll appeal to degrees, right? What degrees do you have, right? Do you have a PhD in physics and an astrophysics degree from Cambridge, blah, 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 all this shit, right? And then they'll just say Neil deGrasse Tyson's a moron who has, all these degrees and more. Yeah. Same with Michio Kaku. And it's not like there's, all these other, mainstream scientists that are calling Neil deGrasse Tyson out on anything that he ever says. The only people calling him out.
You don't really get ostracized, though, do they? Is that not what it is? You don't want to get ostracized within the community or something? When they speak out against these people? That's what I thought it was.
Well, I mean, if Neil says something that's blatantly wrong against the mainstream model, right, then another scientist you would think would come out and say, well, that was ridiculous. He was completely wrong about that. Right, and then Neil would be the one that got ostracized, right? He would be the one, but none of them come out and say anything.
You'd think so. You'd think so.
Oh, who knows, man? Who knows? Who knows how it works? It's a big club, and who knows how it works?
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, man.
So, what do you guys think of physics in general?
Yeah.
It exists, bro. What do you mean?
Yeah, but for example, electromagnetism. I think that's a valid theory.
I'm not clued up on it.
I don't know a huge amount about electromagnetism myself.
Okay, yeah. What about special relativity?
It's theoretical, it's like a mathematical construct, right? And there's a whole lot of assumptions involved, and it's not something that's able to be run through the scientific method, right? To prove a cause and effect relationship, so to speak, right? It's just theoretical, exists on paper, right? But there's things in there that have to be present in reality for the entire body of math in it to make it work, right? And that would be the Earth being a globe, right? And that's why we're bringing it back to the actual beginning of the math, right? Which is just testing if the core fundamentals in the math actually match reality, and can't find any evidence that it does.
I would argue there is evidence for special relativity, but
yeah, I'm sure you would.
Because I don't know. I also have questions about astrophysics, because at the end of the day, we can't really measure these planets and shit. So obviously I would definitely say it's less scientific than, special relativity, for example, where we can do actual experiments with particles, But yeah.
Fair.
Because as far as I know, we have measured time dilation with like clocks and stuff, right?
Right, but if you look into those particular experiments that were done, right, on like commercial airliners, and you look even like there's a lot of mainstream critique of those, right, saying that there's many variables that weren't accounted for. It was only like one of the clocks that showed the correct predicted reading, right, and then there's just all these different things that they didn't account for in those particular experiments that were done. Right, so even among the mainstream, there's like conflict in the results of those tests. I forget the exact name of the guy that did
Have you heard of the muon experiments? Essentially,
look, it rings a bell. I'm probably not the best guy to talk to about that particular topic. I mean, if you see Sporadic E or Indio or someone in here, right, those guys know it like really, really well.
Yeah, okay. Fair enough.
I don't want to, pretend I know more than I know about particular topics, if you know what I mean.
Because the argument with the muons is essentially, you observe way more muons on the ground than you'd expect, due to time dilation, essentially. It's this idea that the muons move so fast that their clocks get slowed down, right?
I'd have to spend time looking into it, man. Yeah, I've spent more of my time looking into optics and ground-based things, right? Different arguments, but there are other people that would probably give you a good run for your money on that topic. You sound like you know a lot about it. I definitely don't want to, step out of my comfort zone and try to pretend I know more about something than I do.
I mean, it's just kind of interesting, because, I mean, yeah, I don't know, because if we can make these claims about astrophysics, but I still think there are a lot of things in physics that don't make that much sense with a flat Earth model. But yeah, I don't know. Anyways, that was just a question.
So it's all good. Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it.
You hot micing through the whole conversation, Pads.
Oh, you're joking, bro. I'm getting blazed, bro. Why didn't nobody tell me, man? Damn.
Telling you now.
Sorry.
Hey, I got an interesting speculation. It's more like an observation. It's laid out for you guys. Do you guys remember the pink moon that happened about maybe like a week or two ago?
No.
Okay, well, it was so when the moon was like super bright and it's supposed to have this like pink tinge to it. Anyways, the morning or the night, morning, night, whenever it was out, whatever you want to call it, it was out. I got woken up in the middle of the night, and I'm like, why the heck is my room so bright? And I look out the window, and I can see the moon at like my eye level at the window, like very close to the horizon, which was like really strange to me, and it was super bright. And I'm just like, oh, okay, like this must be this pink moon thing, whatever. It's some phenomenon, whatever. But the whole the last 2 weeks, you know how the moon every day it goes further and further away distance wise, or different location. It's been nowhere near where it was that one day at that specific time in the morning, 3:00 in the morning. The very next day, it was nowhere near that place, and the very next day, it was just continuing on as its normal path. But for that one day, it was right in my window and illuminating my whole house. It was crazy. So I don't know. That's just my weird speculation thing that happened.
Yeah,
Can't really explain it.
That's crazy. Yep.
I should have taken a picture. I need to take more pictures when things happen like this. Anyways.
Interesting, Neil. I have a question. Who thinks that the water on the Earth is part of the Earth, right? And you could consider it like you're talking about Earth. You could incorporate water that's covering the Earth as part of the Earth.
What do you mean? Yeah, of course, yeah.
Yeah. Whole people say, "Oh, the water isn't Earth, right? Earth is dirt." Blah blah blah. Like it's like the. I mean, like a car, right? Like the tires, the windows, the doors, the engine, the frame. It's all separate parts, right? And then you call it a car.
Yeah.
It's the same thing, right? It's like because you could break the Earth down using the same logic and say, okay, well, what's dirt, right? And you look at dirt, and like dirt's like made up of all these different things, and you could just break each one down. And you say, okay, is this particular thing the Earth, right? I just think that the entirety of what makes up the Earth, all the different things, is why we can call it Earth. I think water is also part of that, like the tires of a car.
Yeah, it's the whole thing, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so. It's just like there's these like people called Bevites, right? And they get all upset if you talk about water being like part of the Earth.
So does under the water, like the dirt, whatever, at the bottom of the ocean, are they accounting for curvature in that then? Like, I don't know, what is that? And my part two to that is about how far we've dug right into the earth. Apparently, it's the Kohola, whatever, borehole, whatever you want to call it. But aren't like oceans like the Marianas Trench like way deeper than that?
No, it's about the same. Similar distance, I think. I think the deepest part of the ocean is,
like 6 miles, isn't it?
Yeah, it's like 7 miles or something.
7 miles.
I think they got the borehole was a little bit deeper than that.
Now that's interesting. Wow, okay.
Yeah, it's pretty trippy. Yep.
What's the borehole? Is that the one that in the ice that they've been doing?
No, it's the old one the Soviets or Russians or whatever did. They drilled down like 7.6 miles and they couldn't get any further.
What is it? Minecraft Bedrock or something? Like,
I think the drill bit kept overheating.
Yeah, Bedrock
breaking. I think they tried for a really long time to get lower than that, and they just kept breaking their equipment.
Aren't they doing one in Antarctica at the minute? I'm sure they are.
What's that?
Are they not doing one in Antarctica at the minute? Like a massive. And they're using it to look at like all the different well, yeah, because we're using it for dating stuff and aging stuff, and we can see the times where like the ice is frozen and then it's been loose and then it's frozen again at a later date. So let me try and Google it. 1 second. Let me try. 1 second. It's a very, very thin hole. It's deep, not wide. It's like extremely deep.
Yeah. That's what the Kola borehole was like. It was like just a small hole, but they drilled really deep.
And another one, when the explorers ever go underwater in their subs, and then they see like water underwater, and they can't go any deeper, but only certain like fish can go into those waters. That's kind of interesting.
Yeah, that is crazy, and the fish that are down there are freaking nuts. Insane looking fish.
Oh, it was only 2 miles. Yeah, no, ignore me, bro. Yeah, they dug down 2 miles into Antarctic ice. Wow.
Hey, how trippy is this, right? So in Australia, we've got this giant mountain. It's the tallest mountain in Australia, and it's called Mount Kosciuszko. Right? It's freaking huge, right? And that height is 7,310 feet above sea level, and it's freaking massive, right? The average height of Antarctica above sea level is 8,200 feet. Right, so the average height of the land in Antarctica is higher above sea level than the freaking tallest mountain in Australia.
The average is higher.
Yep.
Yeah, so think about that one. That's a trip, man, because some of it is like 10,000 feet.
Yep. At the South Pole station, it's nearly 10,000 feet sea level on the ground.
So that's like nearly 2 miles thick ice. 2 miles thick.
Yeah, your observation from that height would be a lot better to view things, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I can imagine. Yeah, they measure the height, the thickness of that ice from a level.
Sea level.
Yeah, exactly.
Sea curve. You know, I can't believe how long. I mean, we're grown men, aren't we? Talking about fucking level. For fuck's sake.
Level everywhere we look is level. Like we use level and every kind of building. Like that's what I was talking to this one guy earlier today about the lights in the sky compared to the ground. But and speaking of like, let's say your floor in your room, we see nothing but horizontal floors and perpendicular corners everywhere we look.
Well, I mean, it's like we were saying the other day. You know, things like the Mariner Sextant. It's got no purpose other than work on a horizontal plane. That's how it's designed. Yeah, same as the gyro. You know, these tools that we use in life, they wouldn't work any other way except for a horizontal plane. That's what that's why they've been invented. The thought processes come from that. That's how it works to obtain elevation angle measurements, and you can use sea level to do that. That's what's happening.
Yeah, and that's why I think it's such a joke when they start talking about plumb bobs because they're doing the same thing.
Yeah,
there's a down.
They can't get out of it because that's how it has to happen.
Think about it. Sextant, astrolabe, like what they use is they used to use cross staffs to measure elevation angles before. Those were some of the earlier navigational tools. The compass, based on a flat plane, it floats in water. A sundial they level the sundial to make sure it's flat horizontal plane to measure the angle of the sun, the shadow, and so forth. The shadows themselves measured from a horizontal plane, or the zenith, the perpendicular to the horizontal, like all of it.
Yeah, it's all. There's no way around this. This is how it works. That's how it has to work because that's the nature of where we live.
Yeah,
it's as simple as that. If the Earth was curved, then obviously there would be instruments that have been invented because that's what would have happened. Let's pretend we live on a globe. Santa globe for 5 minutes. So we live on a globe, and it's spinning around in space, and all this palaver. So if we was to trying to find our way around this globe and pinpoint a position, the instruments that would have naturally been invented would have taken this all into account, and they would only work from the perspective, from curvature and movement.
Yes, you
Because
would
that's
have.
how we would have had to
develop.
We would have to develop that way.
Yeah, you would have completely different tools. You're absolutely right. So let's say even if it was a globe and you were using let's say you were still using a flat navigational chart with flat charts, the tools that you use to navigate would be curved in some way. So you would have to have an arch. The tool would have to be arched over your table and would have to be pointing down at angles away from the vertical to designate where you are. They would be angular. There would be a difference.
Exactly.
Yeah, it wouldn't be horizontal.
What them tools may have been called or how they would work, we don't know, but as human beings with the intelligence we've got, we would have had to develop them in a way to navigate the shape of what we live on. It just would have happened naturally. We would have had to have developed something, but we haven't. We haven't done that. We've developed things that work from a horizontal plane and measure elevation angles, and we do utilize the surface of the Earth that we dwell atop to do that.
Yeah,
because that's what we've had to do. That's the way we've had to develop as human beings to navigate, measure, and get about.
It's difficult for me. It's difficult for me to even imagine what it would look like being a navigator myself. What it would look like if it was a globe and it was rotating in, let's say, 4 different vectors. That would change everything. Everything that we use as navigators would be different than it is now. You wouldn't have the same things. You would have calculators instead of nautical almanacs. They would have to calculate these. They would have to calculate in the rotations and the positions on a sphere. Ground positions would be completely different. They would be ever changing. They would never be static like they are now.
Exactly.
So, yeah.
It wouldn't be the case of obtaining 2 or 3 elevation angles at sea level, and plotting your 3 circles of equal altitude. So there'd be more to consider. There'd be more to consider than that if we indeed was a globe spinning at different speeds, at different latitudes. Which is another elevation angle measurement, but we won't go into that. So I don't know what we would have done. I mean, we probably would have had to find some way around it because that's how we would have had to develop ourselves. But none of it's accounted for. Nothing is used in that way whatsoever.
I would like somebody to do that, even just the circles of equal elevation, which you could not possibly have in a globe. But I would like somebody to draw that out, maybe in CAD or something like that, AutoCAD or some drawing program, where you could draw a spherical part of a sphere and then put 3 circles on it. They would be like floppy pancakes on a globe. So think of how complex.
What do you mean? Sorry, what do you mean 3 circles? Because we can do that in a program, sure. But what do you mean 3 circles floppy on it?
Yeah, because in navigation we have 3 circles of equal altitude, so they're all equal altitude. So that means every part of that circle is the same altitude as the next circle. But on a globe, they would all be different altitudes. So how would you navigate? How would you do the cross-reference? How would you cross? You know how those circles cross in navigation?
Ask the glober.
Yeah, the point at which they cross. Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
Well,
ask the glober how it's done.
Yeah, so that would be very complex because you're going to have to calculate in the curving of those circles flopping around on a curved surface. Think of how complex that is. A circle on a sphere. And then 3 of them. That is very complex. No one could possibly navigate that way. And let alone, how would you find a zero reference for elevation angles, it couldn't be done. You would have to be like, let's say you did it like a tangent, like they say, and I'll leave you with this because I have to go eat something. But let's say you were using a tangent, you would have to calculate into your calculations in navigation. The drop over distance would have to be calculated in, and the difference in location between a flat surface and a curved surface. They're different locations.
Yeah, that's what I agree. Yeah, I don't know why the argument is that it can't be done without a flat surface. And
all the time the globe's spinning and moving, and the elevation equal circles are moving and altering every second for the 1,000-mile-an-hour spin. It'd be a big job, mate. Big job breaking out there.
But a lot of things. Who was it that said that tangent thing? Then was it you, Sonny?
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of things can be done through tangents, but yeah, no matter what, it always comes down to. Okay, right, yeah. So say what is a big one? You can't measure elevation from a curved surface. Well, you can have a tangent. However, the tangent would be based on an assumption of a curvature anyway. Do you know what I mean? So either way, it still breaks down. It's not that you can't get elevation from a curved surface. That is not the full argument. I hear flat earthers say it all the time, and it pisses me off. You can have a tangent.
So it's not curved. Tangent's a straight line, mate. Tangent's a straight line.
Yeah, the problem with doing that, like let's say you were doing that, as soon as you move from one location to the next, that is a different angle.
Exactly. Yeah, that's the real issue. It's not the tangent. Like, it's not the flat thing. It's what happens after that. Like you say, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So then when you move like 10 or 20 or 30 or 40 miles, then your elevation angle at the beginning is not the same anymore.
Yeah.
So how are you going to track? How do you track that? There's no way to track it.
And to even use a tangent, which would be a straight line, so you'd replace the curve with a tangent straight line. However, that would be based on a guess of the circumference anyway, which is a guess, so it's irrelevant anyway. But
yeah.
Describe what this tangent looks like, what you're using. What is it?
Oh, it's a straight line. No, it's a straight line between 2 points, as you say, yeah.
Yeah, but what do you...
Oh, sorry, you broke up. I'm on mobile, bro. Can you say that again?
So, where is this tangent line? In your pocket somewhere? Is it a physical thing that you're using, or is it in your imagination?
No, it's pen and paper, isn't it? It's conceptual, isn't it? It's what do you mean?
So when do you use a tangent line when you're navigating using a C-sextant? At what point do you use the tangent line?
I don't think we do we? No, I don't know about that. I honestly don't know. I don't know enough about how a sextant works, bro. I'll be honest with
you. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but you don't use a tangent line. It's never mentioned in the celestial navigation textbooks.
That's right, pads.
Yeah, they might not be. I don't know. What else? I'm just talking about the technique an architect would use to measure a distance to something based on when the baseline's curved.
No,
you can use it. You can use it in programs. On PCs, when you're drawing lines and circles and doing things like using a tangent. But it's nothing. That's got nothing to do with navigating the Earth. It's just tangent lines. You can use tangent lines in certain aspects of life and computer programs, but we're not talking about that.
Sorry, I was on about elevation. Sorry, yeah, but in terms of navigation, I have no idea, bro. But no, sorry, I think I got confused.
Obviously,
about navigation. Sorry,
you have no tangent, do you? Pad, you're coming in here with the same old crap. You talk about stuff, and you say you don't know. Sorry to interrupt.
No, I just thought he was
this is too much. This is too much with all this tangent crap. Every time these people come in here and they use the word tangent, they don't have one because they're going to need a circle for that. They don't. The word tangent is a mockery of horizontal, isn't it, Pads? By tangent, do you mean horizontal? Do you mean horizontal, Pads? Yes or no?
He doesn't know.
What? Sorry. What was that? What?
Do you by tangent? Do you mean horizontal?
No, not necessarily. No.
Well, what tangent do you have?
What is a tangent line?
What do you mean, bro?
What tangent do you have? You know, Bads, we've gone over this before. You need to shut up and sit in your tiny chair and listen.
But me and Sonny was just talking about
you make these claims, and then when the rubber hits the road on the questions, you're all, I don't know. You ultimately, the net result of your involvement here is zero.
No, I just think
you say a bunch of stuff, but you don't say a thing. So why do you even keep using the word tangent? Why are you using the word tangent, Pads?
For one, I misspoke. He was on about navigation, not elevation. So I brought, one sec, I brought it by mistake.
I wrote it down. You said tangents can come in useful. So that's what you said. So when did they come in useful? When navigating the surface of Earth?
Like I've just said, bro. I thought you were on about elevation. I don't know why. In terms of navigation, I have no idea, bro. I thought you were on about elevation angles. Sorry, I did misspeak. I've tried to say.
So when do you see there are no tangents with elevation angles?
Right, all right. No,
is it tangent?
If you're talking about perpendicular to vertical is horizontal.
Yeah, okay, right.
If you're calling that a tangent, you're going to be slanting the observer's elevation to the point on the Earth, the horizon. That's not a horizontal. That's not level. You have no tangent. There is no tangent.
So this is what me and Sonny was saying. Like, there's no. He started off. I don't know if he was in or not because I'm not even looking who's in. But there's no tools to measure Earth curvature. It's all like developed. The tools are designed for a horizontal reference plane in mind, because that's how it has to work. That's how it's been invented. That's how the human beings have developed themselves to get around this place that we live on. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
If it was taken into account curvature, then the instrumentation and the tools would be working in a totally different way and accounting for everything that's supposed to be happening, as we're told, in a model that doesn't exist.
Correct. Yes, sir. And if you're elevated above the X and you look to the horizon, you're talking about a dip angle. You're not talking about a tangent line. So it's a big. I'm just saying overall to the audience here, don't let them get away with using the word tangent. That's what they're trying. They're trying to get us to say the word tangent.
Well, it is one of the banned 30 words, to tell you the truth, that they can't use and they're not allowed to use. Yeah, you're not allowed to use that. If you're a glober, you're not allowed to use the word tangent.
Oh, well, I'm a flat earther, bro. Me and Sonny were literally just talking about it. Like,
who is?
We said even the use of a tangent has a massive issue because it relies on a false premise of a curvature. Like, but I did raise it in error anyway. You were on about navigation. I thought you were on about elevation. So I raised it in error and didn't really understand what I said because I was saying the technique is no good.
You're not a flat earther, Pads. You're an obfuscator. You're a joke. Yeah.
Jesus
well,
Christ.
No, he is. Excuse me, I'll correct you. He is a flat earther because if he was using any instruments to navigate or get around, or even in surveying or building, erecting fucking walls or buildings, he would have to use instruments that do reference the natural way of the Earth, which is a horizontal plane, especially at sea level, because that's where you've got to go with it, really. You know,
we do a lot of landscape work, so we use like levels and plumbs lines and drop lines quite a bit. You know, we're always, got
That's what we have to do as human beings. That's what we're doing. We're always using plumbs and verticals and perpendiculars and horizontals and levels. That's because that's the way it has to be, because that's the situation we're in, where we're living on this earth, because it's obvious that's the way it is. I mean, if it was curved and spinning, and moving around at different speeds, at different positions on the latitude lines, then we would have tools to and calculators and formulas to account for that, to help us out when we're building and moving and trying to find our point on Earth. But there's no tools that do that. They've never been invented, they've never been thought of, because there's no need for them.
That's right, brother. Everybody's on the plane, whether they realize it or not. So, Pads, are you still under the impression? Do you like to bring to the table that you're on a disc with an edge flying around the sun, with elevation and orbits, and underneath the disc and everything in the basket, or have you refined that?
No, I think I used the word disc once wrongly. Like, I know it's like got bad connotations and shit, so I try not to use the word anymore, bro. But yeah,
tell me a little more. Convince me you're a flat earther. Tell me something.
No, well, let me answer your question. Let me answer your first question though. In terms of the actual surface, I've yet to see anything that makes me think it's like an infinite plane. Like, I really struggle to wrap my head around the plane being infinite. Now, I'm not saying there is an ice wall. I'm not saying it's a disc. I'm not saying any of that shit. But I'm just saying, wrapping my head around the plane being infinite is tricky. I'm not going to lie. I haven't really seen
one way or the other, Pads. You're going to have to. Every man is going to have to wrap their head around infinity or finite, no matter how you slice it. Okay, no matter how you slice it, whether it's an expanding universe into what or not.
Yeah, but you don't have to go. Listen, you don't have to go that far. You don't have to have some. Well, how's this? It doesn't matter about infinity. It's how are you doing it within the location of a certain radius that you are on this place? How's that working for you? You know, how are you dealing with that?
Like you said,
you're going into future mode that you don't know. We're all in that situation. We don't know what is at the end of whatever. But what we do know is locally and on the Earth where we are, and especially sea level, it's level. And we've just been through this, like, for the last half an hour probably, about the tools that are used, having to use that aspect of where we live, which is sea level, which is level. And we're not going to be arguing about what level means, because we all know what
That's
level
not what
means.
you just asked me, is it,
It's not an argument. Pardon?
You just asked me about a flying disc and shit, so I was just replying to that. I get what you're saying, but locally, bro, I'm not disagreeing with you. Like, I don't.
Last time, Pad, you said the Earth was kind of measured flat.
Well, it's because I'm still grappling with a lot of shit, bro. I'm still struggling. Like, I don't really use the term gravity anymore, but I'm still convinced there is a reason things fall down. So again, like, yeah, I'm on the fence about a lot of shit, bro. But just because we accept everything doesn't mean, like, I'm here to fucking troll you. You know what I mean?
All right. Well, we're gonna be. You're on the radar. You're on the radar. So I mean, it's all good. But let's just go over some just a quick point about why things go up or down. Is it out of your conception?
Sorry, say that again. Sorry.
Things go up or down.
Things don't go.
Yeah, no.
Things don't go down on a globe. Excuse me, Pads. Things don't go down on a globe.
Well, they go in whatever. But one sec, just to answer his point. Somebody has mentioned it about things want to just like reach their equilibrium and stuff. Obviously, if I pick something up, I don't know, bro. I'm just really, really torn. I'm just really, really torn at the minute.
Well, let me ask you this. Tell me anything that you can think of going up or down, its density, the object's density in relation to the medium it's in, that it doesn't obey up or down.
Yeah, I know. Like air.
Can you think of anything that doesn't obey that?
No.
Yeah, but
so why?
I'd like to. Yeah,
go ahead.
I'd like to stop it. I'd like to stop this because Pads. I think we call Pads. So instead of explaining things, so Pads, you're at a situation where, from what I can gather, if you're not lying or being truthful, is
you don't know something why things go down. So have you thought about this? Have you thought about it?
Yeah, like I was just going to say.
Instead of what other reasons could there be for that then? If you've looked into it and researched it, give us a few examples of what else could be happening.
Well, in here we discussed, like, I kind of, well, I don't kind of agree. I think I just straight up agree with you at this point. But, you know, helium rises essentially, yes, because the air around it is denser and it goes down quicker than the helium. So it takes up that space and essentially pushes the helium up, or perceives to push it up. It doesn't actually push it up like a force. But yeah, so that makes sense. Like, the air is denser, so it goes down quicker, so it fills up that space. Like, that shit does make sense. Yeah, it's just...
Right, okay, so yeah, we've got that. So what I'm going to go back to, though, what we've got to, Pads, is like, so we've gone on to so we've jumped now. So what we've just been discussing for the last half an hour is how the instrumentation and navigational tools must require a horizontal plane for navigation, as in the sea sextant, everything's built up level, you know, that's the way the human beings have developed on the Earth, right? So now... So we've agreed on that. Yeah, that's an agreement. There's no curve measuring tools. It's all elevation, angles, levels. Yeah. So now we've just jumped into a conversation about gas coming down, which has got nothing to do with how the Earth is dealt with and measured.
Somebody else mentioned density, bro, not me.
Yeah, but that's not a measure. Do you agree Earth's measured flat? Do you agree about that on the sextant?
Of course, yeah.
Yeah. So the gas going down, or things going down in the medium of air, which are denser than that medium of air, has got nothing to do with the shape of the Earth, has it?
No.
It's just different subjects, isn't it?
Like I said, mate, somebody else mentioned density.
That's true. That was me, and you're correct. And I like the conversations coming back down to the fundamentals of the horizontal, yes, because that's really what matters. But yeah, it was a branch from the conversation, true. But just to get into pads, just to pick him out.
It was a natural progression, I thought, bro, in all honesty. Go on anyway, sorry.
But just to note on what you did say about, you're still biased towards this down thing, aren't you?
Yeah, only because, and I'll tell you very simply, stuff like density and weight has always been my understanding a scalar, like a way to actually read this shit. It's never actually been like the fucking reason for it. So even when we say density, I get why a helium balloon rises, because the air around it is denser. It makes sense, but density, as far as I know, is just how we read it. It's not why it's happening. And that's where I'm still a bit like, well, if it's not that, great.
I mean, I don't understand what you're saying there, mate. Sorry, mate. I have to stop. What do you mean? How you read it? What do you mean?
Well, how dense something is a reading, right? It's not the reason for something. Like,
what do you mean a reading? What do you mean a reading? I don't understand. I don't understand what you're saying. Sorry, mate.
It's a scalar.
I might be missing something.
It's a scalar.
Things have density.
Let me explain.
Density. Things have density values. What's the density of air?
I don't know. It depends. I don't know.
1 atmosphere. Oh wait, never mind. That's pressure.
Yeah. No, but yeah, like density, weight, like pressure, for example. Yeah, sure. That, like the PSI. These are all measurements, right? Readings. Like, these are not reasons for stuff.
But they are reasons.
So what's your point, though? Are you making a point?
Yeah, my point was essentially, yes, I agree. Density is involved, or it's a good way to see what is happening.
Involved.
But I don't necessarily.
I don't think density gets involved. Density doesn't get involved with things.
Sorry, that's my shit vocab. Involved in our process of understanding it because we measure it. Sorry, that's just my shit vocab. Yeah, it doesn't get involved. Yeah.
It's not a
I think
measurement,
I
is
can
it?
help
It's not a
clear this
measurement.
misunderstanding. I think I can help clear this misunderstanding. So what Pads is saying is his issue with it is, and it's a good question, is what is the reason for the inherent...
Excuse me. I think Pans knows what he's saying. He doesn't need you to tell him what he's saying. Thank you.
Yeah, but I'm not telling him
Pans,
what he's saying. I'm telling you what he's saying because you're missing it. He's been saying it for 30 minutes and you're missing it.
Excuse me. You've just jumped in to tell somebody what they're saying. I don't think so, pal. Now put yourself on mute and let Pans talk. Yeah, let's Pans talk.
Credit to Raze, he does know me pretty well, to be fair. But yeah, no, I'm just.
It doesn't matter if he knows you pretty well.
Weight is how we. It's the effects we see of other things. It's just how we read it. It's like a scalar, you know. Like if you add more matter, it might weigh more. Weight is not
what's matter.
What caused it? Do you know what I mean? Well, somehow, right? If you add a bag of flour, just to simplify things, it's this. You know, if I have a bag of flour and I add more flour to it, it's going to weigh more. The weight wasn't the cause for it. What caused it was me adding more flour. Weight is just how we read the outcome. Same as density. It's just how we read the outcome. No, that's what I've always assumed. It same as like PSI. If I put more
what's weight
air into a certain container, I'll be able to read the effects of that change. But the density wasn't the change.
What's weight? What is weight?
Well, going back to the globe thingy, I'm sure the globalists have always explained it as it is. I think it's weight and gravity. No, not weight, but it is. Is it matter and gravity, or the effects?
Let me ask you something, Pads. Let me ask you something, Pads. I'm going to give you some simple, and you just tell me when this does not occur. Okay. The density of the object. If the density of the medium is more dense than the object will go up.
Yeah.
If the density of the medium is less dense than the object, then the object will go down.
Yeah.
Now, when does that not happen?
No, I don't think it does. I really don't think it does.
So the cause of an object going up or down is the density of its medium. Is that correct?
I don't know. That's where I really struggle, bro.
Well, when does it not happen? When does that not happen?
I know. You have a good point.
Basic stuff, mate.
Can I ask you a question with that?
Let me just think about it, 'cause that's a good
In
point.
other words, does this happen every single time? Just
testable. I really do think so. Yeah.
Yeah.
What
so
if you put a ball?
The cause of things going up or down is just that. Their relationship to the medium they're in.
Yeah, there is other stuff like, well, why did you? That makes sense, right? So that makes sense, and I'm not totally shifting it. I'm just trying to explain why I'm still on the fence. But we do have stuff like terminal velocity as well. So we know, regardless of the density or the weight, given enough time, things will fall at the same rate.
No, they won't.
Why is that?
They will not. Are you telling me that a cannonball will fall at this? Are you talking about in a vacuum?
I said it wrong. No, I'm not on about like a feather versus a cannonball sort of thing. I'm on about just fuck. Oh God, let me go and relook. I wish I weren't a stoner. 1 sec. No, given enough time, regardless of the weight of an object, I think it is like 125 miles an hour or something. It's like terminal velocity. It's like,
I think you need to go away, Pads. I think you need to. I mean, I appreciate it, mate. I've got nothing against you, mate. You sound like a decent guy, but I think you just need to like make your mind up. Like I think you're. Yeah, I mean, you keep saying you're on the fence. You might be on the fence, but you're more on. You know, you've got to just go with the logic and just go with, well, that's correct or that's not correct. Yes, that's correct. That's not correct. I'm going to go with that. That's correct. Can tick that off or cross that off, and then come to your conclusion. Stop letting your belief system guide you.
No, it's not a belief system. 1 second. So I was listening. So terminal velocity is the constant speed at which an object falls through a fluid, like air or water, when the forces acting on it are balanced. So
you cannot say that a helium balloon and a bowling ball will fall at the same rate. That's not what I'm on about. That's specifically. I said I'm specifically not on about that example.
You've just read something. Falls, you've just read something. Excuse me. You've just read something. It doesn't mean it's correct.
No, I know. I'm just trying to explain to you why I'm still on the fence. You asked me why. I'm trying to explain it to you. So when an object falls, air resistance increases as it speeds up. Eventually, the air drag force equals the force of gravity, or in quote unquote gravity. So
gravity is not a force, is it?
One sec. So regardless of the density of something, it will only ever increase to a certain
You just said, never mind 1 sec. Never mind 1 sec. Gravity is not a force.
Right. But disregard the word gravity, right? 1 second, I'll try and explain it. So why?
You keep saying 1 sec. You keep saying 1 sec. Gravity is not a force. Gravity is not a force.
Okay. But this is.
So you're telling me gravity is a force. That's why I have to stop you.
I said quote unquote. Gravity,
and there's no downward bias. There's no downward bias, and air is not a fluid.
I'm just trying to. I know, but I've still not actually explained what terminal velocity is yet to anybody who doesn't know.
You're talking out of terms. You're reading incorrect information, out of date information. 110 years out of date. You know, it's like talking to a Stone Age person.
I don't think terminal velocity is out of date, bro. I mean,
and we're about to spank it. We're about to spank it. Are you? Does terminal velocity have a downward bias?
Again, you're jumping all over. I think you're picking the points that I'm not actually saying. If you just let me explain.
Is there a downward bias in what you're talking about?
Yes.
Okay. See, that's where it's incorrect. There is no downward bias, is there? There is no
downward. Will you just let me explain it for 20 seconds? This will save us 20 minutes of arguing back and forth. Right? No matter the object.
Well, you've been talking about this for half an hour now and not got anywhere.
I've been trying to say it for 20 minutes. Like, come on, man. Just give us a minute. Not even that. 30 seconds. Right? Yeah. So, if you drop anything...
Make your claim and make your point.
If you drop anything, regardless of what it is, from like an incredible height, it will only speed up so much. Right, obviously, air resistance is a pressure on this, right? Is a factor in this, right? The downward bias, whatever it is the other factor, and it's when these two factors equal out. That's what terminal velocity is. Now, terminal velocity for every object is going to be different, of course. I'm not comparing a feather and a cannonball in a vacuum. This is not that shit, right? So, if the air resistance is one force, there has to be some sort of force pulling or pushing or throwing. Whatever. For the fact that we can notice terminal velocity.
No, why? There doesn't have to be anything pulling or pushing.
Well, why?
There doesn't have to be anything pulling or pushing. Plus, you said you're not going to use gravity. You're invoking gravity right here as a pulling force, aren't you? So again,
if it wasn't a force, as you say, it would be a downward bias.
No, there's no force.
There is no downward bias.
It doesn't have to be a force, mate. Who said there has to be a force? Who told you that?
I mean, it doesn't have to be a force. This is, I've said from the start, I try not to use the word gravity so much anymore.
That's what you're
doing
right now.
Let me ask you a couple of questions. I got a couple of questions for you, Pat. I have a very short amount of time. I need to ask you a couple of questions. So you said quote unquote gravity, right? So you're invoking that gravity is a pseudo force and not a force, right?
Yeah.
So what does the definition of pseudo mean?
Like fake bullshit without like basis, as far as I know.
Exactly. So gravity is a pseudo force. And you're listening to pseudoscience. You're using a fake force to invoke fake science, bro.
Again, I did say, if you listen to what I said, well, going back to the global paradigm, and then when he actually said it, I said, quote unquote, there was enough hints in there to say, like, look, this isn't actually my argument, this is just the understanding of it. You know what I mean?
Well, if it's not your argument, why are you arguing, not your argument?
Yeah. That is your
Why would you?
The initial question.
Why would you invoke ads? Why would you invoke fake bullshit? Why would you invoke fake bullshit, bro? Why would you accept that as a reasonable answer?
1 sec. Is this a different person, or is this the same person?
This is Sheepdog Legend. I'm at the very bottom.
It doesn't matter who it is. Just deal with the questions because we're on.
Well, hang on a minute.
mate.
You shot raised by goats down for trying to help me, so I've got 5 people asking me questions. You can hang on a minute. I just don't want to be rude to Sheepdog.
Welcome to our world, because when we go out in the real world, we have to deal with it by ourselves, and we do.
Well, I just don't want
to be rude. You're not overwhelmed, Pads. You got this. You're just wiggling, man, and you're no flat earther. You don't have anything to say positive. You're always biased towards this other stuff. Always. All of your arguments, you come in here and you say, yeah, this, I get it, but they always lean to this other crap that you're having some sort of dissonance with about you just can't get your head around terminal velocity and downward bias, and that you don't need gravity, but you have to have gravity because it explains all this crap for you. You're either a giant mess, or you need to change your name to Pseudo.
One sec, Roto, you asked me, bro, in earnest, like I thought you were being genuine. Now, I told you a genuine answer, so, stop being silly, bro. You asked me in earnest, I told you in earnest, then...
Okay. Your earnest is biased.
I know, but you asked me,
hang on, guys. We'll just get control again. We'll get control again. So, going back to the conversation earlier about how we use these tools to navigate the Earth, and they're all measuring horizontal and flat. Yeah, you agree with that, don't you, mate?
Yeah, mate.
You've agreed with it once. Yeah. So the Earth is.
I think you've said it about 5 times.
Navigated
I've agreed with it 7 times.
Yeah. Right, so you agree the Earth is flat, yeah?
Yeah, I agree it's flat, but like I said, bro, I'm not on board quite yet for saying the shit's infinitely flat.
You've just agreed it's flat. Once you've agreed it's flat, you are on board.
Well, yeah, I'm
definitely on board.
Yeah, but it's just, I think within flat Earth, there are different branches of it, bro. Chill out. I don't think everyone subscribes to this exact same belief.
Let me ask you another question, Pads.
Hold on.
Let me ask you one question.
Someone's going to say it's not a belief, aren't they?
What's the difference between infinite and immeasurable?
No, not much. I don't know.
Right. So if I don't know where the edge is, and I say that it's infinite, I was pretty much saying the same thing because you've never been able to measure it all the way end to end, right?
Yeah, fair. Okay. Yeah.
Right. So you don't even have to say that it's an infinite plane Earth. You can just say it's immeasurable. We don't know how big it is.
Yeah, that'd be a better way to say it.
There you go, bro.
Yeah, but I've been through that with him. I've already been through that one with him.
Nobody said that for shit.
Oh, I don't doubt that. I don't doubt this is the first time that he's heard it. He's probably heard this about 20 times by now.
Yeah, hey, Pads. Hey, Pads, can it still be a globe?
I don't. What do you mean?
I'm asking you. Can it still be a globe?
Nah. Can't, at this stage, it can't be a globe, bro, no.
So no molten iron core? No spinning? You tell me.
Bro, spinning's a different one. Spinning's a different one, I'll be honest. I don't know. I've been looking at like weather patterns and shit, and the way
Can you have a molten iron core on a flat plane?
Not a core, but you could have some sort of fucking molten iron like base layer, but it wouldn't be a core, would it? Obviously, but I don't know. Fuck knows, bro. I don't know. Wouldn't be round, would it? It wouldn't be like a core chamber, like a round chamber, but it could be like the lowest layer. But it's just guesswork, though, isn't it? Fuck knows.
Tell me it's absolutely not a globe.
It's obviously not a globe. What do you mean? Bro, you trolling?
No, I'm just trying to get you to say stuff.
I'll put it to you this way. If it's not a ball with a radius of 3,959 miles or a circumference of 24,901 miles, then all of the math is wrong. All of the distances to all the luminaries is wrong. All the satellite orbits is wrong. Everything is fucking wrong if it doesn't adhere to that specific size.
You agree with that, Pads?
I don't know. Maybe not quite the way you said it. I get what he's saying. Yeah, I get what he's saying. So yeah.
I didn't say that. I didn't like if the ball was bigger, then obviously the satellites would be having a bigger orbit around Earth.
No, it's not that. It's just obviously.
If all of the orbits of everything that's in the sky is based on the idea of a ball with a radius of 3959, if it's all based on that, and it comes to find out that the Earth is bigger than that, then everything they ever told you was a lie anyway, bro.
Yeah, obviously. Yeah.
So you now have an immeasurable ball, or you have a flat surface, but as it appears, what we see, observe, and measure in a practical sense of reality is flat.
I want to hear Pads say things like that.
Bro, what do you mean, bro?
Some confidence in what you know.
I do say shit. To be fair, yeah, it might be right. Maybe I don't say shit with enough confidence. I'm not gonna lie. I'm on the fence about 99% of fucking things in life, bro. What do you want from me?
He did say before. He did say before, right? He agrees it's flat and it can't be a globe, right? That's pretty good. I mean, he's coming along.
Yeah, but from there, like, I'm just not willing to be like, oh, it's definitely like got an edge, or it's definite finite, or infinitely like a plane, or it's definitely not moving upwards, or it's definitely not spinning. Because weather patterns seem to suggest something is spinning. I'm not gonna lie. So I just think there's many after you realize it's flat. Like, once you get to that realization, after that, anything is a fucking guess game anyway. We don't all have to subscribe to the same belief after that point. Because after that, it is a fucking belief. Not the surface, but anything past that point is a belief. I've yet to hear anybody present anything that isn't a belief past surface level. I'm sorry.
The sun heats up certain areas of the Earth, and then the sun moves, and then heats up other areas while those areas cool. And this creates areas where there's warm fronts and areas where there's cold fronts. And hot moves to cold.
Yeah, we are definitely in dynamic living systems. Thank God, keeping us alive. Yeah, absolutely. The water cycle is a system, but it doesn't require Earth rotation.
And we don't have to say with any definites of what's going on in the sky. If we know the surface of the Earth measures flat, then whatever is happening in the sky could only happen over a flat Earth.
Yeah, that's about all we can say, man. Yeah.
How much of the flat Earth has been measured?
What?
How much?
Making a break.
Has the Earth been measured flat? How far?
Okay, go sit down. Go sit in your tiny little chair and put a stock in your mouth.
Yeah, no Bev-Todd nonsense on Sundays or any day.
It's been measured flat for 10,000 miles, man.
And as a caveat, Pads, no man has seen an edge. No man with feet and eyes have ever seen an edge. And if any other man tells you they've seen that, that's a very bold statement. So, other than that, other than the fact that no edge has ever been seen, there's not much else to say about that. Altitude is limited. It's the same thing no matter where we've gone as far as observation that you know of and I know of that can be found. No edge has ever been seen. You go round and round and round everywhere you want to go, no edge in sight. Always a horizon at eye level, no matter your altitude. Meaning you're not approaching an edge. So whether that means finite or infinite, it's just a mystery.
Well, not entirely though, because remember, you can't have gas pressure without a container, and we have gas pressure right here. So
that's true. And just to be clear, when I say no edge, I mean there is no human giving a God's eye view of the entirety of this place. There's no human that can give you that view. That's the skinny of it.
How do we know what shape an atom is? How do we even know atoms exist if we can't see them?
Well, I'm not an expert on these things, but I've heard other people say that it's the model of an atom. It's the model that we have in regards to that functions in practical real life. But it's not like we can see the thing itself.
No, we can see them. We have electron microscopes that can see them individually now. Right, so for example, we can see the cellular structure of things, or the atomic structure of things. I don't hear the flat earthers getting upset about that. So we can see really small things. We can see really big things like the sun and the moon. We can see all kinds of crazy shit.
What about it?
And yet we've never seen the curvature of the
We can
Earth.
see all
That's
things
the craziest part.
that doesn't require the use of our physical eyes. We can see them.
Yeah, how do you see them?
You can see things. Wow.
Well, you have to be smart, right? You have to look, to take a different perspective, right?
With what eye?
You have to look up, right? You don't have to stare at your feet.
Is the Earth too big to see curvature?
Sounds like this guy's talking philosophy.
Yeah, this guy.
That's right. I am talking philosophy, right?
Is the Earth too big to see curvature?
Channel.
Is the Earth too big to see curvature? Man, is the Earth too big to see curvature?
No, not necessarily.
All right, cool. So where's the curvature at?
Well, you're not going to see with your fucking eyes and a fucking.
Oh, so then you know the Earth is flat. If it's too big to see curvature, you know it's flat.
No, I don't know that, right? I don't know.
What eye do you have to use for this, man?
Well, you use tools, right? You use tools to perceive things outside of the ability of the human eye to perceive, right?
Are you looking at your tools?
Well, you're looking at a lot of things, right? You're looking at information, right? You're trying to create.
You're looking at information or what?
Well, that's what an electron microscope does, right? Like you bounce electrons.
What are you trying to say?
Just trying to say that maybe the flat earthers should be like less like hostile to the idea that the Earth is round, you know? Because it's like I get a lot of hostility in this server. I get a lot of like name calling.
It's a hostile viewpoint.
A lot of anger. A lot of like trying.
Is this what you consider hostile? You consider this hostile?
No, not right now.
No. Were you born in a cotton candy house?
Oh, here we go.
Yeah. Was that insulting?
Here comes the science talk. Here comes the high-level science talk.
Why are we so hostile about what? The imagination of the globe? You just want to use your mind's eye, kind of astral project the globe if we just go with it, right? Just kind of loosen up and be cool.
Yeah, let's
go on the record. Fan anime. I hope you continue to believe in the globe because you're not any kind of an individual I'd want on any team of mine in any sort. Like seriously, dude. Like by all means, keep believing in the globe. I don't mind.
Yeah, sure. Flat earthers are complete individuals. They're solely not an entire fucking online support group for you guys at all.
Everybody's an individual, if that's a wake-up call to you. But as an individual, do you have a claim or any kind of statement of value?
Yeah, my claim is that the claim made by flat earthers is weak. Very weak.
Well, why don't you make a few claims? Give us some strong ones.
Hold on. We need to correct this. It's not a claim. It's an observation. I observe the Earth is flat. I observe the Earth is stationary. I observe gas pressure requiring a container. These are three observations, not claims.
You're claiming that your observation is somehow more accurate than other observations, right?
No, we're claiming observation and measurement and practical application to a...
What other observations?
What do you have?
Other observations are there?
What other observations are there other than the observations the flat earthers make? Wow, that's a hell of a question. That's a hell of a question, dude.
Yeah. So, do you observe the Earth curving, spinning, and do you observe gas pressure without a container somewhere?
Yeah, I've heard this before.
So the answer is no to all three of those. Obvious.
Yeah, of course.
Well, it's in your worldview. The answer is no, right?
Yeah, just in the objective truth of it all. Yeah, it's no. But what do you have?
I have a lot of stuff. I mean, I have, for example, long exposure photography of the Earth from multiple places on its surface. Right. For example, if you take long exposure photography from the equator or from areas closer to the poles, right, you get different. The trails of the stars at the equator make essentially straight lines, whereas the trail of those same stars closer to the points of the equator make very small circles, right? Which indicates,
the tropical gap. Yeah. But what about the Earth?
Right. So the Earth, right? You can't. I mean, what do you mean? What about the Earth? Right. That tells you. Okay. So like, what that tells you, right, is you can transform those star trails, right? Just like you guys claim that the flat or the whatever, like you guys use like a polar coordinate flat model, right? Saying that like the way that like navigation can be.
Yeah, the way it's used. Yeah, but go ahead.
Yeah. Right. So it's like that's just like a mathematical transformation, right? Like you're transforming. Right. You're looking at the world in a mathematical transformation to flatness. All right, and saying yes that all these like things work.
That's incorrect. Right? You're looking at the world as a mathematical transformation to a curve. Yeah, the actual mathematical application to all this operation of the celeste is used with angles and a flat plane, isn't it?
Well, it's a locally flat plane, though.
Yeah, we're always local. Everyone, everywhere, at all times is locally flat. What does that tell you? So it is a transformation. You'll add the curve later, won't you?
It's not about me adding the curve, right?
Yeah, it's called the Haversine formula. Yeah, so you take all your flat measurements, and then you Haversine it, don't you?
Well, no, because you're just looking at it right locally, right? But if
you don't use the Haversine formula,
yeah, but the Haversine formula in conjunction with something like what I said, where you have,
yeah, that's where you dress it up. That's where you turn it into.
It's not dressing it up, right? It's just like being able to assess more than one isolated factor at a time. Yeah, if you isolate everything, if all factors are analyzed in isolation, then yes, you can get away with saying a lot of kooky stuff, right? But once you have to combine like 3 or 4 or 5 like disparate forms of measurement, right, and combine them into something that is
it's
sophisticated, right?
Yeah,
gives you more information, right? It gives you more information. Like if I only read the New York Times every day, right, and said, okay, well, this is locally what is true, right? You wouldn't actually get like a good picture of what's going on, right?
That's why you have stupid analogy. That's a dumb analogy.
No, it's not. You just don't like it.
Yeah, no, because the thing about it is they're all locally flat. So you'd have the same newspaper in every city saying the same thing. That's why it's a bad analogy.
So you have these long exposure. You have these long exposure shots of the sky, right, at night, and it basically would be impossible on a flat Earth for those stars to follow the paths that they follow.
No.
Right. Then you also have, for example,
No, it's easy, by the way, and it's done on a flat plane. Yeah, all your celestial. Yeah, it's all done on a flat plane.
So all like an eclipse, for example, right? When you have like I always forget if it's like the solar or the lunar one, but the one where
you don't even know what you're talking about because first of all, you don't even know. You're talking about shadows that you can't prove. There's no proof of any shadow. So, regardless of your eclipses and stuff like that, it's all done on a flat plane, well before the globe was imagined. Yeah, on into today, flat plane, angles of elevation to the celeste, like, for example, the operation of, when I say operation, I mean practical application, hands-on, rubber hit the road, a nautical mile, and what that means. That'll be an angle from a horizontal, your Earth's surface. That'll be an angle. All your Haversine formula is just the dress up afterwards to turn those things into curves. Yeah, it's unnecessary. You can do it all without a Haversine formula. Yeah, all flat.
Haversine just gives you the distance between your longitude and latitude. The one that you are, the one that geographical position of the stars. It's all Haversine.
All your stars have GPs that can be counted on a flat plane every single year.
What this guy's not admitting that the Haversine, it adds a radius that isn't there. It's just an imaginary thing.
Yes,
that's because the longitude and latitude points are in the sky. You have to get that converted to a distance on the floor. That's what Haversine.
So optically something's arcing, so then you're arcing your ground, even though it's just because it's an optical thing, like a plane flying straight, but it looks like it's going up and down as it goes over you. But so they're adding something that it's not doing. It's pretty interesting when you think about it.
Still dealing with angles.
Yeah.
With straight lines. The baseline representing the planar Earth, the surface that we're on. Yeah.
I just don't know why these guys don't get that.
I think they do get it.
I actually think you guys do a good service to the internet, right? Because in a way, it forces people to have to research, they have to actually learn how to. I'm not claiming to be a scientist, right? But at least it forces people, right, to in order to debunk your claims. Which, granted, I think when people are arguing with someone who's well studied in the flat Earth school of science, right? It requires a certain knowledge of their own model, right? And so people actually, what they do is they have to improve their reasoning and mathematical methodologies in order to engage with you guys, which in a way improves the educational standard.
So did you learn how the Haversine is just a pencil whip formula that takes something that's straight and curves it?
I understand translational mathematics, right? I understand what that means, but you're saying that you're saying that one form of translation is valid, right? It's valid to translate between the fake spherical model to a flat plane, or sorry, maybe it's the other way around. You're saying it's okay to use these radial translations, right? Because they support a flat model of the Earth or non-spherical model of the Earth, but when someone does it in the opposite direction, you're like, oh, you're retarded. It's just translational mathematics.
No,
it's because the original measurements come from a flat Earth. So the measurements are from a flat Earth. You translate the original because of the things in the sky.
Right, but the original measurements for things aren't always the right. Our original measurements.
What?
Yeah,
bro.
Our original measurements for what we thought the continents were right? They didn't actually work out, right? We have much better measurements of
that's
coastlines and
Yeah, that's interesting. What measurement methodology were you utilizing, or was RotoWorks talking about? What methodology is that?
I don't know.
What geometric principle do we use?
And please explain.
It's an angle.
Right.
Geometric properties of an angle are what we use to determine distances and height.
Well, that's what some people use in some situations.
That's what we use for cartography. That's map making, charting, and navigation.
Right, but there's like way more sophisticated like satellite systems and imaging systems.
We're not using satellites.
We use imaging systems for cartography, right?
Okay, you're not following along. You seem to think that you're running ahead, but you're not picking up what I'm putting down and what roto.
Maybe you should put it down a little better.
Do you know what an angle is?
No, only you're smart enough to understand that concept.
No, it's a simple question. If you don't know, which I hope you do, then I will tell you, but I'm hoping you know if I can move along. You know what an angle is?
Yeah, I know what an angle is.
Good. Two straight sides meeting at a vertex, and you can measure the separation of the two straight sides in degrees. 90 degrees, 45 degrees. You'd agree with that, right?
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
Good. So we'd navigate using this principle. An elevation angle of a star above the horizon will give us the distance if we subtract the angle measured by 90 and times it by 60 or 69.
Wait, but is there any other system by which we can navigate, or is it only through triangulation, through straight lines?
There's plenty of ways that we can navigate.
Okay.
But ultimately, we're using this one, and this one comes up with our coordinate system. Longitude and latitude, their angle measure.
So it's a mathematical abstraction, is what you're saying.
It's a measurement.
It's a locally functional mathematical abstraction.
Locally functional for a distance from the observer to a ground position of 0 degrees above the horizon, about 6,000 miles. Yeah.
Showing into a lot of issue though when you try to explain why things fall under the horizon.
Did you hear what Jedi just said to you?
No, but like we agree that the North Star in certain places appears below the horizon, right?
Why don't you acknowledge what Jedi just said?
So he said that we use angles, right, to map our latitude and longitude.
Mm-hmm.
We use the stars. That's what he said.
And
that runs into a lot of issues when stars start to go different places.
How many miles was the plane he just pointed out?
I have no idea. He didn't give a distance measurement.
He did. 6,000 miles. When you started talking through me, I was giving you the mathematical equation to figure out your distance after you measure the angle.
That's fine, but you still run into other issues. Like if you try to use, like if you're in certain hemispheres of the world, you can't use the North Star, right?
No, why don't you acknowledge the mileage? Acknowledge the mileage that Jedi just pointed out to you.
You can have whatever mileage he wants. That's not the issue I have here. The issue I have here is that you can't.
That's a planar measurement. Do you understand that?
Okay, you can say that, but I disagree, and I'll tell you the issue is that certain stars start to disappear depending where you are on the Earth.
Doesn't get how things disappear the farther away they get from you. It's sad.
Yeah, but don't you understand that if don't you understand if things disappear because they're so far away, you should be able to use something to bring them back closer, right? To see them again.
You don't grasp that they're okay. First of all, it's like it's grade school, dude. Do you know what a vanishing point is?
Do you know what telescopes are?
Let Jedi go with him. He was explaining perfectly with Polaris.
So we agree if things disappear because they're so far away, we can use tools to bring them back into our field of view, right?
That's interesting and all.
What, do we agree you can do that?
They won't agree. They won't agree.
Can somebody mute this S guy?
That's So we agree that if things are far away, we can use tools to see them again, right?
Yeah, that's interesting, but you're not following the premise which I just like.
They won't answer that question.
I think you won't follow the fact that things sometimes disappear and we can't zoom them back in.
Sorry, I do apologise. I do apologise. Sorry, you want me to tell you that perspective exists?
No, I'm asking, are there things that are so far away that we can't see them? Like the stars? Is that what you're saying about the stars?
No.
No? So where do the stars go?
No, I don't know. I'm not saying they go anywhere apart from in the sky.
Where does the sun go when there's a sunset?
Oh, it's above the Earth. We can see this when we observe the summer in the north or the summer in the south for 3 months either side when the sun is above the horizon for 24 hours. It's above the horizon. It's due to your locality that will give you day and night and you see sunrise and sunset. But it's above the
Where does it go when it looks below the horizon?
But see, maybe you didn't follow along. Do I have to start again?
I just want an answer to the question.
Here comes the hostility again. The science hostility.
Excuse me. It's because you interrupted and you didn't follow what I said. Forgive me if I'm short with you. We can see the sun for 2 summers throughout the year, in the north, in the south, 3 months apiece, where the sun is above the horizon for 24 hours. You can see it circle the observer. So the sun doesn't set. It just appears to set for you that are closer to its circle. Like, for example, when it's somewhere in the north, that would be the Tropic of Cancer. If you're closer to that circle, you will experience night and day when the sun appears to come up and appears to go down. But for the observer inside the Arctic Circle, the sun's above the horizon. It's not going.
You're just saying it goes further away from your line of sight, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Go on.
Okay, and do you think we can ever pull a sunset back using like a telescope, a really strong telescope?
Sometimes we can. Depends on the telescope that we use.
Okay. Can I see evidence of that?
I've seen evidence of it. I don't have it to hand.
Do you know anyone who's done that?
Only videos that I've seen on YouTube. Again.
Do you know what telescope they used?
No. I just saw the observation of the sun setting and then them zooming in with a camera and the bottom edge of the sun reappearing above the horizon again.
Yeah, but did they get the entire sun to appear above the horizon?
Yeah.
They did? They got the whole sun to appear above the horizon?
Yes.
And just a question, if it was started to become night, right, and something falls into shadow, right, it's just become darker, do you think that if you zoom in, the thing will start to come out of shadow, or will it stay in shadow?
I don't know. I've never seen that.
You've never seen a shadow on something?
No, we're talking about the sun.
Yeah.
Right. In night time, again, this is me getting short with you because you're not following my answers. I don't know how far the sun would have to be before we could no longer bring it into angular resolution of a particular optic. I have seen it come back above the horizon though when it's starting to descend onto the horizon. But that's at a relatively short distance. You're asking for something that I've never seen before. Yeah. Now you're going to address.
I've never seen it before.
That's interesting. Now you're going to address the original point about the elevation angle to the stars.
What's the point?
It's an angle measurement.
Okay.
Maybe you didn't get that when you jumped in. Maybe you don't understand what that means.
It doesn't. I think it means nothing. I guess you can use it. It doesn't make a difference.
Oh, you wouldn't be able to use it if the surface of the Earth was curved.
I'm sorry that you think you can't draw tangents, but okay.
Sorry. Tangents?
Yeah.
Where'd you get from?
Do you not know what a tangent of a circle is?
Oh, I know what a tangent is. It's just within celestial navigation, you require both the observer, the measurer, and the ground position of the object in question to be on the same horizontal plane. You seem to think that we can just start drawing tangents everywhere. No, that's not what we use for celestial navigation. Everything's on the same horizontal plane. If you've got a tangent, it means only one is on the Earth. You've got a problem there.
Well, the celestial sphere is definitely not on the same horizontal plane as the observer.
Sorry, the celestial sphere. Now, we're interested in the ground position. That's the geographic position. That's the point on the ground where is directly underneath the star. That's the thing that we're interested in the distance to. Both the observer making the measurement and the geographical position have to be on the same horizontal plane.
Yeah, but they're not.
They're not, but they are. This is how we get the distance. It's a fucking angle measurement. The angle is derived by the line between you and the geographical position and the imaginary line between you, the observer, star in question.
More hostility, more swearing.
Do you have a model of the flat Earth and the celestial sphere together?
No, I'm just trying to get you to understand what an angle is at the moment without you accusing me of being hostile.
Can you just give me an example used in the real world?
Again, you're just talking through me and asking a complete non sequitur. I need you to understand that this is an angle measurement that you can't derive from a curved surface.
Just show me it done on a flat surface using a flat Earth and using the celestial sphere.
Okay, 2 seconds.
You about to get spanked.
Do you want concepts of a celestial sphere? Do you want the angle measurement taken from inside?
I want the celestial sphere, the flat Earth, and the observer all in one. All three of those things.
Such a tall order.
Do you know what celestial sphere is?
There's no Earth there.
Sorry, that's the horizontal plane the observer's standing on.
Yeah, I know, but you said it was done on a flat Earth. Where's the flat Earth there?
That's the horizontal plane the observer's standing on.
I know, but you said it was done on a flat Earth. Where's the flat Earth?
Making the measurement. Sorry, maybe you don't understand. We're making the measurement you on the Earth, and the geographical position of the object is on the Earth. That's the horizontal plane.
I don't see an Earth there.
The idea of the celestial sphere, a horizontal plane underneath a protracted light vision or hemispheric taken in angle measurements.
Wait, where's the Earth in that image? I don't see it.
That's the horizontal plane the observer's standing on.
Yeah, but I asked for a reference it being used on a location on Earth.
Yeah, that's the premise of celestial navigation. It's an angle measurement.
Yeah, but you can use those to find a location on Earth. I want to see that.
Did you need to look into celestial navigation? Yes.
Yeah, you said you can use celestial navigation to figure out where you are on Earth, right?
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Okay, so I want to see an image where that's done. Yeah. So I want a location on Earth, the stars, and the celestial sphere.
Okay, go outside, measure the elevation of Polaris above the horizon. What that is, that would be.
I asked for an image for it. Do you not have an image for it?
No, I don't. No.
Okay. Do you know anyone that does?
Like I said, you have to look into celestial navigation. Like here.
There's a bunch of.
I was just wondering if you knew anyone.
By definition, that is an image.
Yeah, but I asked for an image that has a location on Earth, the celestial sphere, and the angles. All three of those.
I mean, it's an image of an arbitrary location on Earth.
Yeah, why is it an arbitrary location?
That means it could be anywhere.
I know. Why don't you show me it being done for a specific location?
Celestial navigation is to find our place on Earth.
Yeah, so why don't you just give me a photo that does that?
So let me say, are you denying that it happens?
No, I want an image of it.
In your almanac, this is what you'll see. This is what you'll see in your almanac. The horizontal plane that the observer's standing on, as Jedi was trying to point out. And the angle, that's your baseline. The angle to the star, one of the navigational stars, or the sun, for example, you're trying to get ground position to find out where you are at.
Yeah,
you will only be using angles, which are two straight lines. The reason that the baseline of the angle is straight and that we use this geometrical shape, an angle, right, is because the Earth's a plane. The baseline of that angle represents the Earth that you're standing on. You wouldn't be.
Is that flat plane the Earth? Is that what you guys are saying?
Yes, the flat plane is the Earth.
Can I see an image that shows that with the Earth?
It's in your nautical almanacs.
Yeah, send me one.
Would you want a navigational chart or something?
I want you to show me an image that uses these two angles and shows the Earth as a flat plane. Therefore, you can triangulate your location on Earth using the celestial sphere. I just want to see an observer, the flat plane that is Earth, and I want to see the celestial sphere.
I also don't see the ice wall in that model, so maybe.
Yeah.
The ice wall's on the globe.
Sorry,
ice wall's on the globe.
Ice wall?
Okay, if you think so. I'm still just waiting for it.
Would you agree? Would you agree that it's pretty much impossible to see stars in a photo?
So I've taken photos of the night sky before. It's not that difficult. I don't know what that question was. Do you have that image of the celestial sphere, flat Earth, observer?
Unfortunately.
No? Okay.
Do you want me to use a 360-degree camera?
No, I just want you to make like something of a model.
You're not going to get a model. You're going to get what's explained to you in the almanac. Do you have anything to show otherwise?
Show otherwise of what?
A picture to show otherwise of how celestial navigation is done.
I don't argue for celestial navigation.
Do you have a picture to show otherwise than what we're saying?
No, you guys made a claim that this is how it's done. I want to see it.
This is how it's done. Yeah. This is the almanac. This is how it's done on an x-axis.
I still don't see the Earth represented.
Like every other operation is done on a horizontal axis. Yes, it's the grid that we operate the big boy toys on. It's a grid.
See, like literally the continents.
You can see all you want.
Okay.
Okay. You don't have any images to see anything, do you?
You're the one making the claim.
Yeah, well, this is the claim. Now, I don't personally have this image in my pocket for you.
I don't think anyone does.
It is the Navigational Almanac. This is what you'll see. This is how it's been done always. With the flat plane to get an angle to the celestial sphere, yes.
Jedi, that blue circle, you're saying that's flat, like it's like a flat plane?
I'm saying that the angle is...
Jedi sent an image. Jedi, that image that you sent.
Do you see the triangle that's denoted?
And we like stand on top of that, right? So we'd be like looking at people's heads.
My God.
Right, we'd be like, looking at people's heads, right?
Right, excuse me. Do you see the triangle that is 90 degrees denoted by the square box?
I'm asking that blue circle, that's the Earth, is what you're saying, right?
Yeah, that's the surface.
Right, and we'd like be looking at someone's heads, right?
You see the triangle that's 90 degrees denoted by the square box. Do you see
I don't understand the dimensions of this.
I'm not going to talk to you anymore if you're just going to keep cutting through me, little obnoxious prick. I spent a couple of minutes going through citations that I'm going to deliver to try and help you, but being as you keep fucking talking through me, I'm not going to fucking bother. Fuck off and annoy someone else.
So I was just asking, like we'd be seeing people's heads, right, with that image? That's like how we're looking at it, that's a perspective? Anyone? Like if we were to be looking at that image, like as we are, we'd be seeing people's heads?
I think Jedi's done with you.
Yeah, but you guys all believe the same thing, so one of you guys can answer just as easy.
It's not a belief. This is how it works. This is how it operates. This is how it's always been done.
Okay, so it should be even easier to answer. We'd all be seeing people's heads there, right?
Yeah, it's a very easy thing to answer. You're dealing with angles. You're dealing with the celestial sphere. Is this hard for you to comprehend?
So if we're seeing everyone's heads, that means everyone on that flat plane would all see the same stars, right?
What are you talking about seeing everyone's heads? We're talking about an angle. No one's heads are involved.
No.
Okay, so if that image, if we're looking at that circle...
We'll not see all of the stars from one location.
Okay, so if we're looking at that circle and that represents the flat Earth, right?
No,
that's the perspective we're viewing.
So if you walk up to a basketball hoop, right, and you're standing right underneath it, as you move further away, does it stay at the same height, or does it move down in your field of view?
Well, it does change shape, which is something that the objects in the sky do not do. Right? We agree with that?
Oh my God, bro, why are you gish galloping, man? Just answer the question.
It doesn't change.
If you move further away from your basketball hoop, does it move down in your field of view?
Does it move down in my field of view?
Yeah.
No, relative to everything else, it's the same.
Fucking idiot, bro! Like if I'm standing at my garage door and I look up and I see the overhang as I move away from my garage, does the roof become more in my field of view?
Relative to everything else, it stays the same. Everything shrinks together.
Yeah.
So you're telling me that you can't see on top of your roof if you move further away?
I don't even know what you're asking. If the roof is above my head,
have you ever been outside?
I have been outside.
Really? When was the last time you went outside, dude?
I was outside this morning.
You don't even need to be outside to notice what we're trying to explain to you.
I know, but why are we moving away from the image you sent now?
Okay. Well, we're not. We're just trying to help understand how we measure elevation.
I want to understand the image you sent.
Okay, so that's a prediction. Not a prediction. Depiction taken from a celestial navigation internet site. Tells you how to gain circles of equal altitude. The circle of equal altitude is drawn around the geographical position of the star, denoted by the fucking square box, denoting that it's a 90-degree triangle that you wouldn't be able to get if the surface of the Earth was curved. Can we just all fucking agree that this is a 90-degree triangle?
Yes.
I don't understand what the perspective is from there.
Not interested in the perspective. We're just interested in the circles of equal altitude drawn around the ground position of the star that's at 90 degrees.
There would be no elevation to this image either. What elevation from what?
What the fuck are you talking about?
What's the elevation?
Those are the hypotenuse lines of the triangle.
Is the elevation?
Yeah.
That's
what the triangle is. Maybe I need to explain the triangle to you.
So you understand that would make that circle a sphere then, right?
No, because
I think what he's doing, Jedi, is he's listening to refute you. That's what he's trying to do, and he can't refute you. That's why he sounds confused.
You guys ever seen like the Death Star? That's what that image reminds you of.
That's nice.
But
that works because it's a sphere. That's why there's elevation. If it was a flat plane, the stars would be.
To see if you're dumb or not. A 90-degree angle, has that got curved lines in it or straight ones?
What is that even a picture of, bro?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Made that shit up.
I'll ask you, because you don't seem to want to answer the question. A 90-degree angle, has that got straight lines in it or has it got curved ones?
It depends what you're drawing the angle on.
It's a 90-degree triangle. It will fit the fucking definition of a triangle. What's the definition of a triangle?
Well, it's a three-sided shape that adds up the interior angles.
So three-sided, those sides.
Yeah, but you can draw triangles on circles.
Are they straight sides? Are they straight? Are they straight, those sides?
It depends on what you draw it on.
A fucking right-angle triangle. Am I going to draw a right-angle triangle on a curved surface?
You can do that.
No, you can't. The surface is curved. The lines won't be straight. You won't have an elevation angle where your vertical comes down to meet a curved adjacent. It has to be a horizontal adjacent for you to measure the hypotenuse angle that you create with your line of sight to the thing you're measuring the elevation angle up to. Let's say it's a star. The geographical position, that's 90 degrees. The distance between you and it is a straight line measurement. It's taken from a fucking horizontal line.
So what?
Welcome to Flat Earth.
No. If there's a difference there, then we have to measure the difference.
Surface. Are you geometrically literate?
No,
I think you don't understand how triangles work.
If what you're saying is true, and you're trying to travel somewhere, there might be a difference that you're not even taking into account.
Like the third dimension.
Like the difference between a flat plane and the curve.
Like the third dimension.
You're not even trying to attempt to figure that out. You're just assuming it's flat.
Okay.
Because it is.
Jedi. Does that image represent 3D space or 2D space?
You're an idiot,
Jedi. Does the image you sent, is that supposed to be in 3D space or 2D space?
3D space.
Okay. So you understand you sent a 2D image to represent 3D space of the world, right?
Yeah, because there's an elevation which denotes the three-dimensional. Taken from a horizontal plane.
That's why I asked from what perspective, because there's no way right now to determine if that star is above that blue plane, or sitting below that blue plane, or sitting right at the blue plane.
Yeah, that's lovely, but we're just talking about circles of equal altitude.
Again, but you understand, you're trying to explain 3D navigation using a 2D image.
We're drawing circles of equal altitude around ground positions of stars.
Okay, again, altitude denotes 3 dimensions. There's no third dimension in that image.
That's lovely.
Okay. So that you just agree that image doesn't represent celestial navigation, right? Because there's no third dimension in that image.
It does represent celestial navigation because it's taken from a celestial navigation website where it speaks about the circles of equal altitude that are drawn around the ground position of the star that's denoted by the 90-degree angle.
Okay, well, you can say that, but I'm just telling you that 2D image cannot reflect 3D celestial navigation. I can't believe we can't even agree on that.
Oh no, it came from a specific website, so it's valid.
You have a very valuable point, and your little sidekick is a Nancy. But beside that, what Jedi is trying to point out is the ground position, the vertical, that straight line going up and down, is going to be perpendicular to that horizontal, which represents the Earth's plane. And that little box there in the corner of that angle represents a 90-degree angle. So when the horizontal goes out, that is the angle of equal elevation on the Earth's plane. So if you're on the water,
last sentence made no sense.
this is all a zero on the x-axis is what Jedi is trying to point at, not the fact that the picture is 2D.
Yeah, but you just said elevation, and then admitted the picture is 2D.
So here's a question then. Here's an actual question. Could you employ this navigation technique on a sphere? And if not, why?
Because you're measuring an elevation angle, you're going to need to have a tangent, which you're already going to need to have from a measured sphere, which you don't have. But this can only be done if both observer and geographical position exist on the same horizontal plane. So no, you can't.
No. I'm saying if they were on a sphere, and you said that the horizon was flat, you just pretended it was flat, right? Could you use this to travel?
No, because you wouldn't have an elevation angle from a curved surface. If you invoke a
tangents,
means that you and the ground position of the thing that you're measuring to exist on the same horizontal plane, but only one exists on the Earth.
So at what point does the sphere become large enough that it approaches a flat surface that therefore it allows us to get close enough to just use it for travel? Because at some point it must work, right? At some point it must be close enough to where it works.
Sorry, we're talking about one person being able to make one measurement of, say, for example, the star being 15 degrees above the horizon. That's a distance of 5,000 miles. That's a straight line distance measurement just by measuring an elevation angle to something that's 15 degrees above the horizon. That gives you a straight line distance. You can then draw a circle of equal altitude. Now you've got the radius of the circle, which is the distance between you and it. If you make 3 measurements where the lines overlap, that's your location.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So why couldn't you do that in a very large sphere?
No, very large sphere.
Why not?
Why not? Because you wouldn't be able to measure an elevation angle from a curved line. And I've given you a distance of 4,500 miles. That's the distance between the North Pole and just south of the Tropic of Cancer. That's almost a quarter of a way around your sphere.
Of straight plane.
Okay, yeah, well, like I said, if the sphere is large enough, it really wouldn't matter, right?
Yeah, but you're locked into a particular...
You wouldn't measure an angle.
Well, you could just pretend it did. You could superimpose a plane on the sphere and make the measurement. It's not an issue. The only issue of doing that is that you'll get an error, right? You'll get an error with the measurement and won't be as accurate. Because now you're superimposing a flat plane.
You won't have the geographical position of the star on the Earth.
And there's no need to pretend. Go ahead, Jedi.
Yeah, there is. If you can actually make a measurement and travel with it, it's pretty freaking useful.
No need to pretend. Go ahead, Jedi.
No, that's all right. He doesn't understand what we're trying to put forward to him. He's just saying if the ball was big enough. No, it's got a certain fucking radius. I've given you a measurement which is almost a quarter of a way around your fucking sphere. If the surface of the Earth was curved, you still wouldn't be able to measure an elevation angle even if it was a bigger ball, because it's a curved line, not a straight one. And then you need both the observer taking the measurement and the geographical position, both to be on the Earth. If you say a tangent line exists, only one of them exists on the Earth.
All right.
Jedi, how does all that change if you start pretending?
You'll get lost.
Bye-bye.
The point is you won't, though, because it'll be a big enough sphere. It's flat enough. It's flat enough.
Sorry, if I want to make
sometimes you don't need things to be certain.
Where do you think the equator comes from?
What?
Where do you think the equator comes from? 0 degrees latitude.
Yeah.
Where do we get that?
Because it's the middle?
No, it's the minimum elevation angle to Polaris.
Oh, yeah.
That's
like where it's at the surface.
Yeah, that's a distance of 6,000 miles. 5,400 nautical miles, 6,217 miles. That's a distance from the North Pole to the equator. That's a quarter of a way around your sphere. That's a quarter of your curvature that you're saying doesn't matter.
A flat plane on the X, horizontal.
In actual fact, that's half of your curvature, because that's a circle of equal altitude around the ground position. So yeah, that's half your curvature gone.
I don't think it's a big deal.
Well, that's because you're ignorant, I guess.
Just show the difference, and then if it's big enough, I'll accept what you're saying.
A straight line and a curved line.
No, between making the measurement on a flat surface and making it on a large sphere. Show me the difference. Show me the error.
We've tried to do this in things like AutoCAD, trying to measure an angle from a curved surface like a sphere. Computer turns around and says, no, this function is not available because the computer can't measure an angle from a curved line.
That's called being dishonest and not even attempting to do the problem.
Oh, you mean not pretend?
An angle from a curved line.
No, you didn't superimpose a plane like I suggested.
It's a curved line. It's a deviation from a horizontal. It's no longer an angle because an angle is two straight lines. If it's a curved line, then it's not an angle.
I understand that. That's why you superimpose as plane so you can make the measurement. Like you understand once you get the actual end position that there's going to be a difference, right? And then you just calculate that % error, and then you figure out what that is.
Difference. Your ground position's on a tangent somewhere in space. The difference.
Yeah, you just extend that ray until it hits the surface.
Sorry,
Where's that?
When do we do this?
After you calculated it.
Sorry. Do we do this in celestial navigation, do we?
No, we just assume that it's on the surface and we go find it. That's the whole point.
Nice. How we get our coordinate system. But none of
do that in an AutoCAD and then show it.
What? Trying to get an angle.
There'll be an error and you can calculate that error.
Sorry, try and get an angle measurement from a curved line.
No, you're just not being. You're being dishonest, dude. I already told you. You superimpose a plane and then you make the measurement and see where it goes.
Yes, on the surface. Horizontal. It's not a straight line. Doesn't matter how little curved it is. It's not straight.
It really does matter.
In geometric terms, yes, it does.
Yeah, I can't do the measurement without it being on a flat surface, sure. But the actual utility of making the measurement to navigate, that doesn't change as much.
What are you talking about? You think 6,000 miles is a small distance and the curve?
You're using a very specific example. I'm talking in general terms.
If the surface of Earth
is large enough, then it really shouldn't matter.
If it's large enough, I've given you a distance of 6,000 miles.
How about instead of just using big numbers to try and convey your point, how about you actually calculate the actual error?
30 miles.
How about you actually calculate the error?
Calculate the error? What error?
Yeah.
What error?
Of where it should be to what it theoretically is.
Where it should be? Would I still be measuring an angle to where it should be and then having to calculate the time of year because Polaris won't be in the same spot, or the refractive coefficient? Which is it going to be that? Is it still going to be an angle measurement though that I'm measuring?
You'll measure an angle in both scenarios, but
good. Welcome to Flat Earth when I measure an angle.
You guys can't comprehend a plane superimposed on a sphere.
Yeah. We can. That's a tangent.
You just think it's the same thing.
No, it's a tangent.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So why can't you use that to do things? Why is that not allowed? Otherwise, it's the surface of Earth.
If you invoke a tangent, then you don't have both geographical positions on the Earth. You want to start trying to measure errors? No, we measure this on a horizontal plane. That's how we figure out the distances. We don't take into account anything that you're talking about. You're just asking it as an aside, something that you could do as an interesting fucking side piece. It's fucking irrelevant.
Okay.
You know what's wild? We're talking about creating a flat surface to do an elevation angle over a flat surface, and then we're going to use different math to put it back on a ball. So wild, man.
You guys should watch Terrence Tao's video where he explains how to calculate distances. And the very first thing he does is prove the Earth is a sphere.
Well, then it sounds like they should be putting this guy on all the NASA websites.
Yeah, he's like the most famous mathematician in the world. Terrence Tao.
So then why do we even use NASA? Why don't we just use him?
We just explain. I mean, we've known the Earth was a sphere for a really long time, actually. So he's just explaining like the kind of like history of how they knew it all the way back then.
How did they know it?
Time period as he steps forward through history.
How did they know it all the way back then?
Huh?
How did they know it all the way back then?
Well, I mean, he talks about. I guess Aristarchus is one of the first Greeks that proposed. I mean, several things. I mean, through making measurements of eclipses. There's also he kind of like shows. I mean, I already know what your counter arguments would be, what flavor they would come in, but
because none of this is knowledge. So
no, it is. It's so Aristarchus, he's able to he's able to figure out, not very accurately again, but he figures out that the sun is bigger than the Earth, and that he's the first to propose that the Earth revolves around the sun, and that they're all spheres. He does that with lunar eclipse measurements and data from the Babylonians, even. And yeah, I mean, it's like that's just like actually what happened. It's just fun. It's interesting. I think you guys should just watch it.
Sorry.
You guys should just watch it. No, it's very. I mean, it's Terrence Tao. I mean, if you think
it's like we haven't looked into it. You said that we knew all the way back then, but all you've got is some guy coming up with ideas and possible mathematical extrapolations from his ideas. It's not knowledge.
Well, no, you're saying his ideas. He won a Fields Medal. This is a Fields Medalist winner. He doesn't just stop at like the Earth being round is not even particular. I mean, he goes way farther. He talks about like how we know way more than that. Okay, so you guys should just watch the video.
That's lovely. How did we know the Earth was a sphere, though?
Well, I mean, obviously, I mean, you're gonna say some shit about Eratosthenes and the sunlight being parallel, whatever. I don't care, but because you're not like able to comprehend. I mean, he's also the whole picture as he lays it out. When you calculate how far away the sun is from the Earth, like, and the deviation of the angle wouldn't be particularly at that point. That deviation of the angle would not be particularly relevant or important. He talks about all of it. You should just watch it. You should watch the video.
That's lovely. You're not really saying anything. Can we do the same measurement that Eratosthenes did with the moon?
With the moon?
Yeah. If the moon creates a shadow.
A shadow? I mean,
yeah. Like when the moon's full, it creates shadows. Can we do the same thing that Eratosthenes did to use the sun in the shadow? If we had the moon that casts a shadow, we could see the moon in the well, so the moon was directly above the well.
Like during a solar eclipse?
No, not in eclipse. We're talking about Eratosthenes.
No, but with the moon, the only time you're in the shadow of the moon is during a total solar eclipse.
No, you're an idiot. When the moon is full...
You're totally missing it.
Sorry, excuse me. When the moon is full and it casts a shadow on the floor,
I see.
In the way, or you're fucking standing there. Like the same thing with Aristosthenes, who had the sun and a stick, and the sun was casting a shadow. Could we do the same thing with the moon if the moon was casting a shadow? Well, you're slow.
I mean, you could try to do that. Yeah, sure.
Okay, we've done that and we get the same result. What's the difference between the light from the sun and the light from the moon?
The same result?
Yes.
For the radius of the Earth, like the calculation?
Yeah, exactly the same methodology, same shadow, same result as Aristosthenes when we use the moon. Been done loads of times. Now, what's the difference between the sun and the moon's light?
What's the difference between the sun and the moon's light? Well, I mean, they occupy the same angular space in the sky, essentially. So, I mean, that would be one similarity. But I don't. You're saying
the sun parallel or divergent?
I mean, the reflection of the light of the sun's light on the moon is still going to be. I mean, I would say, but it's going to be closer. It's going to. I would think it would be more diffuse because it would be deflected across like the angular surface of the moon. But then it's closer, so I don't know how much they diverge. It's because the moon is closer. I don't know how much those light rays would diverge.
It's a curved surface. It's divergent.
Well, I would imagine the moon would probably be more divergent because that's the reflection off of the surface of the moon of the sun's light. So I would imagine that light would be more divergent.
I know. Calm down. So according to you, the light from the sun is parallel, and the light from the moon is divergent. Yeah, we get the same measurement. Maybe the light from the sun's divergent.
Well, I don't know. I would have to look into all this. This is an interesting claim. I mean, it's interesting. I don't know if you have any sort of a kind of calculation here that you're referencing. I'd like to see that, but I don't know. Just I would have to also think through about what that would even represent.
I mean, we'll go back to Aristarchus and the eclipse. In the model of the eclipse, it's the light rays from the sun parallel, convergent, and divergent. In your model for eclipses that Aristosthenes brought up, what's the light rays from the sun doing? Are they parallel or are they divergent and convergent?
Well, that would be light. He was looking at lunar eclipses, so that would be light. That would be parallel because it would just be the sun's light not reflected off of anything, just blocked by the Earth. So that would be parallel. Because that's not a reflection off of a curved surface.
That's interesting that you say that it's parallel, but within the model that was shown within cartoons from NASA, then within that argument, the light rays are no longer parallel, they're divergent and convergent. So this is why we like to point these things out to people like you who think that we should go and watch videos that explain everything.
I think there's perhaps a refraction as well. I mean, I guess that's a part of it, but I don't think that would be, I think maybe you'd have to have an explanation of fully every phenomenon happening here. But for the most part, there's just a shadow. I would think, and the light rays would be parallel, but some would be refracted around the Earth. I guess. I mean,
maybe we should just assume that the moon is infinite miles away. Maybe we should just assume that.
No, it actually does. That's it's called the cosmic distance ladder. This video. So that's literally what it calculates the distance to, the moon, the sun, the ratio of those things, and then and they talk about Kepler, how Kepler saw the shapes of the orbits, but wasn't able to fix the size, and how can you calculate the size? It was so interesting that you get to see the way what is deducible, and that's what Terence Tao helps you walk through. What is deducible from what we know, and it's so interesting. You guys should just, if you think that
it's very interesting.
Yeah, you should just watch the video. You should just watch the video. Yeah. Everything that he talks about, Tycho Brahe and all everything he goes through it. I mean, I'm sure you've heard it, but he just talks. This is a Fields medalist mathematician. I think it would be interesting for anybody here. I just decided I wanted to. I watched it. It was so beautiful. It's the triumph of human reason. It makes you cry. So I think I just wanted to share it with you guys. Happy Easter.
mean, that's beautiful, man. Enjoy your ball.
Oh.
Kicks his ass afterwards.
What was that? it's also just like really a pleasant watch, right? Because it's a 3Blue1. I don't know if you guys have seen the YouTube channel 3Blue1 Brown, but he actually made his own like mathematics animation software called what is it, Mathanim or something? Manim, math animation, Manim, and he uses it to animate. It's so pleasant, and he's talking to like the most famous mathematician in the world, and he's like the best mathematics communicator in the world. And he asked him, he asked Terrence Tao, he asked like the best mathematician in the world. He said, "What do you want? Like, if you could make one super visual episode, like if I was gonna like animate mathematics, like what should we do a mathematics documentary on?" And I'll interview you, Terrence Tao. And Terrence Tao said the cosmic distance ladder. And so this is the most famous mathematician in the world, kind of just walking all the way up to like Hubble's law, right?
Interesting. So the cosmic distance ladder starts with a flat Earth angle. Surely he pointed that out to you.
Well, I mean, one of the things is that okay, you should just watch the video. Okay, it's
yeah.
I'm just telling you. I'm not gonna. I don't want to like. I know that you're gonna like. There's a lot of stuff that's gonna happen. I don't want to talk about. I understand that. Look, I don't want to get into this like, can you do local approximation, like local linear approximation argument? Like, obviously you can. I don't want to like. I don't know why people here like disavow local linear approximation of planes to surfaces. I don't want to start doing this right now, but I think you should just watch the video.
Yeah, within the video, did he tell you how the radius of the Earth was measured?
How yeah, that's in there.
Yeah, how was that done?
Well, he mentions Eratosthenes, but it's also again, you should just watch the video. I'm not even gonna get. I think you should just watch the video. I think I can tell that you have a defensive posture, or actually an offensive posture. To be honest, offensive.
It's offensive. It's not defensive. It's definitely offensive.
Yeah, sorry, offensive. Yeah, and I don't really. I think that you should just maybe. You should hate watch this video. Like, you should go and you should like play it, and you should like pause it and curse it out, and then continue it. You should press play. You should watch more of it.
You seem to be a big fan of it. I'm wondering whether you can defend the position, or whether you can see where the cosmic distance ladder started. But you don't seem to want to do that. You just want to refer us to the video because you think it's safe to hide behind a video.
No, we explored it a little bit, but I just don't think it's going to be super productive. I'm just like recommending you watch the video. I mean, I guess we explored it a little bit. I don't think it's going to be super productive for us to continue doing this and like everything. So I think you should watch the video. It's very fascinating. And okay, well, if anyone's, I'll post it one more time so it's just like fresh in the chat. Okay, and then you guys can. It's a 2-part video. And it's really, really beautiful. I cried a couple of times. I was like, wow, like we did a good job, humans. It's unbelievable. He even talks about how, like, for good mathematical reasons, because they, like when Aristarchus was claiming that, like, if we were going around it was so interesting. It was like, if we were going around the sun, like he was the first to propose, then there would be this like kind of like I don't know, matrix lattice of stars, not like regular necessarily, like this field of stars that were going in, and there should be like there should be like changes in perspective, parallax, as you like kind of rotate around it, depending on it, except if they were for some reason so far away, these stars were so far away, then as the Earth orbits the sun, then the stars wouldn't move or would remain mostly fixed in the sky as constellations. But instead, so they said, well, because they're fixed, like we don't think that and it's actually for good mathematical reason, because they said it is just unwise because the universe would have to be, even way back in ancient Greece, he was proposing the universe would have had to been so big for the constellations to just remain in the same place as the Earth revolves around the sun. Like, therefore, we're going to dismiss your theory because we don't think the universe is that big. And that was all the way back in with Aristarchus. That's crazy. And it's crazy. It's really interesting. So it's because it's like, for mathematical reasoning, they had a good they were just like And it's and Terrence is laughing. He's like, I can't. They just couldn't believe that the universe was that big, because it's crazy. It really is quite something. And like what Kepler, he goes over what Kepler did, and that was like very fascinating. The fact that we knew like the shape of the orbits before we knew how big everything was. Like we knew relative sizes before we knew the absolute size of things. And then it was like a race for the transit of Venus, like to calculate essentially like how you could figure out some absolute distance. And what was the absolute distance was
how did they get the size of Venus?
Yeah, I just watched this, and I'm also high, so I'm not trying to I'm not trying to say that I'm the best representative of this either. But no, but it's so interesting. Huh? No, I don't. I have to. I mean, I might if I think about it. Wait, I don't. The size of Venus. I have to think if that was included, and I have to think what they said about it.
You just said transit of Venus.
Oh no, yeah, that's Yeah, that's what they were talking about. You asked me about the size. Yeah. What they were talking about was the transit of Venus. Yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting to know the size comparison to the sun.
Yeah, I don't remember. Like, I don't. They might have. They might have. I don't know at what point in the chronology of the video. Yeah, I'm just. I don't know because the video is like chronological through history, so like kind of historically chronological. And like, I don't remember at what point he said that the sizes were fixed. I think the angular sizes would have just been known, and then the absolute sizes. Specifically, like the radius, we knew the radius. We eventually he talks about the calculation of the radius of the sun, but I would definitely want to go through it again for sure. But no, I'm okay. I don't know. I'm not gonna. I guess linger here too much. I guess if you guys should just watch the video like again, like I'm recommending. But yeah, I'm gonna go watch it again myself because it's just so beautiful and cool. So yeah. All right. Have a good day, guys.
Why should I watch your proof if you can't explain it? Why should I watch it? That's your proof, not mine.
No,
you should be able to explain it.
Well, that was
mentioned it as proof.
Yeah. Well, it's not even my. I'm not even saying it's my proof. I'm not claiming ownership of it. I'm just celebrating it. And but I'm just it's not even presented as proof. I mean, it's just presented as like this kind of like really historical progression here. But so yeah, go and take a gander, and happy Easter, everybody. Love you.
I love stories.
What'd you say? Go ahead.
Hey, Matthew, what up?
Hey, how are you doing?
All right, just waiting to get out of work.
You have to work on Easter Sunday. I'm sorry.
Yeah, just 11 to 6, though.
That's not too bad.
Usually get out at 8, so we closing early at the Home Depot.
Yeah, I saw a bunch of places are closed altogether today, like Marshall's, a bunch of restaurants.
Candy Lynn's. Nobody's fighting. I wish math was real.
Yeah, it should say I wish math were real. I don't know why people don't know grammar these days. Must be some millennial that made that meme. They don't understand grammar.
I think it could go either way, was or
were. No, the correct is always were. It's never was in that case.
What if they're related to a particular mass for a particular thing? I wish that math was real, that particular one I'm referencing.
No, it has nothing to do with particulars. It's the subjunctive tense. It's always were in the subjunctive.
That's true. I'm thinking of
thank you, Matthew. I apologise, my mental age is only 16.
Right.
The guy is visibly upset, so I mean that can affect your vocabulary differently.
That's a good point.